Life is short.
There are teams in history who win like 10 tournaments in a row, 8 tournaments, so we just want to be like them.
I'm still just a little bit stunned at what we just witnessed.
The games have been close, but not too close.
I don't think I've ever seen them look this weak.
It's not like we're being pushed to our breaking point.
And the round is G2's. What happened?
I don't think they are that good. This is going to be the tournament where everyone is going to see that.
Sentinels are dethroned. Things are beginning to crystallize here. Crazy Raccoon also getting another crack at Gambit.
I thought the Crazy Raccoons would be better.
That's one of the most brutal series I've ever had to cast.
We can change our mistakes and just play like we played on EMEA.
And Nad's gonna win the match.
Crazy Raccoon seeming to come to life, I think, in their most recent series.
やはり前回の試合では自分たちのいいところを全く出せなかった。今回ハバーンリバティ戦でこれを出したので、次もギャンビット戦でこれを出せれば全然ワンチャンス勝てるかなと思っていますね。3、2、1
EMEA rematch between SuperMassive Blaze and Acend. Dropping pistols in just to let him know he's getting on the vandal. I've never seen someone ego so much.
I mean, we just wanted to like make a viral moment. Like we wanted to be recognized.
We are going to smash them. That's it. We watched our game against Acend. This time they should be afraid we will fix our mistakes. It's gonna be different.
Capping off the day with F4Q versus Sentinels, and at their first loss on land. Don't want to make them angry.
저희들을 모두가 스트리머 팀으로 알고 있지만 그에 반해 정말 열심히 노력하고 있어서 스트리머 팀이 강팀을 꺾는 걸 보여드리겠습니다. 재밌게 봐주세요.
So moving on from the groups already decided, we'll use it as an opportunity to like test different stuff that we've been experimenting with it and see how it works.
It's actually really good that we lose. It allows us to prepare even further for Champions, which is our main goal for the end of the year.
You have to lose to learn sometimes, and that's okay. I'd rather lose now. I don't think we're going to stress too much about it. We won't let you guys down in this tournament.
From the same region, and there's a lot of respect between these two teams, as you guys just saw. But Bala, elimination is on the line, and nobody is going to be your friend on the server.
No, they aren't, and they've got a long way to go. They've got so much to go through in the playoff bracket too. They know what's up ahead, a gauntlet of NA teams. But right now, focus is across the stage.
Yeah, and it's not the first time that they've been here, but this time is do or die. This is all or nothing for both of these teams. Let's see what we can see on the server. Let's see what maps are we going to have today.
Yeah, let's talk about the maps, because they played against each other already, Kukuka. Do you feel like the same set of maps are going to be coming up today?
My only question to myself, my only concern is that we on that first map saw SMB banning Breeze, but they've gone on to move in the icebox and actually performing super good on that Breeze yesterday. So that would be my question. I feel like a compulsory map would be Acend. But yeah, that's it. But
I think that they're probably going to stick with what they know, because both of these teams are like, yeah, sure, we saw a little bit more prep from SMB, but in the most part, their play style is, to play free. Ooh.
A lot of energy in this room. There's a lot of energy in this room. But I hope you guys can hear that at home. But, in terms of the maps too, Bala, we were talking about how Acend are coming into this on the back of a loss, whereas SMB, they're coming back into this on the back of a pretty solid win. So do you feel like they have even more comfort picks in this scenario?
No, I don't think so. Once again, their play styles tend to a certain type of map, right? That's why we saw Ascent bind, and I think the last map was Icebox. We didn't get to see it in the first time they played, and genuinely, that's probably what they're going to stick with, just because that is their comfort zone, right? So if they win, sure, maybe they get a little bit more on Breeze, but again, they were playing against Paper Rex, completely different style.
But also, Kakuka, we want to see 3 maps this time around.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah,
we need them, especially from these two teams. Anybody that's coming from EMEA, we need to see them. Doesn't really matter who wins. I'm joking. But yeah, we need the 3 maps, please. So
yeah, we do. Well, we are into map selection now. Let's start with the bans as usual. As just to let you guys know, the last time these two teams played against each other 7 days ago, Split was taken off the table from Acend, and Breeze. Okay. Breeze was taken off the table by SMB, but Kakuka, like you said, they've gone with the Icebox ban.
I love this. They're not scared of Breeze anymore, and actually, Breeze is a great map from Acend. But they haven't played it yet. Okay.
This is interesting, Bala. No Haven.
Yeah, that's very interesting, because they had a permaban, right?
Yep.
Like, you're talking about the SMB's permaban of Breeze, but they had a permaban, and that was Split in the past. So that's now open, and it will be SMB picking Ascent first. And last time it was Bind first. That was, of course, Ascend's pick. So it's basically going the same way so far in the first map, just slightly different order.
Yeah. It's going to make a big difference here, I feel.
Yeah, I feel Ascend is obviously going to start on the defense, but I'm concerned because for SMB on this map, it was a hard loss against Ascend. Their defense was just really not there. And in a map like Ascend, when your jet is not popping off, as seen it was, especially on their attack, what can you do?
Yeah, what can you do? But of course, Acend, a map that suits just any Turkish teams. Second map is going to be Bind. This is not a surprise whatsoever, Bala. They beat them here 13-5 last time.
Yeah, it was a stomp. It was really, really good from Acend, and I think they have some of the best players on this map. Starso in particular, if you can get going on that map, that would be good for the series. But it is important that it starts second map, because now that momentum for him not necessarily riding there.
I love that SMB has decided to start on the attack, because they only got 2 rounds of their defense against Acend. And also, I was mentioning earlier, Turco on the Sky instead of the Sage was something that I did not love about that bind. So do I expect some changes? I do.
One thing to note there, though, about the defense. Oh, this is going to be a split. But talking about that is really important, actually. Let's talk about that first, because Acend has not played this map seriously, like picking it consistently, since April, since back in stage 2. Yes. That is massive. No preparation there is really available.
Also on Split yesterday, we were also talking about Brave and the great job that he did. This was his map. I feel like they were feeling it. It wasn't an easy win, but still is a win that got them here. I'm not surprised at all by this Split. Obviously, if I'm actually surprised that it's not the first one.
Yeah, I mean, Split there have been left open just really quickly because, of course, Haven was taken off the table. Bala, do you feel like, Ascend didn't look great against Vision Strikers on Haven, but similarly, SMB yesterday wasn't the best either against Paper Rex. Do you feel like this is a big risk for Ascend to go to Split?
I think it could be. It really depends on what they've prepped, right?
Exactly.
This is a 2-day thing since the Vision Striker games where they're deciding, hey, let's veto Haven because it was so bad for us. Then I am scared. Now, if it's we plan for eventually to switch our permaban in the tournament, then it could be really good.
We've seen both sides of the coin. Teams trying something for the first time here on this stage and working perfectly, or just not at all. We're going to see that on that Split, but there's a lot of respect coming from SMB, being like, okay, you leave Split open, we're not going to pick it just right away, because they want that rematch against what would happen. They want this Ascend first.
Yeah, they're not falling down the trap of Paper X insta-picking Breeze against them when they left it open. But the first map we are going to go to is Acend. Again, of course, SMB, they lost pretty hard. They're not too hard. They lost 13-9 here last time. But also, Bala, I want to say that we've heard from teams already in this tournament that talk about how massive of an advantage it was to pick map 1 and map 3 and how important that is in their game plan. And this time around, you know, SMB, they've got that advantage.
Yeah, I think it is important when it comes to an unknown veto, but since they are already mind gaming each other and they kind of also know that neither one of them wants to play threes anyways, then it's kind of a map or a 5-map pool, and so the difference is minute. However, I want to talk about that defense starting for Acend, right? You talked about how SMB picked attack on bind. When we were before this, we were talking about how it was SMB's prep that looked really good against Paper Rex. I'm scared that that's not going to be a non-factor if they start so many times on attack. Every single map, Acend is starting on defense. That is so much harder, I think, to get against when it comes to preparation than the other way around.
But I also feel like it's the right thing to do for SMB. It suits them way better, and their defense, as I was mentioning, was not on point at all against Acend. They actually, when they finished the first half on Acend, previous time they were winning. I think it was 5-7. That's a wild guess, but they lost everything on their defense. And when easy losing the head-to-head to CNET was a big part of it, because when CNET, you know, feels like, okay, let's win this easily, he's gonna have on the third round an operator on his hands, and he's gonna always looking for that first duel.
Of course, this is SMB's pick, but how important Kakuka is it for them to start off strong? Because Bind, it hasn't looked good for them, and it's looked too good for Acend.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, Acend has only lost to Gambit since July on that Bind, so they need the best start here on this Acend 100%.
That's key. I mean, that was already kind of a stomp to start off when it was that second map in the last series. So starting off strong, shutting down CNET and Bone Killing and Pistol Round, and really getting a string of rounds on their attack is going to be very important. But like we talked about, their prep was leaning towards their attack side, so hopefully they do really have some idea to do exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and now, you know, looking at the side of Acend, they changed their comp pretty much the last time we saw them here, whereas SMB, they've been sticking to what they thought worked, at least back in EMEA, but maybe some changes here, do you think?
I would love to see some changes. After what we saw from Brave yesterday, I need to see him on the Astra here. Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
He's gonna go for the comp.
He never takes the Astra when you ask him to.
I'll need to talk to him later. But he did play, he plays super well around his smokes here, so I am not surprised. One thing that I want to mention is that I really like Keyless back on the Killjoy instead of the Reyna, because I don't feel like the role suits him very well, because you don't see the reassurance that you need to see on a Reyna, especially on the defense, knowing what you have to do in every kind of situation.
Is he picking Jeb or on Killjoy? I mean, there's really nothing
surprises.
different at all here. Literally no
this.
differences. So we talk about what happened, what went right for them. I think Starso had a big impact on the Sage. We'll see if that's going to have the same sort of thing. And Turco was also able to match that, I think, blow for blow in terms of impact.
Well, this is going to be a rematch between two EMEA rivals. So why not bringing two more EMEA rivals, Mitchman and Tom Biz?
Nandito na naman ang ano yung anong tawag sa atin? Ilustrado?
Hindi ko maalala.
Teilu ba? Di ko alam eh. Pero welcome back sa Masters Berlin. Sa first match na meron tayo, first series para sa araw na ito. It's gonna be Acend versus SMB, Ilu. Parang deja vu nung pinakaunang match-up na nakita natin throughout Masters Berlin.
Yeah, they already played with each other before. I mean, you know, the last game, it just really went the way of Acend here. And, you know, Acend is a good team, but they have been showing a lot of weakness as of late. I haven't been convinced of their form for a while. And actually, you know, coming into this group with Paper X, a lot of people thought, man, this is the group of death. Group of death. Kasi nandito yung SMB, nandito yung Acend, nandito yung Vision Strike. But it hasn't really shown. It really hasn't lived up to that. The only team surprisingly na sobrang galing sa bracket na to is actually Vision Strikers.
Vision Strikers.
Sila yung naka 2-0 against Acend. Sila yung naka 2-0 against Paper X, and they've just been stellar every single time here, except for now, when they've already taken 2 deaths on the pistol round.
Oh, that's true. This is already the game, and of course, Para shutting down Cena immediately. Izzy, sabay-sabay bumagsak ang players ng Acend. Pero kung sisilipin natin, Para and Izzy had a very low HP, 5 tsaka 4. Parang nagbibilang lang, Ilu.
So the group stages, playoffs na yung next game nila, diba?
Pasok na sila ata eh. Ang alam ko. Hindi nang alam ko. This is the elimination match, actually. If I am not mistaken as well. For SMB and Acend. And it seemed from the last time, the previous met, matindi ang pinagdaanan ng dalawang teams.
So actually, the games na makikita natin today is gonna be Acend and SuperMassive Blaze. After that, manonood tayo ng Gambit Esports versus Crazy Raccoon, and the last one of the day is gonna be Sentinels and F4Q. So
dami rin nag-aabang nun, ha?
The last remaining Japanese team, you know, gonna go up against Gambit.
Itong mga tao sa Facebook, kung ano-anong hashtag yung binubuo nila dito. Merong hashtag bring terror to Ilustrado. Meron ding Tetrado ang down natin. Meron ding hashtag bring back Vil sa commentator kasama si Taylor. Haba ng hashtag eh, no? Ano pa ba ang mga pwede? Meron nga dito nagagalit eh. Ikaw ba magkakas? Naka-all caps pa. Oo, bakit ka galit? Yan ang sabi ko. Pero tech pause, mukhang player ang nagka-problema. Kaya ayoko na. Tigil na natin to.
You know what?
Naiinis
Honestly,
ako.
yeah, I just closed my Facebook chat. I don't care what you people think anymore. I'm sorry. Yeah, but for those who are actually decent people, Vale is actually gonna come back here a little bit later on.
I like you know what's funny when Direk said like, okay, coming back to you, si Ilo parang natataranta siya na parang ano nangyayari?
Naka-recline pa kasi ako eh.
Oh my God!
Pwede bang 3 seconds muna?
Okay lang, okay
3
lang.
seconds muna.
Okay lang. Live po ba to o replay? Hindi ko alam. Siguro kung binasa ko yung comment niya, malalaman niya kung live ba o replay. Replay to actually.
Oo, actually, lahat ng, you know, life is a replay.
That's
Hindi mo lang
true.
alam.
It's
Like,
all a simulation. Part of a simulation,
Exactly.
kumbaga. Napanood mo na ba yung The Truman Show?
Oo.
No, we are like that.
Tsaka sa Matrix, ganoon lang din eh.
That's true.
Yeah.
Lahat to,
Don't really know what's going on.
ano lang natin, guni-guni lang natin, guys. Okay, so I guess there is a tech pause for the team, for the players right now. And looking at Acend versus SMB, may predictions ka ba dito, Idu?
Yeah, you know, I actually think SMB might do a little bit better this time, but I still think it's gonna be Acend coming out here on top. So tingin ko Acend still gonna be 2-1. It might be 2-1. There is a possibility na reverse sweep, or it's going to be a victory here for SuperMassive Blaze. And the reason why is the same reason na nangyari sa Sentinels and G2 as we go into this eco round, is because it's at this high level. And sabi nga ni Doug to yesterday, Esports Doug, it's really hard to beat the same team twice. Yeah.
Twice! I wanna know. Turco was able to secure the final kill. It was expected already dahil buy round din naman nila to. Pero sayang yung burst down a while ago from the classic shot na very low on HP na actually si Brave. Pero hindi pa rin nagko-connect kasi sidestep.
Alright, full buy now coming up for Acend. Tingnan natin kung makukuha nila yung kailangan nilang round, and it's gonna be another
pause.
Technical pause. Gear.
Gusto lang nila na mas matagal tayo magkakasama dito.
Oo, tama.
So, hashtag let Vil play.
You're gonna regret that.
Nakita niyo na ba yung Wikipedia na post ni Vil?
Hindi eh.
Vil kasama siya dun sa lineup ng Secret. Vil _ sidestep.
Seryoso? Or inedit niya lang yun?
Inedit niya lang. Inedit niya lang yun. Meron nga nagtatanong dito, Ilo. Sabi niya, ganda mo, Taylor, may boyfriend ka na ba? Mali ang tanong mo.
Mali ang tanong mo. Hindi mo lang alam kung gaano kamali ang tanong mo.
Hindi mo lang alam. My God. Buy time? Hindi naman. This time around, gear naman ang problema. So, it's probably the setup of the players right now, honestly.
Ang gear yan. Pinag-usapan namin yesterday ni Vil. Paano pag sobrang tagal ng tech pause na nagsi-CR ka na? Anong tawag?
Yun nga, tech pause, Wibi.
I just wanted to hear you say it actually.
Whatever.
So, I just wanted to hear you say it.
Whatever. Pwede pa tayo magtumbang preso. Pwede pa tayo mag-1 game bago ito matapos yung ano natin. SMB versus Acend. 0 points
Actually,
na ako, Diamond eh.
Actually, nanonood nga ako ng scrims ngayon eh.
Talaga?
Habang nagte-tech pause.
Baka iba yung makas mo ha?
Yun nga eh. Biglang hasher yung makas ko eh. Iba palang game. Hindi, pero joke lang.
Mag-game yan.
Hop. And
Ganda ng Secret
pause.
Lab shares.
Ganda ng Secret Lab shares. Sana all.
Oh my God. Unang match pa lang, medyo, padamihan na ng tech pause ha. Mukhang na naman, aabutin na naman ng madaling araw si Ray Ray.
Feeling ko rin. Ay, matagal pa tong game na to. Baka mag 2 games to.
Feeling ko 3. Feeling ko
3
games pa eh. Pero last time na nagkita sila guys, just a quick recap kung ano yung nangyari. Acend was able to actually 2-0 SMB. But the last time, bago yung 2-0 na yon dito sa Masters Berlin, SMB ang nanalo against Acend with a 2-1 scoreline. So, medyo even out ang playing field natin for the two teams that we have right here.
Taylor, I haven't gotten to ask you this. Napanood mo ba yung Sentinels G2?
Nagcast ako nun. Di ba nagcast tayo nun?
Ay, oo nga pala tayo nagkakast nun.
Oh my God.
Pero, the reason I ask is because I want to know. You know, why, what did you think about that? Kung bakit natalo yung G2? Like, you know, what are your thoughts on the upset and all that?
I would just like to think na ang ganda rin actually ng interview ng Sentinels kung isipin mo. Parang sabi Okay na. Ni-refresh ko, okay na. We are back, Ilu.
Excited ka, ha? Excited kang makabalik, ha?
Sorry, na-excite ako nung nakita ko kasi lumabas ulit yung feed. Parang, uy, andito na ako. Okay na pala, okay na pala.
Okay na.
Narinig ng lahat ng tao, pero okay. Yun na nga. So, we are finally back. Saktong-sakto lang din para sa round 3 natin actually. Dahil this is the buy round for the side of Acend.
Yeah, this is a big round. They need this. So, tignan natin kung ano mangyayari ngayon. Ang Acend, pupunta na sila sa A site. They're gonna go head towards short here, and it's gonna be a quick take onto the site itself. They're gonna lose one player, excuse me, Paura pala ang mawawala sa side ng SMB, but it's gonna be traded out immediately. Sentinels goes down, and that's Sentinels, the #1 player here on Acend. Can he find any impact? Izzy, another kill? Not today. It's gonna be Russ instead. And now they're going to be heading onto the site with 2 players left standing. SMB, dalawa na lang ang titira. Make that 1 as it's all up to Turco. Siya na lang ang isang player na mamamatay. And he's going to hold the fort for only 2 seconds. But still, Acend, finally, they pick up a round.
Finally, they did. A 2-1 scoreline and si Bill nakakainis.
Ano?
Kung sinabi ko kanina, kinotan ko niya kasi ni-refresh ko, okay na. K21. I was just excited. Kita nyo naman yung... Kita nyo, guys.
Di man lang nag-mute eh, no?
Bumalik kasi, men! Ano gagawin ko? Diba? Na-excite ako. Okay na eh. Diba? So...
I-mute mo muna, tapos ano.
Sorry. At isa lang ng tao na excited ako mag-cast.
Okay.
Alam mo yun?
Feeling area. Sige.
Kita nila yung passion.
Sabi mo eh.
Yup. Okay, init. Aldro, no. Izzy, patay lang siya doon. Parang, pangit tong angle na nakuha niya. Not a fan of it, but maybe sometimes it works. That time, it didn't work at all. They have the Odin for Zeke right now. And he can do something with this. He can punish players, especially kung gusto nilang mag-B site dahil, tignan mo yung trap dito. Parang, toot, toot, toot. Toot, toot, toot. Toot, toot, toot. I got the spike.
You know what would be funny kung may pumasok ka lang sa Discord call natin tapos biglang, get that 30, bro!
Yeah.
Alam mo yun, nakita mo ba yung video na yun? Yung nag-viral, tapos nasa online class siya, tapos naglalaro ng Call of Duty.
Malamang, may commercial pa nga yun eh.
May commercial yun?
Ano ka ba? Ay, nako.
Anong commercial yun?
Siyempre, hindi ko na sasabihin. Hindi
Ah,
na
okay.
tayo. Pag sinusponsoran na tayo, tsaka ko na
Okay,
sasabihin.
PM mo na lang sa akin,
Ang dami
mamaya.
na-detect! Ang dami na-detect, Ilu. Kaso nga lang, di mag-connect yung Odin. Medyo malayo na sila pasok. Or actually, inside B main already. But this slow is gonna help out Starks. He gets 1 kill. 13 seconds remaining to plant the spike. Kailangan na nila magmadali dito. Nakaabang na rin ang Odin ni Zeke. Nasa Gedli lang. And this is Zeke just finishing things off. 2-2. Masyadong matagal, Ilu.
Ikaw, kanino ka ba dito? SMB or Acend?
Oh.
Ako Acend ako kasi fanboy ako ni Sinid.
Talaga?
Galing si Sinid.
50-50, I would say.
Pero mas fan ako kay ano, sa Vision Strikers.
Oh, totoo. Para sa group nila, I mean. Diba?
Oo.
So... Oh, I'm so good, bro! Yung sabi.
I'm so good, bro!
And this yung sabi ko minsan pag naka-triple kill ako. Tapos next round, wala na.
Oo. Ilang beses, nababati yan eh. Nababati mo yung sarili mo pag nagagawa.
Oo nga eh. Dapat
Watch
di
me
mo
one tap this guy belong.
Yeah. And then you die.
And you get one tap.
You get one tapped instead.
Yeah.
Maraming stars ang sinet dito ni Bone Cold. And he concussed actually one person from SMB, and that is Pora. Yung IGL nila, si Pora can get those frags in. And this guy is crazy with the frags that he can finish them off like everyone on the side of Acend.
Oh, nice kill. Triple right there. He did with the blade. And that's gonna be another round. Acend. Ito na nga yung iniintay natin. Wow. Cned, when he pops off, man, he's unlike anything that you ever see.
Para siyang nag-range doon. Magkakadikit lahat eh. It's not like it's difficult to get those blades in. Like, look at this. 1, 2, 3. Nagbilang lang siya doon, literal.
Tagal niyang nakatayo doon, no?
You're right, Ido, anyway. Cned is just such a good player, you know, for the team of Acend as well.
You know, and, you know, we're very... Valorant is a young game, and we already are seeing, like, some stars emerge. We got players like Cned, we got players like Tens, you know. But I feel like matagal-tagal pa bago makita natin ang tunay na sobrang galing na player, no? Yung mga simple, yung mga ganon, mga get right, mga legends ng Valorant. We have not seen them yet. The first legend, we got 10. Sure. But,
it would take some time eh. So many tournaments, and
pa.
parang ito pa lang yung unang taon na all out kumbaga yung Riot when
this is gonna take years.
Diba? Sa paglalatag ng
3 years,
events.
4 years,
Exactly.
ganon.
Exactly. Is yes, making a name for himself right now, and it seems to be like a legend, but at the same time, a year is starting, and dami pang pwedeng mag-rise.
Yeah.
Lalo na yung mga young bloods.
Don't you worry. I cannot wait to see who pops off. Malay mo, yung next best player ng Valorant. Pinoy.
Si Taylor na pala.
Maybe not.
Oh yeah, si Sidestep.
Maybe not. But, you know, maybe Pinoy. Malay mo, si ano.
Dubstep.
Yung next gen na kasi. Dude, kasi yung mga bata pa. Hindi ko naman sinasabing matanda si Dubstep ha. Sinasabi ko na, you know, in the distant future, yung mga
The next... Oh! A kill from Ross, but a trade from Kyles. Turco waiting for the post plant. Alam nila where sila. This is the Odin trying to shut him down. The triple kill para sa round ito for Zeke. Hindi na half. Hapon ba ito?
Hindi.
Nope. Not today. Not today.
Nag-double rings na eh.
Feeling ko kayang i-half yun eh. Lalo na nag-aabang lang naman si Ross dun.
I also think that wait lang, Odin. Lala nga kapag may Odin na marunong.
Ayun o.
It's
napatay nga pala kasi yung nagde-defuse. Kaso hindi nga sila prepared kasi syempre merong unequipped time yung Odin. O kaya pag mag-ADS ka. It is what it is. Pero Ilo, kung sasabihin natin na merong player na sa tingin mo, sino yung susunod?
Sa Pilipinas, yung next na magagaling siguro, in my opinion, si Envy. Yun talaga, siya talaga nakita. Bata pa eh. Mas magaling na.
Marky.
Tapos, si Marky, isa pa yan. Marky, Envy, yung gano'n yung batch nila. Mga bata.
Yung mga nanggagaling din sa Collegiate League, actually.
No, si Javi, 8K.
Fireside yun?
Fireside, isa pa yun.
Maraming mga star player pag
ayun yung mga
kulang
ano
lang talaga eh.
Ano?
Bata pa kasi alam mo yun. So kailangan may i-hone ka pa eh.
Ihahasa.
Hahasain.
O diba? Galing ng Filipino. Pero just like that, you know, wait, before that, Hunter's Fury ka-cancel nila yung lockdown. Tatlo na lang ang natitira dito para sa side ng Acend, 3v4. And it's gonna be a side hit towards B. Spray down from Zeke. Oh my god, the Odin's so dangerous. So deadly. Hindi siya nabulag. Spray lang. Hold down L. Hold down left click. Yun lang kailangan gawin ni Zeke.
9 bullets. 9 bullets.
Pila. Sige, swing. Swing!
Oh my god. Binate lang siya. Bait and switch lang. Ayaw niya mag-reload kasi masyado matagal. Walang problema dahil nag-aabang din naman yung kakampi niya. Which is si Bongo. Zeke getting that 4k with his ult. It must be annoying. Really annoying. Kanina naglaro nga kami Hilo eh. Judge lang yung kalaban namin. Nakaka-bad trip pala talaga. Papatayin ka lang ng papatayin. Alam mo yun?
Hindi ka kasi tumatama sa headshot eh, pag ganun.
Ito may sagot yung comment section actually sa next superstar player, next legend. Si Vilda, for me talaga si Vil.
Okay. Siguro sa In Another Life.
Hindi ka sure guys ha. Alam si Vil, kapag nagpo-post kasi siya ng mga highlight videos niya. Sa Iron Q naman yun eh. So syempre clutch ka talaga doon.
Hindi naman iron si Bill, pero you know, matanda na kami. Hindi na kami
mabilis yung reflex.
Medyo mabagal na guys. Medyo matanda na kami.
Oh man. Maybe I am the next prodigy.
Ikaw bata ka pa, pwede ka pa eh.
Pwede pa makulong.
Makulong.
Mababasag na tong wall, the slow comes in, and medyo madedelay yung players ng SMB dito. They're just holding on to their pistols right now and going back actually. Sabay-sabay silang umaatras and it seems like they're gonna take a main altogether. Alam nila, naramdaman nila yung Odin sa A-short eh.
Dude, the Odin is really scary, especially when you have only pistols. One of the ways you need, in order to beat an Odin and a judge, you have to have the way to beat them, to flush them out with utility, or to get a headshot. Lang nangyayari. Spray down na, hold left click, bang, left click. Nope, panalo si Izzy na naman.
10 seconds left. 10 seconds to plant the spike right now. At na-plant na nga. This is now the retake from Acend as well. And I think it's gonna be an easy retake. They still have pistols aside from Turco having this Vandal. 8 bullets remaining. Si Zeke naghahanap lang kung saan siya pwede. Isang bala lang kumbaga o dalawang bala lang tumama dito. Eh talagang GG kung GG. Ayun na nga with Zeke going down, just punishing. Wala siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman mo, Ilu.
That shouldn't happen. And he falls and dear, oh my. That sucks. Right here. Like, there's no way that should ever happen. But it happened.
Nasakto nila eh. Kasi I think they are expecting the usual positioning of Zeke to be on B main or yung usual na position ng Sova na nag-Odin. Nasa B. But this is a total different Zeke na nag-abang sa may trees. And at the same time, even i-smoke mo yan, ang daming bala ng isang Odin na kaya ka lang i-burst down ng walang katapusan.
Yeah. The Odin's just really hard to deal with if you're not prepared. And we're not prepared.
Shot.
Oh, nice.
Not connecting. From where? From B main, and Zeke is ready to take control. Pero finally, na-shutdown na nila yung Odin. This can be a push mula sa SMB. They are actually on stairs already, some player dito, and pushing out and killing Starks. Instead, Izzy is just waiting at the stairs and may paplanta nila yung spike sa 4v2 situation. Bone Cold and Kyle's is the only man remaining, making that a 3v2.
I need it. Concealment.
Yeah, it's still a 2v3 right now, and Bone Cold does have the Astral, the Cosmic Divide kung magagamit pa niya. I don't know if she'll be able to use it right now, but it's a good idea to do it on retake. Having said that, patay na si Bone Cold. 1v3, Kyle's. Nice shot, nice double! Has a classic. Looking for the swing out. He's gonna bring out his turret here, has to reload. And the turret now spots. Oh my god, he thinks it's backside. There's a turret shot backside. Did you see that big brain move from Paura? Di ko alam kung sinadya ni Paura yun. Pero pumunta siya sa may backside para bumaril yung turret sa likod. Para maakala ni...
Feeling ko sinadya niya. Feeling ko sinadya niya, mga ganong IQ play. Let's watch the replay, you know.
Finik niya yung turret para sa backside siya tumingin.
Yung mga high IQ plays na mga professional player. But such a nice kill from... Di na pinakita. Di na pinakita. From Kyle's right there. Almost na ma-clutch niya. And siguro nga, hindi sadya.
Sa tingin ko, hindi sadya yun.
Pero narinig niya nilapag eh. Feeling ko sadya. Malalaman lang natin kapag na-interview natin sila. Kaso di naman natin magagawa yun eh. Kaya haka-haka na lang muna ang meron tayo para sa araw na to. Kung sadya ba yung turret na yun o hindi.
Yeah. Only we can never really know.
Oh. Faking the orb. Nag-aantay ng pop ng smoke. Pinasa na rin yung spike. They are preparing on how they can take this. The sets or yung mga traps ng Killjoy for the side of Acend is also here already. Yung nanoswarm na yan. Once na merong magko-close nung doors natin, matik, mahuhuli sila. But this is Zeke using the Hunter's Fury. Dire-diretso na plant lang. Like I said, huli si Kuya mo Brave. And this is the wall breaking down. May Hunter's Fury din nakasama. May rest para kay Brave. And mabilis ang wall. Nakaligtas pa si Kuya mo Brave.
Oh my god, nakapatay pa si Brave! Sobrang, oh my god, parang movie yung nakita natin ng The Great Escape. Lahat sila na-detain! Anong nakikita natin dito? Bakit ganito ang buhay?
No way!
Ano yun? Ano yun?
Di ko alam, man. Feeling ko parang hindi elimination match yung ginagawa nila dito.
Elimination match to ha? Parang Hank, this...
I don't know, they were so...
Kenkoy Valorant yung round na yun, ha?
Masyado silang busy.
Oh my god.
To get the shots in. Or I feel like...
EU is the number one region.
EU lockdown, bros. Napatay mo sila eh.
Nagsisigawan na yun. Ano ba naman yan? Tatlo kayo na sa lockdown!
I don't know what happened there, but kung i-assume ko, siguro gusto nilang i-push yun, talagang put pressure, kasi nakita nila na nasa site lang yung lockdown eh. So gusto nila sanang patayin yung lockdown kunwari, right on time. Kasi hindi nangyari, men. Nahuli silang tatlo. What a round. Grabe din yung rest, ha? Yung rest up, tapos wall up bigla-bigla. Saktong-sakto lang. Parang si Brave lumilipad pa.
So, you know what happened to Brave there? He died, he got rezzed on top of the wall that just went up, he got a kill, and then...
So much
ang dami nangyari para kay Brave.
Dami. Ascend, they are back at it now with the sheriffs. They have the rest also, pati yung Cosmic Divide na kanina pa hinahawakan ni Bone Cold actually. So, 5-5, hindi naman nagkakalayo o hindi pa naman ganun kalaki yung mga gaps pagdating sa mga rounds na meron tayo. Ang problema dito is kung magsasalit-salitan lang sila, parang kung sino yung eco, dun lang yung mas mataas yung chance nung naka-buy round. Alam mo yun? Para makuha yung rounds.
Dude, I don't want to be mean, but like getting three players, your three remaining players stuck inside the lockdown. That stops happening. That stops happening after gold, bro. That stops happening after gold.
I reckon if one player got stuck, yung alam mo yun, pag-debate lang.
Okay lang yon kung may isa, pero tatlo sila eh.
Lahat eh,
Yun yung
no?
parang, guys, ano ba tong lockdown na
Walang
to?
tagapagligtas eh. Nag-meeting na lang sila habang nangingisay-ngisay sila sa gilid.
Okay, pistol.
Oh, Aldrone coming out. Baka makita si Starks dito. I think he set up the wall already. And lane ang punta ng SMB. Si Izzy, dahil may hinatag na isa, he gets a kill on Starks also. And on the other hand, the smoke is helping him out para lang makapasok ng lane. Isang mabilisang dash, sidestep lang. He gets the kill instead, and now a 4v2 situation.
This round is done, but I do want to point out, that play right there with Izzy going in the smoke on top of kahit na slow siya, there is a point to that. Minok niya yung sarili niya. The reason for that is sabay lumabas, sabay bumagsak yung recon dart. Kaya pag smoke niya sa sarili niya, alam niya na kahit may makita siya, I mean, kahit na naka-smoke siya, kahit na slow siya, as long as he's in the smoke, may madedetect and then he comes in with a spray. So that was the set play. Kung isipin nyo, swerte naman niya nakakuha pa siyang kill kahit nasa smoke siya.
Calculated.
That's not. That's something that a coach and the rest of the team would set right before each and every round, or even during map talks to, understand what the reason for a certain play is. Planado yun.
100%. They heard Izzy also boost up. So aware sila kung ano ang posisyon ni Izzy, but he might have went down already. You never know. Pero may nag-aabang na turret dito kung sakaling merong gustong sumilip. And like you said, Ilu, I do believe that. Lalo na talagang timing eh. Perfect timing yung pagpasok niya, even with the slow, like you said, he would just get those kills in. Dahil nga madedetect din naman ng recon. Hindi niya na kailangan makita actually. Kasi yung recon na yung bahala maging mata niya.
Saktong-sakto yung recon. Pero, tingnan natin ngayon ang mangyayari. A-site is the target of choice here. And it's gonna be a beautiful entry rather by Turco. He gets control, so does Ross. 1 HP na lang si Power dito, pero parang sapat na yun for this round. Updraft over! Napakaganda, pero ang ganda na ng trade. Galing kay Ross. 2v3 still winnable right here for the side of Acend. That's gonna be a res to help them with that retake. 3v3.
Smoke coming in. Alam niya kung saan nanggagaling yung mga gunshots na yan. And SMB just punishing them one by one. SMB takes this round, making it a 7-5. And this is the first halftime of the day that we are gonna have. What do you think of Acend's play right now? Aside from dun sa fact na kanina, yung nahuli sila tatlong lockdown. And facing against SMB na matagal na rin nilang nakakaharap actually.
I love how Acend are just so good at working and building off of each other. It wasn't evident in this round and hindi lang siya talaga halata. Pero maganda pa rin yung teamwork na pinapakita sa atin dito here. Now we go here towards... Where are they going right now? Oh. This is gonna be...
You know what? I think they would shine on the attacker's side. Dahil may Astra pick sila.
Yeah.
They can push out enemies o kaya force enemies into a position na ayaw nila or hindi dapat na mahuhuli nila either or madedelay nila yung pag-defend kahit papaano and just open up the site with the Astra pick that they have as well.
Really, really well placed utility from the side of SMB para makuha nila yung site na yun on the last round. But still, it is going to be a tough fight as, you know, Acend. I'm still waiting for that Sened pop off, dude. I mean, we haven't seen it just yet. He got a nice couple of kills. I mean, he got like a few nice kills with, you know, with the blades earlier on. But that's not Sened popping off, you know. Sened popping off is like him killing everybody on the server.
That's normal Sened, kumbaga.
Yeah,
Hindi
that's
pa
his
yun
normal
yung final
Sened.
form. No?
Oo, hindi pa niya pinapakita ang kanyang tunay na anyo.
Yung kanyang tunay na lakas.
100% lakas.
100% lakas niya, hindi niya pa pinapakita. Diba? So, sabi dito, pati ba naman sa Masters Berlin may representative yung SMB? Oh, man! Ito yung Filipino team natin, di mo alam?
Oo.
San Miguel Birmen.
Yung mga players dyan, yung mga sila Asitaw Laba, yung
diba? Junmar Fajardo. 6-man nila yun eh. Hindi pa nila alabas
Actually, si Rendon yung coach nila eh.
Kita mo, 100%. Pag ganun ang mindset mo, 100% success. Yun
Focus
lang
sa
sinasabi. Focus lang sa goal. Kaya...
Isipin mo, Taylor, isipin
eh.
mo kung coach mo, kung life coach mo si Rendon.
Pero life coach talaga siya, di ba? Hindi ba?
Hindi ko alam.
Hindi ko alam eh. Chat
alam ko YouTuber siya.
Hindi ko alam eh. Hindi ko siya napapanood eh. Actually, yung mga nagpapakilala lang sa akin ng mga ganyan-ganyan, si Vin lang naman eh.
Hindi naman tayo nanonood ng mga ganyan eh.
Si Vin lang naman talaga yung mga kung ano-anong mga meme sa gilid-gilid. Siya lang naman nag-ano yan eh. Front page pala tayo sa Twitch, no? Hello pala sa ating Twitch, sa ating YouTube, and also sa ating Facebook Live. And we are heading back to the match on the second half right here.
Yeah. Game number 2. Pasok tayo. Salamat sa pagpa-front page Twitch. This is the Filipino broadcast, by the way. So, if you people are wondering, anong wika, or rather, what language are these people speaking? It's in Filipino. The beautiful language of us brown people from the islands of the Philippines.
Aray! Sakit! Aray! Wala nang setup mula sa Astra. Sabi ko pa naman, maganda to kasi may Astra sila. Ma-open up yung site. Sinalo lahat ng shock dart.
Sige, tayuan mo lang yung mga shock dart.
Naka-ano siya eh, astral form eh.
Russ, backside, right clicks, doesn't get it. Straight out, Brave. Makukuha niya si Sened, and that's Zeke left alive still. 2v2.
One enemy remaining.
2v1. Izzy in a 1v1 here with Zeke here. Sorry, 2v1 with Zeke all alone. Na wall off siya dito. Isa lang yung madadaanan niya. Oh no. And he has to get the spike. Mahirap to.
Bukas pa ata mababasag yung wall.
Scanning ahead.
And tamang recon lang kung merong makita. Kaso may smoke din dyan eh. So hindi pa rin siya sure kung wala talagang tao at all. But at the same time, hindi na kailangan dahil Izzy is just gonna shut him down. This one-way smokes. It's not doable at that point.
Yeah, just not happening.
Seems impossible. Napapaghalataan daw edad mo, Ilu.
Oo nga eh.
Bata pa naman si Ilu, guys, ha? 17 pa lang siya.
Tama. How long have you been 17?
17 every year, man. Have your birthday. Happy 17th birthday.
Nakakailang 17th birthday na? Yun ang tanong.
Dami-dami na. Oh! Oh, not getting the shot in, pero medyo masakit. 49 HP on Izzy. Buti na lang meron silang sustain with Turco that can heal him up. Mukhang nagulat si Turco. Hindi niya ina-expect na nandito na lahat, pero walang problema. But the triple in, the Quadra comes in as well. The only man remaining right now, hindi na kailangan ng scope ni Izzy. He gets the kill. 9-5 agad ang score. What a shot for... Parang nabigla lang si Turco doon. Hindi niya parang, oh, hi!
Hello.
Hello 1, hello 2, hello 3, hello 4. Ayun o, parang nataranta agad siya nung pagkakita niya na biglang bumaba rin.
Diyan ka pala. Hello. 4 kills for Turco, and that's gonna boost him 4 times 3. 12, di ba? 1,200 credits.
Hindi ko alam, men eh, kasi di ako magaling sa math. 17 years old nung huling nagbilang. Tama ka dyan. Meron nagtatanong actually sa YouTube na di daw niya napanood yung mga unang days. Ano daw standing ng PRX? PRX is eliminated already for from Masters Berlin.
Pero maganda ang laban ng Paper Rex.
Totoo.
Galing, ang ganda ng pinakita ng Paper Rex. We almost actually won the series.
That's true. Ang daming OTs, no? They love OTs.
Yeah, they do. They almost beat SMB. Actually.
They love overtimes. Even on Sea Challengers, puro overtime din sila eh.
Talo sila sa Game 3. Oh. Ang close ng Game 3, dude. Game 3 was like, what, 13-11 ba yun?
Nakatulog na.
Nakapatap. Late na yun. Pero, Sened, opening things up. Ito na yung iniintay natin kung si Sened ay magpa-pop off ba.
Izzy was able to get a shot with the Marshall also. The thing is, sinasabi na rin natin to eh, Sea Challengers pa lang eh. Especially yung mga ganitong mga rounds na dami mong in-invest, man. Isipin mo 2-9 para dun sa barrel mo. Tapos meron ka pang 1,000 na para sa armor. Tapos papatayin ka lang ng headshot ng Marshall. Parang sakit tanggapin nun.
Yep. It just sucks when it happens, but Ross, open things up, but it's, oh my god, triple kill so quick. Izzy, 1v1 with a Spectre, pero hindi niya mahahanap si Stark, so
9-6?
nice timing and nice play. Yeah, 9-6. There we
Ekin.
go.
Ekin, mga kaibigan. Ekin. Oh. Sino yung top frag sa kanila? Hindi ko napansin. Sened, even with the one-way smoke, medyo natagalan siya sa pagkuha ng kill na yun, no? But he still managed to. And Kyle's, of course, trying to finish things off, but hindi enough. Acend, sa tingin mo, magtutuloy-tuloy lang ba yung SMB to finish this first game, Ilu?
I don't, no, I don't know. It's too hard to say right now. I do think Acend still could really do well on this one, and I think there's a good chance that they can actually win. It's all a matter of whether they can get their win conditions or not. Again, Sened needs to pop off. He needs to do more than just get one kill. And I know that's not really a good thing to say because, you know, you don't really want your entry fragger to do all the kills. But this is one of those games na kailangan nila si Sened.
Totoo. Kailangan talaga mag-shine dito ni Sened. Knowing that he has the Bladestorm too, that's quite possible as well. Dahil, we all know Sened and his Bladestorms can get those kills in. Pero ready rin siya i-stop ng SMB dito. Dahil si Izzy medyo mainit din eh. So, this is Acend trying to go to B site. May traps dito na nakaset yung Killjoy if they can smoke also yung posisyon nung turret na yan. Quite possibly, at least makakapag-adjust sila. Pero nandito na rin yung Aldrone detecting one player behind the site or sa backside natin sa boathouse natin. Ang problema, hindi na-detect actually yung nasa left. Si Roz ang nasa Gedney. Alam na nila to dahil they are just gonna punish him pero hindi nag-connect yung shot or hindi nag-connect yung blades ni Sened doon. They were still able to clear the site but Starks is the only guy remaining already.
Yeah, and like I said, they need Sened to pop off and he's not hitting the shots and look at this, he's just dead. Stark, so he's gone. SMB, like we said, ang hirap manalo twice. What an upset it would be if Acend don't go out. Not super big of an upset, but I think definitely Acend was one of the favorites to go ahead and win this one.
Oh, the hold from Roz, even with the Aldrone. Look at that triple kill. Hindi kasi na-detect ng Aldrone eh. Na-detect lang actually yung nasa kanan. Doon sa may boathouse. So, they were able to clear that. Nalagyan nga nila ng stars. Na-gravity well nga. Kaso nga lang, Ross is just in the corner, literally waiting. And he got a triple kill.
Yeah.
Was it an eco kanina? Diba? Broken by? Sened lang yung hindi bumili actually.
Yeah. He only had the blades. Tapos nag-drop ata siya. Oh, quick kill from Izzy. That's gonna be enough to secure a kill onto Bone. Cold! He misses the second shot.
Locking sight.
Cover going out.
Still, 4 pistols remain. And si Brave naman ngayon ang mag-hold dito towards short. Backup is ready. Zeke has gotten it. And this is just looking so good for SMB. They're looking like they're gonna take it round 11. Handang-handa na manalo ang SMB dito. Lalo na sa map. They're very confident. They're very comfortable.
They need to take that operator back. They need to pick it up. Kailangan nila ulit pulutin yun. Sayang yung investment, pero hindi ata nila naabutan. But that's okay. They have lots of cash. They've won how many rounds? I think papakita naman to eh. Napa-timeout na. Oh, not too bad. It's just 4 rounds or 2-2. Wala pala silang pera pambili ng operator this time. So, it is a timeout. It's from Sentinels, or rather, Acend. Si Sentinels na yung napa-timeout eh, no?
Siya ba?
Hindi. Yung team.
No, yeah.
Acend, Sentinels. Medyo kasi, alam mo yun, medyo hindi pala magkatunog. Pero, minsan malilito ka na eh. Kasi, syempre, the superstar player of Acend here is, one of the superstar players is Sentinels. Pero they mentioned kanina sa interview nila, Ilu, na they really don't have yung talagang superstar player na kagaya ng parang Tens and Sentinels, something like that. Walang ganon. But this team, from the panel, from the casters as well, malaki yung paniniwala nila na kaya ng Acend daw manalo sa Masters Berlin. Do you think so? I don't think so.
Not
Ang layo nung gap, I would just say. Like you said a while ago, Vision Strikers, I think they're better than Acend and SMB.
I think the favorites to win here, 3 teams. Gambit, 100 Thieves, maybe Vision Strikers. Underdog sila, pero pwede. Sentinels, obviously. Everybody else, they're playing for placements and they want to get in the challengers.
One-way smoke. Oh! I'm surprised Izzy wasn't killed. Ginamit lahat. Ginamit na yung Raccoon doon. Ginamit na rin yung owl drone. And wala silang magagamit to get information on site, actually. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe they were thinking na yung SMB push mo sila ng push eh. Recon mo nga, kahit may smoke, kaya natin patayin. Kaso, 16 HP, isang bullet na lang literal si Izzy doon. Oh, they know. It's not gonna happen. SMB takes this to a match point already. Acend, they have 6 rounds to cover bago sila makabawi or bago nila ma-force sa isang timeout.
And this is looking really bad this is looking like pretty much GG here already, honestly. Game number 1 going to SMB. I know we predicted Acend, but you know, on lands, really anything can happen, and it's just so difficult to predict how these things are gonna go. Tulad nga ng sinabi namin earlier, it's hard to beat a team twice, and SMB, they've got a massive confidence boost.
Man.
That's the ultimates. 3 ultimates. So many being deployed here, and Zeke dies to the Hunter's Fury. Oh my god, they get 2 off that Hunter's Fury.
Para akong nanonood ng anime battle, guys. Ross is just on fire, but he wasn't able to get that 4th kill. Izzy missed the blades as well. Acend, they might be able to have a chance. Yet another day to live, probably. You know what, SMB, alam mo yung sasabihin ko sana, parang napapunish nila agad yung mga entry ng Acend. Kasi isipin mo, every lockdown na meron, up and online na rin yung Hunter's Fury ni Ross dito. Na lagi kasi siyang nakaka-kill din eh. So, with that, akala ko, tapos matatapos agad yung round, mahirapan sila makapasok. Kaso nilabanan din. Now with a 1v1 situation, he's gonna have it. Yung turret pa sa harapan.
Not at the time.
Oh, he's gonna continue.
Oh my god, he's gonna stick!
No. He gets the kill instead. SMB secures the win. What a round, Ilu.
Defenders
wow,
win.
that was the game right there. SMB, they're gonna take that victory. Congratulations to them, and what a way to do it. Just a really solid start for the team. And, you know, big props, man. Like the win condition, sabi nga natin, kailangan nila si Sentinels, kailangan nila mag-pop off, but he doesn't. And that's really one of the big problems na kung masyado kayong depende sa isang player, you know, to get those big W's, everything else just goes to the wayside. It just wasn't their game. Hopefully in game number 2, maaayos nila yung problema na yun.
Definitely true. And also with Acend, kung paano yung playstyle nila doon. There was this one specific round nga, yung na-mention ko kanina na parang ginamit nila yung recon agad-agad doon sa A main. Just trying to see kung meron agad magpupush. Meron naman which is easy kaso hindi natuloy yung kill. And then afterwards, bumaba yung Sova nung Acend. And then, nag-outdrawn din siya. So once na gustong pumasok on-site ng mga players ng Acend, what more can you use for information? There's none anymore. They don't have the recon. They don't have that outdrawn anymore as well. And they weren't able to take the kill or take trees.
Yeah, just the trades weren't even, nothing was really going their way. They didn't get the trade, they didn't get the map control, and a lot of it was just really unfortunate here for Acend. In the meantime, we'll take a short break. Papakay muna kami. Game number 2 is going to be coming when we come back here. I'm Illustrado. This is Terror, and we'll be back in just a second.
Bakit tayo nag-fade away?
We're ghosts!
Gone.
One enemy remains.
Come on.
Oh. Akala ko break, pero
Nag-fade away tayo doon. Para tayong
fade away kami. Kala ko fade away yan.
Relax ka lang daw kasi. Bago ka magpahinga, kailangan mo munang manood ng replay. This is the time na parang nabigla si Turco. Yung 4K niya doon.
I just got caught off guard. I thought the fade away was like a high.
It's
But
done.
no, it's gonna be yeah. What do you think the comeback conditions here for Acend are for game number 2?
What do they have for the next map? I think they are gonna be having, if I am not mistaken, Bind is the next map that they're gonna be having. And it's an Acend pick. The thing is, pagdating dito, of course, sa Masters Berlin, malaking factor din yung kung sino yung tatlo or yung makakapili ng dalawang maps. So, this time around, it's gonna be SMB picking 2 maps out of those 3 games. Kung sakali nga abot, yan ang malalaman natin dahil right now, we're just gonna go in a short break bago tayo pumunta sa game number 2. Like Ilu said a while ago, my name is Taylor. I'm with Ilu. We're gonna be right back.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where SMB are one step closer to getting their revenge on Acend after taking them down on map 1. I'm Yingsu, I'm back on the desk with Kakuka and Bala. Guys, this is why teams ban Acend against SMB. Kakuka, the Turkish teams, they are so strong on this map.
Exactly, and they looked so different from what we've seen previously of them, especially against Acend. We were talking about if they were gonna, fix all the mistakes that they did on the defense, and we saw an SMB that was overconfident, I've even dare to say.
Yeah, they were all up in the face of Acend the entire time. I really like the switches that they made towards the end of that map, where they're pushing the individual sites, not necessarily taking up the mid area where they were in the beginning, but then that defensive side too, locking down any sort of aggression from Acend, and also reading their basic ideas. That was very key. The Acend side was just going for some very basic pushes, splits on the A site, and they were ready for it.
And sorry.
Go on.
No, one of the players that we definitely need to talk about is Izzy. I've mentioned it before, and I mentioned it also on the break. The fact that he was not only not losing that head-to-head, but it actually managed to pull out. He was dashing in his smokes, even on the defense. She didn't care. He would just dash onto you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important when you have players like Izzy that need to pop off, but also we spoke about this at the half of Bala neutralizing CNED, and just pretty much his whole job was take down CNED, get a few more kills, make sure that CNED doesn't have the opportunity to kind of crack at their defense.
Yeah, that was very important on that first half, and then the second half too. He was still active, even though CNED wasn't getting anything worthwhile on their attack side. So yes, important, and also that clutch to end the game too. Played it to perfection, went through the smoke, getting the half, and not letting Kiles really do much on that on the lane.
Yeah, and on the side from Acend, we saw an Acend that actually wanted to play a little bit like SMB, and I don't know if it was Mitch or Tom that had said the word flat. That is what it looked to me, flat, because I'm used to Acend being massive, more not
quite super massive.
Yeah.
But one person that wasn't flat at all, on that defense side was Russ. On the attack side, I think it was a little bit rough for him, but this guy is a defense demon, Bala. Some of the things he was doing was just ridiculous.
Yeah, there were so many moments where he's just like, yeah, I think he had kind of the same impact that Zeke had, just like more active. He wasn't using the Odin on that one, and in the last round, the Hunter's Fury actually worked in comparison to what Zeke did on the first half. He was a menace, and he went from what, 3 kills in the first half?
Yes.
To all the way up there. Like, he was insane. Really had impact in the second.
Yeah, we were talking, as you mentioned, Bala, Zeke was such a strong holder for that B side, but Russ was the same, but without the Odin, and he is one of the players that you need to think he was overconfident, but it just worked out so well. He was not scared of keep pushing, and this is one of the things that we always mention about the Turkish players, the firepower coming from there, the individual level from these players.
One thing too also is that he was playing so well with Brave's smoke, right?
Yeah.
So well with the smoke, the one ways that Brave was throwing, and when you think about Omen on this map and why the EU teams are playing, I think this kind of was an eye-opener to me, the amount of one ways that there was, and also Russ being able to play off of them in significant ways.
I mean, both of the Sovas put on pretty good performances on their defense side, and Bala, Sean has said in the past on the desk that having a good Sova is a mark of a team being successful. Now, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think we've learned that lesson in NA already for a long time, but it really does have an impact not only on the information that you're able to gather, but specifically on individual players like CNED, right? If he has to deal with the drone pushing you off an angle, with the dart constantly finding your position and not repositioning you, then it is a problem that's hard for you to really have that activity that you want.
And speaking of Sean, he's standing by now to break down a couple of rounds from Acend, and I cannot wait to see what he thinks of what happened on that map.
Yes, indeed, Yensu. So you guys mentioned the Sovas being of importance to me, and I couldn't agree more. In this game, both of the Sovas played such good games with their utility usage. So I chose 2 rounds here. The first one is going to be a round Acend wins, and the next round is actually going to be an eco round, but we get a similar look to see how SMB has, changed or adapted their B hit throughout the game. So right off the bat, I'm going to draw attention to the setup across the map, right? So on A, you have all of this Killjoy and Asher utility. First contact would probably be this turret into A main, and then you could see the Asher would turn the first star into a smoke, and then if the attack side were to come through this smoke, she would then turn those second stars into gravity wells or stuns. And then on Catwalk, the same thing is going on. They have 2 Molotovs, and you'll see right between them is an alarm bot. If that alarm bot gets triggered, both the Molotovs get popped. And by the time the attack kit could come in, the rotate would beat it there. So that's why this setup is so strong. We're going to watch now in real time why this setup is so strong for the B and mid side. So right off the bat, you're going to notice Brave is going to cast his Paranoia through B main, and that is going to allow these 2 players to work and get B main control at the start. So there's the Paranoia, and you can see right away Izzy is going to take control of that, and he casts his own smoke, his Cloudburst there at B main, just to buy some space and make the defenders think there could be someone in that corner. So now we go into mid. This is what Acend does once they lose B main control and they're a little bit unsure about what to do in the round. You can see now both Sentinels and Zeke have rotated towards spawn in mid, and this is very quick, guys. This is, only a few seconds into the round are we here. Zeke drones through, and Sentinels is going to follow, and he gets the opening frag onto Izzy. So the round will kind of slow down after this opening pick, but I just wanted to show you guys how the utility is used for Sentinels to get that opening pick, and you can see he's following the drone. This is a very pre-planned type of thing. It's not on the fly. He gets the frag, and then we go into the late round at this point. So he spots one top mid, and this is the late round. And you can see now we are at 35 seconds left in this round. It is coming down to the wire, and for some reason, Starkso still has this wall. So it could be used for, sneaky defuses or anything like that. But if you look over here at the A site, what you'll notice is this is just entirely locked down with utility. So he doesn't need to save the wall over here for A. So the way he opts to use it throughout this entire game is casting it across like this. So as we play it, you can see this wall does quite a bit. One, it makes the defenders have to, the attackers have to commit up the lane and into the site, as opposed to coming Starkso's way. And 2, it's going to give him a cheeky little head peek angle from these stairs. So he's going to be able to get an easy frag. But in the meantime, the enemy Killjoy, Para, puts down his lockdown, and that's immediately dealt with by Zeke. So he understands, because you can see actually the Sage has moved to this cheeky angle I was referring to. So the Sage is guarding him. He's able to spam the lockdown away, which then frees up the peak again for Starkso. So you can see he's just kind of coming in and out of these peaks, using the gravity wells, all on timing, right? He's feeling out the timings, and then Zeke locks himself into the back of the site. Now, the only other round we get something similar is round 11 of the half. And I'm just going to show you guys how SMB, adjusted a little bit throughout this game. A very different round, because you can see these 2 are very aggressive A main. We have a Sage in mid. And look at how passive SMB wants to play this anti-eco. It is very important that they do not lose a member early on in this round. They want to do a late B hit, and you can clearly see that by how they're postured throughout the entire map. They're so far back on your screen right now, and it's because they're not worried about that A main control. They're not worried about mid control. They're only worried about stopping any B aggression by using a Paranoia right there from Brave if anything happens. And that would be found out really quickly by this alarm bot placed by Pora. So let's play the clip again, and you can see the round is very, very slow. Pora actually has the turret holding mid. He has the alarm bot holding B. So you can see his utility is always first contact on this type of hit. So now once we gather at B, this is what the 5-man hit last round was supposed to look like if Izzy didn't get picked off in mid. This is the arrow that Russ is going to shoot, and it's going to go into the site. And then he's going to follow it up immediately with a drone. And this combination with what Izzy is about to do is the exact counter to the scenario. You can see the wall is going to come in right there from Starkso, and the drone unfortunately tags him. Look how this is dealt with, though. Izzy, in order to create space to get out wide, puts a Cloudburst on the ground. If this Cloudburst does not hit the ground, he can't create the space, and the pick on Sage never happens. He goes inside of his Cloudburst, gets a free frag through the wall, and that creates the space needed for the round. Turco breaks the Sage wall this time, and he puts up a Sage wall of his own, and this is a really cool little thing. I actually didn't know about the feature of getting on top of the Sage wall in that manner, and I wanted to include that in the clip so that way you guys found that as well. But I just really like the contrast between these 2 rounds and the difference it makes if someone like Izzy doesn't get picked in the opening rounds for SMB. Back to you guys on the desk, Insu.
Thank you very much, Sean, for that breakdown. I could watch that all day, guys. I'm learning so much from Sean. But also the utility usage he pointed out, you know, like we said, the Sova's super, super important in this game.
Yeah, and not only the Sova, also the Astra and the Sage. I feel at the end of the day, it's the combination that you can pull out. I expect SMB to even add that Astra onto their roster for this map. That was lovely to watch.
I think one of the things too in that last clip that Sean showed was how the timing changed for Acend and how they started falling apart towards the end, right? Because that Zeke wall starts to come a little later. You're not necessarily getting the smoke down that Bone Colder's ready to put down early on in that. So those types of things add up in hindsight, everything at the same time. So I'm not sure what's going on that side, but there's definitely something that's preventing them from executing the ideas that they want to in the right ways.
I know what it is. It's probably easy. Just the fact that you dash and smoke, it breaks the timing for you because you cannot. I mean, if it's an execute, okay, but if you're doing it from the defense, it breaks your timing.
Yeah, and also Sean spoke about the adaptation from SMB, right? We always talk about the adaptation from Acend. How scary is this SMB team now, Bada, that they're able to do something like that, the adjustments mid-game?
Yeah, they're looking for the gaps in Ascend's play on defense in that specific scenario. There's a very obvious one, but in general, even when they're on their own defensive side, they're reading the plays that they're making and adapting to them in specific ways. Like that, for example, I think it was third round on the attack or on Ascend's attack side, they decide to quickly go for a push through onto A through a split, and everything is prepared there in such a way that they have the one ways ready. That's where Russ got his little 2K round, and then it's just really nice to see and very hard to deal with if you're Ascend.
I don't feel like Acend has a bad defense. I feel like 7-5 is a good result. It's not the best, but SMB is performing greatly today. I'm really concerned about them only getting one round on the attack because of what we said, you know, being flat, not really executing or planning out much onto the rounds, and an SMB that we're just looking for the duel all the time.
Yeah, and something to note about that is Bone Cold only uses Astro Wall 0 times that entire game.
Yeah.
Right? He had it for like 5 rounds on the attack side, or it just hurts me to see because he's the guy making the ideas, right? So he should be able to put that into play so many times, but it just didn't come either on defense or on attack.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic of them, but we are going to take a quick break here. Don't go anywhere, guys. Map 2 is on the way.
Failure, by definition, a lack of success. Take a step back, look at the situation, and say that it's no longer worth it anymore. You don't fail until the moment you raise the white flag and say, I cannot do this. If you are moving forward, you are not failing. You cannot be working towards something and failing at the same time. It is impossible.
Welcome back, everyone. We are one map down in the series between Acend and SMB, and it's time to talk about map 2. Bind didn't go so well last time for SMB, and Bala, if there was any map that Acend want to play right now in this situation,
Yes.
it is probably Bind.
That is so true. That is so true, because the amount of stuff they have prepared on Bind is completely different than the rest of their map pool. I don't know why, that's just the impression I get because of how many different Viper walls that they have, how many different set plays they have towards B or A, the amount that Zeke has been ready with his, I guess he's been watching bunny VODs or something like that, because he is zooming through the entire map. It feels like a completely different beast for Acend.
Yeah, it's a comfortable pick, and obviously after their result against SMB the other day at 13-5, they're feeling comfortable to go into this matchup. I know that SMB has decided to start attacking instead of defending. That is something that, you know, gives me a little bit of room to breathe. They made some changes into their composition that don't really, I mean, I'm grateful, you know, for the changes. I like to see the double controller. I like to see Power out of that Sentinel and jumping into a controller. But as I said before, I'm not 100% sure about Turco on the Sky.
I mean, it feels like that, at least on the side of SMB, they came into this a lot better prepared than the last time. Acend, we've seen a little bits of counter here and there. So are you expecting the similar thing on Bind? And what do they actually need to do on Bind? Because 13-5, that's a really, really bad scoreline for them to come back from.
I mean, as Bala said, it's hard, you know, to actually know how to counter-start Acend here because they have so many things prepared with that double controller and Zeke and yada yada. It's a lot. It's a comfort pick for them. If they can play anywhere, they're gonna choose Bind. But I feel like since Brave is doing a great job today, he was doing a great job yesterday. I feel like the Astra play can be determinant here.
Yeah, it could be. One thing to know is that, well, that's going to be the second half. I'm really thinking for some reason, because I guess Acend started on the first half last time around, but when it comes to the attack side, the things that you're going to have to be paying attention to is trying to lock down which side CNET is pushing, right? Could he be peeking on long B? Could he be peeking bathroom? Taking the fight to bathroom is possibly something that could be very impactful because I believe that's where Bone Cold tries to take the position.
Yes.
It could be somebody else as well. It could be their Viper player as well. So it's slightly different, but I think if you would target Bone Cold, you might have some success here because I feel like for some reason there's definitely something for him that he's feeling the pressure and not making the right calls because of it. So really take the fight to him, not necessarily CNET in this case.
Yeah, take care about Elbow also on to B. I'm also, you know, trying to figure out what the composition is going to be, if they're going to keep those changes, if Rust is going to be back in the Sova or if he's going to be playing the Sky. Maybe we even get some more surprises and we see a double duelist. I don't know what else to expect from SMB. What I do know is that I do not expect any changes coming from Acend.
Well, let's talk about the compositions and what we're expecting because, you know, they play very, very different compositions on this map. Obviously, one team, they like to run the Sage, the other not. Also, the Sova too. We're not even going to see a Jet from CNET, which feels really, really weird to say that out loud. Is there one in particular, the Bala, that you prefer or favor?
What, in terms of CNET playing Jet?
Oh,
versus...
yeah, well, versus his Sage on this map. Yeah.
Got it, yeah. Oh, well, yes, absolutely. I favor his Sage on this map. I haven't seen the Jet in such a long time that it's like, oh, it's so outdated, but he's just really good at it. And in my mind, he's probably one of the guys who gets the most value out of the ult from Sage on this map. I don't know how Acend is really, really good at making sure their players are grouped. Their spacing is phenomenal when they're taking the sites, but also just Bind tends to do that with the way that the site takes happen, right? They're all grouped up out of it, and it takes a long time for the defense to regain a lot of control. So you'll see a lot of reses from CNET on this map, and because he's such a good fragger, you get that 3 or 4 times and a half.
It's not a letdown to see it on Sage because you're going to have Easy on the race. So the firepower is going to be there. We're going to see Easy on the Jet. Let's see if he performs as well as he was doing on Acend.
Yeah, but also with Brave, not going to be on the Omen this time. We don't expect that. And I know you prefer him on the Astra as well. But how does that compare to the Brimstone? We don't really see Brimstone ever these days.
To be honest, I love the Brimstone. I'm actually very sad that we only get to see him in 1 or 2 maps because I feel, and also the new one Fracture that is going to be coming up. I don't think we're going to see a lot of Brimstone there either. I expect that you make some changes, but the Astra on every single map, it's just the fact that you can use her as a Sentinel, that you can use her as a controller, that you can solo play for you, for your team. It doesn't matter where you are on the map, that you can always play for everybody. You can call, you can, I don't know, it's just too strong in the ultimate.
The combination.
It's the combination that it makes her so strong. I do think that Brimstone is good, maybe not good enough knowing that Astra is a possibility.
Well, we'll see the difference, right? Because Bone Cold's going to play that Brim. So we'll see that difference. I think the combinations that you get with Astra are something that is very strong, right? Especially when you pair it with Viper or a bunch of the different agents. So when we talk about expectations, look at that matchup specifically, Bone Cold versus Brave, and how it will work out. I've been favoring the Astra on this map as well, specifically because of those combinations that we're talking about.
Well, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. But for now, we're still getting things ready for map 2. You guys at home, check out this episode of our YouTube series, Decoded, with the one and only Pansy and Acend's CNED.
Welcome to Decoded, where we break down all the best strats and plays from the VALORANT Champions Tour to help you dominate your ranked games. Today we're looking at how to execute a perfect site hold with examples from VALORANT Masters EU winners Acend and of course the superstar CNED. In the last map of the Grand Finals, Acend were in the lead, but Heretics were starting to mount a comeback and Acend desperately needed to shut that down. Also note, this was a save round for Acend, which means they didn't have enough credits to buy rifles or the powerful weapons they could be desiring. So it's going to need some magic to make this happen, but luckily for Acend, they've got CNED. As we break down this play, we're going to be learning some key strats for you to be bringing into your games. For example, how to effectively hold angles on a site, team fight coordination, individual positioning, and resource management. With all that said, let's dive right in. The play begins when Acend gets the spike planted on Ascent A site. Acend start their hold by dumping utility onto the door between A site and tree in an attempt to lock Heretics out from entering the site there. This limits the angles Acend needs to watch just down to 2, A main and A heaven. A main is covered by Cold Dementor, with assistance from CNED and Killers from Hell, who are also listening out for footsteps on Heaven. Starkso holds from the back corner of the site to cover tree in case Heretics decides to push through the utility. Make note of their positions here. You may want to try holding these similar angles yourself when defending Ascent A site. Now that Acend have the site locked down, let's take a look at what Heretics are up to. As soon as the spike gets planted, the members of Heretics on B site begin to rotate over towards A. Bone Cold from Acend lurks in mid, hoping to catch them on their way over towards the spike. Cold Dementor pushes through A main, hoping to do the same. Unfortunately for them, Heretics have already grouped up by the site at this point, putting them in a 5v3 against Acend players still on site. Lau and Avova from Heretics kick things off by entering through A door and picking off Starkso. Killers hears those footsteps in Heaven and swings out for the fight, but Pora is already ready and waiting. Pora gets the kill, and now Acend are down 2 in just a matter of seconds. Bone Cold attempts to flank the players at A door from mid, but he isn't able to get the kills. Luckily, Sentinel lands his shot from hell and takes out Lau. Bone Cold now has vision on both Avova and Pora on sight. He sends out a massive paranoia that blinds both of them, setting up Sentinel for 2 easier kills. This was an essential play by Bone Cold, and it's a great example of how you can creatively use your abilities to support your teammates when you're out of range for a gunfight. After his kill on Pora, Sentinel hears more footsteps in heaven and knows they're about to drop down. He dashes to the opposite side of hell in hopes of catching them off guard. During this, Rubino catches Bone Cold, who revealed his location with the paranoia. The fight is now down to an even 2v2, but it won't stay that way for long. Rubino also finds a kill on Cold and Mentor while still on Heaven, leaving Sened the last man standing. At the same time, Nuki drops down for the kill, but it's Sened who once again comes out on top. With only 1 kill away from the ace, Sened finds himself in a tricky position. The clip in his Vandal is empty, and his only ability is Updraft, which won't do him much good in hell. Sened could reload here, but doing so would risk leaving him open and vulnerable to Rubino, whom he knows is just above and ready to strike. Sened instead opts to bet it all on his classic. A great choice considering Rubino decides to drop down immediately, and that reload would have cost him the round. His strong resource awareness saved him from what could have been a disaster. A great reminder to always keep an eye out on your ammo. But don't take it from me. Let's toss it over to Sened to hear what was going through his head during the play. His pick towards low, on towards the side, they see it, but Sened, that's 1, that's 2, the third falls into play!
O an kafamdan neler geçiyordu gerçekten hatırlamıyorum çünkü öyle bir baskı altında comeback yiyoruz ve bir şey düşünmek gerçekten zor. Sadece takım arkadaşlarımız dörtlediği için, arkadan geldikleri için onlara zaman kazandırmamız lazımdı. En güvenli yer olan Under Heaven'a yerleştim ve orada güvenli bir pozisyonda kalmaya çalıştım onlar gelene kadar. Ondan sonra ilk Sage'i öldürdükten sonra saklandım. Saklanmaya devam ettim. Sonra Bonk Cold'un flash'i geldi ve oyuncular flash'tan kaçmaya çalışırken benim önüme düştüler. Ondan sonra Reyna Heaven'dan atladı. Reyna'yı öldürdükten sonra mermim bitti. Saklandım ve Kles'e geçtim. Çünkü Kles'in sağ tıkı yakın mesafeden biraz bozuk açıkçası.
Thanks, Sened. Now let's see how it all shook out. The fight that ensues isn't pretty. Both players miss their first shots, which presumably leaves Rubino with an empty clip on his Vandal. He takes lightning fast cover to switch to his pistol, but now he's the one at the disadvantage. Both players are on their classics, but Sened has just a tiny bit more health. This allows him to tank a hit while he lands 2 perfectly placed jumping right clicks on Rubino, securing the ace and the round. Now that we've broken down the play, let's take a moment to recap what we've learned. If you can't cover all angles of a site, try stack some abilities on one of them to dissuade the enemies from approaching from that side. If you're out of range to help support your teammates in a gunfight, try getting creative with your abilities to set them up for success. Patience and confidence are key in a teamfight. Trust your gut on your positionings and don't take unnecessary peeks or risks. Always be mindful of your resources. A poorly timed reload could be life or death for you in a clutch situation. Try bringing these pro strats into your next ranked match and see how your game improves. Thank you so much for checking out this episode of Decoded. Be sure to tune into the VCT to learn more pro strats to bring into your ranked games. Now, if you don't know when those matches are going down or when the schedule is, I've got you, don't worry. Head over to VALORANTesports.com. It's got everything you'd need on there. And hopefully, with all that said, we'll see you next time for more tips and tricks direct from the VCT pros.
And that was Decoded with a Pansy. You know, she said giving us some strats to bring to our next ranked games. Not gonna lie, I'm probably not equipped enough to pull something like that off, but luckily I've got the 2 of you. You guys are cracked.
I've seen you with the Odin. You could pull off what Zeke did.
I'm an Odin spammer. Everyone's gonna hate me now, but I do spam the Odin. But no, I've said this before, Bala, but you were ridiculous in that game we played on stage. Yeah, hats off to you. I feel like you got what it takes to compete. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, maybe.
Find a
in the
team.
future,
Find a team.
You know, give me a year or so. Get back on the sticks.
Hey,
okay.
You heard it here
We'd
first.
love to see that.
You heard it here first. But I also want to say that we mentioned when Pora played on Heretics against Acend in that match. And it's funny that they showed us that game because Pora is also going to be involved in this match as well. You know, we also spoke about maybe the advantages of having someone that knows so well about the European scene. And do you feel like, Kakuka, you know, after what we saw on Acend, that is what happened? Maybe Pora kind of gave them some kind of inside info where they were managing to anti-strat them?
I feel like Acend has changed a lot ever since then, but of course it gives you something. But I feel like for today, at least, I'd say that for SMB is the fact that they're feeling super confident. They're feeling way better. We can tell from just being here on stage that this is not the team that we had on the first day.
The first day it was like quiet, right?
Yes.
In terms of everything else, maybe there's something else going on, or just the first match, right? Now that you got experience, now that you played against Paper Rex and you're here again, it's different because you've felt it. You know how it is at that point.
We got to say there's a lot on the line today, of course. Elimination, a ticket to the knockout. But also, if we look at the wider swing of things, Champions at the end of the year is also on the line. We've seen a few teams already here lock in for Champions. But for Acend, you know, being in the top 2 means that they have a very, very good chance of being directly locking themselves in for Champions. But we got to say, Fnatic, the runner-up for Masters of Reykjavik, Bala, if Acend win today, Fnatic are 100, well, not 100%, but 99.9% having to play LCQ unless one of the EMEA teams go on to win the entire competition here.
Yeah, it would literally be what G2 hopes on them pretty much, or Gambit themselves, who's
SuperMassive plays too?
Well, it's Acend.
Yeah, if Acend do take it today, yeah.
There's a lot. I mean, what happens? So if Acend loses here, that's what happens. But if SMB loses well, there's so much more, right? There's so many more EU teams who can look at it. So Fnatic is looking at this like crossing their fingers for a certain result.
I cannot even imagine what it is like being at home, just looking at the matches and being like, can you please lose?
But also, we got to say, it's not on this graphic, but if one of the EMEA teams are able to take the win in this entire tournament, I know I'm jumping ahead here, but all of the NA teams on one side of the bracket, you know, our chances are pretty high. That means one of the teams in our region in EMEA, they're going to be bumped up. I believe that's Forza as it stands. They have a chance to play in LCQ.
Just another team that must be just waiting, being like, okay, guys, can you please win? And instead of lose, can you please win? What teams do you think they'll be cheering for?
I don't know. I
mean, G2 has a nice spot.
Yeah, they have a good run, a good opportunity. I think here they might have to go through Gambit or Vision Strikers or Crazy Raccoons as well, still in the mix for that little bracket spot. So yeah, I think all those teams are watching. For those of you who are unfamiliar, LCQ is Last Chance Qualifier. Is basically we're done with Masters after this and moving on to pay attention to Champions. One more opportunity for a single team to make it with another tournament.
But also, I know I've seen a lot of the NA players who aren't in this tournament tweeting, you know, we want the NA team to win again because that gives us an extra slot. We can send more teams to Champions as well. But as it stands, Bala, I mean, NA are looking super strong, so that's not out of the question.
No, it's not. So everybody who's in chat right now is spamming like, where's TSM? I'm so confused. I haven't seen them forever. That's what they're hoping for, right? It's a win for an NA team.
They're home watching like everybody else. No, and it's also interesting. We mentioned it before that for sure we're only going to have one NA team if they make it to finals. So nothing is certain until the last day.
What is it? 75% chance based off of like
because
they're all in the same bracket that we get them in the grand finals. So you know.
Okay, we're still in groups. No. We're still in groups, Bala. We're still in groups. Thank you for your input, guys. But I want to see what Mitch and Tom think about how the tournament bracket is playing out right now. Come on, guys.
Well, the tournament bracket, I mean, we had a little chat earlier on, right, during our slightly extended tech pause. And we were talking about how, you know, obviously we've got one NA team more or less going through. Probability-wise, let's say, there'll be an NA team in the finals, but there won't be two.
No, it's true. And I don't know. I think the SuperMassive plays in form, Acend in form, making a run through the bracket. It's not impossible. I will say that I think SMB would have to hit one hell of a peak if they were going to be able to take it through, at least on that upper side of the bracket. But I don't know. I'm intrigued to see how that could go at least. As said earlier, I think the Sentinels actually losing a match, if anything, makes them more scary. It gives them stuff to go and work on. And I think that if you're MB right now, you're going to be prepping like crazy because at least in North America, that was where there were very, very few hiccups for Sentinels. They know how to play those teams incredibly well. I know that they'll go into those matches incredibly confident, and I think for someone like FNS, he's just going to be scrambling now to go, okay, how can we make sure that we beat this team? What can we do that we've never done before to try and take them down? And then even once he does that, there's going to be opportunities for, as I said, teams like 100 Thieves to potentially go on that same sort of run. So it is one hell of a scary bracket. And then you've got teams like Vision Strikers, who I think out of all of the squads so far in this tournament, their match versus Acend, not necessarily because it was like a blowout or because it was so dominant, it was just because it was up against a team I expected a lot from in the form of Acend, and they made them look like they were a class above. So honestly, I don't think there's a team currently that's in that bracket, maybe other than Crew, who I have a few questions over, but other than that, I think anybody could be looking to take that trophy.
You know, the suspense building ahead of this next map, because we just saw our highlights there for map number 1, and obviously, I'll be honest, it's very sloppy play, similar to what we said about Sentinels in that G2 game, that I don't think I'd seen Sentinels play that bad, period.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen Acend play that poorly, because a lot of the rounds they got, like we saw in those replays, sure, Supermassive Blaze on the pistols especially, just about managed to edge them out. We could have been looking at double digits for Acend otherwise, but in the buy rounds, Supermassive Blaze just looked way better. When Zeke wasn't showing up with those Odin 3 and 4Ks with, I mean, come on. Put a smile on my face, that's for damn sure. But the reality was, in round-around strategy and ultimate management, that was the thing that really blew me away when I saw them use their shock darts, use their Hunter's Fury, and then you're looking at the other side going, but they have a lockdown. What are you going to do? And they didn't have an Odin, so it wasn't like, oh, well, if they come B, I can spam them, or if they do it on A side, I can potentially spam it, depending on where they put it. It was a case of that utility's gone when your only choice is to go and fight, and I don't think I've ever seen, I'm going even talking about open qualifiers that we covered in Valorant, and the VODs of open qualifiers I've watched, I don't think I've seen a team of that caliber or anywhere close get caught up in a lockdown like that when they had so much time to escape. Three players, the entire team. Yeah, one guy, sure. Two guys, one's always outside though, ready to cover. We've seen it even used as a bait at times, where players intentionally get caught to bait their opponents into pushing, but seeing the whole team get taken down in a lockdown was just, it was mind-blowing to me to see that come through. And that is a big worry when I look at the fact that Supermassive Blaze are adapting. Now they're moving over to Bind, where sure they've looked poor before, but if Acend play that kind of game, they might not have a chance. You know what though? We're going to have a little bit more of a chat, but it turns out we're speeding things up here. Let's jump back to the desk and get ourselves set up for Bind.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. I feel like Mitch could do a Telestrator segment. He's got it. Maybe.
I think he'd be great.
Yeah.
He has the skills.
Let's get him on. Let's get him on. We'll have chats about that after.
That's a little risky. You don't want to put Mitch anywhere near where he could draw.
Oh, God, yeah. We've seen
my
that.
God, no.
We saw that back at First Strike. I'm getting First Strike flashbacks. But Mitch said that he's never seen Acend play that poorly. Would you agree with that, Kakuka?
Thinking about what happened against Vision Strikers and thinking that this is SMB, probably there were, maybe, yeah.
I think the Vision Strikers game so far, to me, was worse, right?
No, because in that they were directly counter-stratted at some point, so you have to be ready to counter-strat the counter-strats, but, you know, at least I can have an excuse for them there.
What I was seeing was not necessarily even that, though. It was just them walking into a plan that just wasn't working, and they're just, like, all disjointed, you know? That's what I saw. Here, it's not as disjointed as it was in the Vision Strikers game.
We can agree to disagree.
Yeah, and I know you guys can disagree all day. I love this. I love this. we can have a debate club here. But moving on to Bind, you know, we saw it was a little bit sloppy on Acend. Of course, when you go up against a team like SMB, who are demons on Acend, you sometimes have a bad day. But Bind, Bala, they cannot afford to have a bad day here. Not only is elimination on the line, but this is their best map.
Yeah, this is so strong for Acend. The SMB have to be on form, and they are on form, right? This little delay here also will kind of affect the momentum, but after a map win like that, I don't think anybody's starting to feel, you know, oh, it's Bind coming up. No, they are literally set up so well to take this, because not only are that they just play so well, but they have Split to fall back on too, which I think they have to be feeling confident. So Bind is not out of the realm for them of possibility.
I feel like with these 3 maps, it was a lot went through that Acend. We've been talked about it, but I feel like it was too important for Acend. Let's see how they do on this Bind, because they need to be set up for success since the beginning. They need to crush this completely. For SMB, they have lost the 3 latest binds that they have played. Not the best strats. They were close up, some of them only, but especially against Acend, they have tried before. They just didn't make it.
Well, we are going to head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select any moment soon. And now, again, we've spoken about the fact that SMB, they changed their bind comp recently to kind of deal with everything that's been happening in this tournament, which is why you guys are seeing those percentages there. But for Acend, they've been so good on bind. Really, there is no reason to sort of switch up anything that is working for them here, Kakuka.
I mean, I would actually be surprised, in a good way, if we saw Bone Cold going on the Astra instead of the Brimstone, but I feel like this is their comfort picks. They've had, you know, the best results with this, so that is why I'm not expecting anything.
I would honestly prefer him not to do that because, because of what we just saw in Ascent. I don't feel like
if we were to see a change, anything else that you would change?
Sure. No. I think that's applicable. Maybe the Viper play on binds recently has been kind of going out of favor. I mean, you saw G2 start out with it. Okay, so it is the Brim. Keylez is the other question, I guess. But really, no, I don't expect it to change, and I don't want it to change either, because that gives them that comfort zone where they are so good at. If they went away from that, that'd be scary to me.
And Turco's going back on the Sky, something that did not work so well on the previous match. So they're going to repeat it. They literally want a rematch of what happened on that first day. Let's see how that goes.
Well, let's see how that goes. Indeed, Acend, they must win this if they want to stay in the tournament. Mitch and Tom, elimination is on the line. Let's see what they can do.
We are finally back in action, Ilu. After the delay, sabi nga nung panel din natin, no, na magkakaroon ng effect siguro sa momentum na meron ang team ng Supermassive Blaze. But at the same time, if I would like to talk about it, I mean, Acend, this is one of their best maps.
Revealing area.
Sorry, apologies. A little bit of a technical issue on my end here, but yeah, we're going to the pistol round now, as it looks like it's going to be an early start here for, well, it took a little bit of a break here, but we're going to be getting back into the game. Taylor!
Oh!
Acend!
Oh!
Then they look like they're really struggling game 1. Paano kaya sila makakabawi here?
Oh, man. I really think matagal na sila nagkakalaban eh. It all boils down to how they play it out when it comes dun sa mga execution ng kanilang mga playstyle, no? Kasi kanina nakikita natin during game number 1 that SFB, maraming factors na posible naman nilang ma-shutdown yung SFB, pero hindi nangyayari. May mga maliliit na mistakes na pwedeng baguhin, but we are now, this is how you start it off. You win the pistol round to get that momentum back, I would say.
Yeah, and that's going to be a really great entry. Tatlo.
There you go.
3 kills for Bone Cold. All right, and they get this. This is the way they want to start this game. This is how they want to go, because, you know, one of the ways to get back momentum in a game like Valorant is kailangan mo makuha ang pistol round. Kasi most likely after pistol round, makakakuha ka ng dalawang, like another one after that. And even more kung manalo ka sa bonus round. So, big deal talaga dito.
I like how Bone Cold actually played out that frenzy, even from a long distance. Diba? Usually we see frenzy burst downs. He got that on lamps, but on the other hand, dun sa may isang tao na naiwan on site, patience lang. Kumbaga, tak, parang gano'n lang. Talagang ano lang. Ano tawag doon? Tap mo na yan. Diba? Tap lang para sa kanya on a frenzy, knowing na hindi nga, or medyo mahirap kapag long range, tas magbe-burst down ka. Hindi masyadong accurate.
Yeah, well, long range is what they're going to be looking for, especially now that only pistols are on SMB side. Tignan natin kung kaya ba nila kunin ang game na to. And it's going to be a very, very important pickoff that they find. CNED gets Paura, but that's all thus far here. Can they get any more?
Oh, he does. He gets the 2K.
He gets 3.
Oh, the judge play from Zeke to finish things off even from afar. Ilu, yung Acend, they really have a strong Bind play. And like I said a while ago, Bind is one of their best maps that they have right here. And they have, di ba, na-mention ko na yung Acend, naka 2-1. Tapos yung SMB nakabawi, na 2-1 din, may 2-0. Now, yung isang mapa na laging nagkakaroon ng 1 point yung Acend, kung sakali man, is actually Bind against SMB. So, ito, parang hindi makuha-kuha ng SMB tong mapa na to away from Acend ever.
Yeah, so this could be the chance for Acend na madala tayo sa game number 3. And how important would game number 3 be? I mean, you don't want to go... You definitely want to qualify here. And it's going to be a big deal if they don't get into it. So... They're going to be looking for that kill here. Nobody on the other side. Everybody just playing default. Everybody just waiting. And I think they're just happy. Happy to chill. Happy to get information. Inuubos lang nila yung mga utility dito ng SMB, ng Acend.
There's an immediate wall na pwedeng gamitin ng Bone Cold. Waiting for some action, pero mukhang sinira lang nila to. Ang delikado dito is kapag mag-decide sila, naa-atras sila, kung sakali man. Pero nakita na yung barrel. Rather, ni Izzy dito ata.
Oh my god, can he actually get this one?
If they don't check the corner, quite possibly.
If they don't check the...
Rookie mistake. Sasabihin natin.
Yeah, he might actually go huge here. He's smoking himself off. Pero siguro naman ma-check sila kasi ang daming utility dito. May Sky, merong Sova, and that's the point of that double initiator set, to make sure that all of your corners are clear. Na safe kayo na kahit na mangyari.
Dude, ang daming smoke. May brimstone. Nandito rin yung wall na saktohan ng guiding light. But Bone Cold was able to take that kill instead. 1-to-1 trade tour to get the kill. Alam nila na may tao sa loob ng tube. Paano nga lang nila ipapunish that si Sentinel? Left and right getting kills after kills. A triple kill on this round already. Make that a 4.
A pot for Sentinel. And he only brings out the pistol at the very end. Sobrang importante. Sobrang halaga nun. Because when Sentinel gets those kills, even with the ridiculous weapons, you know things are starting to pop off for him right now. That's exactly what they wanted to get for him on this round here. Sentinel yet again, so many times he's the linchpin for his team.
You just got bonus.
Yeah, bonus indeed.
Pistol na naman para sa side ng SMB. They have the sheriffs. They can get this, pero mahirap eh. Yung mga agent composition pa lang ng Acend, you have the Sky, and then meron ka smoke, may Viper smoke ka na, meron ka pang smoke from the Brimstone na napakatagal mawala. Dami mong kailangan pagdaanan.
Actually, you know what? I'm really surprised na makikita natin yung Brimstone eh. But it's really cool that we actually finally get to see it again. We don't normally get to see it. And for the most part, dahil di na siya nasa meta eh, di na siya uso. Pero pwede pa rin gamitin in certain situations. Very situational siya. Kung alam mong sobrang magbagal mag-play ng kabilang team, you know, kung alam mo yung mga angles nila, and if you know when you want to molly, it's still going to be viable.
They just pushed!
Just push! Just push! We're attacking side na! Dito na nagiging nakakatakot yung Acend eh.
Ito na yung confidence level na alam nila, strongest map nila to. Alam nila they can punish the players of SMB that quick. Like in a snap of a finger, matik nandun na sila sa base ng SMB. Inuubos na nila isa-isa. And knowing then na pistol lang naman ang meron sila. Walang katakot-takot na pag-push mula sa Acend. And this time around, investment na para sa isang operator, Ilu.
Yeah, operator. That's gonna be an even bigger deal. Sentinel is one of those players that can really use that operator.
Area.
Oh. Early pick. You're gonna have
mahirap.
A lot of aggression here. Pero parang hindi naman nila ipipick. Ito yung medyo problema pag nasa SMB side ka eh. Kung masyado kang mabagal mag-play, madaling mabawi ng Acend yung map control eh. Kasi alam nilang split kayo eh. If you play really passive like this, and we saw that in the last round na sobrang passive nila, yung Acend, yung SMB hindi nila nagagawa ng paraan.
Paano ka makaka-pick off o kaya makakakuha ng early pick-offs? Kung ganito yung mga setup na meron yung Acend, no? They have the smokes coming in. Pagpunta mo ng showers, meron ding wall ng Viper. So saan ka pupwesto? Saan ka lulugar? Kakatapos ng smoke na yan, meron na namang ilalapag na bago. Tapos may one way pa. There's just too much utilities being used, and sasabay itong Aldron, baka sakaling mahuli pa. Habang busy sila doon, and this is also the orbital strike on Showers. Mabilisan pang guiding light na kasama, and Starkso getting a kill rather, on a short, if I'm not mistaken. Dalawa na lang ulit ang natitira sa SMB.
Yeah, only 2 players left, and yet again, another good round for Ace. This is most likely going to be 5-0 na ngayon. Nakakatakot na. This is a dangerous prospect. Pero si Brave, mahahanap niya dito si Starkso. And Turco is going to turn things around. 10 seconds na lang natira. May oras pa ba? Yan ang tanong. And this is the problem with running the clock down too low. Acend get it again.
Oh, man. At this point, I think a tactical timeout can be called for the team of SMB. If they wanna figure out a way kung paano tapatan yung composition na to. Because, you see, Starkso, sinabayan niya yung Viper na Cloud and also yung smoke ng Brimstone. Habang busy sila na mag-set up ng mga utilities nila, like yung drone, o kaya naman yung recon, even the shock darts. Habang busy sila, pumupush na pala. Si Starks, wala silang kaalam-alam. Cena on the other hand, as a Sage, he gets one, but not gonna be able to get two as Russ shuts him down.
That's a big pick off the fine here, and they're gonna get 1 kill, but still, I mean, that's the operator, and siyempre operator yan. Kaya naman eh. Oh no, never mind. As I say that, hindi talaga.
Wala ka na magagawa, tatakbo ka na lang talaga. May kasama pang smoke para sa sobrang delay. Hindi ka talaga makaka-entry ng basta-basta. Do you think that they should just go in, go hard, go fast bago makapag-set up yung Acend?
Yeah, they need to change momentum. They need to change pace kasi yung nakikita ko sobrang bagal talaga maglaro ng SMB. And this default style, it won't always work for them. It works against teams na sobrang asim. Pero yung Acend, sobrang patient lang nila. Ginagawa nilang nila. Nag-hold, nag-wait. They're just playing on site and they're playing their crossfires. So SMB, they need to do a better job of challenging those. Making sure those crossfires fall apart. Kasi hinahayaan lang nila yung Acend na mag-set up ng defensive side, kumuha ng map control. At ang kailangan talaga ng SMB dito ay maghabol ng map control. You know, they have to burn out a little bit more utility, which they have been doing, but it's still not enough.
Kumpleto eh. Kumpleto kung paano mag-set up, like you said, ng defensive side yung Acend. And if they don't go in hard and they don't go in and step on the gas pedal, madedelay lang sila ng madedelay. Isipin mo, yung 3 Brimstone smoke, 3 beses na pwedeng ilapag. Alam mo yon, parang 60 seconds agad. Ilan ba ang minutes sa isang mapa? Meron tayong 1 minute and 30 seconds. But at the same time, kung walang Brimstone smoke, meron din namang Viper smoke, diba? So, ang dami talagang pwedeng pang delay for SMB. Ang kailangan nila dito is to actually have a play kung saan mapupush nila, mapapasok nila ng mabibigla yung Acend. Kabaliktaran, kasi sila yung lagi nabibigla.
Timeout na naman. Daming timeout.
Well, they really have to. Dahil nga rin sa nangyari kanina. Sabi ko nga, sa 5-0 pa lang eh. Feeling ko dapat mag-timeout na sila. Kung gusto nila maayos yung play kahit dun sa pistol round. But they chose not to and put on a timeout pagdating sa buy round.
Yeah. 6 rounds na ngayon ang lead ng Acend. You know, on bind, this is a very hard scoreline to come back from actually. Kasi hindi to tulad ng Icebox na pwede kang mag-comeback sa attacking side. Dito katulad ng, you know, Breeze or Split na pag malakas ang defensive side mo maka-comeback. This is bind. This is a fundamentally balanced map. Kaya ang hirap bawian na to eh.
Nakongkos ng siglit si Kyles. There is the guiding light. Pero walang nag-push. Naglabas sila ng mga skills, naglabas sila ng mga utilities na yon. Alam nila na meron, pero walang follow-up.
No, not at all. No follow-up indeed. But they're going to be trying to go ahead and enter towards this side itself. Can they actually get it? That's going to be the big question here. As the Hunter's Fury does come out, makukuha nila yung damage onto one, but not going to be a kill for now as they only have very little information to work with. Starkso winning that kill, going down rather against Izzy.
Hey, maybe this time around, nagugulat na nila, nagbibigla na nila ang Acend. There you go, kills after kills para sa side ng SMB. Boldfold is the only man remaining. It doesn't get the kill, but Ruz instead secures that round for the side of SMB. Finally, that technical or rather tactical timeout gumana for them. And this was their buy round. Ilan ba yung nabawas for the side of SMB during that time? Parang dalawa? If I'm not mistaken. Quick replay with Poro securing that kill and itong kill din from Izzy. Yung nabawas sa players on the side of Acend is yung isa sa mga pinaka-importante. And Bone Cold all the way from A side, kailangan niya mag-rotate and go to Hookah na abang na rin yung SMB.
Yeah, nice try though. But finally, the first round of SMB, they've actually gotten that round 1-6 na ngayon. Pero Acend, they still have a lot of money. Ang dami pa ring pera. Tinong Sentinel has the operator yet again. Meron pa siyang res. Ang daming magagawa dito ng Team Acend. Pero, up with an entry like that from Izzy, doesn't matter kung may Viper Spit or not, he's gonna go ahead and get that anyway.
Tignan mo yung ginagawa niya dito. May Viper Spit. Ang ginagawa niya is, aamba lang siya ng konti. Titignan na lang kung meron bang naka-push in, kung meron bang close, na ira-right click niya lang din. Tapos ang maganda doon is hindi pa nawawala completely yung HP niya. Kumbaga yung armor lang ang nabawas. So hindi masyado masakit. Pero ito ang masakit dahil the showstopper connects. May kasama rin Facials. Isang mabilis ang push lang. The kill mula kay Zeke. At tamang mabaut ng Sana. But instead, he gets picked off.
Yeah, that's going to be a great start right there. Nice pick off Sened. Again with that operator. Just such a dangerous thing. A threat all around anytime. Pero, you know, tingnan natin yung replay.
Medyo wala na silang magawa dun eh. Either push or tanggapin mo yung damage.
Radianite yan, di ba?
Ito?
Yan, Radianite yan.
Oo, ata. Masa-stuck ba sa posisyon na 1 point lang ang SMB? Seems so impossible. Man, Turco! Ang galing sa babae ng Acend sa utilities. He was using, the Sky was using the Trailblazer. And you know what? I'm just gonna use my orbital strike instead. And you can't punish that anymore. You're gonna be busy using that Trailblazer. Hindi mo na alam, ikaw na pala ang mapapatay. Ang ganda ng gamit ng utilities ng Acend dito.
Yeah, really, really well played here. But can they actually capitalize on this right now as they head on over? Head on over towards that A site. Doesn't... Wait lang. Tama ba to? They're just going to split the... Complete split sila kahit eco sila. Okay, so they're going to be going and running a four rifles with 1 bulldog. And at the same time, they still have 2 ultimates. I really want to see SMB actually go on a full A execute here or a full B execute. Kasi sobrang sulit eh. They have the... Like literally everything they could want and more with the ultis. That's the Seekers that they could use. They have the Viper Spit. They even have the Cosmic Divide. Kung mag-execute sila, they're gonna be assured at least one side. And I think that's what they're going to do after siguro mag-burn sila ng onting utility.
Alam mo yung isa pa sa hindi ko nasasayangan ako is si Ruz. Nakita niya na yung Seekers actually from starts. Pinatay niya yung humahabol na Seekers sa kanya. Pero hindi niya pinatay is yung mga susunod pang humahabol sa kakampi niya. So, parang binigay niya yung posisyon ni Poro doon. So, Poro was able to shut down yung Seekers but he needed to go back.
Yun yung ano eh. Yung katabi mo na yung mga kakampi mo, katabi mo na. Pero di pa rin niya sinira.
Ako lang.
Oo, di ba? Ako lang.
Jellyfish, looking for enemy. Enemy located on CT.
Well, still, they have to deploy the Viper Spit. Now is their chance, and in fact, that's exactly what they do. As they now get onto towards that side, Izzy getting that opening frag onto Zeke. It looked like this retake is still possible, pero Kyles will find 1 kill traded out. Starkso finding another. And that's an absolutely massive kill to find here.
Oh, 7 seconds to plant the spike. Nagawa nila with the Vipers, or of course with the help of the Vipers Spit. And there goes Starks. Pora secures the kill. It was at one point, of course, they had the advantage. They had the Viper's Pit. And aside from that, onto the next rounds. Ano pa ba yung posibleng magawa nila creatively to actually punish Acend?
You know, they tried everything. Actually, sa totoo lang, na-try na nila halos lahat eh. Diba? I mean, na-try nila yung full execute na so lahat ng ulti ginagamit nila, na-try nila mag-play ng slow. Wala lang talaga silang sagot onto the defense right now of Acend. It's just too strong.
Walang sagot sa tanong. Pora yet again to try a main. At sinabayan niya yung pagbaba ng toxic screen. Just the perfect timing, kumbaga, para sa kanya. Now, 3 players remain for the side of Acend. Ngayon, nababasa na nila. But is it too late? Dahil ilan ng rounds na lang ang natitira. Never mind, Sentinels is just popping off with a 3K 2v2 situation, evening things out.
You are divided.
How do they find yet again another 3K? Sabi sa'yo, Sentinels, man, when he is popping, he is popping. And this is just one of those examples of it.
The guiding light comes off. May sumisilip pa sa labas ng smoke.
Oh no! Nakalabas ang iPad!
Nakalabas yung iPad! Huli ka! Para sa kanya, Starks! 1-1 trade. 1v1 with the great one. Popping the spike, tapping the spike. He gets the kill. And not enough time to defuse the spike. Needs to map out.
Out na siya ngayon, 8-3. And okay, SMB could make this a respectable halftime score. Kaya pa actually. Kung ma-8-4 nila, and then they win the next pistol, there's still a fairly good chance that they can actually win. But it's gonna be tough. Kasi kung manalo sa, kahit 8-4 to, sabihin natin 8-4. Kung ma-8-4 to and you have Acend actually winning that, basically a GG, honestly.
One more round if they can make this an 8-4. You know, ang hirap din naman kasi mag-entry talaga pagdating sa bind. Lalo na kung yung defense, kagaya nung ganito na may dalawang smoke. Pakahirap. So, as much as you can, get the rounds that you can get. 8-4 is not too bad, I would suppose.
Yeah, I mean, especially sobrang, 0-6, 0-7 yun kanina, di ba? Bago sila, hindi, 0-6 bago nanalo sila ng round. So, I mean, it's not bad. If they go for that 8-4 scoreline, it's still going to be respectable. But the question is, how can they mount that comeback, especially knowing na sobrang init na ng members dito ng Acend. Sobrang tumatama na you're getting triple kills from Sentinels. You're getting Starkso with really good retakes. It's so difficult to come back up against a team that's getting this hot.
Sentinels, like you said, he's really crazy in getting those 3 kills. From time to time, he gets one again with a single warp. Para lang ma-delay yung pag-entry kung sino man ang gustong mag-entry. This operator can be very, very lethal for Sentinels. He gets another one. He's gonna get the second one without seeing anybody. Nope. Pero nakadalawa na siya doon agad with that pick-off. Mapaforce out na umatras yung SMB. Go back and just 2 players remaining. They are now rotating. And another one for Sentinels. Is he gonna go for the 4K? There is the knockout. And then a guiding light. And the 4 kills come in. Ascend, and Sentinels takes it away.
Switching sides.
Sentinels, man, like I told you, when he starts popping off, doesn't matter. Hindi niya kailangan maging jet para mag-op. Hindi niya kailangan maging jet para tumama ng mga op shots. He's just gonna hit them all day, every day. And this is one of those rounds where it's a perfect example of him just absolutely wrecking the team. Look at that, Sentinels. Just beautiful shot right there. Hindi nila na-force out siya ng maaga.
If that was me, I would slow and hookah. But Sentinels is built different. Ang isip niya dito is, pag pumush to, at least pag bumaba sila ng hookah, hindi sila makakagalaw. Kapag ni-slow orb ko yung hookah, aantayin lang nila mawala yung slow, hindi sila lalaban sa akin. Tama ba?
Yeah, and the problem... No, you're absolutely right. But the problem is, this is actually something that is a problem for Sentinels sometimes. Like, he actually overpeaks a lot, and kung hindi siya mainit, dun siya napapunish. So there are certain players, pagdating sa mga operator, kung hindi nyo alam, there's 2 kinds of operators. There's repeakers, and there's non-repeakers, right?
Just one
These
and out.
repeakers, yeah, one and out. CNED is a repeaker. All the time, you're gonna see him peek every single angle and repeak it. Kaya tulad sa mga ibang games na kunwari di siya ganun kainit, or like against better teams like let's say Sentinels, they're gonna be able to punish that repeaking a lot. But in this instance, it really works for them.
Oh, this is the halftime break for the teams right now. What was the score? 9-3? Diba 9-3?
Yeah.
No? 9-3. Acend taking the last round before we close things off sa first half na meron tayo. They need to stop CNED from just getting the shots easily.
And it doesn't look like there are because CNED is just hitting everything. Tsaka ang ganda kasi na positioning niya eh. Alam niya kung saan siya safe. And he just knows where he can go without getting into trouble.
Oh, man. SMB, they need to think or go back to the drawing board kung paano nila masosolusyonan itong problema na to. And obviously, with the side of Acend, ito yung best map nila eh. So they're really gonna perform very well. What SMB needs to do is to, if they have step up in game number 1, they need to take another step up. Kumbaga, mas mataas pa kung ano yung pinakita nila during game number 1.
Kumbaga, double jump na yung kailangan nilang gawin.
Yep, double jump. Alam mo yung pag high
Double
school, di ba? Nasa high school kaya ng college ka, yung hahakbang ka sa stairs papunta sa classroom mo, pero dalawang hakbang. Ganon yung kailangan gawin ng SMB dito.
Dalawang hakbang.
O yeah, 4.
Well,
kung mahaba legs mo.
Tama. Pero halftime break muna tayo ngayon. Kaya, it's gonna be just another quick break, but it doesn't look like they're gonna stall for too long. I mean, all of these teams, they want to really get back in the action here.
Wala nang ano eh, no? Wala
Game 3 kaya to?
CNED wall? Ano yun? Wala
na,
lang,
kailangan.
slow lang, tapos okay na yun. Okay, this is the ito na yung ano eh, pagpalit ng attacker sa defender.
The momentum shift might change, and what SMB needs to get here is a really quick hit, a really good momentum pick.
Ang daming smoke. Wala ka nang makikita. Si Brave, wala. Puro blind shots lang. Alam niya merong nagpa-plant, pero may wall na nag-aabang. So kahit anong baril-baril mo dyan, walang matatamaan. Si Kyles, on the other hand, baka mahuli siya dito. Nagsiset up sana siya para makapag-line up siya doon. But on the other hand, hindi pa rin siya napipick up. Baka makapag-burst down pa siya. But instead, Pora was able to secure the kill. 2v2.
Oh, 2v2 and still only on pistols. Starso with 1, with 2, and Starso with a triple kill. Makukuha na niya ang round that I have been waiting for. Acend gets double digits off the back of a brilliant play from Starso.
Parang magi-game 3 pa tayo ah.
We'll see. Looks like it.
Mukhang madaling araw na naman tayo matatapos para sa araw na to.
Okay lang, pero hindi naman tayo yung last game.
Hindi tayo si Ray. Iniisip ko lang si Ray. Mabait kasi ako eh.
Oh, mabait si Ray.
Umagang kay ganda by Ray here on PPGL page. Kung sino man nanalo dito, pasok na sa playoffs. Yup, 100% true.
Kung sino matalo, wala na.
Match to. Para sa matatalo, babay na lang.
Tama.
Aggressiveness na kayang ibigay ng isang Sky, but hindi niya nakuha yung kill.
You need those early picks here. But oh look, the eagle up. It still works out here.
Ay, sasaksakin niya sana! Oh no! No, not today. Not today, bro.
Okay.
Well, 3v2, just like that. Naglaban sa shower, so yun yung nangyari. 3v2 yung ending.
Launching smoke. 3v2. But still, now, both players low on HP. Sobrang low HP ng dalawang to. How can you even hope to get close?
Enemy remaining.
Oh, but the shotgun is gonna find Paura. There's one more that they have to find. Save na lang.
HP.
Siguro maka-exit frags na lang siya.
Siguro.
Yeah.
Baka may makuha pa siya. Pero parang hindi yata dito lalabas yung players na ano eh. O kaya naman si Sined masyadong mainit, baka hanapin niya.
Yeah. Still a lot of time left and a lot of chance. A lot of time. A lot of chance here. 11-3 here and the Sen get another round. You know, like sabi ko nga kanina, Bind is just not a map that you can easily come back on. So
Oh, man. Ito ata yun eh. Sasaksakin siya, oh. Hindi nangyari. Oh, well. Acend, they have lots of rounds to play around with. So, kahit anong gawin nila dito, kaya kung ano man yung trip nila sa buhay nila, pwede pa nilang gawin ng maraming rounds. Dahil matagal-tagal pa bago makaka-comeback dito kahit pa paano yung SMP. Nahihirapan talaga sila.
timeout muna ulit. Kasi I think this is their last timeout.
Marami-rami na eh. Nakadami na rin sila ng timeout. So, waiting game na lang to, kumbaga, para sa Acend. And it seems like, you know, it is inevitable that we are gonna be going to game number 3 kung magtutuloy-tuloy yung performance ng Acend sa mapa na to. It was expected anyway. They never lost this map against SMB.
Yeah, never. And I'm surprised actually hindi nila binanto. I guess they felt more confident coming onto game number 2. But regardless, I think the panel is right here. We're probably gonna see a 3-game series. But this is the concern. Kahit anong best of 3, pag nanalo ko sa game number 1, natalo ko sa game number 2, sobrang tumataas ng chance ng reverse sweep. Dahil
momentum.
sa fact na yung momentum, it's really gonna be in the second team winning team's favor on second map. Judge.
Isang mabilisang push dito. Patay lahat ng makikita niya. Ito na nga, the sliding in towards Labs. Layo-layo lang para kay Ross. Alam niya.
Back muna. Pero ang layo ng kakampi niyo. Anong magagawa dito ng Acend kung sobrang hiwalay sila? Pero low HP dito yung mga members ng Acend. And they're going to be holding strong for now. Gonna recover that Phantom. As Sentinels actually does only have a Spectre info. Inubos yung bullets niya. Kailangan mag-reload. Coming around the corner now, and it's still going to be the Seekers to help them get a little bit more position. Pupunta sila towards B, and that's going to be a teleport from both players. They could follow suit thereafter, pero hindi magte-teleport to si Raz. Alam niyang sobrang risky. Mag-flank na lang siya. Lalakad na lang papuntang towards A on the flank.
Alam na nila with, of course, may TP rin. Pero mukhang lakad ang gagawin nila. At may balak ata silang bumalik pa A-short. Ang problema dito, nag-aabang sa sulok si Ross at mukhang makaka-triple kill siya. 1-2 down, but not a triple. Starks is still alive.
Yeah, ganda ng positioning dito ni really good positioning from Russ, but that's all he gets. Starkso knows he has to take a fight, brings it to a 1v1, flashing out. He's gonna try to go for the plant. He doesn't have a lot of time. He's gonna stick it instead. Turco looking to push the angle, jumping, nahuli siya! And that's gonna be a brilliant pick here from Turco to actually get that kill. To keep the dream alive for SMB.
You jump, I kill. Man, he had a plan in mind, you know. What he did, instead of pushing na talagang gusto niyang patayin, una sa lahat, gusto ko muna pag-usapan to, yung pumasok si Zeke, diba, naka-judge siya doon. Nakapasok na siya ng lamps. Kaso nga lang, hindi makapasok yung iba niyang mga kakampi. Dahil na-hold ng Viper na smoke dito. Tapos meron ding snake bite. So hindi sila makasunod. Na-stuck si Zeke doon ang saglitan kasi wala namang close na pwede niyang mapunish. Lumayo din kasi yung lumayo din si Ross. Alam niyang magja-judge play.
Yeah, the judge play was really well countered there. Siguro kung may nasa loob ng lamps, yun ang hope nila. Pero hindi nila in-expect na bibigay completely yung lamps. Alam nila na that the potential for that kind of play is very, very high. And Acend starting with a really good kill. That's what you need. If you have a gun disadvantage, you need to find the opening pick. And that's exactly what they find. SMB naman, kailangan nilang bumawi. Kaya magpipick dito si Turco. I don't like that peak from Zeke na actually mag-isa lang siya nagja-challenge ng Hookah. Especially na wala siyang ka-trade. 4v4 tuloy, wala silang res. Wala silang jet na pang-entry. And so yet again, the round will stabilize and go back into a little bit of a default. Reset muna.
They still have Starks though. He can be aggressive. He's gonna get the orb. Makakuha siya ng isang kill, magkakaroon na ng Seekers, but this recon will delay them and a TP out para sa kanila. Ang hindi nila alam, merong dalawang tao na nasa hookah. Pero hindi pa rin sila magpapatinag, wala pa rin rotations dahil they're going for the contact play on A.
30 seconds left.
Split ang forces ngayon dito ng Acend. I'm not sure about this strat right here. The spike goes down, they spot it, so they're gonna go for the teleport yet again. Double teleport, teleport sa likod. But it's Brave who catches him off, and the double pick from SMB from the teleporter. I don't like that strat, actually, honestly. I think the problem, you know why that strat didn't work out? Kasi sobrang tagal ng smoke ni Brimstone. Kaya hindi makapeak yung nasa hookah.
Tsaka wala na si Zeke. Dami mong angle na hindi makiklear o kaya yung bigla ang push na pag nag-satchel in play siya.
And yeah, they really needed Zeke. And again, I don't like the fact that he went for that confidence peak towards hookah. That was easily punished right there. But still, Acend, they have a lot of rounds to lose anyway, so they're gonna eco yet again.
May nag-orb, may nag-orb. Atras lang ng kaunti as Bone Cold was trying to see kung meron siyang makukuha o mapapatay. Si Izzy, on the other hand, this is a good position pero makikita siya. Kaso nga lang, yung trade medyo matagal dahil naka-pistol din naman. Kaya naman yung crossfire ni Turco. And of course, Izzy just worked out perfectly. The burst down from the frenzy. Kumuha lang ng barrel. 4 on the other hand. Nakikipaglabanan pa dito.
No.
Si Starks, kaso masyado ng marami.
Nag-teleport pa para lang ma-secure yung kill. And tama nga lang naman, 5 rounds na lang ang agwat ng teams na to. Tama, 5 rounds na lang, and that's gonna be still a long way to go. Acend only need 2. But, tignan mo naman yung mga ulti ng SMB, kompleto. Lahat sila may ulti. Brave, Russ, Para, Izzy, and Turco all have that big ulti. How can they use them to hold them off here? I imagine what they're gonna do is they might stack a site heavily, probably B site, tapos mag-retake na lang sila ng A. But instead, no, it's a challenge sila. Viper Spit here towards too long just to make sure they have it.
Oh, Orbital Strike on the side, and the Seekers are out. Izzy was able to secure a kill on Zeke. Wala na naman silang pang-entry. At the same time, itong Viper Spit, sinusubukan nilang pasukin ng pasukin. Push lang ng push para sa Acend. Alam nila, marami silang pwedeng mapatay dito. Sened with the revive, but the kills just goes in.
Ace for Bone Cold. Ace for Bone Cold as he gets that kill right there, getting Acend onto map point. Oh my god, let's take a closer look at that replay, but what a shot. Where did he even get those? Yung triple kill di natin nakita eh, pero pumasok lang siya, naubos eh oh.
Man, isipin mo, akala ko hindi niya na mapapatay, pero yung mga nag-aabang kasi sa Octa kanina, habang nandun yung Viper Spit, masyado silang na-stuck dun. Kasi Bone Cold, inubos siya lang lahat nung nasa site. Inubos siya lang din lahat nung nasa city.
Bone Cold, you're so fucking good, bro. Shema, guys, thank you.
Tumayo pa para makipag-fist bump. That's worthy of the standing fist bump, dude.
I'm not gonna repeat what they said, but yes, you're right.
Hindi
mo narinig? Okay, sige. This is match point for Acend. And just one more round, and we will head to game number 3. They're going really aggressive right now. Kung hindi na-clutch ni Bone Cold yun, ang pangit na nung ano eh. Ang dami nang na-pick off eh.
Laking bagay yung ano yan, yung Hunter's Fury. Nakuha nila yung isang player ng Acend, and that's a 4v5. I don't know if Zeke can actually get anything. May baril ba siya doon? So stopper sa dalawa! Isa lang tumama, pero one is enough here. As Brave is going around this corner. They do try to spam it. The wall goes up. Cosmic Divide is available as well. Blade Storm is used. Starkso pushing out from the smoke. Starkso gets punished yet again from Ruz. Ngayon 3v3 na ngayon. Gamit lang ni Zeke. Blades versus the Sheriff. Dash in upwards and right-clicked on the face. Denied yet again by Bone Cold 2v2.
Minutes Bone Cold dito. And also Roz was able to secure that kill. Na-slow siya ng kaunti. And Bone Cold goes down. Yet, isa na namang araw. Nabuhay pa ang SMB. Made-defuse pa nila tong spike. Despite the molly as well. The push, ang aggressive na ngayon ng Acend, no? They just go in. And just parang kumbaga, pagdating sa mga aim duels, we hope we win the aim duels. And fortunately nga, actually, for Bone Cold, alam niya yung posisyon nung Jet. Nakakuha ng isang kill yung Jet actually. And once na bumalik sa kanya, despite the Jet being, or doing an updraft, nahuli niya pa din. But still, Acend, they're one way or one more round before they can get this map, and force sila dito with Starks buying a Spectre and the others with the Frenzy and of course the Sheriff. Mahirap to yung mga ganitong yung pag match point ka na, Ilu, tapos babaliktad yung score, like SMB getting rounds after rounds, yung mababasag yung economy mo na hindi ka makakapagplano the way you want to do things around in a map. Oh no! All the utilities!
The lineup. Oh, could this be an eco win? Only on pistols and only on lesser weaponry. Baka manalo pa dito ang Acend. Nahanap pa nila ang 3v5. What?
What a take! What a take! This is Acend and they want to take home this map. Ang ganda ng take, grabe! Isa na lang natitira, isa na lang ang naiiwan, and that is Brave with the Viper's Pit. He won't be able to come in or go in on CT. At the same time, meron nang umiikot sa kanya, meron nang sumusunod. May orbital strike pa. Paalam na lang. What a round from Acend. Even with a 50 round right there, they were able to utilize those skills very well.
Wow, that's what happens, you know, if you catch them off guard. Acend, they're so happy. They're gonna get this one. They're gonna take us to game number 3, and they're gonna be feeling good after that. Hindi pa tapos ang laban ng Acend, and one of the teams that are favored to win the series, and not just the series, yung entire playoffs and the whole of Berlin. Isa na sila sa pinakamagagaling na team sa buong mundo. So, it would have been an upset if they go down right now, but they're not out of the woods just yet. They're still in a lot of trouble. 1-1, may game 3 pa.
May game 3 pa nga. And this is just a quick replay of what happened or yung highlights ata nung rounds natin. Tama, no? Yung highlights to. Yeah, I just want to see that last round. It was such a beautiful round for Acend. It was very much well played for them.
Actually, sobrang perfect na paggamit ng utility. Siguro, iniintay nilang, ayun o, ganda.
Mga ganun-ganun nila. Kaya nga I wonder bakit ganun yung nangyari sa map 1? Kasi ito yung capabilities ng isang team like Acend. Pati siya napanice eh. Siya yung naka-clutch pero siya yung nag-nice.
Zero money now. Nice shot, bro!
Nice shot, bro.
Gusto ko yung marinig yung hindi ko narinig kayo.
Sige. Kung i-play nila.
Kung i-play nila. Baka hindi nila ulit yun eh. Ayan,
hindi nila. Minute nila.
Minute! Minute!
Minute nila. Hindi safe eh. Hindi safe.
Oh, not safe. Pero ayun na nga, game number 2 is gonna go for Acend, and we're looking like to go into a game number 3. By the way, after this, we still have another series, another 2 series, in fact. And let's take a quick look at who's actually gonna be playing. It's gonna be Gambit Esports versus Crazy Raccoon. Yun ang next series. Pero bago yun, it's obviously the last Japanese team. That is the last Japanese team here, and Gambit sila na lang ang they're the favorites, obviously, to win this by a big margin. So we'll talk about that in a little while. But for now, game number 3 will be coming after this break. Illustrado and Terror here. Coming back later.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Just think about it. If you're not coming through, you can stay away. You play the fool. I think I'm playing along. You don't know how far I go. Just think about it, baby. Don't say no. Take me down. Bring it back. 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 Take me, don't say no. Don't say no. Don't say no.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where this series between SMB and Acend is going the distance the way we wanted it to. Kakuka, Bala, what a way to bounce back from Acend.
We've got a map 3. Let's go. We wanted this on day 1, and we were robbed because Acend came out firing, but or SMB was quiet. Which one? We'll never know. I guess is the series to answer it. We got one more map, and I'm excited for this one because it is so up in the air in terms of everything.
Completely. We don't know what to expect from Acend besides the fact that they left it open. That was an option that they wanted to stand there, and SMB had respect enough to just leave it until the 3rd map. But coming on to what happened on this bind, I have to say, Starso is amazing on Sky, and can we please not allow Turco to play Sky again?
You weren't a fan of his Sky?
I'm probably the biggest fan of Turco out there. And I'm not a fan of his guy at all. I've seen mistakes were made, and I'm not used to Turco making mistakes.
Was that an issue for you as well, Bala, on the side of SMB?
I just definitely think that they weren't able to, on that attack side, get in with the flashes. So I'm not sure if they were not prepped with, you know, the smokes that Bonko was putting down or what, because so many times we saw them get caught up inside of Hookah, and then eventually, once they finally got out, they were split up so Bonko and CNED can isolate the 1v1s. That might be because of Turco.
I mean, we spoke about Izzy on Acend, but this map was all about this man, Bala CNED. He's just showing up today and just getting everything done for his team.
Or today, maybe just this map, maybe map 3 too, but map 1 wasn't as good for him. He had so many moments in this game, we could just roll it forever, honestly. He was so good, but one thing was that he wasn't necessarily getting the same type of impact that he was previously on Bind, right? Previously, he's that guy who's opening everything up and getting the space. This time, he was kind of getting assisted by everybody else, you know? Quiet until he strikes.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel that's also part of the respect that Acend has because, you know, they have to play very smart. They have to use everything that they have prepared, and they cannot afford to make any mistakes because SMB is definitely going to be there for to punish them. They were actually pretty passive on some rounds. I was, you know, kind of concerned, being like, oh my God, what is this SMB? I mean, I can take it on one map, but every single map, really? But even with the double initiator, I just think it works for them.
I mean, Acend, they were expected to bounce back here. This was the map we always knew that they could be good on. So Bala, not too big of a concern maybe for SMB?
Yeah, you know, I think they lost the fire, though, that they had on Ascent, right? Because I didn't expect it to be, like, sure, I expected Ascent to come out swinging and it was going to be good. They should take the map in the end, but that was dominant, right? That feels right back to where we were before the Vision Strikers game with Ascent. Right back to the form that we thought they had, the composure they had, the free-flowing form that they had too.
And up to a good comparison will be Gambit and the way that they play the double controller, because I feel like SMB still is not used to playing the double controller because we haven't seen Brave doing crazy thing with the Astra Stars and many things that we are used to see when you're playing a double controller. You know, dividing and prepping the map the way you want it. We haven't seen that, and just because I don't think they've practiced this enough.
Well, it's time for the Verizon's high-speed moment of the match. Of course, it's CNED. There was a few moments we could have chosen for this, but this was just kind of ridiculous.
Just watch this. Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah,
what is that?
That's just...
He didn't even see him!
We need to slow that down as well, because I don't know
loaded
how.
too. It's the self-awareness. I know that I make the shot, I keep running, I slow, so I'm sure that they're not pushing the rest of my team, and I'm going to go for the safe angle, and I'm going to get a kill across the wall. I mean, that's some things that only CNED can do.
He changed his AWP skin too. I don't know if you guys realized. He was running a slightly different one in the game.
Maybe he took it from someone. No, because they would have been Elder Frame.
I buy skins. I don't pay attention to them.
Well, you haven't seen the Turkey Red Dragon Vandal setup?
Every time I see that, I get scared. I just get flashbacks because that is terrifying. But no, I didn't notice.
Oh, well, we'll keep an eye out for the next map. We'll keep an eye out for the next map. Thanks, guys, for your input. I'm very eager to see what Sean has prepared for us to break down over at the wall.
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, I got my man Bone Cold, aka Brimmy, with the stimmy, and he had an insane opening to this game, and I thought, what better thing to break down for you guys than a Brimstone on Buy and show you why he's so valuable. This first clip, though, this is just all individual skill. He is camping inside of a Viper smoke that Pora has thrown over the wall. He's 1 HP. The drone is right by him, and he still gets the frag, gets away, recharges back up to 100, commits out, takes out the Sova, and he'll actually peek out wide and take out Sky too. Now this, at this point, is where things get a little bit interesting. So this is the third round, this is the bonus, and I just want to show you what a support player on one of these top teams does, right? So you can see Brimstone now is smoking the center of Long A, and watch his crosshair as he's waiting for the Sova arrow. This is the standard Sova arrow for Octagon that all of these top teams are shooting at the start of the round. He's very aware, breaks that arrow, and you can see now we're going to speed up through the round. He's just spamming through the smoke, really trying to slow things down. And then he asks for the Trailblazer from Sky to clear out Long. You can see on his mini-map up at the top, he actually spotted 2 people at the end of Long, and then CNED comes and walls it for him. Now at this point, it's really cool because I think this is very important to note. This angle that he's standing in, we've mentioned it before, but this is called an off angle, right? If you were to come through this stage while you're clearing that corner, you might be clearing this side. You are very, very unlikely to have your crosshair where Bone Cold is standing, and he knows that. So this off angle is very solid in this type of scenario, especially with a Spectre. Great positioning by Bone Cold all around, and he's still just playing with his smoke, but this is where Brimstone is so valuable. You see, he made that contact, he immediately Molotovs. You can see CNED actually running over here to support, but no one can come through this Molotov. It's the most powerful Molotov in the whole game, and he knows that. So he can pull out his little iPad, drop another smoke in the center of Long, and get away cleanly as CNED even heals him. So the round actually isn't over for Bone Cold, but I want to show you guys how much time he has bought. There is only 31 seconds on the clock, and we're still in a 5-on-5 because of this Brimstone. And that's what allows someone like CNED to come to life. 15 seconds left in the round. SMB doesn't have time to clear out all these angles. They don't have the utility to do it. And you can see he just cleans up 4 super easy kills. This is another round, something very similar. He breaks the dart Long, and now he's repositioning to set CNED up in hookah. CNED's going to end up clearing that out, and then he rotates to A. But check this out. So he ends up smoking short, and you can see this is actually the round Starkso over here ends up getting inside of that Brimstone smoke, which opens up the round for Acend yet again. Over here at Showers, a similar thing happens, and this is what a lot of these Brimstones on the top EU teams are doing. He's segmenting off the hits, right? So The second he feels the shower pressure coming, he's ready to ult it. And what does this do? The second this guy ults, it's going to make the entire hit funnel through short, and it's going to make all these people shower, evacuate out of showers, and make the hit seem super one-dimensional. So that's his impact on this round, because he doesn't get a frag, but just separating the hit like that is massive on this pro level. Now going into the next round. Again, he's smoking the center of the long. The Skybird comes through and clears. He gets the orb. And now we're going to speed up a little bit. CNED is peeking Hookah again and gets taken out. So how does Bone Cold react to this? Well, you can see Starkso immediately is going to send the dog to go clear long. So the Tiger's clearing that out for him. So his goal is to then get some information by Hookah. But that's a little difficult because CNED just fell and he's playing 2 initiators. You can see the Sky Flash comes in. So how does he react here in this scenario? He's debating on smoking. The Sky Starkso pops the Seekers. Now this is very important because watch how he deals with this. Watch how perfectly he peeks with this Seeker. The second it says found one, he peeks out wide, gets that frag, and as a good support player does on Brimstone, he segments off the hit again. He mollies the Hookah entrance, and little does he know, but that actually forced 2 people to reposition and go long this round. 1 person is trapped in Hookah, and again, he slows down the entire hit. That's allowing someone like Zeke in spawn to rotate into B, buff up the site. That's allowing that Viper to push into market that you might be noticing on the minimap. There's a lot of things that these smokes are doing, and he has perfect timings on them. So again, this is one of the coolest rounds I've seen out of the Brimstone. He knows the Sky uses the Tiger at the bottom of B long right here, and this is a very, very vulnerable spot to find your initiator in. For a drone, for a Tiger, either one, if your Brimstone nails an ult, it could just take this player out of the round, and that's exactly what he did. So I just wanted to highlight how good Bone Cold's utility was all game long, and how this actually gave Acend the edge. I would love to know what you guys think on the desk.
Thank you very much for that. Sean Brimmy with the stimmy. Absolutely love it, of
Notice
course.
he didn't use a single stim pack in that entire video.
Yeah, I mean, Bone Cold playing the Brimstone on Bind. Now, it was a long time ago, but he has also played Brimstone on Split, the next map we're going to be talking about.
In the beta? Like, what are you
No,
talking
January,
not that much.
Yeah. It's still a while ago, but January. So
they don't really play this. They were trying stuff, you know. Thank you very much, Sean, for going us through the Brimstone. I said I love a good Brimstone on Bind, so thank you for breaking it down to everybody. Hope we see more, so we get
maybe on Split, maybe. Who knows?
I mean, maybe, yeah.
Well,
Why
that's
not?
the thing. We literally do not know what Acend is going
Yeah.
to play, right? Like, because they haven't played this seriously since back in Stage 2. Sure, they could bring back the Stage 2 comps, but is that what they're going to do?
They played it against SMB, and it just wasn't good. You know, it's
Seeding match.
just either way. You know, but they were trying. Do you really think that it was only for seeding,
No,
and
no,
they
no,
were
no,
not like
absolutely
testing
not.
the waters? Because what if you
Testing
have
the
to play?
waters.
What if you have to play it against the other team?
That's the
I
point.
think we should give the people at home a context of what they actually played last time.
Sure.
Zeke was on Astra, Starkso was on Raze, CNED was on Reyna, Bone Cold was on Sage, and Killer is the only person who didn't fancy trolling that day, played Viper. So that was the last time we saw them on this map. Of course, this was against SMB. Again, SMB, I don't think they're going to do something too funky either. There's definitely room to play.
Well, they played it yesterday, right? They played it against Rex.
Exactly.
So you should expect it. This is where Brave made that crazy play, and everybody's like, "Hold on a second, who's Brave?" And everybody's like, "Okay."
Okay,
yes,
Stars
this
is
guy's-
going on the Sage. This is something that we like.
Yep, CNED Jet as well. So
Yep,
no Reyna.
No Reyna for him this time around. Bone Cold on the Omen. Okay. Now
That is
Bone
something I
Cold,
did not expect to see.
He has not played the Omen on this map since March, but again, they don't really play this map that often, so it doesn't mean too much here. Zeke on Raze, Kakuka, not a massive surprise.
Yeah, not at all. I'm actually wondering, because Killis is going to go on the Cypher. I really like this, but I have to lean towards SMB, not only because of what we saw yesterday, is because I don't think Acend has enough practice. Of course, we don't know what's going on scrims, but the pressure might take on to them.
Well, this is it, the decider. Only one of these teams can book themselves a place at the knockouts. Tom and Mitch, let's get into map 3.
Yes, indeed. Let's get this one started. Map 3 between these two teams. The sad thing is, either Acend or SuperMassive Blaze will be going home after this map.
Yeah, for sure. I'd like.
Let's go. tayo. It's finally time for game number 3 between Acend and SMB. Ito na ang huling mapa na mapapanood natin para sa dalawang teams na to dahil isa sa kanila ay actually may eliminate na. Kami nga palang magiging shoutcasters yun pa rin for this matchup. My name is Taylor. With me is Ilu. It's finally time.
Lamig ngayon.
Lamig?
Umuulan today, di ba?
Oo, totoo.
Kanina lakas ng ulan. Pagkagising ko, lakas ng ulan.
Anong connect? Anong connect? So, anong connect?
Wala lang, malamig. Tsaka umuulan. Sarap manood ng Valorant.
Masarap manood ng Valorant. That is indeed true. Tsaka may mga mainit pa tayong matches para sa araw na to after this one eh. Silipin mo nga mabilis.
Crazy Raccoon is going to be playing up against Gambit, and then the last game of
Sentinels
the day
and
is going to
F4Q.
be Sentinels versus F4Q. Inunahan mo eh, sasabihin ko na eh.
Sorry. Akin. Pero aggressive pick to para kay Bone Cold, and even with that, they have the Cypher Trap rather on B main. Anyway, Brave having some damage, and nasilip rin Bone Cold kung ano yung mga position ng mga players. Ang dami ng info na nakuha doon. Madami siyang nakita niya na may dalawa on B main, nakita niya may guiding light sa heaven, so he knows the position or kung ilan quite possibly yung mga tao kung saan sila nakaposisyon din as well. Whoa!
Oh, right clicks to the face. Kyle's getting one, pero isa lang ang nahanap niya dito. Ross is able to get one as well, but is he now towards heaven? This is a tough angle to hold. They don't want to be taking this fight here, and in fact, they will be dropping because of it. SMB a little over-aggressive, a little over-eager. And napunish sila. Ayun, si Paura na lang natira. Tinatanong niya siguro sa kangkong. Ba't kayo nagpipeak? Ba't kayo nang peak? Ano ba yan?
Just really, pag may Cypher pagdating sa split, o kaya kahit anong mapa, nakakainis talaga. Lalo na kung di mo mahanap yung camera. Oh, man.
Yung pinaka nakakainis para sa akin, in any map, Sky talaga.
Really?
Na-flash ka na dalawang beses, na-stun ka pa.
Tapos may Trailblazer pa, no? Oh, man.
Or Breach na magaling.
Astra?
Flash. Stun.
Oh my God,
Tapos,
nagkukos. Tapos lagi magkoconnect sa'yo. Alam mo yun, nag-iba ka na ng posisyon, tapos mag-iiba rin yung ano niya, yung concuss niya.
Concussion, ano pa, meron pa siya yung ano eh, yung fault line, yung concussion, yung tawag doon?
I would say also a good brimstone. Kagaya nung highlight kanina kay
oh yeah, because the smoke is so tagal.
1 minute ba naman yung mapapasok sa oras nyo dahil lang sa isang brim? This forces everyone to go back. The slow just covered everything.
Kayo, sige na nga, wag na natin mag-alis na
Wag
kami.
na nga, edi wag, edi no. Lakad lang.
You know, Acend starting on the defensive side is actually a really big deal. I mean, I know SMB got it. I think SMB's map choice is split, but the fact that Acend is starting on the defensive side, it's a really, really good thing for them that they can build that bank of rounds, build a consistent flow of rounds, and really start to stimulate their economy, build their confidence even more. Acend, confidence peaks all around. Confidence is all he has, and confidence is all he needs, because that's 4 kills for Acend on the anti-eco play right there. Bladestorm na agad, oh.
Second round pa lang kompleto na yung Bladestorm niya eh. Patience
Bladestorm
is key for Sened right there. He knew. Nag-ping siya.
Bam.
He was just really, really aware. And also the guiding light
Sakto.
was going on A, not on him. And
Chill lang siya,
look at
chill lang siya,
that
cool
little
lang.
smile in his face. He knows what he did.
He knows what he did. Kapal ng mukha. Pero yung tamang kapal lang, yung cool. Yung hindi masyadong overconfident, 'di ba? Yung nasa loob lang yung confidence.
Nag-force sila sa second round.
Inner confidence.
Ikaw sila ulit ngayon.
Oo nga no. Nako.
Oh man,
Ay.
mahirap to.
Sened. Kita siya, updraft. Ala, nag-whiff!
Okay na yung 5. Okay na yung 4 kills mo kanina, men. Nag-show off ka na. Pwede na ulit tumalong.
Ayan tuloy. Bladestorm. May phantom siya, di ba?
Maingay. Dalawa na nag-aabang sa Getty. That is Izzy. And bumalik ng kaunti. Dahil doon sa Satchel, Zeke was able to take a kill also on the Cypher.
Maiiko pa yata dito ang Acend. Dami. Oh my God. Wala silang masyadong pera. Pero, mababawi ni Kyles. He has a Spectre, and sometimes the Spectre isn't up. Trying to get an angle, but it's gonna be denied, and the Thrifty win.
No. Nagsimula yun doon kay Sined eh.
Ay, nako. Tignan
Yan,
natin.
the kill
Ito si
from
Cypher,
Fora.
Ayan. Ay, hindi. Ayan. Bro, okay ka lang? Dito mama si Sined.
Ilan ba yung knives niya doon? Lima pa ba?
4.
Oo, nagamit niya na yung
Apat
ano.
pa. Apat
pa.
4 yung
Man.
nag-miss.
VALORANT Masters. Hey, that's us.
That's us. Master style.
Masters. This is now a buy for the side of Acend. Also, on the other hand, si Starks, actually, naka-ano lang siya dito, naka-judge lang siya. Sined is holding Vents right now. He needs to go back for a bit, reposition himself, and si Izzy mukhang gusto niya bumaba dito. Ang nakaabang is a Star, so... And the thing is, once natapatan mo to, nako, I really can see kills after kills happening around here on Vents. But glad to know that they're not going to do that, as they want to take Heaven. Mail ang gusto nila, mail ang plano nila, but Zeke is ready to stop them. Meron ding crossfire mula kay Sined, and this is the guiding light connecting. He was able to punish one before he goes down, and now Zeke is just waiting around the corner with a triple kill. Alam na ang posisyon niya because of the neural theft. Can he manage to take on a kill, forcing out the position para kay Fora, and Kyles to secure. Ganda.
Maganda ng bait and switch niya doon. Dinadraw niya lang yung attention ni Pauro. Tignan mo ako, magsiswing ako. Pero yung nag-swing yun, galing sa taas. Pero look at this play from Z. Beautiful headshot. And ang tagal niyang nabuhay dun ha. Ano yun, tatlo? Nakadalawa pa siya.
Man, such a good play right there from Acend. Kanina, hindi ko alam kung ano nangyari during the third round, actually. Dahil napatay sila even with an eco on the side of SMB. This is a slow coming in, and also one-way smoke. So, kailangan matinding pag-iingat ang kailangan gawin ng SMB.
Or matinding pre-fire. But they're not gonna challenge so much. They're gonna go ahead and rotate here towards B. 3 players na ngayon ang nasa B side. Alam nilang vulnerable yung mid nila. Yung defense na to, I like the setup here from Acend actually. Their mid is weak, but they're not too worried. But they'll give up Heaven if they need to.
Holding this angle, he might be able to get one kill.
Oh,
yes, he
no.
does.
How is he
Even
alive?
though it took so much time. There is the heal coming in, ready to take an action, and this is the showstopper. Connecting to one person, mapa!
Oh no! Mali! Yan ang mali. Okay lang, nakadalawa naman siya. Advantage pa rin. Pero kung napatay niya yung sa kabila, ang ganda sana ng play niya. Pero siya yung napatay
30
niya.
seconds left.
Saan nag-clip yung showstopper? Gusto ko sana makita. Nag-clip yata sa kaliwa.
Imagine if napatay niya lahat.
Oo.
Saya, no?
Kaso hindi eh. Siya yung napatay niya. Kala mo makaka-fake ka? Psych!
12 seconds remaining to plant the spike, Turco. Dropping it in. 7 seconds. To plant niya na yung spike na to. 1v1. He still has the rest he can use, but medyo malayo yung mga kampi niya. Tinap na yung spike. And ikutan na mangyayari. Una na lang makakita. And that is Turco with a triple kill on this round. The Red Bull clutch comes in. The score is 3-2.
Dalawang malaking misplay nangyari sa round na yun. Yung teleport ni Bone Cold tsaka yung ulti ni Zeke. Panalo sila dun eh. Tingnan nga natin to. Ayan, ito si Zeke. Sure. Ayan, 1. Pero saan nag-clip? Saan nag-clip yung ultimate niya? Yun gusto ko malaman.
Ito.
Sa kaliwa, no? Sa kaliwa nga.
Nanata. Ay! Man,
Sa kaliwa.
wow, mali.
Sa kaliwa. Sa kaliwa niya.
Lungkot, no? Yung akala mo, mapapatay mo na yung tatlo. Tapos sa'yo tumama.
Actually, kung nabato niya yan, feeling ko dalawa pa yung mapapatay niya.
Yun nga eh, feeling ko tatlo pa nga eh. Lahat actually. Nung nandun
magkakatabi
sa
sila,
mail. Yun nga. Lahat ng nandun sa mail actually, pwede niya ma-punish.
Yan
Kaso
yung
nga lang, wala eh.
Yun yung mga moments, Taylor, na
Yung hindi ka makakatulog.
Oo, yung
Mapapanaginipan mo.
Ginipan mo. Ayun.
Mapapanaginipan.
Papanaginipan. Ang hirap naman ng word na yun, papanaginipan.
Yeah.
Yan.
Mapapanaginipan mo pa. Dahil hindi ka mapakali. Bakit nangyari yun?
Magaling ka ba mag-tongue twisters, Taylor? Feeling ko magaling ka mag-tongue twisters.
Hindi. Magaling lang ako mag-Tagalog.
Sige nga, isa nga pitong puting lupa.
Wag na. Gusto mo ako matanggal sa PPGL. Kung ano-ano pa papagawa mo sa akin. Saka na lang.
Shorty.
Sorry. Oh, sarap ng stars. Sinet was able to see one.
Oy,
Kahit
bulag na
bulag-bulag. Yan, kahit bulag-bulag. Wala silang pakialam. Push lang ng push.
Pero may baril pa. May baril pa yung dalawang members ng Acend dito eh. Sobrang awkward. Oh my God.
What is this? What is this play? What?
Enemy remaining.
What's
Actually,
happening? Hi, next.
guys,
Oh, no,
I know na mukhang Kenkoy Valorant yung nakikita natin dito. And to be honest, medyo, actually, this does not look like super high-level Valorant sometimes. But that wall was actually really big brain. It gave them such an advantage.
Isang panel lang yung binasag din nila eh.
Yeah, because they only broke down one panel and obviously, sa tingin mo ba makakalabas ba kayo doon?
Tsaka kahit wala namang wall. Na-delay lang sila ng kaunti, di ba? Tapos lahat na ng kalaban nila, nakaantay na actually doon. So, such a big brain move, but another one round for both sides of the teams. We have a 3-3 scoreline. Pantay pa ang laban. So far, so good para sa both teams na to. Ang pinagkaiba, they actually buy round to para sa kanilang lahat.
Yep.
So this will set the tone on how the economy of a team will go right now.
What is your favorite gaming snack?
I would say it's not a snack but a drink. Coffee.
Yung iba kasi mga kilala ko hindi nakakalaro pag nagka-coffee kasi nanginginig daw yung mga kamay nila. Palpitate.
Mahina.
Ako Red Bull.
If people got ice on their veins, I got coffee on mine.
Red Bull Philippines, baka naman.
Yung pala, no, na gano'n lang. Gumawa na ng momentum para masabi mo yon. But another showstopper not connecting to anybody.
Whoa!
Huh?
Through the smoke yun ah. Nice kills. 3v4 still. Operator on CNED, retaking with an op on A site. Well, forget about it. It's a little bit easier than the B site, but on split it's still quite difficult. But Zeke, here we go. That's a nice way to get back in the round. This retake looking very much possible right now, especially after that kill from CNED. Magagawa pa niyang 3v2 here. Trapped onto site. Si Turco na lang mag-isa. Has to be Hercules. But can he go the distance? Absolutely not. Two players still standing on the Acend side, and they're gonna get round number 4.
Well, that wasn't too hard. Acend. Actually, nagsasalit-salitan lang naman tong dalawa eh. It's just either Acend or SMB. And if you think about it, like the panel said a while ago, Acend, if I'm not mistaken, haven't played this map in a long time already.
I want that jersey.
I want that jersey. Have you seen,
That's sweater.
actually, yung tweet ng ibang pro players that
Ano?
they got? A jacket. Yeah, ganyan.
Uy.
Ganyan yung design.
Jacket?
Yeah.
Sweatshirt or jacket?
Sweatshirt or hoodie? Ata.
Hoodie.
Na ganyan yung design. Na yan yung design. So
Sana
cool.
all.
Sana all. Ako, title card nga lang na BCT. Kaso
Title
masaya
card
na ako.
nga lang eh.
Hindi ko na kailangan ng jacket.
Kahit body nga lang, okay na ako eh. Kasi may jacket na tayo.
Slows. May jacket na nga tayo. Totoo. Salamat sa PPGL. PPGL nagbigay na.
PPGL number 1.
Ay guys, nagtatanong si PPGL since papasok daw ang Team Secret para sa Champions. Nag-tweet sila kung gusto nyo daw ba ng PH broadcast. Feeling ko replyan nyo para makaramdam eh.
Oo. Tama. Mga mods dyan. Mga lahat ng nanonood.
Follow nyo na rin sa Twitter yung PPGL. Totoo. Para may trabaho kami, tas para mapasaya namin kayo. Dalawa yun. Win-win. Diba?
Yup. It's a win. Pero, ito na nga. Push here towards B. Umikot sila. Ang layo ng inikot nila. Galing A. Mukhang aalis naman. Joke lang. Sige, wag na tayo mag-B. Pero, oy, SMB, 35 seconds na lang 35 seconds na lang. Di na kayo pwede mag-rotate. Ubusan nyo yung oras nyo, kaka-rotate. Dito si Sined.
Dito sila lagi napapunish yung mga sobrang late na dahil nga ang daming delay nilang natatanggap. Pero speaking of delay, this is Izzy getting a kill on Sined. Na-stop na nila yung forces ng operator na yan. Ang tanong, kaya ba nilang i-stop yung forces ng ibang natitirang players dito? Dahil Starso was able to get 2 kills. Pero yung patience na yan will connect on him actually. The plan of the spike where you don't need it anymore. Why do you need to plant the spike if you can finish them all?
Actually, na-pressure yung Acend dun masyado silang na-focus sa pag-deny ng spike.
Totoo. Parang, uy, ano na lang yung oras nila? 15 seconds na lang. Labanan yung labanan para di sila mag-plant. Kaso naubos.
Kaso isa sila nag-peak. Ayun. Tapos si Sined. Nung nag-drop yung spike dito sa Hell, actually pwede nilang ibigay yun Kasi ang dami ng information nun Pero nag-peak sila isa-isa.
May nagtatanong dito sa comment section, ano yung EMEA at NA? Noobs pa lang. It means yun yung regions nila, guys. Yung NA, North America yun. SEA, Southeast Asia. EMEA, ano ulit yung EMEA? Ilo? Parang, kalimutan ko EMEA.
Actually, the meaning...
Europe, Middle East, Africa. Parang yun yung mga region, yun yung mga country.
Yes, tama.
Yeah.
Pero wala tayong African representative, no?
Wala. Walang nakapasok.
Middle East is Turkey only. Pero technically, hindi Middle East yung Turkey
Parang Europe yun.
Turkey is in Europe, actually. Kasama siya sa Schengen visa. But, Europe, okay, it's a very complicated thing. Turkey is in Europe, but it's not in the EU. Hindi siya kasama sa European Union.
Like, kagaya ng Britain. Kasi nag-Brexit sila.
Kasi nag-Brexit sila. Wow, Taylor! You're so smart! Oh my God, you're so smart, Taylor!
Aren't you used to this anymore? I just keep surprising you about all this political stuff that I know. But heading back to the game, enough of that. Stars was able to get a kill. 1 down and Sentinels to take another. 13 seconds na naman.
Inuubos talaga ng oras ng ito, Asim! Chill lang kayo! 4 seconds. 3 seconds. Panalo na. Pero, Thrifty win pa rin. And again, Taylor, we go back to the SMB. Sometimes they take too many rounds. Parang Navi. Alam nyo naman yung Navi style play no? Ganun yung dating nila You know, I think Pansy was the one who mentioned this also before. That they play this... You can't really play the Navi style play unless you have a player like Guardian on your team. And they don't. SMB don't.
It's an eco yet again for them. Naubos at naubos lang lagi yung oras nila This is another pick from Sentinels. Another one. Ito nga yung sinasabi mo, re-pick Lords to Sentinels. So, he wasn't able to take the second kill. Pero okay lang yan because Starso was ready to pull up the wall and of course, boost on it and then have a kill himself as well. Now, with one player remaining, that is Ruz with the Sheriff. Can he do something about this? Maybe he can get 1 or 2 kills? Punish players from Acend? Or maybe a clutch if he can. Pero malaking flank na agad ang nangyayari with Starso.
Lang spike
ready to go in.
Actually,
and just waiting game lang to. Actually,
hawak ni Kyle's yung spike. Hindi nila bibitawan. This round is already done. It's just a matter of how many kills Russ can get.
Yeah. And none to have an answer.
Teka lang, binulog niya ba sarili niya? Diba kasi tumatalon-talon siya? Or dahil na-flank siya?
Replay.
Tumatalon-talon siya. Tingnan natin. We'll see if kung may replay. Ang ganda niyan. Ano yan? Radianite box na trophy. Ngayon ko lang nakita yan.
Saan to banda? Sa map?
Sa split. Huwag ka na mabad trip, Taylor. Huwag ka na mabad trip. Okay lang yan.
Sige, kaya mo na to solo cast, no?
Sige, akin na rin TF mo
May TF?
Oo nga pala, no?
Remember, Sentinels is here to take a shot at the operator. Instant rest agad ang ganap para sa side ng SMB. Another one bites the dust. Kumbaga, pagdating sa pagtag ng Cypher, Kyle was able to take out a kill, but Izzy to get 2 instead. 2-1 trade. Nilabas na rin ang showstopper. Naghahanap kung saan ba pwede makakuha ng isa pang kill. Sentinels on the operator, though he goes back dahil just showstopper na yan. Neural Death was used. This is just Sentinels trying to peek again and again. Baka sakaling may matamaan siya, but Zeke was able to punish one, a showstopper for himself as well. Meron mo siyang makikita dahil medyo matagal-tagal bago siya lumabas. Right in the moment in time, wala siyang makukuhang kill dito. 3v3 situation right now. Nilabas lahat ng kanyang utilities.
It's trying to get control here, but Izzy's unstoppable. So is Turco, but Zeke is able to find one, but from the back, it's gonna be SMB. Yet again with Izzy, quadra kill. 4 kills for Izzy!
Last round before the switch.
Dude.
Grabe.
Si Zeke, alam mo nilabas siya lahat ng utilities niya doon. Nakakuha siya ng kill dahil sa boombot lang. Yung showstopper niya, yung paint shells niya, walang nakuha, wala ring na-force out of position. Aside from doon sa boombot. And Izzy was able to capitalize on that and then just pushed in. Nagpa-flying kiss papunta sa kabila.
Okay, bro. Paano pag kinuha ng ibang team? Paano pag sinala?
Sinalo ng ibang team. Sinalo ng Sentinels, nanonood sila sa gilid.
Tapos mukha din sila. Spray sa smoke, pero sa open ka, bone cold, he gets caught right behind the wall. Starkso ready for the punish, but Starkso, he has a res available. I do not think he'll be able to use it. Na sobrang nasa open si bone cold dito. There's no way he can get this res. Not unless mag-push siya ng B-main, ibutan yung kalaban, or unless mag-A sila. But for now, it looks like mid-control has been taken by SMB. Now they have to decide what to do. Kailangan nilang iwasan na sobrang maubusan ng oras. And that kill onto Sentinels punishes them. Now, SMB can decide to go to a side without waiting too long. But can they find the kill? Starkso, he gives up his position, has to go back, has to fall back. He can go for a res.
The stars are being set for the Astra. May res pa nga, gaya ng sabi mo, he can go for it. But the question remains, he has the space, enough space to res up. Wala na rin naman yung ibang mga kalaban and also na-plant na rin yung spike. So expect the post-plant positioning of the players from SMB. Nilabas na ang Cosmic Divide, flank ka pa, it's down para kay Pora. And now Zeke coming in with the plane chest, or rather with the satchel in play. And one by one, they all falter in the hands of SMB. Grabe, 6-6!
Hindi ko alam kung sloppy yung teams or I don't know if
muted ka?
hindi ko alam. Pero I don't know what's going on exactly, but even though it's 6-6, there's a lot of sloppy plays happening. Ang daming pagkakamali, ang daming weird errors na nangyayari. Just
Awkward positionings from time to time.
Yeah, a lot of over-peaking. This doesn't look like a clean best of 3. And I think everybody's gonna agree with this. I don't know it's because everyone's rattled, especially because Vision Strikers has kicked their ass. I think
unexpectedly daw, sabi ng panel and
but we knew.
Casters, but
like,
we knew. Southeast Asia knew.
Asia knew, Korea knew, Japan knew. Japan
exactly.
knew. Na Japan's going next. Pero sa tingin mo ba, may pag-asa pa tong si Crazy Raccoon sa Gambit sa next game?
I don't think so. I think Zeta Division. But
wala na yung Zeta eh.
Wala na rin eh, no? Ito yung second seed, di ba? A second place for Japan, Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah.
Maybe they have something, maybe we're in for a surprise, you know?
Actually,
but I
Crazy
don't
Raccoon,
think so.
secure na yata sila sa Champions eh.
Diba? Really?
From what I know, secured na yung Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah. Let's see the teams that we have secured. Okay, we have Sentinels. We have Cade Stars team. Vikings crew is also secured. Team Secret X10. Yeah, Crazy Raccoon is here and Vision Strikers as well. So, meron pang hinaantay kumbaga sa ating
Ilang slots pa?
EMEA and A last chance qualifier, APAC last chance. Dito tayo kasali sa Southeast Asia.
Yep.
South Asia last chance? South America. Oh, no.
Yep.
South America and then APAC. Dito tayo sa APAC.
Wait,
May last
SA
chance.
ba? Kasi kung SA yan, most likely...
SA. South America.
SA is South Asia, normally.
No. It's South America.
South America. Okay, so... Yeah, it can get a little bit confusing, but yes, SA.
And maybe... Ang iniisip ko pa rin dito is, paano kung yung mga pasok na sa mga slot nila sa Champions, sila pa rin yung manalo dito sa Masters Berlin? Kasi this Masters is also securing a spot on Champions.
Do you want to
as
know
well.
a fun fact?
What?
Did you know that each and every continent starts and ends with the same letter?
Europe, Asia. You're right.
Yeah. America. Australia, diba? Oceania. Oceania is technically is not a region, right? It's Antarctica.
Oh, masakit. 54 HP na lang agad si Izzy. Napabato na lang din siya ng pain shells papunta EMEA, pero wala namang papasok doon. I really think that was a waste of the pain shells since kayang-kaya makapunish nun. The burst downs from the players of SMB though. Right-click lang ang right-click hanggang makapatay.
Ooh, nice flash. But still, they get the kills. Full blind and it doesn't matter. They just tap away. Makukuha pa rin ni Kyles ang double. Could follow up, but no, it's gonna be Brave with another triple kill himself. Low HP. Tingnan mo naman ang HP ng mga members ng SMB, pero nanalo pa rin sila. And this is the crucial pistol. They really needed this. Lalo na they are starting on the defensive side. This is gonna be absolutely massive for SMB, boosting their chances by so much more.
I mean, the triple kill from Brave. All the way from trying to pinpoint the enemies doon sa ramps kanina, even with the Cyber Cage. Nakakuha siya ng isa, sinundan niya pa ng tatlo, or dalawa rather, to finish things off.
Bulat pa siya nun.
Kaya nga SMB, they're off to a good start here kapag matuloy-tuloy nila.
Yeah, that's a big what if here, but we've seen like how many eco wins na nakailang thrifty yata kanina? Isa ba o dalawa lang? Not sure, but we'll go back to it later. Brave finds Starkso and easy pickings here. 5v4 na ngayon, makikita natin it is gonna be Acend to be at a massive disadvantage in this round unless makahanap sila mga pitas, and that starts off with Bone Cold. Bone Cold gets one, brings down Turco very low, has to retreat just to heal. He's chasing him away. Pero mukhang makakatakas. Back into safety they go, and they line up perfectly for Ruz.
It was difficult. They had the pistols only in their hands, and mahirap talaga makapunish ng, especially kapag nasa defense sila, holding those Spectres, and even bumili na rin sila ng Phantom actually kay Ruz. Naka-Phantom na si Ruz during that time. So, even with the Sheriff, they can't manage to get a pick off on that, and nag-line up na lang sila sa harapan ni Ruz, and just a quick spray down on them.
Yeah, they managed
Easy
to
peasy.
get... True. Nakuha nila yung mid control, tama, pero you know, they just didn't have the weapons. They still managed to make it a little bit expensive, which is a little bit of a saving grace. Now, SMB only on 3 Spectres. Dahil sa mga kill na nakuha ng Acend, it forces them to go on the Vandals. But can they hold on onto this anti-eco round? Nice swing from Power. He gets one, traded out by Russ. Russ gets another, and this is looking really good for SMB here. As the members of Ace Acend, they're getting the trade frags. 2v2 na lang ngayon, Terror. Mukhang mapaplant pa nila yung spike. But Izzy here, he has the headshot angle. Alam niya kung nasan si Starkso. Makakaalis ba si Starkso? Yes. He's gonna get around the corner just barely.
Oh! delikado yung mga talon-talon na yan eh. Kanina nakita ko na kung paano napatay yung isa sa mga talon-talon. But the stars have been set and the concuss comes in. The default plant though also comes in. Hindi makalabas dito yung Omen, but with this low, makakakuha sila ng posisyon o kaya ng space to actually go back a few. Pero meron siyang satchel na pwedeng gamitin para makakit ng wall. So it really depends, but it is a slide in. The lineup is there, but hindi na pumutok yung baril.
Yeah, Starkso with a massive triple kill. That looked like SMB's round, actually. That looked like SMB were gonna take it, but they just take a loss right there. Take a look at the replay. Ayun na nga, nag-line up sila. That should have been the round eh, pero medyo nag-asims sila sa totoo lang. A little bit over-peaking. I like the idea to double-peak. But double-peaking onto 2 players is not really a good idea. So Acend, they're happy to capitalize on it. You know why they wear the arm sleeves? Yung sa right arm nila. Para hindi masakit sa table. Yung friction kasi. Lalo na pag arm player. Masakit yun eh. Pag matagal.
Parang no? Di ba kasi pag mobile ka nagkalaro, kumari wall drift. Nakaano ka? Finger sleeves.
Or may powder sila.
Oo.
Or laos na ba yung powder?
Laos na yun, men! Finger sleeves na ginagamit kayo ng mga players para maiwasan yung pawis-pawis na yun. Try mo ko. Alam ko gumagamit pa rin sila eh. Depende na lang ata kung saan komportable.
Hindi ako naglalaro sa mobile eh.
VALORANT mobile.
VALORANT.
Oh, this is the paint shells. Oh, laban na ng paint shells, man.
And I think they receive each other in the air, actually. 3v3, only a judge onto Izzy. Has to get onto site. And Zeke holding the cross. He's gonna drop. Paura looking for another one, but Starkso sees the angle. Crossfire is set. Paura will dismantle it, but he's gonna be traded.
8-8 is the score. Pantay na pantay ang laban.
8 times 8.
64. Tama ba? Ilu.
Ba't mo ako tinatanong? Di ko din alam eh. Di joke lang, tama yun, 64. Pop quiz!
Ay, mo naman sinasabi, hindi ako magaling sa math. Pero, thankfully, alam ko pa naman.
We do
kahit
caster
pa paano yung ating multiplication table. Don't put me in a position like that.
I'm sorry, Terror. I apologize.
Man. Buti na lang, lagi ko sinasabi na medyo hindi ako magaling sa math. Kaya pag nagkamali ako, okay lang.
Tama.
What do they expect? Alam mo, may mga bagay talaga na sa buhay na to, you can't have it all, di ba?
Tama. Medyo unfair na kasi pag ganun.
Unfair na yun kapag nasa yun na lahat.
Eh, paano pag nasa yun na ang lahat?
Sabi ko na nga ba eh.
Ano?
Ewan ko, sabi ko na nga ba sasabihin mo yun eh. Iba na talaga ang usapan ng casters kapag 12:30 na lang umaga. Madaling araw na talaga. Oh, Paura receiving the heal and the push. Kaso nga lang wala magagawa yung sheriff niya doon. Ang dami masyadong nagpo-push at saka naka-satchel in play din. Hindi niya makuha agad-agad yung punish doon sa player na yun. Dalawang players na lang. Oh, make it one. Izzy is the only man remaining. He goes up vertical, but there's none.
8-9, and Zeke now with 17 kills. Grabe si Zeke. Actually, mas marami kills si Seaman. But it's the two duelists that are really stepping up here for Acend. 8-9, they have the lead, and 5 ultimates. 5. Seen as a Blade Storm. Starkso has the res, and you know how it goes here. SMB, they're gonna call a timeout, and I think this is a good time to call a timeout because they want to decide paano ba natin lalabanan to. And if you ask me, kung may kalaban ka na team na madaming ultimate, ang kailangan mo talaga dyan is you cannot wait and let them ulti you, lalo na kung defensive side ka. Kasi sadyang makukuha nila yung site. And they'll take a site, they'll get whatever kill they need. So what you need to do is you need to force them back. Hanap sila ng pitas. Hanap sila ng laban. Anything that they can do to somehow equalize the advantage here. Kasi kung 5 ultimate sila, maka-kill ka ng isa, that's gonna be pretty okay naman.
Usapan na muna Time out.
Ano kaya pinag-uusapan
Meeting
nila?
muna. Hindi ko alam eh.
Guys, kain tayo. Ano kaya? Saan tayo punta after?
Anong orderin natin mamaya pagtapos
Ano orderin natin
nito?
pag-uwi?
Mga ganun.
Meron kaya silang shawarma dito?
Sabi, meron. Alam mo, usong-uso dito sa Germany ang donors. Donor?
Doner, yeah.
Doner.
There's a large immigrant population din kasi in Germany.
Actually, the largest is Turkey.
Yeah.
Turkish.
But you mean the population of?
Yeah, I mean immigrants.
It's gonna be sick. Nag-miss yung showstopper pero okay lang nakuha nila yung kills. Acend. Ito na nga yung sinasabi ko pag 5 ultimates, ang dali-dali na makukuha yung side. All it took was one showstopper and they get on top of it here. Bone Cold out of position. Miss from Sened. Hindi siya handa, but Russ with a triple kill is gonna get that up onto Kyle's 1v2.
It's all up to Kyles. He gets 1 kill. Will he be able to get another one? Euro Depth was used. Isang mabilis ang pick-off lang. He gets the kill. Nagamit niya yung ulti na yan. But still, a round is a round. Acend takes this to an 8-10 scoreline. Finally, nakalayo tayo dun sa 1 round gap lang. Make it 2 this time around, finally. That's Red Bull Plus,
Let's go, Acend!
Let's go, Acend!
Bawian niyo
Bias eh, no?
Hindi, kasi si SMB yung tumalo sa Paper Rex.
Sa Paper Rex? Oo nga, bawian niyo.
Bawian niyo!
Pa natin yung PR. Yeah, going back to yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina. 1.2 lang ata. Basta 1% something lang ang Asians. Germany.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Turkish people living in Germany, right?
Yeah, Middle Eastern also as well. It's because of course of yung refugee system na nila.
Yeah. But even before that, Germany was very inclusive of immigrants.
That's true.
There's whole sectors of Germany na parang little Turkey. They have those things.
That is true. Carls, yet again, gusto na naman niyang lumaban sa round na to. Gusto niya magpakitang gilas. On the other hand, Sened, very closely, napinch siya dito ni Izzy. Siyempre, with a burst down from a frenzy. Parang mini Spectre yan eh. Pero here comes the party, ang sabi ni Izzy, when he gets that 1 kill. Remember, eco to or bukim to para sa ating side ng SMB.
And again, if they win this is such a massive confidence boost for SMB, especially after losing that previous one. They're gonna put a nice one from Bone Cold. He goes all the way around. Iniikutan na niya ngayon, but can they expect him up close? Doesn't look like it. Bone Cold goes for one to trade. Oh, he pulls out his ultimate. Nasa bukas ka! What are you doing, Bone Cold? Ba't ka dyan nag-ulti?
Isa-isa. Isang round na naman yung difference, guys. I don't know what happened.
This is a really sloppy game, dude. I'm telling you, this is a really sloppy game from both of these teams. I mean, there's some nice moments. Uy, solid. But you'll never see Vision Strikers making this mistake. You'll never see G2, even 100 Thieves. They won't make these kind of, like, I don't know. It's a little bit. I don't know, man. Parang weird. Yun lang masasabi ko, weird.
Oh man. Yet again, SMB is just 1 round away para lang mapantay yung scoreline na meron tayo. And Starso is also just holding a Sheriff. He has a full armor, utility-wise, kompleto din. Para sa kanya, may rest din siyang pwedeng gamitin. But aside from that, Zeke is just holding a Judge as well. But this Judge is not just a Judge. Dahil kapag pumunta siya with the satchel in play and just have a perfect opportunity to get some kills, he can manage to get more than 1. But, binabasag yung... Nakabasag pala ng wall yung ano? Seekers?
Hindi.
Ha? Eh, bakit parang binabasag yung Seekers?
Ano ka ba? Binaril
ba? Bakit wala ako narinig na gunshots?
Rinig ko!
Naiibang na ba ako? Alauna na ba?
Feeling ko maglinis ka na ng tenga. Ako, rinig ko, ha?
Talaga? Akala ko.
Ayan, sinasabi mo. Kanina sinabi mo, Judge. Kala mo, Judge lang yan. Pero si Zeke, makakahanap pa rin yan ng opening.
May satchel kasi siya eh. Pwede siyang parang ano lang yan, parang jet na naka-judge. Naalala mo pa yung ano, unstoppable force na kapag yung jet naka-bucky at saka naka-judge. Dinerf nga nila yun eh, dumating sa point na gano'n. But Sentinels was able to take on a kill. And now with a 4v2 situation, Acend, they have the upper hand in this round. So, wag na nilang gawin yung mga mistakes na nangyari kanina. Pero binibait and switch lang nila dito. Actually, si Turco, he gets one. He might be able to get another one. Ipupush ito. This is a judge. At sa pull sa mukha.
Wait.
With, oh. Bakit?
Nakakabasag daw.
Oh,
sabi
diba?
ng chat.
Oh.
Okay,
Wala nga akong narinig na gun sounds.
Ako nakarinig ako. Ako yata yung nababaliw.
Akala ko ako yung nababaliw. Ikaw pala.
Ako pala. Yun naman talaga ang mga baliw, di ba? Hindi nila alam kung sila ang baliw. Sino ba yung baliw na alam na baliw sila, di ba? Hindi sila baliw. Di ba? Ayos pa yun. Pero actually, hindi ko alam yun kasi every time na mag-seekers ako tapos may wall, hindi na nadamage yung wall.
Parang walang nangyayari. Ba't dito mabilis? Baliw ka na daw, Ilo.
Baliw na daw ako. Okay, salamat Facebook chat sa pag-correct sa akin. Na-appreciate ko. I stand corrected po.
Zeke! Obliterated para sa kanya. Dalawang members dahil nakakuha pa siya ng kill with that Phantom as well. Acend, they have the upper hand. They might be able to take that scoreline kung saan isang round na lang kailangan nila at makukuha na nila ang panalo.
Binaril daw ni Sened.
Men, wala nga akong narinig na gunshots.
Binaril ni Sened kaya may gunshots. Oh, so pares tayong tama. Pares tayong tama.
Si Sened. Si Sened ba yung kanina na mababasag na yung seeker siya yung bumaril? Saan galing yung seekers? Saan galing yung seekers? Sa Acend o sa SMB?
Alam mo, move on na tayo eh. Feeling ko 12. Match point na ngayon ang Acend. At walang napupunta ang discussion natin. Walang napupuntahan. 12-9 and Acend looked like they're going to advance over SMB.
Yan na, baliw na silang dalawa. Sabi dito. Hindi nyo pa nakikita si Ray guys.
Oh, baka nyo si Ray mamaya pag nagkasino.
Baka nyo si Ray.
Maririnig din na lang. Magandang umaga po.
Mas nakakahibang yun. Sa SMB galing yung Seekers. Ibig sabihin, si Sened, binasag niya lang yung wall kasi wala siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman. Binaril niya talaga kasi sa kabila galing eh. Anyway, Acend.
Oh no, it's another weird round. But Bone Cold might be the person who can bring them back. Teleport to the other side just to make it interesting. Teleporting back. Okay. Swabe lang.
Enemy remaining.
What a play! Pero mapapatay lang din siya ni Izzy.
Tapos nag-plant siya sa open. Hindi ko maintindihan anong ginagawa ng mga teams na to. Bakit ka Why plant open kung bukas ang heavy?
Men, kung baliw na tayo, baliw na rin sila. Nakita mo yung TP in, TP out niya?
Tapos plant open pa. Hindi ko gets, dude!
Oh, man. Ito. Okay, 10 HP na lang. Si kuya mo Sened. Tapos, wala, hindi pinakita. Sayang.
Ito, why plant open when Sened is not looking heaven? Diba? But they should have just had Sened watch heaven kahit low siya. Tapos swing na lang. Tapos plant sa safe. I don't understand some of the decision making. Akala siguro nila iniikutan na sila sa elbow. Ay, sa ano pala, sa screens.
Bone Cold kanina pa. Pati yung TP, pati yung ulti Oh! This paranoia completely connects. Kaso the slow also will connect on Zeke. Ang ganda ng mga entries na ginagawa actually ni Zeke for the team eh. Yung mga follow-up na lang talaga. Tsaka yung second entry ni Sened. Second entry ba si Sened? O siya yung pumupush? Si Zeke yung pumupush eh, no?
Oo.
Okay.
Well, before we get to... dash in. Wait lang. Dash in muna. A site is secured. A heaven at least.
Oh,
So
may kasama
i-wall
pang
nila.
wall.
They isolate the CT players and they look like they're gonna hit site here. Screens. The slow comes in as well. Izzy burying himself to the back of the site. Ito na si Paura.
Spike down A.
Oh no, but the Reds comes in. Bone Cold still taken out. Rezzed up. Starkso getting another kill. 5v2. And this looked like it's gonna be a sense game. Kyles holding, pre-firing, missing. Brave and Turco still alive. Paano nila nagagawa to? They still have it. There is a chance right now, especially if Starkso goes down, and he doesn't. It's gonna be the 1v3. Turco na lang mag-isa. Siya na lang ang pag-asa ng team niya, pero hindi mangyayari. 3 kills, Starkso, and it's going to be Acend who go in advance. They go to the playoffs, eliminating SMB.
They still have a chance to take on the spot and be the champions of Masters. That was a messy game. That was a very messy game for both sides of the teams.
By the way, before we get into it, Madam Taylor and Sir Ilu, pag-greet naman sa kapatid ko, happy birthday.
Happy birthday,
happy
Yani
birthday,
Lim.
Yani Lim.
Laka ba?
Yani
Happy
Lim
birthday to
Laka ba?
you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Oh. Man,
Bakit ako
Cena
naging
is
Jed Madel?
just a really, really good player as well. Oh, hug na lang talaga, Russ. Of course, this is the elimination match. Russ is just spectacular on the defense, I would just want to say. Those 3 maps na meron tayo, Russ definitely shines, especially on the defending side.
Medyo nagtataka ako, like, you know, there's a lot of weird rounds in this game, and I just had a lot of questions. Neither of these teams played. You know, it wasn't exactly beautiful Valorant, but it was nice. It was a nice game.
GG daw kahit nababaliw yung shotcast. Men,
Bilang kami.
paano ka namang hindi mababaliw? Makikita mo, nagtitipi sa open. Nagpa-plant sa open. Hindi ka ba mababaliw nun?
I don't know. It's a weird game, but yeah, GG anyway to the winners, and I guess they advance. You know, I didn't think I'd say this, and actually hindi ko rin in-expect to eh. Pero sa tingin ko sa group na to, Vision Strikers are actually the best team.
Na-realize niya. Yan yung na-realize. Ano naman sa Vision Strikers mo?
Ano?
Ayan ka na naman sa Vision Strikers mo?
Bakit? Totoo naman eh.
Wala lang. Kasi parang... alam mo yan, Acend
Same
na
group
SMB
sila.
yung naglalaban. No, same group naman sila. Tapos yung ending ng analysis natin, Vision Strikers is the best team.
In the same group.
Oh. Gambit ba yung next? Gambit ba yung next, Ilu?
Gambit versus Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, Kita mo, parang nabaliw din sila.
Oh, diba?
Diba? Hawa-hawa lang to, guys. Oh, Acend advances and of course, sino ba yung kasabay nila actually? With their group that goes in?
Acend? Vision Strikers
Vision
nga! Hindi ka nga nakikinig sa akin. Ilang beses na... Paper Rex pala, Paper Rex.
Ha? Hindi! Naniniwala ka kay Direct?
Hindi, kasi Visions... Oh my God! Linuloko din ako ng direct namin. Vision Strikers nga! Out na yung Paper Rex. Paper Rex ka dyan. I fell for that. I fell for that good. Fair play to you, Director. Fair play. Pero Vision Strikers kasama ng Acend. Mag-a-advance sa group. Sa Group B naman, Team Envy and Crew Esports. Sa Group D, G2 versus Sentinels. And for Group C, 100
Sila na naman.
teams. Oo.
Oo. Paper Rex pa nga.
Napa-Paper Rex ako. Binubulungan ako ng Paper Rex eh. Ano ba naman? Paper Vision Strikers kasi. Naisip ko tuloy Paper Rex.
Oh, man. It is what it is. That is the first game for today. Seryoso, first game pa lang yun.
First game pa lang yun.
12:30 na po ng madaling araw at officially, today is the day na baliw na po yung mga casters ng ng VCTPH. Kasi medyo ilang araw na tong Masters Berlin na baliktad yung oras namin.
Nahawa tayo kay Rere. Si Rere yung may kasalanan. Actually, sane pa
Si
tayo.
Rere sila rin ng lahat actually. So, It is what it is. That's finally it. Ang susunod yung casters ay si Ilu pa din. So, baliw pa rin yung isa nyong caster. Tsaka kasama mo si Ray. Si Ray ba kasama mo?
Oo.
O Paper Rex?
Si Pip. Pangalawa na yan ha. Pangalawa na ito. Okay, tama na. Magpapahinga na muna kami. Illustrado in Terror. We're signing off for the day. Thank you for tuning in. The Terror is gonna be back tomorrow. Manood kayo ng mga games niya. Kasama niya yata si Vil bukas eh.
Totoo. Kasama ko na ulit si Vil.
Ayan. So sa mga nagre-request ng Taylorville, ayan, makikita nyo na ulit. Ako si Illustrado. Ito si Terror. Magpapahinga muna kami. Pagbalik, it's going to be Gambit versus Crazy Raccoon.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials and entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials and entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
get me falling every time. I'm around you. Tell me you feel the way I do. Tell me you feel.
They have done it. Acend have secured the penultimate spot for the knockout rounds, but unfortunately it is the end of the road for SMB. I'm Yingsu and I'm back on the desk with Kakuka and Bala. It is the most bittersweet moment if you're an EMEA Valorant fan.
I mean, we knew that we had to say goodbye to one of them. I'm really happy that we actually got to see the 3 maps, but congrats to Acend. They played that split. They deserve to win that split completely.
Not only did they show a new map, but they looked so good on it. They came out with like a couple of executes that looked like they ripped straight out of Brazilian Valorant. You know what I'm saying? With the wall, the double satchel. Zeke looked great. I'm really happy with what I just saw.
Yeah, I mean, we speak about this being the group of death, and Bala, I think at the end, it really was the group of death.
Yeah, I mean, they started off playing against each other, then they ended playing against each other. SMB only played Paper Rex from Southeast Asia, so like, you know, they didn't get the chance to really fight on that international stage, but at least, you know, in terms of Turkey, at least you got CNET going on.
Oh, consolation prize. It's a very, very big consolation prize.
Yeah, it's big.
It's a sad day, regardless.
And we love Acend on EMEA.
Yeah.
I don't think that it's a team that actually has haters or something like that. And on this map, as you mentioned, we hadn't seen them. We're going to look at some highlights from Sig because the guy was amazing. As Mitch said, oh no, it was Tom saying it's funny that they carry him now because he was carrying him during the game. And it was crazy because we are used to an Acend that is super strategical, and we saw that strategy in such a fast pace. It was lovely to see the double satchel, the aggression, in combination with the Sage's lows and smokes. It was just beautiful.
Yeah, those were the types of executes I was talking about, and they used it multiple times. SMB did have some fight, though. So many rounds. They were able to clap back and really have some good coordination to retake some of those situations that were getting very hectic very fast.
But of course, we got to look ahead because they're now coming out of this group as the 2nd seed, and we know exactly who they're going to be facing, and that is 100 Thieves. How do you feel about that, about 100 Thieves versus Acend?
I feel bad for 100 Thieves because hold on. Let me finish my point.
Ball is a traitor.
Going into this, I kind of, you know, but going into this, I was like, Acend and Gambit. Those are the 2 teams for me that I do never want to play. And guess what 100 Thieves now has to do? They already played Gambit. They already went through them in a very impressive fashion. Now they have to go through Acend too. Also 2 very distinct styles of play. Oh, that hurts. That hurts for them.
That is going to be a hard one, especially, but probably it's going to go great. I'm sorry, we're hearing some screaming here. It's getting me distracted. But yeah, looking forward to it. We're going to see it actually tomorrow, so they have only today to prepare for that.
Oh, they do, and I cannot wait to see what they say about the game they just played, because Dash is standing by with Bone Cold for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. That's right. I'm here with Bone Cold after a 2-1 victory in the rematch versus SuperMassive Blaze. This one much closer than the last one, but you still managed to get the victory and book that ticket to knockouts. Is it relief? Is it adrenaline? Where are you at right now?
It's kind of both. I mean, it feels really good to win against SMB again. I mean, like we played Vision Strikers and SMB already before, so it was nice to play Vision Strikers. They're a really good team. but now like playing SMB again, you know, it's just like we have played this so many times already in like qualifiers, scrims. So it feels really refreshing to now get out and actually get to play some other teams.
Right, yeah. Based on the side of the bracket that you're on, you're going to play a lot of cross-region matchups, and we'll talk about those in just a moment. But I do want to dive into this series just a little bit. Right off the bat, a lot of people were surprised, I think, by the fact that Acend banned Haven. This is statistically one of your better maps, and so a bit of a surprise. And yet you guys still managed to pull it through. Do you think this is a bit of a statement to the world that you guys are powerful on any map?
A little bit. I mean, like, we have been prepping our like split like little by little, and I just feel like, you know, like if we don't pull it out like now, it's going to feel, you know, like even worse than after what is it, like when the quarterfinals and semifinals, grand finals come through. So we just really wanted to, you know, like just actually get some games on it and get some practice, and we knew. This sounds egoistic, but I think we are better team than SMB, so I felt like we felt confident playing it against them.
Gotcha. Well, you dropped the first map Ascent. We moved to Bind, and this is where I want to talk to you about your agent pick in Brimstone. Sean broke down a number of rounds talking specifically about the power of Brimstone on that map and the way you were using it, but I want to hear straight from you. What's the value of that pick? Because it's not something that every team looks to play.
Yeah, I mean, like, Bind only has, like, it doesn't have that many entrances to site. You can play post plan really well. I feel like the Brimstone smokes are really strong, like, they last 20 seconds a piece. So it's really good to actually, you know, like, just have one place just locked up for one wall minute. Have a molly on top of that and throw one frisbee under you. It's really good on that map.
They were never getting down B long on that map against you with Brimstone. From there, we moved to Split. Everything's on the line for a single map. Like you just said, the team's been working on that map. So what were the conversations in the huddle right before you stepped on stage to put it all out there?
We just really wanted to play like we played on scrims. Our performance on the map has been like really good. I just must say, at least for myself, like I had all the adrenaline just going through my veins when we were playing that map. We played really scrappy, really fast. So it's actually pretty nice because I feel like we still have something else to show on that map than just rushing sides.
All right. Well, maybe something for your next opponents to think about in 100 Thieves. Just real quick, what are your thoughts? Because like you said, you now get to play across some extra regions.
I mean, just for myself, this is actually like a kind of a like dream come true. I never believed to actually get to like an international stage, international like tournament. So I think the whole team is just going to play their hearts out now. As we know, like we have the security of actually like going through groups, and we're going to show like an even better version of ourselves tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, not only have you made it, you're succeeding in it. I want to congratulate you on the victory here today. I'm going to let you go get some rest because you're stepping back on stage tomorrow for that match against 100 Thieves. So thank you so much, Bone Cold.
Thank you, Dash.
From here, we're going to a break. When we come back, it's Gambit versus Crazy Raccoon. We'll see you then.
why you stay. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you stay.
Ooh, like the walls on fire. let them burn. We've got a lot to say, but we don't need words. Ooh, let the walls on fire, let them burn. We've got a lot to say, but we don't need words.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin. Acend, they are through, which means there is only one spot left up for grabs for the knockout stage, and that is going to come down to Gambit and Crazy Raccoon. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by Sean, and for some reason, Tom. Welcome back. The better side of the broadcast.
Yeah, I made it. I made it to the desk.
Finally ditched that guy that's always with you.
Oh yeah, he sucks.
It smells a lot better down here. Not for any reason that you might imply, but you know, it's a little bit nicer here. I'll be honest.
Welcome, Tom. It's great to have you. And now we revealed the bracket even for the quarterfinals earlier today, but now it's time to let you guys know what the schedule is and what time these games are going to be played out. This is going to be spicy. Vision Strikers versus a Crazy Raccoon or Gambit is going to be up first, followed by G2 versus Crew, 100 Thieves versus Acend, and then finishing the day off big with MV versus Sentinels. Sean, which one are you looking forward to the most?
Oh man, that 100 Thieves Acend game is going to be a banger. I was actually in the back kind of rooting for SMB because I think it's more of like an NA matchup. It favors us more, but that Acend 100 Thieves games, they scare me. I think Acend can run the upper bracket and make it to the finals, so I kind of hope 100 Thieves can pull that one through.
First game better. The first game is better. If it's Vision Strikers versus Gambit, I think that's going to be a monster of a game. It's going to be so much utility, individual skill being played again. I don't know. Also, there's no NA teams in it, so that automatically makes it better.
Yeah, better viewing experience, right? But of course, we can't look ahead too much because it could still be Vision Strikers versus Crazy Raccoon. And for them, Sean, it's about revenge. They've been here before. 13-1, was a little bit embarrassing, but this is the time where they can pull it back.
But they looked a lot better in their second matchup against Salvan Liberty. So we don't know which version of Crazy Raccoon we're going to get today, right? Are we going to get that first matchup? I doubt it, because I bet they did a lot of homework after that loss, and they've made the changes necessary. They even came in the second match with a different lineup, so they might come in with a different lineup today.
Well, that was the thing that I was sort of looking at. I think going into this tournament, they're a team who maybe tried to change a little too much. Like, they were coming in with different players. Like, I think Minty played, like, I want to say 4 out of 6 of the maps they played. So far, he's played 0. So I'm kind of looking at it going, like, are we going to witness them now change things up again? And will it matter?
We will see. But let's look at Gambit here as well. Not many people expected this team to be in the lower bracket of this group, Sean, but it is very much still theirs to lose here on paper.
Yeah, absolutely. And the man, towards the middle right there, Nats, he is just a monster in this supportive role, whether it be Viper, Cypher, it doesn't matter what the guy's locking in. I can expect him to just absolutely demolish anyone that comes to his site.
Yeah, I think that it's very easy to just fanboy over any member of this roster. The one that surprised me most, though, I think just because he was a little bit underwhelming during EMEA, was actually Defo. I think Defo on LAN has been a completely different beast, and I've really enjoyed just basically seeing him on 0 ping.
I saw you fanboy over Nats over here. Over there
Yeah.
a little bit earlier, Sean. But I've been fangirling over Shados as well, This guy, again, back in EMEA, people really, really feared him. And it's great, Tom, to see him show up on LAN.
For sure, like he was one of the players that if you speak, for example, to Redgar, the in-game leader of the side, you go, who should people fear the most? I know myself and Sean, we normally go Nats, Defo, maybe the one that comes to mind, but Shados in those clutch situations, well, I still stand by the fact that in EMEA, he had the best play of the entirety of the tournament. The only problem is he really seemed activated after they'd qualified. I think he is one of those players where it's like once the pressure's off, he could be the best player in the server. When the pressure's on, maybe he disappears a little bit.
And maybe we saw actually a little bit of that in their opening matchup against Crazy Raccoon, right? I mean, both games were 13-1s, they were blowouts. But it wasn't until the second map when he locked in that Reyna on Icebox where he just took over the game. He was your top fragger in the game, just completely decimating Crazy Raccoon.
But also, we got to remember Gambit, they're coming into this one hungry, on the back of a loss. They probably want to make sure that they close this one out cleanly, Tom, because you don't want to reveal any kind of weaknesses, especially going into the next round.
Yeah, for sure. They're up against a team which has literally proven they can counter basically anything you're going to be doing as some of the best breach play in the world. So, yeah, they don't want to show anything here, but at the same time, there's a balance. If it even comes close to elimination, throw everything out of the pram. Everything you got, do what you can.
And that's something that to look out for when you look at this Crazy Raccoon team, right? Who knows? Were they giving everything on that first day? Were they expecting to beat Gambit in that matchup, and maybe were they saving things for like a lower bracket matchup? We don't know, because like I said, the two versions of this team were completely different between the 2 days. The second time we watched them, that split game was a masterpiece. I broke down one of the rounds, and it was just so well thought out.
I got to point out as well, Neth said to me in the post-match interview that the first time around they played against Gambit, they were very, very scared of this team. They were the first seed, of course, coming into EMEA. Tom, do you feel like the key here is not to respect Gambit as much as they did last time?
I almost feel like it's slightly the opposite. I think they have to make Gambit respect them.
Yes.
Because one of the things, I think there was an interview which, I don't know who translated it, but they basically said, like, when it came to Icebox, we weren't expecting Gambit to be anywhere near as aggressive as they were. I think that only happened because of the first map. Like, if you obliterate a team that much, you start going, well, I don't need to show anything anymore. I can just Sage Wall up and just shoot you in the head at the beginning of the round.
And it compounded their problems, right? Because like you heard in the interview, they shelled up. They got even more passive, and Gambit got more aggressive, and they just took more and more map control every single round. And Crazy Raccoon just had nowhere to go. They had 0 map control, 30 seconds into the round. And at that point, it was, done and dusted. Gambit just ran away with the map.
I mean, it's always easy to talk about the duelist players, but I think one of the guys that looked really good in the Havan Liberty series was Medusa. Yeah, I know you guys are big fans of Nats, of Dapper, but what do you make of Medusa here, Sean?
Medusa actually had a really good series. He's one of the star players from the team, so he was lucky in the Sentinel role throughout that series, which that might have been what they were missing in the opening series, because in the first series they were using Bozzy, like I said. They brought in Medusa, and he put up really, really good numbers on the Sentinel role, which is something they probably were severely lacking.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think especially when you've recently switched up your duelist players, like you've had a Skye go to a Jet and a Jet go to a Skye, if they're trying to make space for your team and the other side of the map is also incredibly vulnerable, you can't take anywhere near as many risks. You can't go for those pushes anymore just on the fact that that site is no longer locked. When they had him playing incredibly confident and making sure that that space was not given up for free, then the star players have the chance to make those plays, be a little bit more aggressive, and not worry about what's going to be happening on the other side.
But outside of Medusa as well, which other players, Tom, do you feel like you like to see step up? Obviously, all of them were a little bit suppressed the last time they played against Gambit, but they would have had time to look things over.
Am I allowed to choose Minty? He hasn't actually played that. Does that count as a step up if he gets onto the stage?
Well, I guess it depends on what map, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think the obvious one is going to be someone like Munchkin. I think if you're going to switch someone away from that sort of Sky spot where he was basically being the initiator for the team and now move into a Jet where he has to be taking that space, it's a very different role for the team. So if they're making that swap, I want to see the results.
Yeah, and going into what you said about him using to play Sky, the person on Sky this event has been Fisker. And unfortunately, he's been kind of underperforming. He's down towards the bottom of the stat page when it comes to ACS. I think it's like 170 ACS this event. So they're definitely going to need better performances out of their Sky.
Well, this is it, you guys. The second elimination and qualification match. Let's throw it over and meet the players. But I didn't realize that we were going to get a front row seat to the gun show today there from Chronicle and Redgar. Tom, you loved that one from me, didn't you? I made you laugh.
For sure. No, I have to say, I'm enjoying all of these walkouts, especially. I will say I'm a little bit sad that Benkai is no longer here.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to see what he was going to do next. Like, how do you step up from a dressing gown? That's the real question.
Did we ever figure out what he did with that toothpaste?
He told me he swallowed it, and he did tell me that if he had made it to the next round, he would have worn 2 pairs of pants and did a rip away like a Magic Mike style.
Legend.
Yeah, but, you know, the Magic Mike story's not going to be here for him, but... you know, any of these players can make it through to the next round as well and bring us even more exciting walkouts. But we got to talk about maps here because we saw Bind and Icebox last time, Sean. It didn't go quite so well for Crazy Raccoon. Do you want them to lean towards those again this time?
It's just whether they're allowed to, right? The problem with this matchup for them is Gambit has such a solid map pool, and Icebox is a map that's just, oh man, Nats can just lock down the B side on Viper. So right away, this veto looks super scary for Crazy Raccoon. It's where they want to go, right? Where do they want? Previously, they banned Acend. Do they do that again, or do they ban something different today?
Well, let's have a look, because we are into map select, and starting with the picks and bans. Gambit, they've banned Haven. There we go. For the longest time, Tom, we know they do this. It's not a surprise.
Yeah, unless they were planning on going for a Redgar Jet Raider like comp again. Like, it was not a surprise to see that through. It's mainly going to be on the other side what's banned out. And fair enough, like, they got absolutely railed on Bind last time, so it's no surprise they're going to switch things up. The problem is this leaves Acend open, which is just as bad.
Yeah, you
you
spoke it into existence, Tom. Look what you've done. Gambit Gambit locking in Acend. This was the veto for Crazy Raccoon in the opening best of 3, so they're going kind of into the unknown here. Definitely not going to be comfortable.
I just want to set the scene here. Gambit, they played Acend 50 times in the history of this roster, and they've only ever lost 5. If you're going to leave Acend open, Tom, they're going to pick it.
Yeah, what's the next map? Can we get that one? I don't think we need to talk about Acend too much. I don't have any faith in them winning that one. I'll be brutally honest. It's what comes up next. And realistically, I was going to say I'd like them to maybe lean into Split. They looked decent on it the other day. I think that having a win on a map also helps you out quite a bit. Going into an Icebox map, which you got smashed last time. Sean, do you think they can learn much from a 13-1?
I do, because I don't think the first bloods were so outrageous, right? It was only 6-8 in Gambit's favor in that matchup. So if they could just secure these mid rounds and the post plants a little bit, they could have gotten way more rounds. I don't mind the pick of Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, Icebox, Acend, I know you guys don't have that much faith. Icebox, we've seen them already. We didn't see too much of what they can do, but they said that in the interview earlier today as well, that they want to make sure that they don't go home with any regrets. They want to show up here here, and Split is the third map. Are you a little bit happier about this, Sean?
Yeah, I think Split's a great third map actually for Crazy Raccoon. I think the veto might have went as good as they could have wanted it, right? They knew Gambit would pick Acend. They probably did their homework on the map, knowing that. Yeah. And then they get their map pick, and then they're obviously comfortable in Split. We've seen them there. So in my eyes, this is probably the best case scenario for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, and unless for some reason they randomly left like Haven in just for the banter, like it really is as good as it gets. The problem is you're then going into 3 very comfortable maps for Gambit, because we can look at this for Crazy Raccoon as much as you want, but the fact is you could have given those 3 at the beginning of the day in any series for Gambit and they would have taken it all day long.
Yeah, the one thing that they have going for them on this Ascent map, which you've already counted them out on, they get to start on defense. So we know, Nats likes to play the Sentinel role. It's going to be hard for him to be activated in this first half, and maybe, Crazy Raccoon can get something going with a couple set plays.
I mean, the last time these two teams faced each other, Nats didn't actually play Cypher at all. And he played on the maps that he usually plays Viper on, so we actually haven't seen him here. So with that in mind, Sean, a little bit more optimistic or less?
That's a loaded question.
Optimism is something I don't know a lot of.
Oh, Sean. But Tom, it's not, Gambit are very good on this map, but as you both said, they surely, by taking away the bind, they know Acend is going to come up first. And they've had some time now to watch Gambit and also to prep for it.
Yeah, I think there is watching Gambit and then there's beating Gambit. Like, the fact is, let's just focus on Nats. We do that quite often. Everybody knows what he is going to do. I have never seen a team, maybe other than that one game versus SuperMassive Blaze, where they actually just beat them on the defensive side. So it's not like they even had to come up against the man currently on your screen. You know he's going to have his cages, you know he's going to have the same setup, he places the same cams. The fact is it's his maneuverability, and you just can't seem to pick him off easily. If they can do that, maybe they have a chance, but yeah, I doubt it.
Remember when it took 100 Thieves to get past him? They used like the KO knife to break his utility and do pushes and all kind of crazy stuff. Is that what Crazy Raccoon is going to go for? Do we get to see a KO pick? Are they going to try to mimic what 100 Thieves tried to do? Because there's not much success when you look at opponents for Gambit on this map.
No, not at all. But no Minty for this one, unfortunately, Tom. But we are into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. Of course, we've seen Gambit play already. They ran the Astra, Cypher, Jet, Sky, and Sova when they faced 100 Thieves. And it would be weird, Tom, for them to change things up.
Yeah, and unless maybe Redgar goes back to his Omen, just if he feels a bit more comfortable. But other than that, I don't really see any point for them to make too many more changes. Interesting, actually, to kick things off with a Raze, though.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see how much he's going to play there.
That's different. Yeah, I think we expected a Jet, at least, from the side of Crazy Raccoon here, Sean.
Yeah, I would expect that, too, especially because Fisker's locking the Sky, which we've seen him on all tournament long so far. So it looks like they're going to opt to play in only solo duelists here, and it's going to be a Raze. And the Viper. Oh my god. I love the Viper pick, because that's something that Gambit is not going to be used to at all. Double controller. Keep that in mind with the Astra. But they're going to have so many cool creative looks that Gambit's going to have to react on the fly to.
And very quickly, before we send this off, guys, prediction for the series. Who are you backing for this
2-0 Gambit.
That's very quick.
I have to say 2-0 Gambit, right? I mean, with the wealth of talent they have, you have to side with them.
Well, the desk is going for 2-0 Gambit, but I want to know what your casters think for this one. Over to you, Riv and Doug.
Thank you.
What's up, guys? Happy madaling araw sa inyong lahat, and we are here in VALORANT Masters Berlin. We are your shoutcasters na magtatagalog ngayon. Ako si Raiden, syempre. Kasama ko si Ilu, at looks like we're gonna be starting the second series that we have for today. It's going to be Gambit versus Crazy Raccoons in Acend.
Yeah, it's gonna be straight onto the game, and Crazy Raccoon here, hindi talaga sila, they are not the favorite. At all. I wouldn't be surprised. Look, I mean, I think the desk was putting it lightly when they said they had to do a lot. Honestly, it's gonna take a miracle for Crazy Raccoon to even win a game here, and we're gonna see it right now. Opening pick, Gambit, makukuha nila yung kill up until Fisker trades it up onto net here. Gambit now have control over the site, and B site is easily taken by Gambit.
There. And ganun-ganun lang kagad that aggressiveness coming in from Gambit, pupuntang mid, at ngayon nandito na sila sa B side. Tignan natin kung paano nga ba may retake ng Crazy Raccoons. Yesterday, iba yung Oh, they actually had that unexplainable na type of performance, and they actually did it. Pero at least good 2K coming in from Munchkin together with Ade. Pero nga lang, retake ba nila to ng napaka-perfectly in a way? Yep, he takes some heads. It's going to go 1v1. Munchkin is dead. And right now, mukhang binati ni Ilo.
Yep. Well,
reverse
it's just the
psychology yan.
sights. Not too big a deal. It's just the pistol.
Wag niyo sabi, kapag ito Ilo na game 3, alam mo na no, kung ayaw na talaga nila makipag-cast sa akin kasi sobrang malas ko talaga.
I mean, it depends. I'm looking for good games, man. I like 3-game series, but they have to be good games. But you know, if it's a long, honestly, the last series that we saw, which was Acend versus SMB, it kind of was a little bit weird. And I'm not so much of a fan of how that game went because I did think it went a little bit awry, a little bit topsy-turvy. Sana naman pag 3-game series, yung magandang 3 games. Hindi yung parang weird.
Alam mo ba nung kinas namin ni Dax yung Crazy Raccoon and Haven Liberty? Sa totoo lang, ang weird din nung game na yun. In a way na, hindi mo magets yung Crazy Raccoon kung paano ba sila nagkakaroon ng form ng strategies nila against Haven Liberty.
What was the score?
Against Haven Liberty, 2-0. Ay, 2-0.
2 yung Haven Liberty, di ba?
2 yung Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, okay.
So...
Yeah, right, tama. Yun ang game na na-secure yung Crazy Raccoon ng Champions slot.
Yep. So, sobrang weird. Hindi ko alam. Siguro, nasa pressure din yung Haven Liberty or they just didn't do well on that day. You know, you have those days. Pero iba talaga yung Crazy Raccoon that time. So, I really do think they might have a chance against Gambit. Pero nga lang, may pako na naman to sa 1-round score ng Crazy Raccoon. But if Gambit will just be doing at their best top performance, since they usually do that, tingin ko talaga mahirapan din ng Crazy Raccoons. 2-0 to most likely sa kamay ng Gambit.
Yeah, well, let's see. But this should be a straight-up round. There's a couple of interesting kills here and there. But, as I say that, it's it's already made into a 3v2. Nakuha nila yung site ulit. Plant here for Gambit should be coming in. They're just baiting and just waiting, but it's gonna be eventually the kill still going out. The spike goes down and 2 kills in the spike plant. Masaya na yung Crazy Raccoon dun.
Ano pa? Kailangan pa natin talaga makita yung meron yung Crazy Raccoon na tinatago nila. Pero right now, Gambit, they're the team na sobrang slow starters eh. You don't usually see them pop off kagad-kagad sa first few rounds. Tapos biglang, they will be having a sudden shift ng momentum sa kanilang side. And if actually they do those plays na ngayon na nakabili na sila ng kanilang mga full armor plus good set of Vandals and Phantoms, maybe it's time for them to actually take this and magkakaroon na naman sila ng napaka-laking lead against Crazy Raccoons. But, alam mo, ako kasi I believe in second chances eh. So maybe may chance talaga yung Crazy Raccoons. Basta nasa top form talaga sila. Para Super Saiyan lang sa anime.
Yeah, I mean, it is their last chance before they get taken out of the tournament right here. Gambit, obviously, they want to win this one after their loss of 100 Thieves. Parang wake-up call na sa Gambit yung nangyari sa kanila. You know, they were sobrang kampante ng Gambit in the first few days. They're like, yeah, we're not going to be rattled or whatever. And, you know, we're just going to play our game. We know we're good. But now, after that loss of 100 Thieves, their confidence has to be shaken at least a little bit.
So, ano din talagang hindi mo alam kung land buff din talaga sa side ng 100 Thieves yun. But, you know, there's just some moments talaga na hirap mag-close yung Gambit. But then, maybe this time around talagang gusto nila secure syempre ang kanilang win against Crazy Raccoons. Kasi kapag natalo sila this second time around, big sabihin, itong Crazy Raccoons, maganda talaga yung naging step up nila. But as we see here, they're making their way towards the B site. And now, si Defo nakapasok na din kahagad towards the site. Pero his location's being revealed. Awareness sila na meron. They can just pre-fire it. Pero nakapag-cross pa rin sila papuntang site. And Crazy Raccoons might just be giving the site first and they can prepare for those retakes. Pero di nila alam, nagparamdam lang sa B site si Defo. At instead, nakapasok ng Gambit around A site. And we can definitely see na tatlo na lang kaagad ang natitira. But Ade makes it sneaky. sneaky push coming in from the toxic screen at nakapagkuha pa nga siya ng isa. Pero gumamit ng Neurotype. Will they have enough time to plant this? Okay, Redgar will be planting. Tignan natin. This is gonna be a beautiful retake coming in from Crazy Raccoons once again.
Really nice play right there from Ade, just being able to be sneaky, hiding in. He gets to almost a third here in this position. Sobrang alanganin dito, but let's see what they can do about it. This needs to be a win here from Gambit, otherwise it's going to be a very, very big upset. The money's not in a good place, and Neth looking to make that retake happen, and he does. Triple kill ngayon para kay Neth, and he secures the round. Crazy Raccoon, upgrades, and the bonus round free win. Meron pang free defuse tong si Medusa para sa kanyang ulti.
And then looking at vetoes, talagang always check corners, guys. Na-surprise sila dun, and na-underman pa nga sila coming in from that 4v3 at Crazy Raccoon off to a great start, while Gambit is on a time where they just take things slow. So big shoutouts nga din pala sa mga nanonood sa atin dyan, at make sure na magising lang kayo dahil may next game pa tayo, Sentinels vs F4Q, pero may bearing naman yung game na yon kahit pa paano. Medyo lang, mga 1%. Pero, Ilo, kamusta naman? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty tired, but like, I'm excited about the upcoming games. I'm excited to see you cast all the way until 6 in the morning.
Ay,
Kasi alam ko, alam mo naman natin na the next game, this one is gonna be, okay, baka quick game pa. Pero, having said that, 3-0 na ang Crazy Raccoon. Ray, kabahan ka na. Feeling ko kabahan ka na eh. Bonus round na nanalo eh. Feeling ko malas ka talaga eh.
ba't ganon? Hindi ko alam kung sino yung malas. Yung Gambit o ako. Pero pag eto mag-game 3, huwag niyo akong kausapin, guys.
Hindi yung Gambit, ikaw eh. Kasi lahat ng game mo, pati ibang team eh.
Bakit ganon? Kasi Raccoons yung nananalo dito. Tapos kapag next game pa, sobrang magkaharap pa ng game 3 between F4Q and Sentinels, di ko na lang talaga alam kung bakit ang malas ko. Wala na ata gusto mo ipagkas sa akin. Kapag kung sakasakali, PPGL, magkakas tayo ng Champions.
Yup. Solo cast mo yan. Solo cast.
Oo. Tulog na ang lahat. Wag naman, guys. Sino kasama ko? Si Dax next game. Alam nyo, maawa kayo kay Ilo at kay Dax kasi hindi talaga sila yung may kasalanan. Ako talaga. Sorry akin.
Yung games namin ni Dax, mabilisan lang eh. Chill lang eh.
Sa akin, hindi talaga. Sa akin lang, umaatras. Nagkakaroon na stop. O nangyayari talaga eh. Nabu-witness natin na malas talaga ako. Pero looking at that, tignan mo, dami pang techos.
Ayoko na sa'yo. May tech boss pa. Ayoko
Bakit
na sa'yo.
ganon? Bakit ganito? Kung kailan wala pa tayo ganong masabi tungkol sa kanila. Ano pa? Tech boss pa. Bakit naman kayo ganito, guys? Pang ilang laro na ba to? Second, ano na to? Second series. Second series pa lang at 1:30 AM na. Dapat ikaw ang sponsoran ng hindi ako nagkakape ng sobrang tapang or Red Bull. Dapat si Ilo. So Red Bull, si Ilo talaga, brand ambassador ng Red Bull. Araw-araw yan.
I've had like 3 Red Bulls today already. Just saying. It's not good.
Ako, di naman ako ma-Red Bull na tao. Pero, di na ako nag-iingay gano, guys. Kasi nung kahapon, habang nagkakasawa, kinatok ako ng kapitbahay. So, nagdabog sila sa likod ko. So, sorry. Sorry sa kapitbahay namin. Di ko na... Si Phil kasi, guys, usually first series niya talaga siya may Actually, first series siya pala, karate. For tomorrow, schedule 4 yung games na ikakas natin bago mag-semis. So, abangan nyo. Shout out sa iyo, Ricky Octaviano. Habang nagte-tech post, ayan, shout out sa inyo. Ayan, parang ginagawa mo ako Shopee mine lang. Mine yarn. Ayan.
It's a long day, I think. And the first game started off with a technical pause, kaya chill muna tayo dito. Sana masarap ang kinain nyo. 1:30 na pala ng umaga.
Ano kinain mo for dinner, Ivo?
Nag-order ako ng liempo tsaka inasal.
Ang sarap naman ng mga in-order mo, Ivo.
Liempo, let's go.
Dito, pag umorder ko ng liempo, parang malaking kasalanan eh.
Bakit?
Di fan ng nanay ko ng mga, alam mo yung mga liempo, ano pa ba? Ano to? Yung baboy? Tawag dito. Yung lechon, hindi siya fan ng ganun. So, pag nag-order ako, malaking kasalanan. Tsaka yung mga bulalo, ganun. Ewan ko, mga vegetarians ata yung mga magulang ko eh. Para silang mga flat earth believers.
Oh no, Ray flat earth confirmed. Flat earther confirmed si Ray.
Naniniwala ako.
Patay tayo kay Ginebra San Miguel. Sabi nga ni Ginebra San Miguel, bilog ang mundo.
Oo nga eh. Sorry, Nebra sa akin. Pero, flat earther believer pala ako. Di ko pala na-notice. Pero dito na tayo, guys. Uy, saktong-sakto. Yun. Umikot lang si Depo. And now, Neth gets the head of 2. But then, half by round lang naman by Gambit, pero they cleared out B site na din. Behind their backs, coming in from B mates, going to be Crazy Raccoons. And right now, let's see how will these guys retake this in a way na talagang papunish nila itong Gambit. Pag ito 4-0 pa, ewan ko na lang. Pero possible talaga ito 4-0.
Yeah, well, tignan natin as we do get into the game itself. Maybe a long one here. Nice spray down from Fisker. He actually does manage to get the kill. And gonna be followed up by a couple more. That's gonna be Crazy Raccoon picking up kills yet again. 4 rounds in a row na ngayon ng Crazy Raccoon. Patay tayo dito, Ray.
Di ako natutuwa. Dito kasi next map, it's going to be Icebox. Tapos, ginawa lang aim labs ng Gambit yung Crazy Raccoons doon. Tapos, magkakaroon tayo ng game. Kakaiba talaga to. Nabitin si Depo. Kawawa naman. Magda-dash in ka na nga, sumakto ka pa. Pero kita mo, no, sobrang different talaga ng Crazy Raccoon. So, nabalitaan ko maraming fans ng Crazy Raccoon sa Twitter. So, siguro nagsiselebrate sila ngayon. Kasi dati, from a 13-1 defeat, ngayon, bumabawi sila. Pero mo, against Gambit, 4-0.
Oo nga, against Gambit pa yun, ha?
Oo, Gambit to, Gambit.
I really feel like Gambit is definitely like shaken after their last defeat. Viper Spit now used here towards that B side, but again, I really do feel like Gambit is parang na-throw off talaga yung Gambit, no?
Ano to eh? Alam mo yung mga sa anime storylines, sabi nga ni Dax kahapon, siguro he thinks na itong Crazy Raccoon may season 2, yung comeback ng ng bida.
Oo. Baka mag-Super Saiyan nga. Ito na yun. Ito na yung redemption arc.
So, sabi ko sa inyo, mga nagpapatalo lang pala. Kapag galing ka kasi sa anime.
Kailangan matalo muna ang bida.
Oo.
Nag-charge pa kasi. Hindi pa niya nakikita ang tunay, ang huling anyo.
may Super Saiyan mode pa tong Crazy Raccoons. Tapos feel ko papunta pa lang sila sa peak na gano'n. Pero pag si that's na-spray down ni Ade dyan, it's going to be a GG. But really, the Viper, the double controller ng Crazy Raccoons, it's really perfectly well. Pwede din natin kung paano sila gagalaw sa next half. But right now, Neth, will he be overseeing 2 heads? Yep, yan na nga sinisimulan nila kagad ngayon. At 2 na lang kagad natitira sa Gambit.
Oh no. 0-5 Crazy Raccoon. Let's go, Japan! Let's go!
Ariga thanks. And sorry, Masen, sabi ng Crazy Raccoons, it's over, nuts. Ano nangyayari sa Gambit? Kapag natilt pa naman tong Gambit ng sunod-sunod, di na talaga nakakapag-reset minsan to. Uy, he got 3K. Good thing. Okay. Pero full buy na naman yun sa Gambit eh. What is happening, Gambit? Hello? Gambit?
I'm very concerned and I'm very confused about what's happening right now. This is not looking good for Gambit. This is not the Gambit that we know. This is not the Gambit that we love. Iba ngayon ang pinapakita ng Crazy Raccoon. Parang basang-basa yung strats.
At what is happening to Crazy Raccoons? Baka sila yung intro boys na malas. Pero at least sa intro lang. Tapos yung Gambit yung intro boys na swerte sa una. Pero tignan natin. Pero kasi tech pause na naman. Ano ba naman yan? Hanggang oras to? Kung gusto nyo tapusin na hanggang 8 a.m. magsabi na kayo, guys. It's not looking well for the side of Gambit. Plus yung Crazy Raccoons, kakaiba yung playstyle nila ngayon. Ano nangyayari sa mundo? Anong meron?
Ray Ray, you happen. That's what's up.
At feel ko ako lang talaga to. Feel ko kasalanan ko to dahil wala nasa, parang ang scramble ng Gambit right now. Di ko alam kung anong may problem ba sa kanila. Are they feeling the pressure, or it's just that they can't seem to find the good strat against Crazy Raccoons? Kasi nga, di ba? Crazy, letter K na crazy to eh. Bigla-biglaan na lang ikaw papanish ng Crazy Raccoons. And baka meron tayong tech pause. May tech issue tayo, nag-uusap-usap ngayon. May concern ating Crazy Raccoon. And I think we're gonna be start in a short while. Ano name ng casters? Si Ilu, Strado, at saka si Ray Ray.
Hindi, ako si John Mar, ito po si Eva.
Si Eva. Kailan nyo ba si Eva? Si Eva na may boyfriend sa Germany?
Oh my God.
Tayo guys, kung may gold medal sa Olympics, si Eva ay may gold medal sa international relations. International relations, top 1 ng mga Pinoy dyan. Alam nyo na? Hindi ka na discuss yung mga details, pero iba talaga ang kamandag ng mga Pinay.
Totoo.
Pag guys nangyari yun, lahat tayo ay aahon sa kahirapan.
You're not wrong. But tech pause talaga eh. Sana nanonood kayo dyan. By the way, follow nyo naman kami sa Facebook namin sa Twitter.
Follow nyo kami sa Twitter, guys. Mas active kami doon. At saka si Ilo sa Twitch. Kasi si Ilo.
I stream on Twitch. It's twitch.tv/illustradocast. 1L po. 1L. 1L.
Illustrado at meron din siyang name na Illus Daddy.
Yep. Apparently.
Alam mo ba, marami akong friends na nagbe-message sa akin, Ilo, na sobrang crush ka nila. So, sobrang dami talaga nagkagusto kay Ilustrado. Kasi yun, nanonood daw sila ng stream para sa'yo. So, big shoutouts nga pala sa mga nagkakagusto kay Ilo. Gets ko naman din kung
bakit.
bakit.
Feeling ko wag ka mang-invento eh. Feeling ko wag ka mang-invento.
May SS ako. Sasend ko sa'yo, promise.
Oh my God, may screenshot.
May SS ako, I swear.
Focus sa goal, Rere. Focus sa goal.
Sorry. Focus sa papunta na tayo ng Cologne, Germany next time. So, may libre kayong bundle sa lahat ng nanonood dyan. Name niya is si Aki. So,
need ko ng...
Ano kailangan mo?
Meron ka bang May tanong sa'yo, Rere. Pocket Sage ka ba?
Bakit?
Di mo alam yun?
Ano yun?
Di mo alam yung pockets. Okay, sige. Huwag mo nang alamin.
Baka bad thing ba yan? Feel ko,
Hindi. Kung mali na lagi ng... Basta yung taga-heal. Anyway.
Ay, taga-heal. Ay, lang ako taga nice one baby lang ako para si Ilo. Joke lang. Pero ang hirap nice one baby cakes. Nakakabaliw tong tech post kanina pa to, naiinis na ako. Uy, naman, tara na. Wala na kami masabi kasi crazy na ako 0-5. Anong gagawin namin?
Nagkikwentuhan na lang kami. Chill lang tayo. Ano masarap ang ulam nyo? Ikaw, ano bang in-order mo?
Ako, umorder lang ako ng kape. Tapos,
pares kayo ni Terror.
Kape lang. Kailangan magkape, guys eh. Kaya tignan nyo, yung energy ko kay mamaya pagdating ng 3 a.m. babagsak yan. So, count the minutes na. Pagdating ng 3 a.m. hindi ko alam kung makakapagkasama ka ng matino. Pero feel ko si Ilo, Kinakaya mo pa ba, Ilo?
Oo, kasi naayos ko yung body clock ko eh.
Ay.
Nagising ako ng 6 PM eh.
Wala naman atang matinong body clock sa ating mga Berlin casters ngayon.
Mga shoutcasters in general actually.
Wala talaga kaming magandang body clock. So, kayo, sa mga mas bata pa sa amin dyan, mga 15 and below, always take care of your health. Kami kasi 19 pa lang. Ako, si Ilu, 18. So, yun yung mga edad na mga shoutcasters.
Tanong, nakailang 18th birthday ka na?
Ay, huwag ka namang mamersonal, Kuya Ilu. Kuya Ilu, ang baduy pakinggan.
Kuya Ilu, wag ka ganyan. Pangit.
Pangit. Mas tanggap ko pa ang Tito Ilu eh. Kilala mo daw si Taylor Ilu. Sabi, ginagawa ka talaga ng issue ng mga tao. Sa lahat na sasabihin mo. Ang saya-saya nga na rin ni Taylor kanina.
Oh, bakit?
Shows to us na maganda talaga yung friendship sa VC.
Oh, yeah. Sure yan.
Paktay ka diha, 05 daw, mismo, skirt. Kaya nga, chill lang kami ngayon sa kwentuhan kasi isa lang naman ang pwede namin sabihin tungkol sa matchup na to eh. Crazy, ang crazy Raccoon.
It's crazy! So, excited ka na sa Champions?
Magkakas ba tayo o pupunta tayong Berlin? Nagtanong ko pupunta na Berlin.
Ako ba yung nakakalam niyan, Ray? Sa tingin mo ba masasagot ko yung tanong na yan?
Malay mo, PPGL. Baka naman. Kaninang map pick ito? Gambit. Gambit ang
tama. 505 sila sa map pick nila.
At, sa mga nagtatanong, ayan, para naman merong konting kaalaman. Konting kaalaman. Pagdating sa Acend, ang Crazy Raccoon, 36 matches na sa rin, 75% ang kanilang win rate, while sa side of Gambit, 50 games and 5 lang yung talo nila, so 90%. Kita nyo na nakakapagtaka, bakit yung Gambit ganito? Feel ko nakasobra ng Red Bull to eh, or malas lang talaga ako. Feel ko, dalawa lang
Feeling ko, kailangan ko kumuha ng Red Bull eh. Medyo matagal pa to eh.
Hmm.
Good luck na lang pala sa prod namin mamaya. Kita-kita na. It is what it is, my friends. I believe in you. I believe in you.
At ako hindi ako natutuwa sa mga gantong mga pangyayari sa buhay ko. Kasi alam niyo kung anong what's worse than Game 3 is that possible Game 3 ngayon, first map pa lang, plus marami na kagad pause sa unang map pa lang. So alam niyo na guys, 1:43 AM na. Dapat kapag usually kapag clean 2-0, 12 nakapag-start ka na sa second series.
Second
Pero
series na dapat,
1:43 AM. Napakaganda. What a beautiful day it is for Eva talaga.
It is what it is.
May casters tanong, ano magandang switch, blue or red? Ikaw sa magatilo. Ako brown switch ako, ikaw ba? Anong switch?
Brown na din ako eh. Gusto ko tactile eh.
Naka-brown kami. Ayoko kasi ng ganon. Yung maingay na naririnig sa mic namin. At may naghahanap daw ng isa ng kaduo. Marami sa Valorant Lambingan. Punta ka lang doon. I-accept pa kita pag nag-request ka. Pero mukhang narinig na tayo. Nanina pa daw tayo nagsasalita.
Game na.
Si Defo highlights na ba to? Tignan natin. Feel ko pag nanalo si Defo dito yung Gambit. Feel ko mananalo sila 2-0 eh. Please lang. Maawa kayo sa amin.
See, there we go, holding top mid. Now they're gonna go into sight. Nobody really there just yet. They're just gonna be holding off right now, holding this angle. But Defo, with those blades, gonna be dangerous, gonna be deadly. He always is, he usually is. Pero wait lang. Chill muna tayo. Layo pa ng spike. Ang layo ng spike sa kanila. Ang dami ng map control, medyo pangit sa totoo lang yung execute ng gamit. But fortunately, nakuha nila yung map control na gusto nila. Ang tanong, makukuha ba nila yung kills? Yes, it looks like so far. Addy gets the first one. Gonna be traded out. Medusa gets 2. Mauulti pa niya. Lilikuran nila ni Munchkin. And he actually gets good positioning. They're gonna be watching him now from the flank. Medusa has a choke point onto this. Defo still not dead. Low HP, but they have the sight. The bomb still has to get on, the spike rather, and Nats now gonna be getting that kill. 3v3 pa rin. Babawian ni Fisker, pero babawian din ni Redgar. 2v2 now. Medusa looking the wrong way. Timing does not go his way. Still, no spike plant just yet. 12 seconds. They have to commit. They have to peek. Redgar looking for it. Neth trying to deny him, and it's gonna be Neth yet again. 6-0 Crazy Raccoon. Ano nangyayari sa Gambit?
Actually, kung tutusin yung kaninang nangyari din, ang kalat Ilu. Pero mo ang layo ng spike. What is happening? Sobrang shattered into pieces. Itong Gambit, para sila jigsaw puzzle na hindi mabuo-buo at all. And natalo sila dun sa 1v1.
You know what? Honestly, the EU teams, they're not playing so good today, huh? They're just not. It's not an EU game day. I don't know why.
EU ano ba to? EU nerf ba to? EU malas na naman ngayon. EU curse? I don't know what is happening. Ano yun? Ay, just ito. Aasinin sila na to ni Medusa, I'm sure. Ayan na, speaking of, at least. Okay. May hope.
Force by, nag-force by.
Medyo maasim si Medusa doon. Pero nasa mid pa rin so far yung mga taga-Gambit. Nakapag-heal na din kahit papano. Sabi ni Shados. And they still haven't entered the contestable pickings here. And they're starting real slow. Pero nga lang, this is the crucial part. Dalawa silang nakatingin. Tapos pag sumakto na naman si Neth, maybe makakapag-punish pa siya. Pero this time around, Defo gets the head of Munchkin. Buti na lang, medyo may asim place itong Crazy Raccoon na naging advantage ng Gambit kahit papano. And they can actually go to A side. Pero remember, we have that good anchor that's going to be Ade himself. And he might be playing them behind the toxic screens. And he still gets one head. This quite risky sa side ng Crazy Raccoons as they really need to get this. Okay, may mga free fires among him pero wala pang natatamaan kahit paano. And now they will be appearing right at his front. And Redgar gets the last 2 kills. And at least Gambit slowly but surely nga ang meron ng team na to. And finally, after those 6 rounds na hindi sila nanalo, they will be getting 1.
Yeah, finally. It took so long, but 6 rounds in and they managed to get the spike plant. It's a decent round. Okay naman, so the comeback is still possible here on Acend, especially for a team like Gambit. But I don't know. It's gonna be it's a long crawl. It's a long game that's gonna have to happen here for the both of these guys. 5 rounds ang hahabulin ng Crazy Raccoon. Medyo malayo pa talaga.
At isang round lang naman yun eh. And the Crazy Raccoon can actually change na naman yung positions nila. They can come up with another strat that they have against Gambit. And if kanina they lost that pag-asim, maybe this time around they want to play it in a more disciplined way. Tingnan mo si Defo, naghihintay lang siya na mag-pick sa kanya here in market to pizza. May natamaan sa flash. Unfortunately, wala. Pero naglabas kagad ng cage to prevent. And ang slow ng playstyle ng both of the teams. Usually, nung nakita natin sila naglaban, para tayong nanonood ng mga poggers eh.
Wow.
Okay. Oh, sneaky na naman coming in from Nats. And ito na ata yung style ng Gambit. Maybe kung kanina binigay lang daw nila yung 6 na rounds. Yan, babawi na sila na napakalaki. Pinalamang lang daw. Gusto pang manalo ha, sabi ng Gambit.
Yup. Tignan natin, pero medyo weird din yung 4th round na to. So, I'm not a fan of the judge. I mean, it works sometimes and we've seen it work before. But again, I'm not convinced about it. Medusa, bad timing on it. Gets around the corner, but Shados is there to punish. Now, it's on Ade. Onto that side. Buhay pa siya, hindi siya nag-gravity well. Hindi nila ma-check, nakaikot siya. Ang ganda ng positioning. Ade with a spray down. Not gonna connect. But that could have been it. That could have been it for him. Nats gets that kill onto Neth. And 3 kills for Nats this round.
Gonna give it to Nats. I mean, yun naman talaga yung inaabangan ng mga tao sa Gambit, di ba? If you don't have, si Nats talaga yung malaki yung look forward sa kanya ng mga tao, and he actually lives up to that name. 11-5 na nga kagad, sobrang timing, oh. He actually risked those shots, the higher is higher reward, and yep, nakapunta na sila kagad ng A side. Si Ade, di na rin siya nakapag anchor masyado, and that's it. Gambit na nga ngayon ang nakakuha na din ng momentum, stopping the reigning supremacy ng Crazy Raccoons. And let's see pa, kasi mahaba-haba pa rin to sa first half. Ang magiging possible highest na lang ngayon is 6-6. And speaking of, Defo gets that first frag against Munchkin na try sa niya napapunish si Munchkin sa mid.
Business as usual now for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, for Gambit rather, as that pixel perfect shot comes in from Defo at mukhang okay na siya, naka-warm up na yata. And this round should be 3-6, honestly. This round should just be straight up 3-6. It's an eco round after all. Crazy Raccoon, hindi talaga sila ganun kagaling sa mga eco rounds. Hindi talaga sila ganun kagaling sa mga pistol rounds. So, again, maybe a couple of kills is all they can hope for here.
Might as well, no? Kapag napanalo pa ng Crazy Raccoons to, sobrang facepalm na para sa side ng Gambit. Hindi ko na alam kung anong nafe-feel ng mga EU fans. Syempre na, okay, what is happening sa Gambit? Pero ngayon, lumipat na sila, just checking out everything. Now na they will be setting up sa B, they are all prepared na sa side din ng Crazy Raccoons, but they're just blocking everything that they need to check out sa log. And speaking of, that's one. And right now, who's gonna get good up? Okay. Okay lang. Tumalon-talon lang naman. Nag-updraft si Defo sa kanila na pero na-follow up. But at least Redgar is to the rescue together with Nats. And we only have Ade.
You can get a gun here, actually. If you can manage to pick one up. It's close enough. One's on logs area. Does manage to recover. Phantom, 8 bullets, so he's gonna need to reload at some point. Reload ka na, malayo sila.
Uy, Ade, dalian mo. Mag-reload ka. Ba't ka ganyan? Ano sa tingin mo? Headshot yan? Sana kung vandal yan eh. Okay.
Exits na lang siya. Yun na lang.
Sige. Mag-aasim na lang siguro siya. Ganda na ZX Valorant to.
Kung lalason na lang siya dito, ayun, kita yung shoulder niya. Alam, pero nakaisa pa. That's a good round. That's a good eco. 3 kills on the eco. Good round for Crazy Raccoon.
Not bad. And, NB, not bad. Pero, Crazy Raccoon still at 6. Di na rin sila gumagalaw at all. And Gambit, at least this time around, nakita natin sobrang manifesting talaga yung slow starters tong mga to. And kapag pinalamang mo pa ng sobrang laki tong Crazy Raccoons, getting that with a 3-9, sobrang laking deny na naman sa kanila. But right now, there's a good chance for them to actually step up more. Nakikita naman natin na si Defo together with Nats. Tapos may mga refrags na din. Medyo nagko-connect na sila. Kanina antok pa eh. Ngayon nagising, uminom ng Red Bull.
That's all they needed here, but 5 players still alive. Both sides. Cosmic Divide available for both teams. Hunter's Fury as well. So, tatlong ulti. Malayo na naman ang spike ng Gambit. Feeling ko kunin nyo yan eh. Layo ng spike ko. Para safe. Pero I mean, it's such a CS thing to do eh. Hindi yan ginagawa sa Valorant masyado actually. Sa CS pwedeng gawin yan kasi pero nice flash pero whiff. Napakalaking whiff. Kill dapat yun, bulog siya, namatay pa rin. Now they're gonna get the spike, 4v5.
So far, ang slow talaga ng start. Pero kumuha na sila kagad. But they let Medusa just watch over them right now. Siya yung nag-aabang sa kanila sa may P-main. And actually, he will risk this part around and waiting for them to actually come at this way. While watching. Pero naglabas na nga din ngayon ng Cosmic Divide. Pero na nga rin ng setup sila papuntang B-side. Pero Medusa will get 1 kill. Yep, nabitawan pa ngayon yung spike. And sobrang slow starters na nga ng Gambit this time around. Hinayaan pa nilang mangyari ito na si Medusa nakakuha ng 2K. And that's it. The Crazy Raccoon wins that round. And, okay, Gambit, what? What is happening, my friends?
Yeah, what indeed is... This is not looking good. Just a really strange sequence of rounds that I'm seeing from these guys. I don't know. Look at that. Beautiful kills as well from Medusa. It's so perfectly played.
Ano nangyayari? I think, is it me? Or mataas lang talaga expectation? Dapat mataas yung expectation natin sa Gambit kasi pinanish nila na sobrang laki tong Crazy Raccoons and it's Gambit. Alam naman natin na kahit dikit ng laban nila, kahit tatalo sa 100 teams, it was a good show. But right now, it seems like di talaga, sobrang malas ngayon. Hindi naman Friday the 13th ngayon, pero bakit nagkakaganda yung Gambit? Ano kaya nangyari sa mga to? Siguro, masyadong, nakampante, pwede? Or, I don't know, Crazy Raccoon din siguro sobrang laki ng step up nila coming in from that clean 2-0 win from Havan Liberty.
Yeah, definitely a lot of questions to be asked here, but they're gonna be getting into the next gun round here. May pera pa naman. So not too much to worry about. 7-5 is still possible, and if it's 7-5, medyo okay pa.
Pero naglabas na kagad ang Hunter's Fury. Chronicle gets Munchkin up. Sinabayan na rin right now. Bigla ng Cosmic Divide nitong ni Net against Gambit. Pero magkakarinigan kaya sila. Kuha kaya ng advantage ng Gambit in this Cosmic Divide kahit papano. But then we are seeing some trades. Defo gets the head of Net. Tatlo na lang kagad ang natitira sa side ng Crazy Raccoons. And Fisker, let's see if he'll be able to accord this. And speaking of, hindi na nga naging posible yon. And dalawa na lang kagad ang natitira sa side ng Gambit. It's going to be Medusa and Ade. Uy, nakuha pa siya ng info. May camera pa. May CCTV. Pero na-true na siya ngayon. Through the cage. She gets one head. Feeds off by Nats. And Shaders gets Ade. And this is very important sa side ng Gambit talaga.
It's a good start for Crazy Raccoon, sure. Pero mukhang bumabawi na ang Gambit. 4-5. And this is looking really like the Gambit that we know. That they're very much happy. They're very much confident in taking this game. Malapit na sa tingin ko ang comeback.
Uy, purihin naman natin yung yung Crazy Raccoon, may nagagalit. Bakit daw ang bias natin sa Gambit? Eh kasi kung nanood ka ng matches, na 13-1 na lang yung Crazy Raccoon.
Oo.
What are you thinking? Oy. Sige na, wag na. Kailangan daw di tayo bias caster. Ayan.
Okay, magalit.
Galit. Tuwing 1 AM talaga, galit na yung mga tao. Pag madaling araw na, parang agrabyado lahat. Pero looking at setting naman this Gambit, tingnan ba natin kung paano sila ulit magpupush. And nag-aabang lang ngayon si Ade. Sino yung makakuha sa isa't isa dyan? Pero ganda ng harang ni Ade para di sila makapag-commit sa B. Kasi usually, natatalo yung on those rounds. Tatlo doon ay naipanalo ng Gambit sa may B-side. So alam natin na nakakakuha sila ng opportunity to commit sa B-side.
An advantage lang ngayon ng Gambit, pero 1 HP na lang si Nats. Mahihil kaya siya? And he's really hiding in here, waiting. Oh, he's 1 HP because he's hiding inside the Viper's pit. Now they're gonna go to B. B split. Oh no, just straight mid to B here. Nats able to get one. He punishes Adi. Wala na ang Viper's pit. Si Munchkin mag-isa dito sa site. Backside has to hold alone. Gonna get hit by that. Lahat ng utility pinato na sa kanya. Miss ang right click pero okay lang. Makukuha na Shados ang kill here towards mid, and Neth is going to be the last one to fall. That should be the round. Medusa last to stand, but also last to fall 7-5. As mukhang nabawi ang half ng game Gambit.
Switching sides.
Pero sobrang sobrang slow start talaga sa side ng Gambit. Pero let's not forget, it's Crazy Raccoons we're talking about here. And gaya nga na mention ko last time, yung banala sa Havan Liberty, sobrang laki ng step up talaga. It's something that you didn't expect at all. Everyone was telling na, okay, maybe it's time for Havan Liberty to secure this, but unfortunately, they were denied. But right now, Gambit, they're not really on form as what we usually expect coming in from them. Noong time nakalaban nila 100 teams, doon pa rin yung form. Unfortunately nga natalo sila. But ngayon talaga, sobrang there are still a lot of mishaps sa side nila, but at least nakabawi sila. And we're all thinking na malay nyo maging one-sided the first half. But unfortunately, hindi naman yun pinabigay ng Gambit against them.
Yeah. Halftime break here as we go and take a little bit of a reevaluation on what exactly is going on. And so far, nakabawi naman ang Gambit. And I wouldn't be surprised if they still win the game after this. Like we said, Gambit is a team na they're very confident mentally and comfortable mentally. Hindi sila mararattle ng ng madalian.
At tignan natin sobrang laki na lang na struggle eh. Pero nagtataka lang talaga ako, bakit ganito sa tuwing ako yung nagkakas, ganito yung Gambit. pag ako nagkas sila natatalo. Pero sa tingin ko, baka kailangan lang nila ng extra push lang. Kasi, so you've mentioned nga, sometimes medyo kampante nga sila this time around. But quick shoutouts muna sa mga nanonood once again. 2 AM na at first half pa lang tayo sa first map sa series na to, second series pa lang. So, hello sa inyo. So, gusto magpa-shoutout dyan, pa-shoutout na yo. Kasi meron din pala mga nanonood sa atin sa YouTube. So, hello.
Madami actually sa YouTube. Gugulat ka na lang meron.
At magkape nga kayo ate inatakis kami nga. Dami pa naming energy. Okay, so sobrang slow din talaga ng playstyle ng both of the teams. Siguro let's give it to Crazy Raccoons na gumawa ng homework. So yan, talagang di na nila pinayagan pa na last time kasi sobrang 13-1. Imagine, nakagkaroon sila ng record sa Masters. And ngayon, syempre, gusto na lang bumawi. Hindi naman nila bibigay agad-agad to sa Gambit, diba?
Yeah. Starting any second now, so we're just waiting for it to happen. Ano kayang orderin ko for breakfast?
Ako, alam mo, may favorite ako kinakain.
Okay, yeah, I was just about to ask.
Ayan.
What is it?
Alam mo yung pancake sa Jollibee? Pancake sandwich
Yung pancake sandwich? Oh, yeah, that is good. That is good. Gusto ko yung normally pag nag-Jollibee ako ng umaga, I normally order like pancake sandwich and then breakfast chicken joy.
Breakfast chicken. Oh, have you tasted yung tapa nila? Masarap din.
Okay lang. Sakto. Actually, it's good for the price. Kaya pwede. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Tapos, ewan ko, fan ako ng hot chocolate ng Jollibee eh.
Actually, hindi ko pa natatry.
Okay. I don't know if fan ka ng hot chocolate, pero masarap din. Pero speaking of, mainit na nga din ngayon ang Gambit. Imagine, they get ahead of Munchkin. That's a secure Shadows, pero siya na lang kagad ang natitira. At nasaktan si Nerf doon. Narinig nyo ba yun? And speaking of, he tries to get that right click on towards the head of Chronicle as he is down to 20 HP at malamang. The Redgar will be finishing him off and Gambit off to a great start. 6-7 na nga ang score natin. Try mo yung hot chocolate, Ilo. At umorder ka na. Good coffee yan yung pancake sandwich.
Ako rin yung palabok ng Jollibee.
Gusto mo ba yung naka-pair siya sa Chicken Joy? Yung palabok.
Oo, syempre.
Diba? Sarap talaga. Jollibee. Jollibee Supremacy. Jollibee or McDo?
Jollibee.
Jollibee. Okay. I agree. Pero depende sa McDo. Minsan, masarap yung kapag burger sa McDo. Pero the rest, nasa Jollibee. Yung chicken, mas gusto ko maalat-alat eh. Kaya medyo gusto ko sa McDo. But anyway, kahit ano naman. Pero pag talaga, breakfast, Jollibee, number 1.
I don't know, man. McDonald's breakfast pancake, it's the best. Hard to say. McDonald's breakfast? What are they doing? Are they just hanging out here in mid?
Sponsored ba kayo ng Jollibee? Malay mo, next time. Sana. Gusto naman namin yun.
Okay naman sa akin yun.
At bigla ngayon, Shadows gets the head of Ade. At dahil napakainit ng ulo ng mga fans ng Crazy Raccoon, tignan nyo, natatalo. Sabi sa inyo, huwag kayo mainit ulo. But Nats gets 3K with that spray down coming from his Spectre. And Chronicle finish out Medusa. And obvious naman, gets a second round by talaga coming from Gambit. They will tie the score into a 7-7 sale ng Shopee.
7-7, big deal. And halftime, ayun, nakabawi na. Ilang rounds na yun, no? So many rounds that they have won.
Ayan, shoutout nga pala kay Nico. Kilala mo ba si Nico na nagko-comment ng napakarami sa PPGL page? Nandito na ulit siya. Gising siya ngayon. Usually 4 AM pa yan nagko-comment eh.
Actually,
Pero
pagkatapos
2
nito,
AM
naglalaro
maaga.
pa kami.
Ayaw nga, nagko-comment nga pala kayo minsan sa live stream pag minamalas kami ni Dax na may map. Pero ngayon, full buy round for Crazy Raccoon. Maybe this is the time that they can actually lead ulit by 1 against Gambit. Pero looking at this, naka-extend na kagad si Nat sa may likod. Okay, so that's kind of weird, but okay. Ganyan, papunta na sila kagad sa B-site. Sinabayan na nga bigla ngayon ng sinabayan na lang kagad ngayon ng setup, but then saktong-sakto kagad yung Saki-Saki, but Chronicle gets the head of Ade kagad, and there was just some pre-fires happening, pero wala pa talaga sobrang malaking ganap, but true that the sneaky placement, he gets the head of Fisker, and it's going to be 3 guys up ahead. Pero Net, sabi niya, nag-hello pa siya sa Gambit. Ako ay nandito, at I'm going to be also one of the criminals you're talking about, and still Medusa denying 1 kill, and it's only going to be trades by trades. Pero si Nats na lang natitira together with Net. Who's gonna get who? Once again, sinong makakabawi? And he picks right on as to where Net is, and Gambit still wins that full buy of Crazy Raccoon.
Ito na yung comeback. They were 0-6 until they started getting the rounds. Then the rounds just started flowing here. I think it takes a while, you know. Look at the kills. Nats, oh my god, 22 kills na siya ngayon. 22 kills on Nats. They just can't stop, and he's like smurfing ngayon. Yun ang dating smurfing siya ngayon dito in Berlin. Imagine mo yun, sobrang galing mo smurfing sa Berlin.
Sino ba yung mga smurfing sa Burn? Marami silang smurfers dito eh.
Ayun, si Ten, si Sinet, ayan.
Tignan mo, labas ng Odin na. Chronicle, so ba na may Odin? Pero wala pa naman siya na-pick off. Pero speaking of, si Nats din, smurfer na rin na ngayon. He takes down 2. And Defo also pumapangalawa sa smurfing. Shados din gusto mag-smurf, and he gets this round. A flawless execution coming from Gambit once again. So medyo nakita mo na yung nagigising na ata tong Nats 23-7. I don't know. He's smurfer nga.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I don't know how he gets those kills. Like, he's the one who saves. If not for Nats, siguro sobrang lala ng scoreline ng Gambit ngayon. Pero dahil kay Nats, sobrang laki ng so many rounds that they have won in a row because of Nats' plays.
I need to give credit. It's talaga kay Nats. He's really doing a lot for his team. Pero alam mo ba kung anong marami din ginagawa? Dahil sa pag-uusap natin sa Jollibee na yan, marami nang napa-order sa Food Panda ngayon.
Kami din, penge po.
Penge po. Baka naman po. Ayan,
Tuna
order
pay
na din
lang.
kayo. Baka naman po. Ano na lang, drop po yung Gcash. Sige, pwede. Mamaya, drop namin.
Joke lang.
Joke lang. Baka sabihin, one time, kami ni Tear, alam mo magkano sinesend sa akin ng mga tao?
Oo.
69 pesos.
Nice.
Nice. Ganda na.
Mahusay, Taylor. Mahusay, Rere.
Yan yung mga... Sabi ko nga, dagdagan nyo pa na 1 digit eh. Para 3 digit na. So, di ba? Alam nyo na. Pero, pagka tayo ngayon ulit. And, Crazy Raccoon, maybe this is the time that they can actually go with it reset once again. Mahabol pa nga nila to against Gambit because they did a lot during the first half. And speaking of, yan yung expect natin coming from Medusa because he got that first frag to be able to pin of where they are. At pinasabok lang ng launch pack ngayon ni Munchkin. Si Nats, denied na naman siya this time around. Pero because of that, alam nila na maraming nasa B-site. Ilipat na sila sa may A, syempre. At, clearing operation lang sila pero walang tao coming in from Gambit na nasa A site.
Yeah, it's gonna be the site plant. Easy plant right here, and it's a good sign for Crazy Raccoon to be able to get into that. Let's see what they can accomplish here as retake now begins. Cosmic Divide as well, and that's gonna be allowing them at least a pathway onto that site.
At ayan, nakikintay na lang Medusa nang-answer pa. Sabi niya, hello. And magsisave na lang tong Gambit most likely. Sayang yung operator plus yung Vandal. Pwede naman din siguro sila makabila on the next round. And Crazy Raccoon still, hindi sila nagpapatinag dahil gusto nila talagang makahabol syempre. At makatungtong on a higher level. And this time around, 9-8 na ang ating score. And Gambit still, they wanna take this risk, but then there's no cap about how good was that risk coming in from Medusa. And because of that mirror theft, nahalaman na nga nila kung nasan yung mga miyembro ng Crazy Raccoons and Nats. Even if you pick off one, di pa rin nakita natin yung kanyang pag-handle, pagbuhat. So, kumusta kaya yung likod ni Nats ngayon, no? Medyo mas mabigat-bigat na kaya.
Yeah, he's definitely done a lot of working out today.
Wawa naman si Nats. Uy, ba naman sa mag-step up sa Crazy Raccoon. Kita mo, equally distributed talaga yung kills kahit pa paano eh. So, dito sa Gambit, kung walang miracle plays coming in from Nats, sa tingin ko dito leading ng Gambit talaga.
Operator for Defo, and he's been really good with it so far. Kanina pa siya tumatama with op, and now Crazy Raccoon. What I want to see from Crazy Raccoon is them to really hit the site fast with a lot of confidence. Pero hindi pa natin nakikita yun kasi for now, it's really mostly about just the playing slow, and that catches them off guard. Kasi you play slow like that, and you give Defo an opportunity to get close, and these kind of things happen. Buti na lang mabilis yung trade. And that's gonna allow them to heal up just a tiny bit, enough for Neth to get back to full HP. Seekers ready as well. Papasok nila sa A site. They do have the Seekers. They will deploy it now. Dalawa yung nakaabang dito. You've got Defo, you've got Nats. Two of the best players on the team. How can they hold up until this push by Crazy Raccoon? The swing out from Nats. Wala siya makita.
Pero nga lang, wait and patiently lang sila, and Nats denies one. That's going to be Medusa himself, and he's actually getting the head of Ade, and he goes for a 3K. At isa na lang kagad dito na that's going to be Neth. And the Chronicle gets him, and Gambit still wins that round. So isa lang ang key ng Gambit ngayon. Kung si Nats ay nakakapag-frag, mananalo sila. 27-8 na ang KD ni Nats. Kita mo, ganda na pag-handle niya kahit ay siya ay na-stun nga doon. He was still able to get out at it. So he get the 3K. And what? Sobrang okay. This is a Nats show once again.
Yeah, I mean nobody's surprised. Nats one of the best. You know, he's probably the best Sentinel like in the world, or at least one of. And it just shows. Na kahit Sentinel ka, pwede ka mag-top frag eh. Hindi ibig sabihin na Sentinel ka, hindi ka pwede mag-top frag. Nats is living proof.
And speaking of, aside from that hindi naman, aside from na yung Sentinel siya yung nag-lead for his team, sa tingin ko din, he gives a lot of spaces din para sa kanyang team. Pero sa tingin ko, wala din kasi nagsistep up sa Gambit talaga, nakitang-kita mo. Even if Defo tries naman, pero it's still not working all of them all together eh. And at least may hope pa para sa Gambit to actually win this map. Kasi kapag hindi na nag-work si Nats, I think it's over for them so far. But right now, Defo nga with that operator gets ahead of Ade, and Neth sees out Nats, pero that already gave an opportunity na mas undercap ngayon yung mga miyembro ng Crazy Raccoons.
They get some guns. Oh, saktong ang shock dart lands nicely onto the spike planter there. Pero may heal naman kaya hindi sila masyadong ganun ka-worried. There is another shock dart ready and waiting, and Chronicle's gonna get the wall bang right there. Alam nilang may Odin, so that position is actually really ill-advised. Munchkin has ultimate, not gonna be able to get to use it as Fisker and Chronicle through the wall. The Odin na naman. Odin talaga ang solusyon para sa Gambit ngayon. 11 rounds. 2 more rounds for Gambit.
That's it. 11-8 na nga ang errant tayo this time around. And even medyo nahihirapan ng Gambit, but at least kita-kita mo medyo slight umaangat. And ngayon sa side naman ng Crazy Raccoon, Munchkin is really having a hard time, pero we need to give it to Neth talaga also for having those good executions sa first half. And we'll be having a timeout dahil nga medyo alanganin na naman yung Crazy Raccoon. They were off to a great start, but when it comes na biglang yung Gambit kakainin sila ng buhay just because of Nats himself, biglang magsha-shatter din yung confidence ng team na to.
Yeah, the confidence is a really important thing, especially for a team like Gambit, but they're getting more and more confident. Crazy Raccoon, their confidence, however, di na nila yata alam kung paano ma-handle eh. And, you know, they're playing decently. They're playing okay. They started the game off strong with really good positions, really off angles, but it seems like Crazy Raccoon just has read them. They're just that much better right now. And halftime muna tayo. Chill muna tayo dito.
Chill muna. Ang slow pace talaga ng game na to versus nung kinasto sila ni Vil, di ba? Ngayon, sobrang...
Time out pala. Halftime tuloy.
Siguro dahil naglaban na sila first time, this is second time already, syempre na usual mistake ng Crazy Raccoons, ayaw na nila yung i-repeat. So feel ko Sentinels versus F4Q, inisip ko ganito kadikit but ayaw na mag-isip muna dahil importante ngayon na syempre gusto mag-step up talaga ng both of the teams this time. But right now, Defo with that operator really be able to pick off at least one. He tries to pre-fire, wala nga lang sumakto, wala din pala siyang pre-fire so far, but he wants to play this in a way na sobrang defensive lang ang Gambit.
Defense is the name of the game here for Gambit, as they have found lockdown after lockdown against lockout after lockout against Crazy Raccoon. Hindi sila makapasok ng site, and even when Crazy Raccoon gets on site, sobrang baba na ng manpower nila na hindi nila ma-hold for the post plant. And so what Crazy Raccoon really needs to start doing is either getting the pick or really running over sites. But it's so hard to do that. Lalo na nandito si Nats. You see the massive change of pace, especially nung si Nats lumipat na sa defensive side. And that's because he's the Sentinel.
Right here.
The dilemma here for Crazy Raccoon is, saan ba tayo pupunta? Pupunta ba tayo sa site na nandun si Nats? Si Nats yun. He's gonna hit everything. He's gonna lock you down. Or what else can we do? Go to another site? It looks like Nats gets another kill. See, defensive side, it's always Nats with the hold. Nats with the hold yet again. He's gonna continue spraying down. Finally, they find him. And Shados looking desperately. He can't find the Viper. The Viper finds him with the right click of the beautiful pistol shot. But the spike, 1 HP. Literal 1 HP. He has to plant it. 12 seconds na lang natitira. Nagbabato sila ng utility dito, but can they find him within his own smoke?
Pero pag pre-fire ka lang ng Odin dyan, ikaw pa yung mapipick off. So far, wala pa talaga. He'll just be taking his time to just watch them go over again. Pero Chronicle, oh no, Chronicle, sayang timing, and that's it.
Oh
Ang
no.
power nga talaga ng Odin, and Gambit takes this, and match point na nga para sa side nila, and the Crazy Raccoon still naipako sa 8 at mapapa 8-8 nga talaga sila dyan. Pero Gambit, ganda na ng Hunter's Fury din sobrang denied yung pagpasok na ng A-side, plus Chronicle with that Odin talaga napaka-importante with the spray downs. And yep. Uy.
Stress na yata.
Reset na talaga to sa next map.
Yeah, mukhang hindi matutuloy yung hinahanap nating Super Saiyan mode ng Crazy Raccoon, because it's just turning into the Nats show here. And in Crazy Raccoon, they're hitting the shots. They're hitting all the shots all day. I mean, sorry, Gambit's hitting all the shots. Crazy Raccoon, they're not. They started the round off getting the half off getting the right reads, the right place. Pero ngayon, sobrang aggressive na ng Gambit. O, tignan mo. Push onto A main. Dalawa sila. All the while, Defo holding towards short, denying any kind of counter push. So ngayon, nakuha nila yung A main. And I like this strat. Look at this. They got A main. Now they're trying to contest short. Pero nandito si Defo with the operator. They are so pinched out, and Gambit have all the information that they want. Now, Crazy Raccoon, papasok nila sa papasok na sila papuntang site or at least towards short. But they really haven't gained much information. They still have to deal with the fact na wala silang control over top mid.
Plus, tignan mo na talagang itong Gambit, even if nag-aasim na lang din sila, alam nila kung paano sila magkakaroon ng control. And speaking of, Redgar gets 2. And I really do think it's for the side na ng Freezer, who's very deep pa. Okay, kahit nag-facepalm si Medusa kanina, bumabawi siya kahit papano. Sino ba yan pa kayo ni Neth ng Cosmic Divide? This is still a big chance for them to actually get this dahil sumabay pa ngayon ang Neurotef at ang mga Defo still denies Medusa and Neth gets the head of Defo and Nat finishes him out in a wave of Gambit with a 13-8 secures the first map here in our second series, Crazy Raccoon versus Gambit.
Yeah, that's definitely a lot better from Crazy Raccoon, but it's still not enough to win a game. I'm a little bit worried that they didn't. I'm a little bit worried why they didn't wait for the neural theft before they actually started going onto the site. Daming weird decisions actually. Sa totoo lang, hindi malinis din yung game ng Gambit. Medyo madaming misplay din ng Gambit side, and that's why Crazy Raccoon actually got so many rounds off of them. But regardless, a win is a win.
Pero kita mo, ang daming kaguluhan. Hindi mo makikits kung bakit. Sa first half pa lang, and we all thought it was looking good for Crazy Raccoon. But then, at least isa tayong miyembro ng Gambit na hindi pa rin nagpo-fall off short, and that's Nats himself. Iruin mo, kung walang Nats, talaga to para sa Gambit dahil sobrang hindi na nila makita-kita pa kung ano pwedeng loopholes na tignan against Crazy Raccoons. Then biglang nung second half na talaga nakita mo na hindi na din makagalaw at all. Isa lang yung naipanalo ng Crazy Raccoon sa second half. So that means talaga when you have the guys of Gambit on the defending side, plus you have Nats as a cypher, it's really hard to get a good hold of it. And that it's hard itself. Yun naman sa highlights, diba?
Yeah, there we go. That was the game that we just saw. Gambit taking game number 1. Pero meron pa yata game number 2. Oh, well, of course, meron pa nga game number 2. And we are going to go into a short break. I'm Illustrato. This is Ray Ray. We're your shoutcasters, and we'll be back for game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
get me falling every time. I'm around you. Tell me you feel the way I do. Babe, tell me you feel the same. You wanna stay. Tell me you understand. 'Cause I think that
A slow start there from Gambit, but they managed to take map 1 over Crazy Raccoon in the end. I'm Yingsu and I'm back on the desk with Sean and Tom. Now that was the defensive side that we always speak about, right, from Gambit?
Pretty much.
Yeah,
we look at this team and their attack has always been very slow, defaulty, and runs out of time quite often. Like, that's been one of the big issues we've had with this squad. You get onto the defense and... well, I almost have to look at Crazy Raccoon a little bit and go, I feel like their duelists are maybe a little bit to blame in that one.
Yeah, but also I have to give Gambit credit because right on the pistol round, we were sitting here, you know, watching the wall go across mid to cut off a default and take mid control, and they just pop flash through it right away on pistol round, basically telling Crazy Raccoon, this wall's not going to cut it. You better be worried about us pop flashing through this. We're not going to sit back in the sights and allow you to run your tactics. And Gambit just put an end to everything so quickly in that second half.
I know you guys were impressed with the Viper on the defense side, but Sean, what did you make of the Viper play on the attack side?
I just think it's not even that the Viper was a bad pick on the attack side, it's just that they didn't have the tools to enter the sites, right? They just didn't have the initiators because they were running a different composition. A lot of teams were using the Sova Sky combination, and I mean, I think they just couldn't find the openings, which is why clips like this happen where Nats is just nesting in this B site, nesting in A site. It was just so hard to get him out.
Well, that's the thing. You can almost... I know there's a guy out there who likes to say stats don't lie. I'm going to look at the duelists here. 6 and 20, 7 and 16. Between them, 0 and 11 in first bloods.
Oh,
like, you're never going to win a game on attack if you can't get any opening kills, and that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, and so going into that, 8fisker and Munchkin combined 0 and 15 in first bloods. Oh, yeah, that's...
Should have subbed you in, Sean.
Yeah.
Should have subbed you in.
I don't think I would have done any better, Tom. I'm just saying. But on the other side, Defo, Shadows, and Nats, they combined for like 15 and 2 in opening duels. So just that stat alone tells you this game shouldn't even be close. I can't believe that it was as close as it was.
Yeah, they did very well there, especially in the first half. There was a lot of interesting things that happened in that match. We have Mitchman standing by, and I'm most interested in on whether Mitch is tall enough to reach that telestrator.
Oh my...
All right, okay, let's calm down a little bit on that one, Sue. They've lowered it for me, don't worry. Sean's he's a big guy, so is Balla, so you can understand it. Now I've got a couple of rounds to break down, just 2 for you. The first is going to be quite a quick one here, and it's basically just looking at this nasty little setup right here. So obviously you're seeing Astra Stars in position for the attacker side all throughout the back of the site, and they're in a position where you are expecting it to be a B push. The response is to put Astra Stars here with a little trap wire, knowing full well that Gambit were likely to go for that typical entry play. Pop your flash, pop your recon as you're seeing towards the backside, and just at this moment, you're going to get this dash coming out of Jet. And that is the idea here, is that right where Jet is, there is a gravitational well, pulling her back into position. And the typical way to bypass that is going to be to dash. But take a look what happens when you dash. The trap wire pulls her all the way back and even allowed Neth to get a second kill. And I'm just going to show you this from Neth's perspective. Excellent utility from him. There you go. You're trying to bypass that gravitational well. Slingshot right back. He gets a second kill out of it as well, which was just the cherry on top. And it really set his team up well. I love those little holes coming out of the Astra. Now, one more thing that I want to show you, and this is more of an extended clip, and I'll keep it rolling as we go. But this round started with Gambit looking to take control in towards B. You have this setup here from the Cypher, which is very much based around, like, the trap wire is kind of a late round plan. But the camera that they have up is obviously to cover them pushing through. They immediately bait out the Viper's pit and then start to rotate, but they leave Nats behind. And while we're watching this round, keep in mind, Nats doesn't move from this little corner. He stays there the entire round, and it's actually beautiful how it works out for them. They start moving towards the A site. They put first of all, a Sova drone goes up through tree. Then you're going to have the Tiger, the Trailblazer, put through as well. An Astra Star that smokes off this area towards Garden. And from a defender's POV on that A site, you are 100% certain that they are coming towards you. They've just committed so much utility. And you've got a trap wire on mid, covering for that rotate back. So right now, they're thinking, hey, this is definitely going to be a finish towards the A site. You have a little bit of early aggression to try and come and section them off afterwards. And what this prompts them to do when the trap wire breaks in mid and the flash comes up through is that this Viper is now under threat. She can be pushed from B main and she can be pushed from behind. And so she wants to try to take some early control and push back through. It's been about a minute since that Viper's pit went up, but as she steps forward, Nats is there, waiting to take her down. The patience of this man to literally stand in a corner for a minute while his team works the other side of the map, sells out that fake control, is absolutely spectacular. And him staying alive got them even more done, because then just the cherry on top of this round was the trap wire right there. They have a camera to watch it up behind, but they know as soon as this player steps forward and breaks that trap wire, and he'd already broken one outside a lobby, so they knew they'd initiated a flank, Nats was ready to take him down too. Overall, it was a beautiful round, and here's his POV. He literally didn't move with a minute or so on the clock, and then takes the frag, opens this up, and they immediately blitz into the backside, taking all the kills that they can and winning out the round. It was beautiful seeing Gambit adapt round on round to what was being thrown at them, and it's the reason that coming into the second half and the later stages of the attack, we saw so little from Crazy Raccoon. I'm in love with this team. I don't know about you guys over on the desk.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Very well broken down, beautifully said. Sean, I think he's trying to come for your job.
Yeah, that was super good.
Yeah.
I love the round he chose too with the Vipers, but that was one we talked on the desk. So the theory behind it is faking the other site, because everyone wants to leave the Viper in the pit. No one wants to go into that site. So you're very quick to rotate away from it if you're on defense, and they use that to its best ability.
Well, that was Acend, but we're moving on to Icebox next. Now, this is the map that they both did play last time, Tom. It didn't work out so well for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I almost wonder, like, well, I know we've been informed, but whether or not we're going to see a slight change in terms of the personnel, because it's like, realistically, they had players missing that I think could have helped them. The fact that Medusa doesn't really play this map is something that worries me, because I think he's one of the better players for at least locking down the site. The other issue as well is we've only really seen decent defensive halves, at least versus Gambit, and they only start on this map on attack. And it's not been going great.
It didn't go well in the first series for them. But yeah, like you said, they're likely to bring in Bozzy for this matchup because Medusa plays that Sentinel role, and they don't run a Sentinel on Icebox. They run that standard comp with the Sova, the Viper, the Sage, and then they fill it in actually with a Sky. So that's one unique thing in their comp that probably Gambit isn't used to too much in Europe, is the double initiator on Icebox.
I believe I can confirm that Bozzy has been brought in for Medusa. You guys were right there. But of course, 13-1 the last time we saw them. Sean, what do they need to do differently this time?
Oh, well, in that first matchup, it was a totally different team. And we mentioned this before. They looked shell-shocked. They said it in the interview. They were nervous in the matchup. I just think they just need to settle into their game and take their opening duels, you know, stick in packs and trade. They did a great job of that on Ascent. I just think that's a map you don't want to challenge Gambit on.
Yeah, I think as well, again, I'm going to put Fisker as a focal point. I'm yet to see him really perform on that Sky, and if it's going to be an agent you bring in on this map in particular, as you said, it's sort of a niche, there needs to be a reason for that niche. If not, stick him on Arena, let him frag out, let him be more aggressive, because for now, I haven't seen the value of him playing that agent.
Well, we're heading into Agent, Prime Gaming Agent Select now. And speaking of that Reyna, Chronicle expected to play the Reyna. They've made that up.
Oh, Shados.
Okay.
Shados was
Of
last
course,
time,
yeah,
baby.
yeah,
He went in and he absolutely obliterated
They
them.
made that change, of course, with the three-way swap, I believe, between the Reyna, the Sage, and was it Sova? I believe that was, yeah.
Shados in that game was 19-3.
Oh, okay.
It's actually insane.
Okay, Munchkin. We didn't see that, but Munchkin has locked in the Reyna. This is not what he played the last time.
I like Fisker on the Jet.
Yeah.
I love this. He's not been playing a good tournament on the Sky. We know that he can play the Jet really well.
I
So
love
Munchkin
this.
falls into the Reyna. They're running.
Can't look away.
Yeah,
this mirror matchup, right? If you can't beat them in the old comp, you might as well beat them on their own comp. But Crazy Raccoon, they ran into some trouble the last time we saw them at Icebox, but they do have an opportunity, Doug and Riv, to redeem themselves over here.
Yes, yes, they do indeed, and I think you got to spice it up.
Hi, what's up, guys? We are back here sa VALORANT Masters Berlin, and it's already 2:36 a.m. in the morning. So maraming salamat sa mga nag-tune in pa lang ngayon. And to make a good summary lang naman, the first game nga here in our second series was won by Gambit, and now we're going here in Icebox na pinili din ng Gambit themselves.
Yeah, game number 1 was really just really spaced out there. Game number 1 really went in the way of Gambit. Just the first few maps were a little bit crazy. I mean, the first few rounds, and they all really went Crazy Raccoon, just stomping them. Pero nakabawi naman dito yung Gambit, especially when Nat started activating and started doing the Nat thing, which was where he just goes in and shoots everyone down. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for Crazy Raccoon. It was a good showing from them, pero ito yung problema ko dito, Ray. What do you think that this was more of a problem by Crazy Raccoon or just Gambit doing really well? Because para sa akin, it just didn't seem like the Gambit that we all know. And it was just Crazy Raccoon playing just like normal Crazy Raccoon.
Ako, sa tingin ko lang din, yung Crazy Raccoon, siguro if hindi nagpa-pop off si Nats at napapani siya parate ng Crazy Raccoon, they know how to discuss on how they pick up Nats earlier on sa Acend. Sa tingin ko, may papanalo talaga nila eh. Kasi all those rounds they've been losing, si Nats lang yung usually sagot ng Gambit against them. And plus, they need to capitalize na walang form yung Gambit earlier. Yun din talaga.
Alright, well, pistol round has concluded. I think we got in a little bit late, but that is exactly what we're talking about here. Game number 2 and round number 2. See what can be the solution now for these guys, says we do have only pistols. A couple of upgraded pistols, but that's it.
They went in towards ngayon sa may A side, but Fisker gets the head of Chronicle 4v4. Pero kita mo, naka-shorty ngayon ang mga miyembro ng Crazy Gambit. And who's gonna get who?
Walang bala!
Anong nangyari doon? Sayang. Pero still, di pa daw imposible para kay Defo. Oh no, may lineup pa yan si ate. Okay. Pero he tries to defuse. He throws that snake bite, but he's already dead. Pero binabay time lang ngayon ni Ade. And he's really just playing time. And they gets him with the ghost. And Crazy Raccoons wins that. But not bad for the second round for sa side ng Gambit. It was really crucial then. Apat yung na-pick off nila sa Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, those were pretty good shots, and I'm happy to see that they were able to do, I mean, stay alive for now. Gambit's gonna be so happy with how many kills they got, and really, that's the most important thing. Na sobrang nakakuha sila ng pitas, na it's really gonna challenge the economy of the side of Crazy Raccoon.
But still, I think Crazy Raccoon Guardian buys. Some of them went with the half armors also. So let's see if it's gonna get those taps talaga pag may Guardian. Okay, this Fisker has been really great when it comes to that. And speaking of, he got Shadows once again. Okay, denied na naman yung possibility ng Gambit. Remember, this is a full buy round sa Gambit once again, and denied na naman sila on their defending side. Pero as we see this retake, all of them has those holds coming from the post plants. Will we see a good Gambit retake? Tumalon sa harapan lang ni Chronicles and Nat. He gets a 2K, and it's going to be 3v3. Munchkin waiting around the heads of Reger na pupunta sa kanyang angle. And speaking of, pero dalawa yan at nag-line up lang sa kanyang harapan. He goes right now with a dismiss at tagabo si Chronicle, but he has no choice dahil tatlo nang nakatitig sa kanya, and Crazy Raccoon once again mabilis ang rounds na naman sa kanila to as they get 3 rounds sa sunod-sunod.
Yeah, you know, it's another good start and another weird start here for Gambit. But I wouldn't be surprised if Gambit starts doing a little bit better soon enough. They just need to get used to the map and playing with the map here. This is not how we normally see them play. So it's a little bit concerning for the Gambit side. But then, they like to do this a lot. Lagi naman ganito yung Gambit eh, slow start.
Pag naka-guardian, pulis pang kalawakan daw. Hindi yung ano talaga, judge tsaka back, yan ang pangkalawakan. Pag wala kang ID, no entry ka talaga. Pero speaking of, may man naka-ID, no entry, lalo na't si Nuts. Pero Fisker takes out that Blade Storm, tries to cut off some, pero wala pa rin siya na pick off, nabawasan lang niya si Redgar. He goes up, pero Redgar sees the head of Net. Pero Munchkin also with that gets the head of Redgar Chronicle and lost that Reyna talaga. It's really looking perfectly for him. Pero si Nuts, hindi hindi nagbigay ng input, hindi niya inasave dahil alam niya medyo malayo-malayo. Therefore also with that Blade Storm. At it's going to be trimming it down to 3v3. So Blade Storm versus Blade Storm, it is quite important dahil they can still win this round sa side ng Gambit, but there's no denying that Crazy Raccoon has a good shot of it. And speaking of no ID, no entry, sabi ni Nats, at si Ade na lang coming in from mid. Will he be able to get this dahil nakakuha na rin kagad ng mga barel ang mga Gambit, and Nats still denies him. And kind of a thrifty round sa side ng Gambit.
I mean, it's still a decent round. And then, no matter even if they don't really get the win here, as long as they do well enough to challenge the economy here of Gambit. Kasi bonus round lang naman eh. Okay na yun sa kanila.
At ngayon...
Oh, the op though comes out now. So this is where things I think start to change here for Gambit. So walang pera yung Crazy Raccoon. Kahit ang dami nilang rounds na napanalunan. Wala silang pera.
Nagastos pa rin sila dahil nga yung 1v1 kanina, and Nats gets the head of Munchkin. Pero remember si Defo, kapag nag-operator to, minsan lang namintis eh. Parating nagana kapag hawak-hawak na yan. And speaking of, napapush talaga sila sa B-side, pero si Nats ang talagang naghihintay sa kanila to come up there. And sneaky by sneaky, he wants to get smoke criminal ha. Used to be ha, pero nga lang wala pa nakuha. Instead he takes out that snake bite and sees the head of Fisker on the left side, but denied by coming in from that Marshall of a Buzzy. Pero napakalaki na nun sa side ng Gambit, pero Crazy Raccoon, they're stuck up right now. San kaya sila makakapag-desisyon as they're just watching out for the flanks. Plus, marami na rin nakapag-rotate sa Gambit papuntang B-side.
They find Nats though, so that's gonna be at least a little bit easier for their side take. But still, B-side, kailangan nilang humanap ng pitas, man disadvantage sila. So this is gonna be a little bit of an issue here as we go towards the next round. That is Neth opening things up with another kill. 3 versus 3 na ngayon, magpaplant na ang spike, and that's gonna be a lot of shock darts exchange here towards yellow.
But no one's gonna be pick off with that. But then, let's see. The side of Crazy. This is a good round for them just in case. Pero nga lang, kita na kagad si Ate on those. So, holes coming right up. Medyo open siya. But nakapag-heal naman. Meron pa ulit mga shockers for shockers. But remember, no denying si Neth talaga. He did a lot. Plus, he resurrected his teammate pa. At lahat nakatingin na. And Thrifty by Thrifties is the scoreline for both of the teams. As Crazy Raccoons get this. And leading na naman sila by 3 against Gambit.
Crazy Raccoon. Wow, what an upset. Actually, kulang sila sa pera dun and sa weaponry. But the fact na nahanap nila si Nats ng maaga, that was a lot of advantage for them, and obviously they were able to capitalize on it a lot, buying them such a good amount of time and manpower.
Plus, kung kanina lang no sa Acend, kung kanina lang si Nats parati na lang napapunish. Pero I think it's much easier to punish Nats here, diba? Daming open angles on where you can pick off yung Sentinel. I rather pick off ko si Viper, the controller. The kinda Sentinel din for me, in my opinion. Pero this time around, Gambit, they need to take those good. Kasi parang gigigil na si Coach.
Oo nga, kanina pa yan.
Pinakawig siya. Kawig niya yung dating kalaban, si Green Goblin sa...
Grabe naman.
No cap, guwapo naman si Green Goblin So...
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Spider-Man.
You know, si James Franco.
Yeah, James Franco. Diba? Yung Franco brothers. Yes. Hindi ba 3 a.m. tandaan nyo? 6 a.m. na daw laro ng Sentinels.
Seryoso?
Hindi sasama niya sa akin. Alam mo, yung mga sadista ata yung mga viewers natin, gusto nila napupuyat ako. Wag naman kayo ganyan sa akin. Ang sasama na ugali mo. Uy! Oh, Fisker! Magaganda yan! And then I did see Shadows. What was that?
Map number 3. Let's go! Crazy Raccoon. 5 rounds na yata ang makukuha nila dito. And it's looking like it's going to be very possible.
Ay, no. And the things aren't looking good. Okay. Si Chronicles of Narnia, he gets 2K. Pero kasi, behind pa ang mangyayari kay Redgar tsaka Defo. Sheriffs lang yan, ha? Tapos naglapas pa ng Viper Split. Tignan natin. That was really important. But then, Fisker sees them out. Nakakuha natin ng baril ngayon si Defo. At 2v2. Pero meron pa tayong Hunters of Fury. Lalabas ba ni Bazzi ito? Pero kung hindi na pinipik ni Edgar as he gets the head of a Bazzi, din na lang kagad. Tignan natin kung mamanipulate niya itong mga to as he gets a Defo 1v1 right now. Sino bang makakakuha? Who gets who? Pero saan ka tumitingin? Ade is just waiting for you. Bian is back in a clutch from Ade. Celebrates this 4-round lead against Gambit. Oh no. Mapri ata. Kanina 13-1. Mukhang mababalik na. Baka 13-1 ng Crazy Raccoon.
Mukha lang naman, pero tignan natin. Anything is possible. Kasi na-comeback nga yung previous game di ba? Ikaw, naniniwala ka ba sa comeback, Ray?
Ako naniniwala ako sa comeback Yung Jamil may comeback, di ba? Ikaw naniniwala ka ba sa mga comeback?
Ay, hindi. Hindi.
Sa ibang aspeto ata yun. So, hindi ka naniniwala na may nawalang game. Ay! Yun nga, na talaga. Ako di na ako naniniwala ngayon na may possibility pa ng comeback. Sige! Mid na? Sige lang, mid na contest na lang. Pero kasi nag-bumalik yun Okay, sige na. 6-1. 13-1 to Crazy Raccoons, promise. Ay, po. Anong antok na naman tong Gambit, Alam mo, yung mga fans siguro ng Gambit, kinakabahan kapag first half. Kasi, itong Gambit dito, antok
Hindi, pero defensive side to, ha?
Oo nga yun nga Ay, nako po. Bakit nyo kasi nilagyan si Shado sa Reyna? Hindi, sige, whatever. Kung gusto nyo mag-Reyna, saan siya masaya, follow your heart. And follow Game 3.
Game 3 ba makikita natin?
Ay, nako po. Sabi ko sa kanila, wag niyo ako kausapin pag may Game 3. Ako na nga, medyo Shoutout kay Dan Carlo. Feel ko kahit manalo matalo, mag-send ka na lang ng kape. Salamat agad sa'yo. hindi yata ito papabor sa kahit anong team. Pero si Fisker, come on. Stop this guy. Nag-jet, pumalo talaga. Yun pala kailangan ng Crazy Raccoon eh. Okay.
Oh.
So, things are starting slow for Crazy Raccoon. Pero what is happening to Gambit? Ito dapat yung better side nila eh. Pero ngayon talaga laking deny. May Viper naman pares. Pero feel ko... this is a weird matchup. But alam niyo naman, there's always gonna be the better user ng agent as we see that gets the head of the members of Gambit. Isa-isa na naman silang napipick off and... oh no.
Oh no.
Gambit.
Gambit,
oh, no.
what are you doing, Gambit?
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
Oh my god, Crazy Raccoon, they're doing it. They're doing it at 2:50 in the morning. They're doing it.
Parang natutuwa ka ba? Natutuwa ka ba ata? Ilan na may game? Eto. Oy. Okay. Oh, sige.
Pero save yan. Masasave ba niya? Yun ang tanong kasi hinahanap na siya dito.
Marami pang
si Munchkin. Uy, nag-miss. Wala, patay
Kinabahan. Meron pa sa... ay, yun. Hindi ka makakapag-save. No saving, my friend.
Nope. Bye-bye.
13-1 na to. Please lang. Kung gusto nyo na lang talaga magka-game team na pa. Bilisan nyo na lang. Huwag nyo nang gawin na bigla kayo magka-comeback. 10-10, ganon. Diyos ko po. Bigla, ewan ko, anong meron sa Gambit ngayon? Pangit ba yung kinain nyo kanina?
Sa tingin, baka masakit yung chan. Di pa sila nakaka-adjust sa Berlin food. Alam ko, well, this is a European team, ah. Baka late lang nagising.
Pinasarap lang daw yung Acend. May game 3 pa rin daw talaga. Gawa-gawa lang daw ng Illuminati yung first game.
Kumusta naman kayo dyan, mga viewers? 3 o'clock na ng umaga, nandito pa rin kayo. Okay pa ba?
Sa second game, biruin mo, nagpupuyat sila para sa Sentinels. Alam nyo guys, sana marinig to, pero dapat kasi i-first game niyo yung Sentinels parate. May mga online class pa tong mga to.
Pero talo yung Sentinels. What's your opinion on the loss of Sentinels to G2, Ray?
Ang isa, alam mo, bakit ganun? Hindi ko alam kung binigay ba nila yon or talagang pangit din yung ulam nila. Parang si Gambit yung Sentinels si kahapon.
Yup.
And alam mo naman, pag mataas ang expectation sa'yo, malaking disappointment the fact that it's a clean 2-0. Sana kung 2-1 medyo katanggap-tanggap pa eh. Pero 2-0, siguro nabasa na din sila sa split finally ng G2. Tingin ko, yun naman.
Walang pera pa yung Gambit dito. Hirap to. Sino mo? Easy trades right now for Crazy Raccoon, but Shados with a double. He's gonna be able to get 1. He's gonna get 2 actually, and 3 more players still standing for Gambit side. 3v3. Merong mga Spectre ang Gambit ngayon. Gusto nilang manalo. Nahalap pa si Yun yung offer nila. Oh, Chronicle! Mukhang thrifty pa yun Nakakuha pa sila ng offer.
Puro thrifty. Ano nangyayari sa mga to?
I just want to say, this is a weird day for Valorant, Ray. This is a weird day for Valorant.
Feel ko ever since nakahapon, ang weird din ng mga pangyayari sa mga matches. Sa 2 araw atang weird talaga ngayon. Plus, ito pa yung nangyayari. Si Crazy Raccoons daw kasi may chakra. Baka nga, sinaniba ni Naruto tsaka ni Sasuke. Mapapakata ng nani mo. Ano ba yan? Ang weave ko? Ba't tayo dito? Oh, tignan mo. Hindi na pick off ni Defo yun. Ewan, antok talaga tong Gambit na to eh.
Yeah, I don't know. They're missing shots that they should be hitting and something's really going on. Something's really weird. Like everyone's missing the shots that they should be hitting.
This is not Gambit at their best form.
Not
at their
at all.
Berlin best form. Same as Sentinels yesterday. They're different ngayon. Different in a bad way. And bakit pa kami medyo nagtataka? Kasi this is not the performance that Gambit has. Plus,
and this is Berlin, dude.
Oh, diba? 13-1 nila to Crazy Raccoons last time. Imagine. At ngayon, okay, sige. Impressive.
Crazy Raccoon, okay ka lang ba? Sabay-sabay silang tumawid. Why?
Ang weird ng mga tao. Napuyat ba? May ginawa ba sila lahat kagabi? Ba't sila ganito? Anong mga nangyayari behind the scenes?
Let's take a look at this. Like, why?
Basta isang... Sa isang direction lang sila nakatingin. Di sila marunong tumingin sa kaliwa. Alam mo ba, dami kong kilalang ganyan. Hindi alam kung sinabi mo ng kaliwa, kanan. Pag nasa kanan, yung pala nasa kaliwa. Ano nangyayari?
Madami akong kilalang ganyan. Sa Valorant talaga. Sabi mo hard left, sa kanan titingin.
Ay, dako. Mapapado yung mga naghihintay. Pero okay lang guys. Alam nyo, magandang team din talaga. It's time to tell us to tell you that EU teams are really good also. And Gambit, isa din yun sa mga inaabangan ko. Hindi lang dapat parate Sentinels lang yung inaabangan. Kasi maraming learnings coming in from all teams. No cap. Kita mo, Crazy Raccoon nga. Nakapag-comeback na eh. Parang Jamil lang talaga. May mga comeback. Sana all comeback. Pero kayo ng ex nyo, hindi na kayo magka-comeback sa mga nanonood dyan.
Aray.
Ay, sorry.
Di naman ako na-hurt, okay lang.
Ay, sorry Ilo akin. Uy,
okay,
pero
Defo?
to si Deco.
Oh my God!
Nasaniba ni Naruto to. Okay.
May chakra nga.
Ay, naniniwala na ako sa comeback din pala talaga. Oh no. Defo? Question mark marami? Okay. Ano ba to? Game ba to ng highlights?
Look at that. Ooh, 1, 2. Ba't di sila nakatingin?
Hindi naman sila marunong tumingin.
Left na naman. Di sila nag-left. Yun ang Reno, nakatingin sa malayo.
Ano ba tinitignan ng Crazy Raccoon? May ngitay, kalapate. Ano to? Ay, alam mo, parehas lang sa Acend. Alam mo yung, sobrang, sila, off lang. Kaya nananalo yung each team. Hindi ko alam. This is some crazy people, crazy players.
Crazy Raccoon with a K. Crazy. Oh my God.
Crazy Gambit din, swear. Crazy Gambit.
Alright, A hit. Sawa na sila sa B. Kasi puro B na lang kanina eh. Ilang na kayo lang rounds na silang sa B. Magta-try na sila sa A. So, I guess they're just gonna go to A and hope it works. But, I don't know. I think Gambit have figured it out.
7-5 curse, I think, is waving. Oy, hindi pa pala to. What was that? Okay, behind the back. Red guard together with Chronicle. Defo na lang, tsaka si Chronicle lang natitira. Okay, let's see. They know na mayroong isang nasa rafters. Ade behind the backs. Chronicle also. He gets out of that recon bolt. Pero sinabay. Uy! Na-detect siya. No cap. Okay, 8-4 nga in favor of Crazy Raccoons. Pero remember mas malakas Gambit sa defending side. So, hello?
Defending nga sila.
Ayun nga eh. Kaya nga yun nakakapagtaka bakit ganito eh.
Yeah, but this is still an attacking sided map naman. So malay mo.
Spike planted.
Attacking sided map.
May nagliligawan na naman sa comment section. Tigil-tigilan nyo. Medyo galit ang ang mundo ngayon dahil nakakapagtaka. Ba't ganito? Ang weird nila parehas. Oh no. Oh well. Crazy Raccoon gets this unless a miracle play coming in from Defo with that Phantom.
Nope.
Okay.
Denied. 8v4. 8v4. 8-4. Excuse me. 8v4. Mahirap yung 8v4.
Deathmatch yun.
Deathmatch.
Ay, so may Reyna diff nga po tayong nangyayari ngayon.
Oo nga.
Reyna diff
Si Shadows walang mapatay
Oo nga eh. Tatlo lang. Hindi siya pating din na yung possibility.
Yung mga setup na ganito parang ayoko talaga ng Reyna Sa Icebox. Sa tingin ko talaga instead of Reyna pwede ka mag-Sky.
Dapat nga nag-Sky siya kasi kanina gado ng Sky niya sa Acend. Yun ang nagtatawa. Ba't siya nag-Reyna? Pero, let's see. Ganda sana ako nag-Sky eh. Kahit na either of the teams na may Sky, napakalaking chance pa rin. And mas comfortable lang Gambit gumamit ng Sky nila kung tutuusin. Oh no, this is really bad for Gambit side, especially if they lose the first 2 rounds with the pistol plus the bones. Ayaw maging 4-10 yung scoreline natin sa side ng Gambit. At akala ko Sentinels. Guys, I know how it feels like looking forward to your team. Pero nga lang kasi maraming game 3s right now and may possibility pa ngayon sa nakikita nyo. At big shoutouts nga pala sa inyo. Hindi naman kami inaantok. Okay lang naman pa kami ni Ilo. Pero sa wag pa shoutout, it is your time habang nasa half break time tayo. And sa mga tatanong, sino po ba kalaban ng Sentinels? Well, it's once again F4Q. But then, tignan natin, it's a good show match once again. Because these two teams are actually close with each other. They're pretty okay. Actually, hindi lang sa kanila. Kundi lahat naman ng teams ngayon, sobrang laki ng friendship nila.
Yep. And shout out to all the people watching, by the way. Sa mga nanonood. Hindi ko natitignan yung comments eh. Kaya now it's my turn, I guess, to take a look at the comments and give a shout out to you guys. Maraming technical pause today, maraming challenges in life and in this game, obviously. Still, we are at halftime, so we'll be taking a little bit of a breather. Hindi ko mahanap yung post. Wait lang PPGL. Hindi ko mahanap.
Oy, may nagtatanong, Ilo, may pochi ka na ba o tao dyan?
Wala pa rin eh. Ang hirap makahanap ng pochi, dude.
Sarap it's a childhood favorite ang pochi.
Yeah, but it's hard to find. Sa inyo ba, nakakahanap ka pa ng pochi?
Meron pochi sa tindahan namin dito ata. Pero tagal ko na din di pumubisita eh ng pochi. Baka sa Shopee or Lazada meron yung malalaking amount. Mga 100 pieces.
Sabi ni Carlo Pasqua, kanina pa ako sa YouTube, dito lang pala ma-shoutout. Sorry, di ko nakikita sa YouTube eh.
Sorry, Amin. May nagtanong, Riri, anong level ng bleach mo? I was bleached thrice ata. Thrice or 4 times. Yeah. Pero feel ko 3 lang to. And speaking of Fraser, Raccoon, Munchkin, gets the head of Chronicle. Remember, this is crucial for the side of Gambit. If they really, if Fraser Raccoon wins this pistol round, alam nyo na kung anong mangyayari. But Defo also sees the head of Bazzi behind the backs. But as the 3 takes on, sino kaya ang makakalamang? Who gets who? And speaking of, nagkakitaan na nga sila. And Munchkin also. Okay, ang daming whiff, maraming right click. And this just gonna be the Tuesday. Pero may lineup pa nga. At si Nats na lang natitira. Will this be a Nats clutch? Unfortunately, no. At sige, tanggapin. Kailangan natin tanggapin. Ngayon palang tinatanggap ko na. Namalas talaga ako. Walang mintis.
Oh, Taylor. Ray. Pares kayo ni Taylor na malas actually.
Okay, so medyo nakakagaan sa pakiramdam na marinig na hindi lang pala ako yung...
Dati kasi may curse din si Taylor eh. Pero ngayon napasa niya yata sa'yo. Pero teka lang, shoutout nga pala sa mga nagpapa-shoutout dyan. Miguel Armand Lopez. Sino pa ba yung hindi ko nababasa dito? Yung mga nasa YouTube, si JP Tiksay, pa-shoutout. Tsaka sa asawa kong si Christine Lazo. What is up? Good morning.
Kay Zoren din. Shoutout kay Zoren. Kay Nico. Pa-shoutout naman dyan. 3 AM na. Okay. Mukhang may kape si Salamat sa mga magbibigay agad ng kape. Thank you. Pero ngayon talaga si Ilo din kailangan ng kape. Pahingi kami.
Actually, malapit na ako kumuha ng Red Bull sa aming frigider eh. Frigider.
Crazy fridge.
Ano ba? Wait lang, teka lang. Actually, hindi ko na alam. Ano bang tawag ng mga Pilipino nowadays? Yung mga bagets. Hindi na ba frigider? Matanda na ako eh. Frigider pa yung sabi ng mama ko eh.
Ref, diba?
Ref pa?
Ref.
Frigider kasi narinig eh. Narinig ko eh.
Guys, alam niyo na ito si Ilo.
One enemy remaining.
Uy.
Uy,
Hindi pa daw
na-comeback ko.
tapos. Na-comeback. Parang may nice tayo ah. 350 na naman. Uy, pero this is actually big ah. Kasi next round, magastos sa side ng KZ Raccoon. So, di sila gagastos at all. Pero
Idol-
Shados, ano yan?
Idol Ilu, meron akong Starbucks coffee. Padala ko sa'yo, pati kay Ate Riri. Wow, bait naman. Hindi, okay lang.
sige
Sige.
nga.
Kaya pa naman.
Hello,
Thanks.
parang ewan to.
Ano?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ka nga, Ilu.
Ayoko nga.
Isang beses lang.
I love your accent, Ilu. Say it again. Frigidaire.
Di ba top 1 sexiest accent tayo sa Asia?
Oo nga eh. Di ba ang Pilipinas, top 1 sexiest accent sa Asia. Frigidaire. Ito gawin natin ASMR. Vegetables.
Bijo.
Second floor.
Bijo Cole. And ano ba yung mga may pa
wala na tayong brain cells.
Uy, shade ano ba naman ang mga pisker.
Biscuit. Biscuit, yun ang paborito ko eh. Biscuit.
Player standing.
Alam mo ba yung mga Filipino words na sobrang sexy talaga pakinggan?
Yes. Diabetes.
Rejar.
Ayun siya to. Ano naman ba? Colgate.
Diabetes.
Alam mo, pandemic tayo ngayon kaya nangyayari mo ngayon. Peace shield.
Colgate. Peace mask.
Face mask. Na-stress na. Walang Diyos. Oh, I got 9-6.
Nice. Ito pa meron. Si Wawa.
Sige. Ray, kaya mo yan.
Okay. 9-6. Nice na nga yung score natin.
Itutuloy na natin ang ating Valorant game dito. Si Nats, ma-open up na yung Valorant.
Ay, tawa lang tayo. Gumagana ata sa Gambit eh.
Oo, gumagamit. Oh, seryoso na yung Gambit. O baka mag-comeback ko to. 9-6 na.
Tatawanan nyo kasi si Redgar. Ay, ang dami niyo pa uso sa mga nagko-comment. Tigil-tigilan niyo yan.
Pabili ng Colgate yung close-up po. Ay, nako.
Ayoko na makatok ng kapit ba?
Ayoko na, di ko natitignan yung comments. Hindi ko natitignan yung comments ng lang nuts. Yes, okay ka lang. And 2v4 Gambit now with a 2-man advantage. Babalik na sila papuntang B site. And they have the spike in their hands. Can they get it down? Makukuha ba nila yung spike plant? It looks like it's gonna be a yes for now. It's Crazy Raccoon. They're divided. Neth will try to deny. Oh, Neth with a nice headshot right there. Can't find more. Pero ayun na nga, maplant yung spike. 1v3 Ade.
Spike planted.
Ay, naku po. Sitso.
Bubulgam. Iba yata yun, Chong.
Sitso. Pero tatlo na.
Lods, iba yata yun. Bubulgam. Sabi ko, hindi ko natitignan yung... Hindi ko natitignan yung comments. Isara ko na to. Nakatawa na lang ako. Di ako makapag-cast.
Naiyak na ako kakatapin. Ito, PPGL. At huwag sabihin yung kabilangan dyan. Kapag letter A, mali yan, kaibigan. Pero dahil sa kakatawa natin, uy, Gambit nakakuha ng momento ba? Penalo nga na lang yung round na yun. So, dalawa na lang yung kalamangan. Plus, half by na naman sa side ng Crazy Raccoon. 3 AM, thanks PPGL pa post itong faster highlight.
Ito yung mga highlights na hindi ko lalagay sa demo rin ko.
Melty tsaka burger.
Ito yung hindi ko lalagay sa mga audition tape ko eh. Pero si Shados yun, mahanap ko si Fisker. 4v5. And it's look like it's gonna be a 9-8, I think. Especially na... Ayun, walang pera tong si CR eh. CR muna tayo. Hop! Kita ka. Back muna.
At ngayon, namiyak na ako kakatawa. Hindi ko kinaya. Speaking of...
Milk tea. Milk tea.
Tsaka price.
Peso pong milk tea.
Tsaka burger.
Ayo.
Price.
Ang sakit. Oy, taga lang 3v4. Nakakuha ng patay yung Crazy Raccoon. 4v3. Crazy.
Crazy Raccoon. Burger. Burger.
Naubo na si Ray Ray. Nag-mute na lang yata. Umalis na. Hindi na kaya. 9-8.
Ikaw din eh. Naiyak na ako. Naiyak na. As in, guys.
1 round away. Gambit. 1 round away from getting this into a tie. Crazy Raccoon, they want to take us to game number 3. Gusto nilang mapunta sa game 3, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 4 rounds na lang ang kailangan ng Crazy Raccoon. Teka lang, hindi na ako makapagbilang.
Hindi naman tayo, bakit kasi maasa na magaling tayo magbilang. Wait lang, umiyak na ako, kakatawa. As in, umiyak ako. Ito yun, Speaker. Munchkin sumunod. Literal, may tears na sa mukha ko ngayon.
Ray, alam mo, kailangan mo, feeling ko kailangan mo ng milk tea. Para mo.
May nag-comment. May nag-comment. Dito, elibap nga po ng echo ko. Balik na nga. I swear, umiyak na ako guys sa tawa. As hindi na ito maganda.
Okay.
At least hindi lalaki iniiyakan ko, di ba? At least yung tawa.
Enemy remaining.
Tama.
Ayos. Oh, yan.
Oh, bumabawi yung Crazy Raccoon. 10-8. 3 rounds na lang.
Wala na tuloy eyeliner ko. Nag-smudge na. Crazy Ray, crazy. Xerox copy. Ayoko na tumingin sa comment. Pero
Kaya nga, hindi ko natitignan yung comments. Promise, hindi ko natitignan.
Uy, pero buwabawi na yun. Oy, serious na tayo. Yung Vipers, hit na yan talaga. Every time na ginagamit ng Crazy Raccoon yun, sure win eh. Parate. So, wala nang talaga nila ibigay parate kay...
Yeah, but like, if you think about how many rounds that they've won, sobrang madalang lang silang nakakukuha ng rounds. They get around every time they have the Viper Spit, they have around every time they have those big ultimates that they can really use. But for the most part, Gambit, they get the first pick all the time. Fisker, oh, may operator dito. Oh, tinalunan. Uy, nag-whiff si Fisker. Pumunta dito si Gambit, si Defo. And that's the B-side open. Viper Spit has been deployed.
Viper Spit kasi yan.
Viper Spit.
Pero to, si Defo, talagang gusto asimin, no? Pero si Nats, pag yan nag-meet up kayo, ito yung eyeball yan sa food court. Na-eyeball na nga sa food court. Sabi na yung Munchkin. Uy, pero si Adit tsaka si Nats. O, sino pa magka-audition sa harapan niya? Ooh! Meron pa, may kutsilyo pa, galing Divisoria. Itong si Defo, 3 pa sa 2. Pero if Bazzi hindi siya mapick off, yan na ngayon malaking advantage. It's going to be 2v1. Nasa kayo net ang usapan ngayon. Kakayanin mo pa ba? Pero syempre, masaya sa amin pag nakuha ito ng Gambit. Nag-meet up. Ayan, uy, nasa sayo Defo ang career mo. Pag hindi mo nakuha yan, marere-roster ka.
Wala, nahulog!
Nahulog! Log! Pero to... Okay, open.
Rinig niya kung nasa, no?
Oo.
Ihahuntingin na niya. Nasaan ka doon?
Nasaan ka? Taka nga dito kung matapang ka. Uy! Nagdash oh! Karoon ng anime graphics! Buy time lang! It tries to pre-fire it.
Pinaglalaroan lang, oh.
Uy, wala ditong utak. Oh, still, he gets dead. May time pa actually. Wala na pala. Okay. Nice one! Ay, nako.
Paborito ko talaga pag ganito, kumain ng 2-piece chicken eh.
Magpapa-order ako.
2-piece chicken sa Jollibee.
There's option. Viper. Sarap ng chicken Joy sa Jollibee.
Chicken Zoo.
Ay, nako. Eto, seryoso na kami guys. Alam mo ilang minutes tayong tawa ng tawa. Ay, nako po.
Mabilis lang naman. 10-9. And again, Crazy Raccoon only need 3, but those 3 rounds are gonna be so hard fought. Up shot, gonna be a big miss. Defo, he's not gonna get the entry that he wants. Now, Crazy Raccoon, they once again have 3 ultimates. Kaya tingnan natin kung paano nila mahahandle itong situation nila. They've got Fister playing in Garage. Tip of the head. Oh, he spots him. Alam ni Defo kung nasan siya, pero hindi alam ni Munchkin na nalaglag na si Defo, and he has to cross. Yan, that Viper's Wall, that Toxic Screen is para makatawid si Munchkin. Pero ang ginawa ni Munchkin, Grim Wall. Wow, big Grim.
Oh, galing na highlights yan. May tutorial yan sa YouTube, promise.
Oh, nice ultimate right there from Batsy.
You will not kill my allies.
At ngayon, nagreso lang pala, and still he gets the head of Fisker. Walang use yung wall na yon, Net. Walang nakita. Ikaw pa tuloy nakuha ngayon ni Defo.
Pwedeng save actually.
Ay, nasim nila. Ade. Okay, paalam muna. Save mo na yan, kuha ko sa'yo. And speaking of, he's just gonna be going for the exit frags, and 10-10 na nga ang ating score. Nasa Naruto yan. Yung namatay kasi si Neji, kaya di sila nagkatuloy ni 10-10. Sila ba yun? And that's it. And, pero mo nakahabol yung Gambit, ha? So, galing nyo Gambit, +1 sa inyo.
+1. Ewan kung nanalo sila dito, 2-0. Diba?
Yeah.
Alam mo ba?
Ano yan?
Ikaw lang yung tao na sobrang cursed. Napatay yung Gambit Crazy Raccoon na muntik na mapunta sa
Oo nga eh.
This game should have been yung ibang games ng Crazy Raccoon. 13-1, 13-2. Dito lang sa'yo nagiging 10-10.
Pero at least naman on the brighter side, at least tumawa ka, di ba? Kasama ako.
Okay.
O, di ba? Tapos may nagsabi, okay, parang ayaw mo. Parang ayaw mo pa. Pero feel ko ako talaga yung malas. Uy, hindi na ako malas kapag ito 2-0 ah. Tignan mo, si Napstory, narinig ako.
Malas ka pa rin.
Thank you. Follow nyo na lang kami, guys.
Follow us on Twitch. Nagsistream ako sa Twitch. Twitch.tv/IllustradOcasts.
Illustrado with 1L na.
With 1L. Isang Illustrado with 1L.
Pero
Naku, nag-whiff.
Woof. Ayan na. He gets the head of Fisker. Tilted na kaya tong Crazy Raccoons? Tingnan natin.
Medyo. Kita mo yung, kita man yung face cam nila. Medyo focus pa sila.
Itong medyo pa tong Gambit eh. Pero pressured pa rin naman sila dahil crucial pa rin naman tong round na to kahit pa paano ayaw mo ma-OT yan. And speaking of, Ade already goes down to the head of Chronicle as we only have Baz himself tries to look if meron pa kayang tao pero Chronicle says bye-bye. And Gambit after that 8-4 na nag-lead ang Crazy Raccoons kapag nasa attacking side sila talagang pumapalo din kahit papano. 10-11 na nga ang ating scoreline this time around, then they're finally leading. Dalawa na lang before they can clean this up to a 2-0.
Yeah, 2 more rounds is all they need, and the comeback is looking very much like it's in the books here. Gambit again, another slow start, and ngayon magta-timeout na yung Crazy Raccoon, and I think it's so tingin ko dapat medyo kanina pa yung timeout na to eh. Pero timeout muna tayo. Time purse. Sabi, time purse.
Ay, nako.
We got a message from chat here. Callie Scott says, I don't even speak Filipino. The chat and casters are just so much more chill. Yeah, man, welcome.
Welcome.
This is the chill Filipino chat. What's good?
And what's good in the hood? What's good in the hood?
Oh dear.
Time first, notified. Ay, nako. Nakakaano talaga. Sobrang thank you guys. Feel ko yung mga nanonood dito parang pinagtatawanan lang nila tayo eh.
Paano pag nangailangan ng mag-timeout? Paano pag makailangan ng CR? Mag-CR? Does it say CR timeout CR? Kasi di ba may timeout gear? May timeout game. Paano pag, tas may nakasulat pa yung team, CR timeout. Paano pag gusto nila mag-CR? CR timeout CR.
Pero di ba, pero naman magkakaroon ka ng pangalan, CR yung initial. Pero di ba sa kanila di naman CR tawag? Restroom. Lavatory.
WC sa iba.
Ano ibig sabihin na WC?
Water closet.
Ah. Ay, di ko alam yun.
Oo, sa ibang bansa, CR is water closet.
Eto may nagsabi, wee-wee muna.
Wee-wee muna. Alam niyo ba nung bata ako, hindi ko alam yung ibig sabihin ng comfort room.
Yung natatandaan ko yung kwento mo sa amin.
Oh.
Trauma na.
Hindi, ibang kwento to. Wait lang, nagpo-put siya. Rush sa kitchen, pero inubos ni Batsy. That's gonna be Nat's gonna get that shot. Addy follows it up, and that's a 2v4. That crazy Raccoons have managed to found. It's crazy! Michael na 11-11.
Meron nagsabi, ano ibig sabihin na CR kapag na-CR ka na? Di ba sa pusa? Oh, si Nats, okay? Di pa tapos. Buhay pa daw si Nats. Naka-operator ngayon si Defo. Pag sumilip ka, mine ka kagad dyan. Mapapatiktak ka rin yung may nag-stream na may TikTok. Naku nga yan na nga sinasabi ko sa inyo. It's Nats time. Makakapunta siya ng A-site. Nalabas ba ang Viper's Pit? As he's gonna be planting. But that press coming in from net. Ito talaga. Nats highlight to. Pag ito na ipanara ng Gambit. Sobrang momentum shifter talaga to. And they need to be careful about it. Sa side ng Crazy Raccoons din.
Yeah. 2v3. Kayang-kaya pa rin ng Crazy Raccoon. There's a chance that we go to 11-11 here. But if they win, if Gambit wins this, it's such a big deal. Wala nang res, wala nang everything. It's just gonna be very, very big. Oh my God. Okay. Utility ang ginamit ni Bazzi para mapatay si Nats. Yun lang pala katapat ni Nats. Utility.
And that's it. 11-11 na ang score natin. Sobrang draining nito sa both of the teams.
Wait. Kelly Scott says, I had the Twitch chat teach me some Filipino to cheer for CR. Oh no, I'm worried. Oh no, what did they teach you?
Mali yung mga, you know, Kelly Scott, you shouldn't ask
Don't ask Twitch chat anything. Alam mo ba, hindi ko alam yung ibig sabihin ng CR nung bata ko. Kasi sabi ko, nung bata ako, nasa mall kami ng parents ko, sabi nila, and I saw a sign that just says comfort room. Oh, comfort. This looks like a comfy place. Mommy, I want to go to the comfort room. I go to the comfort room, hindi medyo maganda. Inisip ko sobrang, wow. It's gonna be couches, it's gonna be like chairs, you know, and then like a nice place to sit. And when I got inside, it was the worst comfort room of my life. Sobrang pangit ang baho. It was like, it stank. I was like, this isn't very comfortable.
May nagbigay ng advice. Sabi ni Miguel Lopez, tignan mo. Okay. Kung sino man matatalo sa round na ito, nako po. Ay!
Spike down, attacker
Ay,
spawn.
nako po. Okay, Al's gonna be saying hi. May nakuha pang ulo ngayon si Munchkin. It takes up that clear. Medyo, uy! Yan, ang kulit mo daw, sabi ni Chronicle. And that's it. They still want to contest this B side. If Nats will be able to get one frag, and we all know na Gambit will be going into a match point. Pero at the same time, no denying pa coming sa Crazy Raccoons kanina kapag retake pa sila ng malala. At kapag nag-line up lang yan si Bazzi, alam nyo na ang kahihinat na ng Gambit. Time is ticking. And right now, tumakbo na nga sila papuntang B-side and Shadows will be planting. He sees the head of Bazzi. No time left, but Fisker is there! No, hindi tumama. Nag-watch me whiff. Watch me, alam mo na. Neth na lang kagad na natitira. Neth and a Dream takes out Nats. 2v1 still. Pero alam na din kung saan siya manggagaling sa may Elsa. Di ba na build a snowman? And yun, inaabangan na lang siya. Okay, nakakuha na din. Ini-sprayan na lang siya this time around. Aasinin ba nila to? Not yet. They're playing out time and Shadows gets him. And a match point for Gambit na nga. Will we have an OT? O wala na?
So, shoutout nga pala dyan kay Ginoong Wits. Nandito siya sa Filipino broadcast sa Facebook. Secret Wits. Nanonood. Hello.
Hello, Wits.
Congrats sa Champions.
Actually, nabilang nila ilang rounds tayo tumawa. 5 rounds pala tayong tumawa.
5 rounds. Bayan,
So,
binilang
5
niyo pa?
minutes yan. Wag na. May lala na sumpa mo, Riri. Puyat na naman kami. Sorry, ayaw naman, saya naman kanina eh. Pero, oof. May momentum ang Gambit. But no cap. Nati-thrifty nga sa nalang crazy Raccoon kanina eh. So, alam mo na, mayroon pa rin potential. Speaking of, nabati ko talaga. Dapat di na ako nagkakast eh.
Ayun, nakakuha pa nga ng baril si ate. Ayun. Up, nice pick, nice kill. Nakuha nila si Neth, but Fisker is here, close angle. Looking for more as he swings around the corner. Fisker with a double! And Redgar 1v4. Mukhang mag-overtime tayo, Rere! Buisit ka talaga! Rere!
Oh my!
Nag-overtime pa ka! Nag-overtime pa ka!
Oh my gosh. Salamat sa notice. Shoutout sa'yo, Wits. Salamat sa'yo, ah. Nanisin na ng iba. Ay, naku, Gambit. Alam niyo, feel ko, may magsasabi na ba sa Gambit na kapag ako ang caster, ganito ang kahinat na nila. Pay sabi na, di na to maganda. Buhat na naman ni Munchkin. Sabi sa inyo. OT. Pag ito OT tapos game 3. Oh my, feel ko mamaya si Ilo parang ayoko na makipagkas sa'yo, Ray.
Pero okay lang, wala na tayong cast eh. This Berlin. Ito na yung last natin.
Ngayon. May miss namin kayo, guys.
1 game lang ako bukas. Tapos na ako.
Secret buff daw, sabi ni Wits. Crazy. Ang galing nyo, crazy Raccoon, sabi ni Kelly Scott. Ay, naku po, time out nga naman talaga. Ano mangyayari? What is happening? So, big shout out
Check ko nga yung Twitch natin. I haven't opened Twitch eh. So, I'm gonna open the Twitch chat. PPGL.
Pa-explain po pala paano nakapasok Team Secret sa Champions. Ilo. De joke lang.
Kasi tie sila ng points. And Team Secret, they actually beat Paper Rex in a best of 5. So dahil sa head-to-head na yon, mas nakaraming maps yung Team Secret kaysa sa Paper Rex. Kaya yun ang dahilan kaya bakit ang Secret ang papasok. And the last time that Paper Rex and Secret met, nanalo yung Team Secret ng 3-0. So factor din yun kaya kung bakit napasok ang Secret instead of Paper Rex. Yung Paper Rex mapupunta pa rin LCQ.
So ano pa rin, marami pa rin naman chances. Plus happy ako sa Team Secret din talaga. So congrats pala kay Wits ko, nanonood ka pa rin. Di ba dapat Bren papasok? Ayan na lang. Ha? May problema?
Yung sa mga late night nanonood dyan, may Discord kami sa PPGL. Pwede kayo manood dyan. Maki-watch party kayo. Or makitambay lang. May Discord kami. Maraming nanonood. Lalo na pag may laban yung Secret or pag regular season,
Ayan. Hindi guys, yung ex-Bren na sila. Okay, nasa Team Secret. So for those who aren't updated actually, baka hindi pa, may marami pang di updated. Kaya sila nagtataka, bakit Team Secret? Yan. Kita nyo naman sa name ni Wits ngayon, Secret Wits. Oh! Okay.
Let's go, Munchkin. Mukhang mapapag-game 3 pa niya tayo dito. Game number 3. Feeling ko mag-resign ka na. Joke lang.
Pwede na Bakit biglang nagalit kayo lahat? Hindi na blame Azuray, it's blame Rere.
Oy, tignan mo tong posisyon ni Defo. Isa lang nakuha niya.
Pero may alagang teammate ni Chronicle. Kaya winnable pa kaya to? Medyo may ouchie. Oh, Ade! Na lang ang natitira, nasa sayo Ade ngayon ang kahilingan ng mga tao. Aasinin ka ba ng dalawa? Oh,
inasim nga. May Viper Spit pa.
Ay, may bonus ka pa.
Binigyan pa siya ng Viper Spit,
May Shadows, bottom frag ka na nga kanina pa. Sana kaya may uplift niya to. Oh, it has been... Ay, sobrang laking kalamangan ni Ade. ay nagma-mind games na lang siya ngayon as she's gonna be buying time, but Shadows! Nako, saan ka tumingin? Pare ko din, Gambit. Still, match point na sila this time around.
Whew, let's go. One more round ang kailangan ng Gambit para ma-2-0 at matapos-tapos na itong game na to, series. Pero Crazy Raccoon, I'm happy. Honestly, I'm really happy how well they're playing. Because it's nice, you know, if Japan or Korea plays well, it's good for SEA also. Kasi, first of all, scrim partners natin yung mga yan eh. Sila lagi yung ka-scrim natin eh. Pag maghahanap tayo ng mga scrim, yung mga Filipino teams, mga Korea, Japan, Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan. But, if they do well here, it just means more representation for the Asian countries.
At diba, usually sabi nga nila, mga Japanese teams talaga nag-struggle. Pero I think right now na sobrang ganda ng laban nila against Gambit. And if they actually lose this, it's not bad after all still, diba?
Yeah.
And makita naman natin sila sa Champions. So, makita mo pa rin yung magiging improvement nila. But right now, Gambit nahihirapan. Siguro, it's not just hindi ito bad day ng Gambit. Siguro nag-step up lang din talaga lalo yung Crazy Raccoons. And they caught everyone off guard na. Hindi talaga natin na-expect at all na ganito yung game style na meron sila. And they're super comfortable with how they execute everything, di ba? Pero ngayon, na isa na lang before Gambit can finally get this. Paano kaya sila gagalaw sa attacking side nila? Knowing that it was their forte, ganito sila nakahabol against Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, dito na papasok yung psycho factor eh. Kung sinong team yung mas may magandang mental. You know, what team is going to have the better resistance towards long games, kung sino unang mapapagod, yung mga ganon. Thus far, looking like it's an even ball game. Trades all across here, 2 for 1. But Redgar sniffs out Neff. Mahahanap na niya dito sa site. And that's going to leave A site open with Munchkin only here. Adik catches one, looking the wrong way. 3v2 na ngayon, mukhang mapapa-overtime number 2 tayo. Thus far, so far.
Alas. Uy, hindi pa daw. Sabi ni Nuts, buhay pa eh. Nuts Dream. Oh no, Fisker still sees the Nuts. Redgar na lang. It's going to be a 1v1. Pwede pa mag-rest ng teammate. Okay, he gets a defo. Hahabulin sila ngayon. Rinig na rin. Kumuha ng Phantom. Mind games. And Redgar goes with the clutch and Gambit. After those series na sobrang banter for banters with the round scores, they will be getting this. Surprisingly, napaka-importante ng kill na yun coming from Redgar plus that resume. So, congratulations sa Gambit. And di na mag-hashtag blame Ray Ray.
Yeah. Well, nag-overtime pa rin and it's a Crazy Raccoon game, but there's still one more series. Sentinels na ang maglalaro up next versus F4Q. So, stay tuned in for that. But yeah, it's been a wild ride. Gambit has surprised us all. A little bit of an underwhelming performance, but congratulations. Crazy Raccoon have nothing to be ashamed about. They played really, really well. Talagang sakto yung binigay natin. Actually, maganda yung binigay na performance nila. They didn't play so well in the first games, pero mabilis silang naka-adjust to international play. In fact, they brought Gambit to an overtime, and this is a point of pride here for Japan. Japan, they're gonna come back stronger in the next VCT. I mean, emotional moments, obviously tears, kasi syempre masakit na gantong kalayo yung napuntahan nyo, pero
Ala.
Talo.
Sana pala may game 3. Namiyak si ano. Ay, loko. Pero, yes, pero alam mo yung mga moments na ganyan, yan yung magpapatibay din sa inyo bilang team. And so shows to us that the players also are human themselves, diba? Siyempre, after that big struggle, pero yung dikit ng laban eh. Nasa Acend din eh, diba? Nag-lead sila ng napakalaki. It's really heartbreaking sa side ng Crazy Raccoons. But alam nyo anong exciting about it? Is that you'll see them in Champions, and I'm sure the fact na sobrang dikit ng laban nila against Gambit, marami pa silang i-bring up sa atin, marami pang surprises. Malay nyo, di ba? Sa Champions pala sila magpapakita ng magandang strategies kasi nandun naman eh. Nandun na yung form. Kailangan ng lalong i-up pa ng Crazy Raccoons.
It's been a great game, it's been a great game, and I expect the next game to be just as good. Now, Sentinels, they're gonna be playing up against F4Q, and you know, we already saw an upset with G2. I don't think there's gonna be an upset here, but what I am interested is in seeing kung nasan nga ba yung mental state ng Sentinels ngayon, lalo na natalo na sila ng G2. So like, I want to see how, you know, where they are. I mean, after that loss, how does it feel? You know, whether they can still compete at their prime level, or paano sila makakabawi? Will they come back stronger, or hihina palalo ang Sentinels after that last game?
Especially right now with F4Q, di ba? Kita mo naman na sobrang slump din yung naging performance ng F4Q. But as they gonna be heading on against Sentinels, what will definitely happen kaya this time around? And papayutahan pa ba ng F4Q, or still Sentinels will just be dominating? But after that, G2 talaga sobrang nakakagulat. At ngayon din naman, Gambit talaga, we're all expecting them to be having that good gameplay against Crazy Raccoons. But looking at the Crazy Raccoon, guys, medyo na-heartbreak lang ako ng onte. Sobrang kita mo naman na sayang eh.
Yeah.
Yung Icebox dapat sa kanila na yun. Pero Gambit talaga, iba din yung ng team na to. Iba din yung naging journey din naman nila. But GG's to Crazy Raccoons, and Gambit still, may kita pa natin sila more and more right now. But the thing here is, kung nakita nyo na yung bracketing, sobrang, all I can say is, isa lang sa NA team ang makakapasok. So, tignan pa natin. But right now, sa mga nag-aabang ng Sentinels, this is it. Meron pa tayong series upcoming next F4Q from Korea versus Sentinels from NA.
Yeah. So that's been it for us for tonight. But again, I'm leaving. But Rere is going to be continuing with the next series. So stay tuned for a very long game series number 3. Ako nga pala si Lestrado, kasama ko si Rere. Pero for now, we're going to bid you adieu. Good game and good night. We'll be back here in game number 3. Sorry, series number 3. So don't touch that browser. VCT Berlin. We'll be right back.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials and entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials and entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials and entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
hard-fought victory, but they have done it. Gambit, they secured the last spot at the knockout rounds after taking down Crazy Raccoon. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm back with Tom and Sean. Sean, they didn't make it easy for them, though, did they?
No, yeah, that was such a hard-fought game for Crazy Raccoon. Your heart has to go out for them. I mean, they lost so many of those coin flippy type rounds, even going back to the second round of the second half, the thrifty that kind of got them in a really weird scenario. There was rounds where Fisker got double entries.
Shados clutch right in through the Viper's pit.
I mean, there's so many of those rounds that could have gone either way, and it seemed like they were all heading in Gambit's direction. But the credit has to be given to someone like Nats, who made that luck happen.
Oh, for sure. Like, there were rounds with him, Defo as well. Like, I think that was the most exciting thing about this series is, or this map in particular, is if you go back into other matchups, like, for example, the last map, we were looking at Fisker and Munchin and going, they've got to perform better if they're going to have a chance here. There wasn't a bad player in this entire map. Like, everybody performed, everybody had their moments. Shadow started incredibly slow, then ends up clutching one of the most important rounds in the entirety of the map. And I think the synergy from Crazy Raccoon on this map, compared to the last time they played it, it was so different. Like, it wasn't even close to the last performance.
Yeah, I think that's in large part to do with the role switches in their team. I think Fisker looked way more comfortable in the Jet. I mean, you said coming into this tournament, he used to play Jet, and like, it was disappointing to you to see him kind of locking in the sky throughout the tournament. This was by far Crazy Raccoon's, in my eyes, their most impressive map in the entire event. They probably should have won it.
Yeah, I do wonder if Fisker, you know, going forward, they're going to just leave him on the Jet a little bit more often. But his opposite number, Defo, I mean, we were speaking about this during the game, Tom, but maybe it could have just been a ping difference as to why he didn't show up at the EMEA playoffs. But on LAN, he's crazy.
Well, yeah, that was one of the things. I said, like, Nats tweeted just as they got there. It's like, it's really good to play on low ping. Well, now they've got to actually sit on the stage, and the difference between him there and now, I don't know if it might just be a slight psychological thing. I don't know. I can throw that one to Sean. Did you ever feel that, where it's like, my aim feels really good on LAN, and then you just played better?
Yeah, it just feels like the game registers so fast, right? It just feels like there's zero input delay. Everything's going your way. The bullets are always going right where you're aiming. And you can see Defo, when he has the Blade Storm out, he just plays with so much confidence. He's just dashing for more kills after 3, like that clip.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, also at the same time, them being the performance they played today, you know, it wasn't too bad. They managed to secure that win, but they can't really have a slow start like they did on both maps going forward, because the teams in playoffs are scary.
Well, yeah, we've already witnessed, for example, when I think it was Acend had a slow start versus Vision Strikers. That was the map.
Yes,
like, they were lost before anything got going. And the thing is, Vision Strikers also have a lot of really cool little set plays that they're going to be throwing out to try and almost throw you off. And don't get me wrong, I think Crazy Raccoon's played well, but they are not on the level of a team like Vision Strikers. So I think Gambit did well, but they need to be much better and very quickly.
Very quickly. And I mean, this is tomorrow we're talking about here. Exactly. They might have to deal with the whole Lakia up of Vision Striker's sleeve thing that we've heard in interviews. I mean, are they going to bust him out for the playoffs?
I mean,
they're that confident?
They are supposedly, Buzz said that Lakia was being saved for the playoffs. But looking at beyond playoffs as well to Champions, of course, the big tournament at the end of the year, I can now announce that with that win over Crazy Raccoon, Gambit have locked themselves in. They are the first EMEA team so far, Tom, to be secured for that spot at Champions. I am so excited. You know, a lot of us probably expected this.
I was devastated when they didn't make it to Reykjavik. Like, that was one of the things that made me most sad, like the fact that they had to come up against Fnatic, and I was like, no, don't make me choose between these two teams. So the fact that they're the first squad locked in, I think they deserve it. They've been so good coming into EMEA not even that long ago after having to stick it out in the CIS, and honestly, there's no other team from our region I would love to see more at that event.
Yeah, they had some heartbreaking results that prevented them from getting that world stage over in Iceland, but we've heard all of the rumors behind the scenes of the Scrim Bucks. Gambit, man, they're just torching everyone that plays them in scrims. So I think, you know, this team is only going to get better. They're full of young players that haven't lived up to those moments in the high pressure scenarios. Yeah. That's only going to come with time.
Of course, Defo, the player we spoke about already, he's going to be going to Champions back in Berlin here. And let's check out Verizon's high-speed moment of the match. Of course, this is Defo with the knives. We're going to be seeing plenty of this as the tournament goes on, and of course the Champions as well. This was kind of nutty, Sean.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. I love the combination of the Sova arrow while he dashes into the Cloudburst, right? Because you either break that Sova arrow, give up your spot, and then have to reposition, or you let it ping, and he's just demolishing you from inside the Cloudburst. There's no winning in this scenario for Crazy Raccoon. He's too good.
This is how you know that Sean is an analyst, where someone gets a load of headshots with some knives and he goes, yeah, but the Sova dart. Like, shut up, Sean. He killed people with a knife. No one cares about the Sova dart.
Watch the highlight. Yeah, just let us watch the highlight. But now we are going to send it over to Dash, who is standing by with a quick Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Insu. I'm standing by with Nats as Gambit secures the final spot to the knockout stage. And as we just learned, you've also booked your ticket to Champions later in the year. I imagine that's got to be a bit of a relief here coming off of a very intense series.
Yeah, we just, I don't know. I don't have any emotions right now. We just qualified to playoffs. We just qualified to Champions. I guess after the tournament, we're going to talk about that. But right now, we have to prepare for other opponents, and we don't have time to be funny for this.
I imagine it's very draining to play a series like that, especially when you consider how different it was from the first time around. I'll remind everybody at home that the first time you faced Crazy Raccoon, it was 13-1 on both maps, the most dominant series we've seen so far. This one a lot closer, 13-8 and a 14-12. So from your perspective, what was different maybe about either your opponents this time around or your play that made it so much closer?
Actually, the first time I was watching their demos and everything what they done here, we just knew. But right now, we played Acend, they changed the player, they changed the lineup of agents, and we wasn't ready, I guess, for their playstyle. They tried to control-play us in T-side, but after that, we just talk, we said what we have to do that things. On Icebox is the same thing, we was ready to other pick, and that's why we had some problems on CT side, but after that, we just communicate with each other, say we have to play like that, and let's try. It was worked, and come back.
Who's the person when you guys are down like that, 6-0 or 7-1 on Icebox, who's usually who's stepping in to kind of take the leadership role and talk to everybody about what needs to change moving forward to do exactly what you did and turn it around?
Actually, he's doing Redgar. I'm sometimes trying to help him, but actually, I guess everyone can say something like that. Yeah, guys, that's working. Don't change that. They're playing like this. Everybody can try to fix the problem. We are losing. We have to do something, and that's why Redgar first call. That's after that mine and Chronicle, therefore, and Shadows.
I got you.
Yeah.
Everybody stepping in at different moments, and we've seen that across the play as well in the team. You mentioned that there's no time really to celebrate because tomorrow you get right back into it against a very strong opponent in Vision Strikers. I just want to get your thoughts ahead of that matchup, less than 24 hours away.
Actually, it's going to be a very interesting match. We practice against them. We're playing really good. Before the Berlin, I'm going to say that I thought they're the best team right now. They're going to fight against Sentinels, but right now we're going to play against them. I hope we will show best performance tomorrow, because today something went wrong, I guess. We could play better, but tomorrow, trust me, it's going to be other play from us.
I am so excited to see that series tomorrow, and if you take them down, hey, that's going to spell some great things for you in the rest of the knockout stage. But I want to congratulate you on carrying through to that knockout stage, and thank you for taking the time to talk to me.
Thank you, everyone.
From here, we're going to a break before we close out our day with Sentinels versus F4Q. But as we go to break, take a look at our Prime Gaming post-match highlights.
is missing. The color in your eyes is something I've been wishing. With a burden on my back, holding on to what we had. So now I'm dancing in an empty room. And I don't memory, your touch became so distant. The sun will rise again, with dawn comes forgiveness. Lift the burden off my back, letting go of what we had. So now I'm dancing in an empty room.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where we are going to close out our group stage with F4Q versus Sentinels. And I'm joined by Doug and Gio to preview the matchup. As we know, the standings are already locked. The playoff picture, the knockout stage is locked. And so from a tournament perspective, this match has no bearing on results. But we know for each of these players on the stage, there's pride on the line. There's something to be proven, right? There's an opportunity to show why it is that you came to this stage to begin with.
Yeah, Dash, I think you're absolutely right. There are few players who will have an opportunity like this, right? And for F4Q, the way that this roster was built, it was a streamer team, and like, are they going to make it? Or are they just going to be fun to watch? So for them to get to this point, yeah, it may be a wrap, but give them the reps. I think they're excited to play on stage. And how often do you get to compete against Sentinels on stage?
That is very true. I also want to say that even though this game doesn't necessarily mean anything in the grand scheme of things, I think these two teams are probably two of the most enjoyable teams to watch. Even though F4Q haven't won a game in this tournament, there's so many people rooting for them. So it's going to be entertaining regardless.
And a few rather specific individuals on F4Q that we'll talk about in a moment, but I do want to start with Sentinels, because this is a team that just fell down for the first time at an international LAN. And so we've been asking the question, what kind of form will they return with here against F4Q? But Doug, I think the interesting thing about this is you want to toe the line, or at least myself personally, when I look at these 5 members, what I want to see today is I want to see confidence, but I want to see it without showing too much.
Yeah, I think that's going to be key for Sentinels here, right? There's no reason to show anything. And ultimately, if you drop the map, we're going to talk about it on Reddit, we're going to talk about it on Twitter, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't amount to anything. That said, for Sentinels, you just came off of a loss. I need you to be able to punch back. I want to see you be able to punch back.
Yeah, I think it's one thing to say that in the game against G2, yes, Sentinels also didn't have this same incentive to be putting everything in and showing new things, but there were some pretty, glaring flaws in the way that they were playing. The ease with which G2 were finding it to shut down and restrict tens is concerning.
That's somebody we definitely have to talk about. And even he himself on Twitter, I was going through kind of scrolling to see, how they were reacting to the loss that they received yesterday. They're sticking true to their philosophy that ultimately losing is a good thing in terms of growth, right? Obviously you don't want to lose in the wrong moment and have an early exit from the tournament, but that has not happened. And so if anything, that was the perfect time for a loss to happen, because it's going to force them to look at their mistakes and grow. I know a person who shares in that sentiment on the team is Dapper.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think that was the thing that we touched on a bit yesterday was you can lose here. And it's like it's not like they haven't lost before, right? They've done it in North America. They've done it domestically, and now they just do it on the international stage. But I'm not worried about Sentinels at all. And when you've got old Douglas Apper on the roster, how can you be worried, right? Like, the guy's out of his mind. He's so dynamic in the way he plays. Maybe not the most flexible player on that roster, but he's pretty freaking close.
Oh, I mean, Dapper has definitely been a name in the mouths of people for a long time as one of, if not the best Sentinel for ages. I'd say that Nats is probably sneaking on up there and his biggest rival in that sense, but he's also been really impressing on this Viper too. They've been bringing it out on Split for the last couple of games, which they didn't actually do against F4Q, so I'm curious to see if they do go to that map, if that's something that he'll do, but he has been very much impressing.
That controller play, not always the flashiest, but ever so important when it comes to success for a squad. But above all else, in taking a loss, the person I want to hear from most is Shazam, the leader of the squad. Let's go to him now.
Our first loss obviously went pretty unfortunately. They did their homework. I don't think we're gonna stress too much about it, but as long as we learn from that and reset, it'll be okay. Obviously we still don't want to lose. We don't want any team to feel like to have a chance at beating us. I feel like we're the one team that knows how to lose and talk about things and fix things and get better. You should still be worried.
Not too rattled by the loss, it seems, and going to take it in stride. Now we turn our attention to F4Q, the roster that will be stepping onto stage. And, of course, the talk of the tournament for us for so long has been Bunny, because he has been such an electric player. But I think that's the thing, is he becomes the focus because it does seem that if he isn't getting it done for his team by being an explosive player, they struggle to find the answer after that.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the big things with Bunny is he has these really explosive openings. He comes in, he gets hopefully gets shots, but if he doesn't, because that opening's only really been made for him, there's no one to trade, there's no one to follow up, and that has been a problem. So it means that the way that they play is high risk, high reward.
Yeah, and I think the problem for F4Q across the board is they play off of Bunny so much, they almost become one-dimensional, right? If that doesn't work, what's next? You've got nothing, right? Like, there's nothing there.
Right, and so you just saw there on the back of the shirt, 5K. That's who I'm looking at, right? That was another person that we were highlighting coming into the tournament that I feel like hasn't entirely realized the potential that we kind of set for him.
Yeah, and I think so. The interesting thing about 5K is you look at his stats on the international stage relative to them domestically, and they're the same. Right? So it's not like he's underperforming. It's not like he's coming up a bit flat, but I was talking to my boy Paper Thin, and I wanted to pick his thoughts on it because he's watched him so much. And while, again, stats aren't very different, there is something that feels off. There is a little bit of value that is normally there out of him. Maybe it's off of use of utility, not necessarily reflected in the statistics, but there is something that is normally there that should be there out of 5K, and it's not.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I brought up a couple of times, but 5K is really in this process where he's learning to not be a Reina one-trick. So in a lot of the Korean scene, that's pretty much all you would see him play. He's moving into playing this Sky, which, you know, understandably is a bit of a learning process. And so, you know, there is some utility usage that he has that's really good, but it's not always really good. And I think to have that tested on a stage like this is quite grueling.
Now, I expect F4Q to come out, you know, guns blazing, full firepower, throwing everything they can at this match. Doug, more questions, I think, swirl around what Sentinels' approach going to be. Not from the perspective of, a competitive element, but from what they show. Again, that conversation of wanting to bounce back, but you want to do it in a way that you're not revealing information to opponents who are right now VOD reviewing and looking at you because they're going to face off against you in series over the next couple days. Maps, agent selects, all of that has to be swirling right now in Shazam's head. What do I want to be showing people on this last outing on the stage?
I think you touched on a really good point there, Dash. And ultimately, if they lose here, it's okay as well, right? But it certainly doesn't feel good. You want to see Sentinels come out with confidence. They're the crown jewel of North America for a reason, and they haven't done it from dropping consistent series on the international stage. So ultimately, they lose. It's okay, but I don't want to see that out of them. Come out with a little fire, baby. You poke the bear. Show them what it's like.
Well, you know where the fire starts? It starts in the walkout, and the players are ready. So we're going to head on to stage and meet Sentinels and F4Q. Fist bumps all the way is the perfect way to close the group stage. Sentinels and F4Q heading to their desks for one final bout between the squads. Now again, this was in some senses a very dominant showing by Sentinels the last time around, but having just taken a punch to the face, we'll see how they recover. It's time now for us to talk about maps, agents. Where do you want to see us go here, Gia, in this best of 3?
I want to see Sentinels not allow Bind to be played. That doesn't necessarily mean they have to ban it. I think they'll probably stick to their Ascend ban. But if they can get away with not playing Bind, I think that's a huge advantage to them, because other than their insta-ban, it is the only map they haven't played. It did actually get through the map veto yesterday, but they didn't ever have to go there because they lost too fast.
All right, so keep information hidden, right? Could possibly be the name of the game here when it comes to maps and agents for Sentinels.
Yeah, I agree. I personally, like, if you're at 4Q here, you just saw them lose on Icebox and on Split. So where do I want to go, right? If I want to get a little bit more clout, a little bit more fire to my name in taking down Sentinels again, I'm going right back.
I mean, that's actually a really good point, because so far F4Q have been insta-banning Icebox, but could they see that as maybe an opportunity, especially given what happened on Breeze between these two teams the last time they played? Do F4Q want to relive that trauma, or do they want to go for a different opportunity?
I also like the split call-out because, again, we already saw that matchup for them as Ascent will be banned, so sticking with that, Gio, as you mentioned on the side of Sentinels. But I like the split call-out because that is where we did see F4Q kind of push Sentinels a little bit. They are very explosive, again, in the early rounds. Icebox now off the table, but Bunny pushing into Heaven, for example, those double blast packs through mid, really putting Sentinels off kilter. Of course, they were able to recover and find an answer, but Breeze will return. And I'll just remind everybody about the last time these two teams stepped onto the beaches of Breeze. It was TenZ's highlight game of the tournament.
32-17?
Just
if
gross.
I'm not mistaken, which is just absolutely disgusting. I'm excited to see if they change anything up on Breeze, how things will look. That I really like this early on.
I mean, I like it because I hope this means that F4Q has a different idea, right? To maybe change the tides of the results from the last time around. Or again, I mean, sometimes they'll run it back. You know, Split will come in, though, as number 2.
Okay, I mean, I like it because I'm like, if we're going to have a game that doesn't have any, you know, real-world implications, really, I want to start off on a juicy foot. And that's the juicy foot that we're starting. But Split is going to be a really interesting one because I think that Sentinels had some really good plays there against G2. It just wasn't really enough. I really like the way that they held their defense, really strong mid-holds. However, they had an issue where G2 using their utility and investing it into them made Sentinels give up a lot of space for free, and I think if that's something that F4Q can capitalize on, maybe they can have a more fortuitous go.
If we make it to map 3, we'll be going to Haven. That's a favorite of Sentinels, always looking good on that. But when I think about that split map, I don't think Dapper's going to, for example, get caught by surprise in the pistol round through B main like he did the last time around. That's the kind of stuff, the adjustments you expect Sentinels to make as a top-tier team. And so really it's about the creativity that F4Q is going to have to create more openings.
And I think that's the problem. We were touching on it earlier. If the Bunny factor is not there, right? Like if the hot and heavy punch you in the face before you even get a chance to look at things is no longer a factor, and we know it's very unlikely that it is because Shazam has already weathered that. What's left, right?
5K.
Like,
It's got to be 5K, right? And that's why we keep going back to him as a playmaker. But we do kick things off on Breeze. Again, a very open map. Not a ton of tape so far here at Masters Berlin, but we've at least seen these two teams go at it just this once on the map. TenZ popping off, but hey, if he's not hitting the shots the way he was last time around, I think there's maybe a little bit more room for strategy to come in. But that's the thing, the first time around didn't feel like a lot of strategy. The strategy was TenZ, go kill.
I'll tell you what I would really like to see F4Q do here is bring along a Viper. That's something that they didn't do last time, and I think that the Viper of Senz actually worked really well against them, because one thing that, beyond just TenZ popping off, one thing that worked really well, particularly on Sentinel's attack, is using the Viper's wall over at A, for example. It meant that there had to be a split attention from F4Q on their defense, and I think their lack of experience on this map really showed there, because it meant they were really lacking in their rotations. They couldn't go and defend the B site very well if that's where Sentinels went. I would like to see them bring a Viper in return.
Viper's a great call, because I'll even reference another series. Brave on the Viper defensively was really impressive in his Breeze series, being able to hold both B and A effectively alongside a Cypher. So a lot of control brought out, and wonder if a comp like that might get emulated here this time around.
Yeah, I think Gio makes a really good point. Viper almost feels like a must pick on Breeze specifically, right? Like there's just so much control that she offers. We could have a similar conversation around Asher and Omen and you know, which of those two needs to be picked. But I think for Breeze in particular, you almost have to have Viper, you have to have the control. You have to have the denial of information that you can play off of. And you've got to have the ability, because the map is just so dang big, you've got to be able to play off lineups. You have to have those post-plant scenarios that Viper allows you to have that you don't normally have there.
Yeah, now on the flip side, I would expect no changes to the composition of Sentinels from the last time around, because again, protect that information as best you can. And generally, you put the onus on your opponents to make the changes when you are the victor in the previous outing.
I think it would really put F4Q out of their comfort zone in a way that they need to, because we've kind of joked in the past about how they are a one-trick team, and I think being part of this tournament has taught them that you just can't be that. It's not sustainable. So, I mean, even if they were to bring a Viper, usually if a Viper's going to be played on this team, it's going to be Esperanza, but personally, I think you would probably look to actually trade out the Astra, which is usually played by Zumba. Now, have we seen Zumba play Viper before? Because when I think of Zumba playing, I literally just associate him with the Astra.
Well, and again, that whole conversation around the importance of Astra in this tournament, right? So if you're going to drop an Astra, I mean, where are you finding the kind of utility that she gives you elsewhere in the composition? You're going to have to shift things around a ton then.
Right. The replacement that you make there has to be pretty freaking good. You touched on something that I want to go back to, and you said, for Sentinels, no reason to change composition. Yeah. Right? Like, they won handily. You don't want to show a whole lot going into the knockout stage, and while I would normally agree with that, I want a little spice. I'm not going to lie to you.
Well, but is Sentinels here to please you, or are they here to just win and win the whole tournament?
But Dash, it's not just about me. You got to give the people what they want, okay? And here's what I want. Here's what the people want.
Okay,
let's lay it down for you. Yeah. I want Yoru.
Yeah,
give me Yoru at some point in this series.
Hold on.
For a Yoru, I will submit.
I just want to say, yesterday I gave Sentinels a bit of flack, saying maybe now is time to get a coach. Doug, there is an opening. Would you like?
You're right, and we shut you down. We shut you down, saying wait till they lose the series, then we can have the conversation. They lost the series, I guess we can have the conversation. Coach, there might be Coach Doug. There might be an application for you to fill out.
Yeah, you got to change your Twitter name from Esports Doug to Coach Doug.
Somebody else who would enjoy the Yoru, I know, would be Sean Garris.
Yes.
If he could get that to see played once here at Masters Berlin.
And like, honestly, again, we kind of joke around about it, but if there was a moment to do it, why not this series, right? Like, why not run a good rep on it? And maybe not on Breeze, because obviously the Jet is just so necessary. Yeah. But maybe you do something different, like you put Chaz on the Jet and you let 10 do a little something on the Yoru.
I actually think it could even be relatively effective, because if you have good fake outs on a Yoru and F4Q have proven, especially on an attack, and F4Q have proven that they can be kind of thrown if they are expecting something to come from one direction and don't know whether to rotate. That could be utility that actually really works to your advantage against them.
All right, and you know what? I'll devil's advocate myself in this conversation and say, if you are going to switch things up, I would want to see a ton switched up, right? Almost again, that argument for change everything. And now you've given your future opponents two wildly different examples of successful comps, and you say, now try and decipher what we're going to do on Breeze if you ever take us there ever again. That I could get on board with 100%. Look, switch it all up. Musical chairs with the agents.
Some people love to watch the world burn.
I'm one of them.
Yoru stands unite. Give me Yoru. I want it. I want it all the way. And sure, if you want to go extra spicy and do something like throw Brimmy in there, go Cypher instead of Killjoy. We've talked about how Sentinels like the Killjoy on Breeze specifically. If you want to go wholesale change and really get people like, what the F is going on in the Sentinels camp? Sure, but my one requirement
is a Yoru.
Well, I just also want to point out that Sentinels have played Yoru on Bind before. It's one of the compositions that they've actually brought. So of all the teams for whom we could be advocating a Yoru pick and for it to be not super outlandish, this isn't one of them.
Well, I love us grasping at straws for this.
It just hasn't been very successful. They've tried it, but it hasn't worked.
Don't bring up irrelevant details right now, Doug. We're talking about the important things.
Yeah, I mean, well, success starts with one win, so you got to find it somewhere, right? Maybe you start here.
They're still looking for that.
That's my point, right? So this was, but you got to keep trying for it. Taking a look at the players on the stage, you can see all of F4Q was in a reclined position, now sitting upright, which probably means we're close to Prime Gaming Agent Select, but doesn't appear that anyone's feeling too much pressure. And that's actually another thing that we should bring up, is just the idea of pressure. Up until this point, every game for F4Q did matter in terms of a possibility of getting out of groups. And for this one, the pressure's off. And for sometimes I want to see what that does for players out there on the stage when you remove a little bit of that and really unlock them. But here we are, Prime Gaming Agent Select. Let's see what comes through.
If they are going to go, if F4Q are going to go with this composition that is currently grayed out, because production have been, you know, they've had a bit of ESP on some of the agent selects. Esperanza locking in that Viper, but also the idea of Zumba. If Zumba sticks with that Sky and we get both of them, that is a big change for F4Q.
If I'm not mistaken, all right, so you've got Bunny on the Jet. Wait a second.
That KJ's different, right? It was Cypher last time?
No, there's all sorts of spice going on here. Number one, you've got Bunny on the Jet, which he's
you got it! Yoru!
Oh my god!
It's on F4Q side, but you got the Yoru, baby!
I'll take it. I'll take it.
The world is burning!
Not quite what I wanted, but I will take it. You're right. There's actually so much spice to talk about. Bunny's on the Jet. There's no Raze. You've got Yoru. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
I was saying that I don't remember ever seeing Zumba play something that wasn't Astra. I didn't think he would actually go to something else. Bunny, I did say I wanted to see him play Jet on Acend yesterday or whatever it was, but
my heartbeat just jumped 20 beats a minute, man. I am so excited for this Breeze matchup now. We're going to get away from our desk and up to the casters. Pansy and Hypoca pair is smooth and sweet as a peanut butter cookie.
Well, Sige tayo, diba? So much sa pinakadulo ng group stage. Walang kabering-bering to Ray, pero gagawin pa rin natin. Sentinels versus F4Q Part 2. At hype na ako. Nagising si Ray kasi mukhang may nakita tayong Yoru pick galing F4Q. So nung nag-pick na yung Zumba, yung Yoru, nagkikwento si Ray sa akin ng chismis. Tapos biglang sumigal ako, Yoru. Parang yung puso ni Ray tumalon eh. Kasi eto na, we're finally gonna see it for the very first time. Ang ating anime boy, or blue boy playing the TPs. Ayan na yung Yoru, Ray. Hindi ka ba hype dito? Kanyan yung agent pick?
Hindi. Ito yan eh. Pang-highlights game to. Ano ka ba? Tapos ito pa yun. Hindi talaga to matchup. Eto, alam mo nga tawag dito? Ang tawag dito ay Invitational Streamer Showdown.
Tama.
Pang-close ng group stage. Ganito yan pag gagawa ng highlights yan. Tignan mo gagawa. Tignan mo. Grabe talaga si Zumba with that Yoru. First time ever. Cut-off ng 0% bago yung group stage Yoru. So, di na siya useless.
Wala na. Alam mo, dahil nangyari yun, hindi na nila ibabuff si Yoru. Nagkamali dito si Zumba. Dapat hindi talaga siya pinipili para lang palitan. Pero ito na, Sentinels versus F4Q, guys. Game number 1, Breeze. Game number 2, Split. Pareho lang from last time. Same map picks. Pero since nauna mag-pick dito ang Sentinels, kita naman natin na silang handa na dito. Pero F4Q, handang-handa na. Natalo pa si Tens dun sa duel na yun. At ito na, 1-0 para sa F4Q, Ray.
Grabe, may bearing yung match na to. Tapos kung ganito siguro yung performance ng F4Q, di sana talo yung Sentinels, di ba? Pero on a serious note na tayo. Magiging seryoso pa ba tayo dito?
Sige, ano tayo, facts real quick. Ang ating compositions right now, besides of course yung Yoru na biglang pinili ni Zumba, pareho lang from last time. So, ang TLDR, yung tipong short story natin bago tayo mag-usap ng wala nang kakwenta-kwenta tungkol sa laro mismo, was last time, sabi ng F4Q, tara, palag tayo kay Tens. Tapos ang nangyari, dinurog sa lane ng Tens. So, dahil lang doon na pinapayagan yung F4Q na makipag-duel yung Sentinels ng harapan, doon sila natalo dito sa Freeze. But this time, mukhang palig pa rin naman yung F4Q sa harapan ng barilan eh. Pero si 5K manalo dyan kay 6. Sila may gun advantage. At ito na, Marshall time para kay Kens at kay Dapper. Pero ito na talaga, Ray. Ang ating streamer show match. Ito na finally, ang pinaka-top streamers. All-Stars from Korea versus All-Stars from NA. Parang na lang yung PBA at NBA nagka-cross matchup. Pero alam naman natin sino mananalo dito sa dulo unless choke of the century talaga mangyayari ngayon.
Pero kasi walang bearing.
Walang ka-bearing.
Wow, natalo yung Sentinels. Ouch, ouch, ouch. pero ito, tingnan mo, si Shazam mo, gagawa ng highlights yan. Tingnan mo, pang highlights tong matchup na to. Ang pangalan na highlights, Tens highlights versus F4Q 1v5 showdown. Ganun yun. O dapper na Marshall kagad si Esperance. At Yor, TP, grabe ang galing. 100 IQ gameplay coming in from F4Q. Pero speaking of 4v4 pa rin ngayon, through the... What? Tens is a god. Grabe naman. Pero nga na-pick up lang ni Bunny ngayon. Naranin gano'n ni Filipino. That's epic for you. Oof. At isa na lang natitira si Zoms 1v1 with the great one. Ito na ba ang tinatawag natin na 5k diff? Ito na nga. 5k yan eh. Hindi nakatingin sa'yo kung saan tumingin.
5k yan. Natalo tuloy eh. Tinawag mo pa nga. Ray, kasi kinindatan mo. Yun tuloy na-distract si 5k. 1-1. Scoreline.
Huwag mo tingnan masyado song junkie ng F4Q ah. Pag ako tinignan mo, akin ka.
Oy, rinig nyo yun. Rinig nyo yun ha. Flip it and ship it. Send yun na kay 5k yan pag nag-stream siya guys. Alam
Hindi
naman
nyo naiintindihan yan. Hindi nyo naiintindihan yan.
Di ba?
Ano ba? Ano tayo? Bakit ba? Ito na guys, pagbigyan nyo kami. 4:30 na.
Hindi, ito yun eh. Mukha talaga yun. Zombs. Alam mo, last time Ray, naka 1 kill lang siya doon sa G2. Sa isang map. Napanood mo yung highlights nun. Malupit eh. May gumawa ng highlights para sa kanya. Yun, pinakita lang yung kill feed once, tapos wala na. Tapos na. That was the whole show. Napin nyo lang sa Twitter yun kasi ito na yung match time. Maghahanapan sila, magbabarilan sila, at mag-enjoy lang tayo kasi Sentinels one side, F4Q on the other, and lahat ng tipong pang-highlight worthy na reels, yung makita mo sa montage, yung lalagyan mo ng dubstep music na pam 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 pam. Ganun yun.
Alam mo pa yung music title nun?
Dubstep. Team Secret, dubstep. Yun. Bow.
Dubstep. Kilala mo ba yung sidestep?
Oo. Pro idol ko yun eh. Parang
Idol
yung
ka din yan.
parang yung yung 10s, kilala mo si 11s.
Oo. Kilala mo si si Sik?
Ha?
Yan ang tawag kay si Hild. Tama na nga.
Corny, ang corny nung huli. Yung pinakamalala eh. Pero ito na, Bunny time, Marshall, Zamdo, Peekaboo sees the Yoru at si Zunba. Ano nagawa mo dyan, Zunba? Ba't hindi ka sneaky peeky boy? Pero ito, guiding light naman. Winawallbang lang. Wala. Easy para kay Shazam yan. Diba ba sinabi ka tungkol kay Shazam kanina, Ray? Ano ba sinabi mo?
Ang ganda ng kulay ng buhok niya, magkapares kami.
Okay.
Pero to. Ito, tanong ko sa inyo guys, pag ba nagpakulay ng buhok ang isang lalaki, chick boy ba yun? Ayan, kaya tatanungin ko kayo. Wala lang, tinatanong ko lang. So,
sinensor mo pa sarili mo, alam naman ano gusto mo sabihin eh, yung F-boy, diba? Yun naman F-boy, meaning yun eh, meaning. Pero ito yung tanong ko sa'yo, Ray eh. Ano gusto mong order ng Pansit Canton? Ano yung Pansit Canton order mo? Kasi nagtatanong ng chat sa atin eh.
Sige. Ako guys, kalamansi. Kasi ayoko ng spicy foods. I swear. Unless kung kimchi yan na may samgyup. So, kung may pork belly sa may, nakatoppings yung kimchi. Pero si Tens, ayan na yung control mid ng Sentinels. Tignan mo, walang particular strat.
There's running. The range pa. The range! Ang galing! Nag-practice range lang tayo and Sentinels flawlessly as can be make it 3-1. And kung nagtatanong kayo guys, so bakit mag-underperform mo nga teams na to, diba? Bakit mag-sandbag? Una for F4Q, okay, wala naman sila. Pasok na sila sa LCQ ng Asia and they're just here to play out the last game. At syempre, kung tipong sasabihin ng Sentinels sa'yo, tara, bakbakan lang tayo for fun. G naman na G ang isang team. Pero for the Sentinels side, may implications pa rin tong game na to in a way. Ang pinaka magandang gawin ng Sentinels ngayon is to show zero strats and get the best aim practice that they can do. Yung tipong talaga, dry peaks for days. Ferrari peaks, na tatlo sila. Biglang mag-zoom lang to the left, zoom to the right para mag-zoom ba lang sa klase. And it will give them that confidence back going into the playoffs because para na lang, matawag yung secret shots nila at sure pa rin sila na on point yung aim para yung G2 matchup. Di nangyari yun, wala lang yun kasi gusto namin magpatalo para sa seeding kwento ng 10 and 6 mga kadalawa. Pero si Bunny Ren, hippity-hoppity goes Bunny with the Blade Star. Bunny now with the 3K at ito na ba, highlight rin for Bunny pero si Tens ang taga-shutdown na naman. Last time, di ba, ang dami ng kills this time up in the air at Esperanza. Mukhang ang telenovela naman niya, isa pang season dito pero Tens cannot be defeated. Our boyfriend Diba? Sama-sama natin. Boyfriend natin si Tins at 4-1 na ngayon. Boyfie ko yan. At boyfie mo rin, Ray. Boyfie natin lahat. Sentinels, Tins.
No, si Sentence.
Wow.
Pero si Vanny, grabe talaga mag-jet. Pero mas idol ko siya pag nag-race. Pero pag jet, sige, adapt na. May ibang mas magaling mag-race dyan eh.
Oy! Sino?
Uy! Si Nuki. Ikaw naman, easy ka.
Diba? Grabe siya. Marami kayong malupit na race dito, hindi lang si Bunny. Ang dami natin nakita. Yung kahapon pa lang, 'di ba, si Mr. Blastpack himself, yung taga crew, 'di ba? Yung sabi kong streamer nun.
Oo.
'Di ba?
Yung basta pag mga race streamers, magaling yan.
Sure yun.
Sure.
Sure na yun. Super talaga. Pero 4-1, parang ano lang nanood lang tayo ulit ng last matchup. Pwede ba kumain lang tayo, Ray? Pansit Canton, kape, tapos kunin natin yung audio nung cast natin last time. Magiging pareho lang eh. Magugulat lang sila ba't di natin pinag-uusapan tong Yoro na to na flash sarili niya dyan. Pina daw, shut down muna si Tens. So, sit down, Tens. Mamaya ka na, Boyfie.
Mamaya ka na, BF. Ayan, mamaya na, BF. BF nating lahat yan si Tens. Kaya ganyan. Si Tens mo siya, bida sa Shoujo Manhwa. Yung ganun yung mukha ni Tens. Ang galing eh. Pero sa galing si Bunny. Bunny Hopper yan. Tignan mo si Shazam. Shazam, ginagawa mo. Kasi kapag may kulay daw na buhok, katawag na sisyo.
Saan kaya yung mga yun, yung mga may kulay na sisyo? I just feel bad. Yung mga nagbebenta ng sisyo na may kulay. So what do you do with that? Nagiging manok ba sila na may kulay rin? Di ko alam eh. Pero,
wait. Alam mo ba, may kwento ako sa'yo, may kapitbahay kami, naging hen yung sisyo nila na kulay purple dati. Cute. Ang galing, diba? Naalaga. Ang cute. May color purple pa sa gilid-gilid yun. Lumaki may purple.
Lumaki. Tumaba may purple. Pero eto na. Sige nga, real quick. May game na nangyayari. Si Sik, tatanim niyo muna yung spike dito. Ayun na yung Ibon, lumipad. Isa na naman, nasa hangin. Pero si Sik, naghahanap pa na iba. Konting tingin lang sa Macdo real quick. 86236, mapapa-order ka na talaga dyan. Pero si 5K, mahulog na ngayon. Pero Efina, effect na naman. And siya, actually, Efina was low-key. Hindi naman, sige, low-key good last time. Siya parang hindi pinapansin masyado ng mga tao, pero ilang beses siya nakakuha ng pitas nun. And he does it again. So 4-2, di pa tapos. At may operator na hawak-hawak si Bunny dito, Ray.
Oo, grabe talaga yung si Bunny Senpai na yan eh. Tingnan mo, si Adjusi. Alam, pero totoo ba nagsabi? Hindi. White na siya pag lumaki. Nanalo pinsan ko 3 chicks nagkaitlog pa.
Okay yan.
Magbigay ng flying kiss sa akin, baby cakes 5K.
Baby cakes?
Baby cakes.
Kilala ko yun, baby cakes. Shout out sa'yo, baby cakes. Okay. Pero isipin mo daw, kung yung sisyo mo, tapos nagkukulay pag hen na, tapos yung eggs niya may kulay rin. Wala na. Nasa dugo na yung kulan.
Ang Easter egg hunt yun, tawag doon.
Easter egg hunt. Natago mo, tapos sisyo na lalabas. Pero ito na, tingnan mo si Zunba, may ult siya. Alam mo yung ginagawa ng ult na yan? Walang kakwenta-kwentang ultimate yan. Walang kakwenta-kwenta.
Uy, wag ka na. Kapag siya nakakill ng ult na yan.
Paano ka makakill gamit ng ult? Di ka nga pwede bumaril eh. Sige, Ray. Kwento mo sa akin, paano ka makakuha ng kill? Ayun, si Dapper, nakakuha tayo lang isa. FE nahuli na dyan. Bunny, the operator, and finds Zombs there. Pero bulang trade na naman. Dapper with 1-5K, also the same thing. 3v3 na naman, Ray. At ito na tayo. Look at this default place. A-site. Grabe talaga. Secret shot ng Sentinels. Ang talino. Tens go kill. Tens go kill. Secret shot. Confirm, Ray. Ayun na, Tens. Blade Storm muna, hanap ng tao. Pinaka-peak na dito. Si Bunny nasa taas pa siya sa Zam. Ang makaka-abracadabra sa kanya dyan. And reappear Esperance. Magpapakita para lang mamatay ang Sentinels and their secret formula of Tyson. Go kill everyone. Working out yet again. And ayun na, diba? Stats don't lie. Ito na naman ang plan A ng Sentinels. 10 kills na si Tens. Bunny daw sumasagot rin sa kabila. Shazam. Nasa likod lang. Ano na? Uy, welcome back.
Welcome. Ito. Ayan. At,
sabi ko lang.
Ano yan?
I-explain ko lang sa guys dito, guys and girls ng ating 3 streams na ito yung secret plan ng Sentinels eh. Sabihin kay Tyson. Diba? Close tayo kay Tenso. Tyson pangalan niya. Tyson, patay mo nga sila lahat. Pero English kasi syempre di sila nagtatagalog. Si Tens lang kasi kumain siya ng Ajabang Manak.
Adalbang manak.
Adalbang
Ganun
manak.
yan. Pero to pang highlights to ni Tens, di na magulat pag magpo-post siya sa account niya ng mga highlights niya. Pero ito, tignan mo si Dapper, pumunta lang ng hall, si gets to kagad. Grabe talaga tong si Dapper. Pero nga lang natalo sila sa G2. Pero,
Shut up. Hello.
Ayan.
Alam mo yun yung tipong spray ng tiwala. Yung tipong, spray ko na lang, tapos tatama yan, sure. Maniwala ka, ito naman, isa pa. Hope, pray to the Lord. Hindi! Yun na, secrets plan. Again, Tens go kill. Esperanza, goodbye sa'yo. At first kill yun ni Esperanza, so good job sa kanya. Meron siyang one. Clap.
Ikaw, Bunny, magka-clip ka pa kaya ngayon?
Ito na, 360 peak. 360 peak.
Ayan na. Uy, grabe naman, denied by sick. Pero on a serious note kasi, guys.
May serious note ka ba? Like honest, ako muna. On a serious note, may serious note ka ba sa game na to? Kasi wala talaga eh. Sige. I want to hear it actually. I want to hear something game-related.
Game-related. Sa mga nagtataka, ba't ka kami mag-shoutcast? Wala kasi bearing yung game na to. Okay? Kahit manalo yung F4Q dyan.
Wala.
Pupunta pa rin sila ng LCQ. Tanggal na sila.
So, ito daw mga sure talaga mangyari. Ito muna, facts muna tayo guys. Sentinels, pasok na sa playoffs. Ang kalaban nila ay ang NV. So, parang nag-NA challengers lang tayo doon sa top part ng bracket. Ang F4Q, ganun yung pronounce hindi iba. Kasi pag sinabi namin iba, baka maban kami dito. Yung F4Q, pasok na sa LCQ. Kasi ang Vision Strikers ang pasok sa Champions from Korea. So out na sila sa tournament na to. At sinasabi nga namin kanina, walang papakita dito dapat ng Sentinels. Kung biglang may nagseryoso tayong usap, Ray. Mali yun sa Sentinels. Bad yun. Kasi mapapansin yun ng ibang tao. Kasi everyone here is just looking to have fun, enjoy lang. Tapos na ang group stage, tapos na yung mga mahabang araw. So magpatayan na lang sila. At syempre, yung coach nga, hindi na nga nag-uusap. Ganito lang siya. Uy, guys, patayin nyo nga sila.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Nice one, BB Kicks.
Ayun, yung tipong, opa, kill them better, yeah. Ganun lang.
Opa.
Sarang head, bibimba, bulgogi. Diba?
Bulgogi, twice.
Nag-iisip na sila yung lunch nila. So, kung legit bigla kami mag-usap sa larong to, may maling ginagawa ang Sentinels. Yun na lang yun. So, pag puro joke time kami, good job Sentinels. Yun lang yun. Yun yung tunay na win condition ng Sentinels na dapat buong cast na to, joke time lang kami. Promise.
So, the next time pala pag... kasi mga nag-aabang, guys, last series kami ni Dax parati. Pero, tignan natin kung bukas magkikita-kita tayo. Dahil ba, after ng cast na hindi namin mag-cast dito sa PPGL. Pero, si Shazam. Yan ang duelist na, nagsabay pa na, nowhere to run. Talaga nowhere to run ka dyan. Efina, I bid bye-bye to you. Makakapasok mo naman sila papunta nga B-site. Okay, may EU Flash. Ay, hindi pala. Korea Flash. Korea Flash yan.
Korea Yoru. And Korea Yoru still with ultimate. That does nothing, Ray. Wala pa rin ko. Sabi ko talaga sa'yo. Sige na. Isang dimensional drift lang para ma-prove ko point ko. Kasi wala talaga.
Yan ang pinakamagandang
Ayan na. Sa Obs. Ayaw.
Oy, Obs. Fight na naman kami.
Wala akong pakikish. Wala akong pakidyan. Yan.
Walang nangyari.
Ano na pala? Ay, si Dapper.
Mayroong
Hindi. Wala na pala yun kasi si Dapper yung medyo gumalaw ng ewan ko na lang eh. Hindi yun counted. I don't accept it. Tumambay lang siya. Rinig yun ni Dapper dapat Ewan ko na lang. Kasi parang sinasabi nga ng mga players, diba? Parang may hurricane na nasa earphones. Bunny gets one. Ano ulit yung hurricane sa Tagalog, Ray? Alam ko in-explain sa akin yun ni Ilu pero mali.
Ipo-ipo daw.
Ipo-ipo. Yun umiipo-ipo.
Pero
hindi, ito Ray, tanong ko sa'yo. Kaya mo bang mag-ASMR para sa ating chat ngayon? ASMR hurricane, real quick.
Hurricane?
Hindi, yung sound effects ng hurricane.
Okay. Ayan. Sobrang professional daw natin mag-cast. Sige, seryosohin nga natin.
Sige, seryoso natin.
Seryoso.
Ayaw ko guys kung bakit nga hinihingi sa akin yung seryosong cast kasi yun talaga ginagawa ko sa English na ba kayo? Like, ewan ko na lang, kung hindi kayo na English cast.
Seryoso naman kami sa PH broadcast
next statement please.
Seryoso kami. At some point. But here it is. We have the
sige nga.
Sentinels going in with that push coming in from B side. But unfortunately, wala pang mapipick off sila ngayon. Sir, si Sik, nakapasok na agad pero nagko-contest niya si Esperanza. May tatama agad.
Hindi niya matalo yung turret!
Talo siya sa turret! Talo siya sa turret. Ay, naku po.
Ay, naku.
Ay, zone ka na lang agad at FE nang matitira. Zone back, can you make the clutch play? Unfortunately, wala dahil Sentinels still dominating. 8-2 na nga ang ating scoreline. At
Galing.
ayan, nagseryoso na kami mag-casting
Oo.
Okay, pwede na bang...
Pero talo siya sa turret, yun talaga yun eh. Wala eh. Isipin mo yung turret, madaya, aimbot. Isipin mo, aimbot sa bang-bang game. Wala yun. Dapat ano eh, ban turret. Vanguard, turret, killjoy turret, Vanguard. No 6v5 here. Pero si Tens, yan, si Tens, di yan na Vanguard eh. Magaling lang siya. Idol ko yan eh.
Ay, idol mo? Paano? Si Tyson yan. Close tayo sa kanya, Tyson.
Yung tipong, yung may picture nga ako sa wallet. Kaya na, di ba? Lahat, everybody's boyfriend. Your boyfriend, my boyfriend.
Boyfriend nating lahat.
Everyone's boyfriend. Forever and
Alam mo
ever.
ba si Kaide, hindi na siya nag-stream neto? Kasi parang she's not feeling well.
Diyos ko! Bakit mo pa si stream to? Kung gana siya, go Tyson! Ganun lang yun eh. Tapos biglang, oh, dapper! Huli pa si 5K dyan. Esperanza to, huli niya si Zobs in response. Ito na naman ang ating Jowa Bells na si Tens. Dashing on in, doing everything. Uy, funny! Ito na naman tayo! Highlights from behind. Sabi niya, take 2. Guys, sige, pwesto muna kayo dyan. At si Zunba, napag-aano niya Yoru real quick. Pero Tens, ito na naman siya. Isa para sa kanya. 2v2 na ngayon, Ray. At yung pyramids talaga. Pyramid!
Feel like a solid rock.
So, ilan may solid rock dito. Ayan o, si Tens. Pero,
ayan na, si
ayun na, body backstab.
Jet deep yan, jet deep.
Body backstab.
Jet deep. Ay, wala pa pala.
Hindi naman yung jet yung napatay yun eh.
Hindi pa pala. Sige natin ko jet deep to. Ito na ba ang totoong jet deep? Uy. Okay. Out in the open. Ganyan ang mga gandang plant, di ba? May line-up yan sa Cloudburst.
Oh, galing! May line-up gamit nung Blade Storm. Promise.
Oo, meron yan. Pero tignan mo.
Well, welcome to McDonald's. May I take your order? Isa pong apple pie, isa pong McMuffin, at ito na, Tough Love Galaxy Tens na naman clutching it out. Siyempre, umaasa ka ba sa iba? Kaya nga, diba? Nandito siya sa Sentinels. Ay,
yan ang Lodi Kicks ko, Tens 18-4. Yan ang Lodi Kicks ko. Tignan mo naman yung clutch yan. Literal na jet deep. Tignan mo, ginagawa niyang Smurf na naman tong laban na to eh. Tignan mo, Smurfer ng platinum gameplay. Tignan mo, Tens takes out value. Tignan mo, 2v1. Na-clutch pa ni Tens yun. Ano ito, mararamdaman mo na atang inaabangan. Pero yan si Shazam, nangaasar. Ano nangyari?
Galing ng ano mo? Ng impression mo. Sige, gusto mo translate ko sa'yo yung jet diff in French.
Sige.
Difference the jets. O, di ba? May accent pa.
Ang galing,
difference. Kailangan eh. Hindi kasi, di ba, yung mga letters ng mga European countries, may mga parang may buhok. Yung mga accent, ewan ko, whatever it's called, pero ito na. Just watch Tens. Just appreciate what he does. Kasi ito na naman tayo. Tens right now gonna be able to get one. As si Tens na naman naghanap na may Bazom, so setting it up and does get the kill out Esperanza, covering fire and galing kay Shazam. At si 5K hindi magiging okay dyan kasi si Sik binigyan siya konti ng sakit at mukhang mapapaswap test siya mamaya ngayon. Pero Efina right now with the kill on to Tens. Zobs in the meantime with kill on Efina in response at Tens ko to. Ito na Ray! 2-10! 2-10 ang ating halftime score dito sa unang map ng Breeze. Nakuha na rin natin 2-10!
2-10 from 2-10! Nagagalit tuloy sa atin si George together with Menrad. Galingan mo kasi mag-shoutcast, Dax. Kasi nga may bearing tong matchup na to.
Okay. So, eto na. Halftime report muna tayo, guys. Ano gusto mo, Riri? Kung gusto mo sobrang seryoso, mag-i-English ako real quick. Papayagan mo ba ako? Papayagan ba ako ng prod natin?
Sige.
English task.
English.
So guys, hold your noses real quick. Magpapa-nosebleed muna tayo. But what a great round there by Sentinels and what a great half. It really goes to show yet again that it seems like whenever they find the duels and the openings, that's where they wins. And the problem right now, Ray, is last time we had F4Q and Sentinels duel on this map. It was just F4Q looking the challenge, but the problem now is it's still happening, and it seems like they haven't learned their lesson. What does the Yoru bring to the table? Absolutely nothing. Those blind sides can end up blinding your own teammates instead. And the amount of utility that they have, the amount of positioning they have in this map, it doesn't really factor in too much to the default plays of Sentinels, because as soon as they set up the toxic screen on the default on A side or on B, it's always an advantage for Sentinels with the darts from Shazam and the push from Tens at the same time. You can see him aggressing, knowing the angles, and he just wins those, Ray. Simply put, he just wins those. And okay na ba? Seryoso na ba enough para sa inyo yun?
But
okay?
at the same time, this is the big problem for the side of F4Q. The fact that they didn't ban Breeze at all, it really brings a lot of mishaps for the side of F4Q. But speaking of, Dapper on that close range attack gets the head of 5K. And now, ganito dapat tayo mag-cast. Kasi 4:45 AM na. Ganito dapat.
Ano na-realize ako? Diba, sumusunod tayo sa official English broadcast. Parang hindi sila halftime segment. kahit sila sinabi na, wala na tayong ma-analyze dito. Sige na nga, tuloy nyo na.
Naging 30 bird na lang.
Okay. Diba, kahit kung sila rin mag-give up na i-analyze na yung larong ganon, ewan ko na lang sa inyo, ano pa umaasa kayo. Kung gusto nyo talaga ng full serious cast, hindi ko lumipat sa TV sa Valorant real quick. Pero ito na, real quick, galing kay Shazam, makakuha ng dalawa. Zombs in the meantime playing on the back of side. Soon ba though? Useless Yoru, I'm sorry. Wala
useless.
Zunba, good player.
Be.
No, like
This
Zunba.
shouldn't be a pick.
Zunba is an incredible player. Ako, fan ako ni Zunba dati pa, dun sa 6v6 na bang-bang game. Pero yung Yoru, di talaga eh.
I mean, why would you pick Yoru in
Kasi
a
walang
map
bearing
like
laro.
this?
Yun lang yun. Yun lang.
They just want to make some good highlights. Ayan, nag-i-English na kami ha. Gusto nyo ng English eh. Pero ngayon kayo nagbabayad dito.
O, diba? Tapos wala na nag-comment. Nag-English analysis real quick tayo, tapos wala na nakaintindi. Paano naman? Paano ko naman i-explain ko sa inyo maayos?
Viewers natin.
Paano ko i-explain sa inyo maayos kung di nyo naman i-intindi yung sinasabi ko, diba? Wala tayo magagawa. What do?
Ilan mo? 11 to. Okay, pwede na pa tayo matapos before 6 AM. 5:30.
Kaya to.
Ito, si Sik, he takes out that doggy. Pero nga na si Tenzing may Marshall. Binalikan na Esperanza. He says I to Shazam. Kaso tignan mo, nag-save din tong Sentinels. Okay. Ay, hindi pala, nag-force na pala. Second half na pala. Hindi ko napansin. Kakakas natin, second half na pala.
Yun nga sinabi ko, di ba? Hindi na nga nakikinig sa atin yung audience natin. Tapos di ka pa nakikinig sa akin, Ray.
Sorry akin.
You're breaking my heart.
Sorry.
Kala ko friends tayo.
Sorry, ito lang ako. Sorry, di na lang ako nag-Valorant. Sabi ni Buddy. Okay, Sefin. Sorry, ganito lang ako. Sorry, hindi ako yung pinakamagaling mong kaduo. Sorry, taga-heal lang ako.
Ano ka ba? Ikaw yung Ikaw yung KO to Mayoru eh. Ano ka ba?
Yan ang pinakamagandang lineup, guys. Imagine kung effort yung nag-KO, tapos nag-Yoru sila dito. OMG. Yun na lang masasabi ko. Uy, si Zoms. Zoms, hindi niya makaklatch to. Bigay mo naman sa F4Q para lumamang-lamang naman kahit kakonti. Yan, tignan nyo. Naka-Blast X yan. May Griff Wrapper yan. Yan ang tinatawag na, anong baril yun? Yung Nerf gun ba yun?
Nerf gun.
Nerf gun. Yan yung Nerf gun.
Gusto ko magdala pag nag-studio tayo, dala ako Nerf gun. Tapos pwede tayo mag-bang-bang talaga sa office. Okay yun eh. Kung pwede lang. Pero ito na si Zombs. Hindi yan pwede, Zombs! Efina ang huli sa'yo at 3 na yan para sa F4Q. Similar scoreline pa rin though, pero sakto naman bawi dito ng F4Q at the very least. Napadami nila yung round na yun. At wait lang ako gusto ko lang i-sabihin to. Guys, yung mga nagsasabi sa amin ng good things, thank you. First of all, thank you. Thank you for the love. Pero second, kahit kami, hindi naman natin sineseryoso yung nasabi ng chat talaga eh. Gusto lang namin makipag-usap sa inyo, relax lang kayo, enjoy lang natin to, kainin nyo pansit canton nyo, whatever breakfast, and just watch for the highlights. That's just it. Because wala talaga kayong mapapala sa game na to in terms of knowing things. It is just Tens go kill and Sentinels go set up F4Q in the meantime. Ayan na kagad si Sick! Ayun, diba? Set up ito na knockdown. Reneg yung orb. Greedy ka pa dyan. Walang ult para sa'yo. And 5K gonna get the kill in response. But look at that. Oh, yung gate crash. Ayan na. Yoru value. Nangyari na yan. Zorba! Pero wala. One lang. That's it. That's the Yoru value.
Wala pa rin. 1% yung kanyang agent selection dito, pero Dapper nasa mid pillar pa rin. Nag-hello. Nagbaba ni lock and lock ni Mami. At dalawa na lang pala. Meron pa si Bunny with a 24 HP. Tatama ba ang Marshall na yan? Marshall Lord, wala pa rin. Pero 55 seconds. Ito, behind the back. Bam. Sabi ni Shazam, he denies that kahit malayo-layo ang spray. Pero Bunny, 24 HP and a dream. Kumaklatch ni Bunny to, ewan ko na lang Ewan ko na lang talaga. Pero feel ko may chance pa rin to. Malay nyo, naka-Oni Phantom yan. Pag Oni Phantom, nakakabaril ka. Maganda spray down yan. Kasi ganun talaga yung buff pag may skin yung Phantom mo.
Hindi. Depende sa skin pa rin. Di ba? Wala eh. Hindi yan Ion Phantom. Wala yan. Sa Ion Phantom, Riri. Ano ka ba? Oni inferior compared to Ion. And, hey, Riri, remember yung sinabi ko sa'yo na pwede natin, wait lang. Tingnan mo, replay yung Euro value na 1 game. Yan yun. Highlights. Zone ba highlights, Euro. Yun na yung clip. Tapos na yung montage.
Pero shoutout muna natin si Dan Mitchell tsaka si Anthony Bagia. Eto, kasi ganito yan, guys. Bumabawi yung biruin nyo, wala nang bearing tong matchup na to. Pero, hello si Lando.
Ba't may bear doon? Scary. Parang yung The Ring. Pero kesa yung scary lady, may bear na lalabas ng TV mo. Actually, mas nakakatakot pa nga yun eh.
I think that's much more weird. Parang 5 days at, ano ba yun? Yung
5 Nights at Freddy's.
5 Nights at Freddy's. Ganun nakakatawan, manggugul. Pero, ay, grabe naman si Efina Oh, yan na! Ang ganda talaga ng TP ni Zumba. Pag si Zumba talaga, incredible Yoru, 100% win rate. Pero speaking of, nakaabang si Tens ngayon, pero may toxic skin. Tignan natin, kumakil pa si Tens. Wala! Watch me whiff! Watch me Tens! Pero ngayon, meron pa kaya ulit siya mapitik off. Meron bang diff ngayon? Naghabol. And speaking of, grabe no-scope, Tens. God! Ang nangyayari ngayon, Tens gameplay. 101 IQ gameplay. Yan, galing pa yan sa C9. Pumapalo pa rin kahit kabilang pang
Hindi tumama. Ay, tumama!
Isa pa. Pero nga lang denied kay Bunny 2v1. Low na parehas yung 2v2 pala, rather. At Dapper versus Efina. 1 HP lang ang difference. Natin
Ipit sila. Sasabi ng Sentinels, kunin nyo yung spike. Kunin nyo nga. Sige nga. Please, real quick. Kunin nyo yan. Sige na. Dapper, hinihingi. At yun si Shazam! Ang mga kapatay! Si Bunny lang natitira dito! Marshall na naman! Pero hindi! Crutch lang parang kay Shazam! At 13-3 ang magiging result ng unang mapa na ito. Sentinels, nanalo sila last time. Nanalo rin sila this time in the same freaking way. What a victory para sa Sentinels! Ginawa lang nila dun, Ray. Pinaril nila yung kalaban na nasa harapan nila.
Ginawa nilang kabilang bang-bang. Real talk lang. Real talk.
Ito yung, quick post-game analysis. Hindi ko na i-English this time kasi sobrang bilis lang. 1. Sightlines duels. Kita nila palagi. 2. Execution of defaults. Okay, that's it. That's all that happened. And wala talaga para sa FRQ yung same problems na nakita natin last time na willing sila i-challenge si Tens, yung tipong ho, you're challenging me? Wala pa rin eh. And kahit yung mga good plays sila individually, may mga plays sila from time to time, hindi sila nagsama-sama in terms of a round win. Sige, may clash si Efina. Kita mo, kiss. To all my fans.
13-3 naman.
Hindi,
pero gusto din yung scoreline eh.
Parang
kahit, ibig sabihin parang kahit hindi galingan ng Sentinels,
Hindi nga, diba? Sinasabi ko na sa'yo, itong match na to, dapat nga, hindi i-expose. Ay, ngiting wagi, oh. Uy, Tyson. Uy, tumingin.
Tingin ka nga dito, 5K.
Ayun, no? So, nag-smile rin siya. Pero, yun nga. The thing is, Sentinels, hindi dapat nila ilabas ang Sentinel stratbook here. It's all about winning the duels and nagawa nila dito. Pero, may second map pa tayo at split naman ang magiging map doon. F4Q's pick. At alam natin, mas komportable doon. Makita natin na yung race ni Bunny. But break muna tayo dito sa aming usapang kay ganda sa umaga. Ako si Dax, kasama ko si Ray at ang ating pinaka-anticipated at biggest matchup of them all, Sentinels versus F4Q Part 2, magbabalik after this.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Around it goes, just trying to lighten the mood. But around it goes. Turn up the music and the flashing lights. Are you out there in the dark at night? Weak signal, won't you give me a sign and the fire? Misconnections with you.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where Sentinels take map 1 Breeze in 13-3 fashion. So in so many ways, we got exactly what we were asking for. That kind of dominance displayed without showing a ton. Really more of the experimentation done on the side of F4Q, but with such a dominant first half, again, we didn't get to see much from them on an attacking side.
No, not really. We got a lot of stuff on the defense, though, but there are a lot of things we had questions about on the defense. You know, you were kind of talking about Yoru a little bit in the halftime, which I'm sure maybe you'll want to go back on. But
you want to finish that point?
You feel free.
We'll
go ahead.
wrap back to it. We'll wrap back to
Okay.
it because there is a little bit more that I'm going to ask for. I seem to have a knack for just asking for things on the desk and they happen. So I am going to ask for a little bit more.
More, baby.
But
Give it
we'll
to
get
me.
there.
Well, okay, so one thing that I wanted to talk about was the way that Esperanza was playing, because I said to you while we were watching the game, it feels like sometimes he just doesn't get any help. And I think one of the things there that you have to consider is that usually it's Zumba who's playing the anchor. So Esperanza, he's over on the B side or wherever, he's using his Viper utility, he's trying to hold that space down, and he's not really getting a ton of support from the rest of his team, but he's not really used to playing on his own because that's not the role he typically takes.
Yeah, a few times around within this matchup, Bunny found some shots, but again, it's just not enough to push them over the edge, especially when you go ahead and look on the other side of the map and you find Tens once again at the top of the scoreboard on Breeze. This man is terrifying. In general, yes, but on this map, you should never let him play it again. I don't want to. If I'm an opponent in this tournament, I'm never letting Sentinels touch Breeze again when this man is on the roster.
There was someone in the desk, I don't remember if it was Pansy or if it was Hypog, but someone said whenever Tens has a Marshall, it just feels like a full buy. right? Like he has everything he needs, and well, when you can use that weapon to that degree of success, I mean, yeah, that's a freaking full buy.
And I know that Hypoc wanted to see it. He was asking for the 4K. Well, don't you worry, Hypoc. We've got you covered. It's the HyperX Reflex moment of the day. It comes from TenZ in round 11. It's only 4 of his 27 kills, or 24 kills, rather, that he racked up in just 16 rounds. But let's go ahead and relive the moment.
It's like, oh, just 4 of them. That's nothing. It's such a tiny percentage.
This succession of 2 kills right here, over the smoke, in the air, quick, onto the 4th kill. I mean, again, he's hitting his shots. You give him open space like this, it's just terrifying.
You see Bunny's like trying to use the updraft to evade those bullets and actually get in there, and it just doesn't stop TenZ. He can track it just fine.
He's locked in. He's locked in. It's the mouse grip. That's what it is, man. It's that mouse grip. Tell me what brand. I need to know, TenZ. You let me know.
Probably HyperX.
He better be HyperX, right? If you're going to hit a HyperX reflex shot like that, it better be. Pre-map for map 2, it's split. This is, I think, arguably the map, and rightfully so, that F4Q picked it, where they've already found the most success against Sentinels. So I want to talk about how they can push that success just a little bit further. What are your thoughts here, Doug?
You're asking me what feels like an impossible question, right? Because yes, the onus is on them to take that success that they found the first time they played on this map and kind of get a little more out of it, right? Squeeze the juice out. But what else is there to give? I think we talked about it prior to this series starting. You become one-dimensional in how you want to play that. And yeah, you find success the first couple of rounds. It feels really good. But then what? Right? There needs to be a little bit more, and maybe that's you're applying pressure in different areas at different times, or maybe it's not just a hot and heavy right off the bat. I think that was one of the things that worked well for them. Was it was as soon as the gate drops, you've got the satchel pack into the gravity well, into a judge in your face, right? Maybe it's not right off the trigger. Maybe it's a bit more delayed to kind of keep Sentinels guessing.
I think if they are going to stick with that idea of doing the really aggressive satchel straight off the bat and whatever, well, firstly, I would like to say maybe keep Zumba on the Astra, so they also have the gravity wells that they can use alongside that, because one of the things that G2 didn't do super well against Sentinels was clearing out mid, for example, because what oftentimes would happen is G2 would pressure it, they wouldn't be able to clear it, they'd back out, they'd try and push through something like Garage, where that's all Sentinels' defensive utility would be, and they would also not be able to push through that. I think that if F4Q can commit to that clear, then they'll have a better time.
Astra has been an important agent throughout this tournament across all maps, but I think more than any here on Split, we've seen the value of that agent, not just for F4Q, but for many teams, creating some of the most chaotic moments on either site for many of our squads here at Masters Berlin. And then, of course, we know was a part of that big highlight when it came from that heaven push by Bunny up through mid in round 3 last time around, being executed in addition to the Astra Stars and how much they aided him in finding those initial kills. Again, going to look for creativity out of F4Q in the way that they utilize their agents as we jump in to Prime Gaming Agent Select.
Yeah, I think you got to touch on that. Both Zumba and Zoms play Astra on this map. They have a history of doing so, but I think that the reason that this feels so exceptionally good on this map is it's not just the fact that Astra has reach all over the place. I think that's important, but also it's all of these tight corners. It's all of these choke points that you can play off of gravity wells that really allow Bunny to do what he's going to do. Back on that vintage raise. And don't get me wrong, the Jet wasn't bad. I like the Jet. I like Bunny on the Jet. I think he did great, but we're back to what we know is good, and now we've got 5K on Reyna.
And Sentinels also, they're looking to go back to the composition which they played against F4Q last time. So this composition that involved the Viper is something they seem to have reserved specifically for G2, that they don't really want to be playing outside of that.
Well, one Astra apiece to close out the compositions. We're diving straight into Split. Map number 2, F4Q looking to extend it to a third, see if they can push Sentinels just a bit. Sentinels, they want to lock it up, go home and prep for tomorrow's series. Pansy and Hypoc, back over to you.
Yeah. And look, it could be a quick game. The last time they did meet, though, I think 9 rounds or so were garnered by F4Q, so this could be closer than Bree.
Go Good morning, and it's already 5 a.m. in the morning. We are still casting ang last series for today here in VALORANT Masters Berlin. At mukhang gusto na kagad ng prod mag-tapos-tapos na ang ating laban ngayon dahil hindi man lang tayo binigyan ng onting pagkakataon ipakita ang ating mga sarili. Pero quick, nanalo na nga ang Sentinels sa first map in Breeze. At babalik tayo sa split. Ito ay mapa ng mga Hapon. Pero ngayon, pwede tignan natin kung magiging mapa pa to ng F4Q or gusto talaga tapusin ang Sentinels.
Close enough. Pero, Ray, ayoko muna i-jigs. Pero may kailangan ko sabihin tungkol sa map number 1 eh. Importante to.
Okay.
Parang, may napansin ka bang technical post nun?
Ano?
Di ba?
Wala.
Ito pa yung series na walang technical post. Hindi ko gets. Thanks. Hindi ko talaga gets. Speedrun to bedtime talaga eh. Pero ito na yun eh. F4Q, one more map, and well, actually, it doesn't matter because they're out regardless. Yun talaga yun. Sentinels in the meantime looking to go for that 2-0. Nakita natin dito, we got Shazam back on the Jet 10, still playing the Reyna. Pero ito na, magtatapat na rin 5K versus 10. Reyna battle of the duelist battle of who can frag on out. Pero si Dapper huli kagad si Bunny. Wala na ang ating best Riz in the world. And Ten's the best player in the world right here. Catching out Efina instead. 5v3 na ngayon. Ten sa'yo makatatlo na para sa kanya. 1, 2, 3. Easy lang para kay Tens. At naghuhuli na dito si Sunba. Wala nang Yoru Ray. So no more fun times. Astra na lang. And wala rin mapapala. 1-0. Flawless Askin D para sa Sentinels.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
I gotta sing.
Oh no. 5 a.m. Ray. The singing. Pero sige, bago tayo mag-devolve completely into yung ating usapan kanina sa Breeze. Real talk muna. So, ang pinaka-win condition dito ng F4Q on the attacking side is that mid-control. Kasi pansin nga, diba? Tingnan mo yung mga pastuhan dito ng Sentinels. Tambay usually sa may garage, yung camera at yung Cypher case setup. Dito naman sa may A-site, ang ating Astra. So, if you can get that mid-control, get one of the two towers dito, yung B-Heaven o yung A-Heaven, yun yung magiging magandang point of attack ng F4Q. Besides that, well, good luck na lang sa'yo kung dadaan ka dito sa Stars, dadaan ka doon sa Cypher Cage and more, doon sa Cypher Tripwire. Pero kaya naman kung makapop off dito si 5K at si Bunny. Pero tingnan natin kasi yun na yung pinaka-analysis dito ng F4Q attack. Sentinels in the meantime, again, same plan, same win condition, Ray. Don't show anything new. Defaults lang at shoot to kill. Ang pinaka-game plan dito dapat ng Sentinels. Tens, pop off para confident ang lahat and you're good to go for tomorrow.
Yun na nga yung mga kabang. Ayaw nila mag-waste sa sobrang energy, di ba? Why do you need to think so much? You have a lot of crucial matches, especially tomorrow, walang losers bracket. Kung na-eliminate ka na, bye-bye! Book a ticket! And you say goodbye, you go back to your country. Pero speaking of Teds, nagpapa-audition, pero ganda ka sa setup with those stars coming in from Zumba, from Zombs, pero inabatis 5K with the Reyna, but Shazam coming in from sewers, may mami-meet up nga siya na dalawa dito, and does the right clicks work? Hindi po nag-work, and that's it. Sentinels will be winning that round 2-0 na. Ba't tayo nagkakasaseryoso dito?
Hindi, kasi in-explain ko eh. Kasi, explain ko pa. So, yun yung pinaka-prime example nun. Pinilit ng F4Q mag-play ng garage. As soon as napansin ka agad yun ni Dapper, biglang Astra Star coming in from the other side of the map kay Sombs, and wala na full control para sa side ng Sentinels. But it was good advantage. So, ito na talaga. Dito na ang katotohanan. Dito na ang tunay na laban. At dito natin makikita talaga kung tatapat dito ang F4Q. At kailangan natin talaga seryosoin tong cast na to. Or pwede naman tayo magkwentuhan muli like last time. Pero Ray, ito na. This is the do or die time. Not for them, but for us. Now we know. Now we will know what kind of game this is.
Oo nga eh. Kung mabait sa atin yung Sentinels, 2-0. Pag ayaw sa atin talaga, gusto tayo magpuyat, edi 2-1 nga ang magiging score. Pero tingin ko talaga sobrang on-forming ng Sentinels. They don't have to be so, alam mo yun, ma-pressure. Pero saktong-sakto pa rin yung utilities nila. They full well know here in split. Pero ito, alam mo, hindi pala siya mirror matchup, no? Kita ba naman sa Sentinels sa double duelist pa rin versus sa Raze. Kapag si Bunny talaga sa naka-Raze, sobrang lakas niyan dito sa split.
Patay na siya daw. Yun lang. At ayun, si Zunban, yun lang. Huli niya si Dapper Tens rin. Sasagot yung Esperanza, pero Tens time is not done. TikTok on the clock. Andito na naman tayo. Pang-highlights talaga sa TikTok, pang-highlights sa Twitter, at pang-highlight dito para kay Tens. May Empress na siya, pero gusto pa niya no top, pero wala. 5K, manggagaling sa side, at bigla na lang mapapaligiran siya doon. Zombs versus the world. Diba sinabi ko sa'yo last time, yung highlights niya sa G2, medyo kakaiba. Tunay na highlights ba to para kay Zombs? Ano ba, makakalapit na kaya? Uy! Okay to, okay to.
Uy!
Saki-saki, huli sa gitna.
Sinusop-sop.
No.
Oh.
Chupa-chups.
Parang ano yan, hindi, bulalo.
Ay, tama yung ano, may soup, tas yung sa gitna, nagsagot na ng buto. Pero ito na, baka biglang may matusok-tusok na fishbowl dito, Zombs. He does it, oh, lumabas naman, concussion! At mahihilo ka na lang sa ginawa ni Zombs doon. Saktong setup lang ang F4Q. Tumambay lang eh. At tambay-tambay sa sari-sari store, biglang tinawagan ng tanod. At ang tanod natin na si Zombs sa mga clutch dito para sa Sentinels. 3-0 sa bonus. 3-2-0 ang scoreline natin.
Biruibo! Ang ganda ng Red Bull clutch. Gising na gising si Zombs. Full buy yun ng M4Q. Buti dinahandahan ni Zombs. Ganun talaga guys. Kailangan mong dahan-dahanin. And yun, hindi ka man lang tumama ng headshot sa ulo. And si Tyson napangiti.
I mean, honestly, di dapat yung gumana ha. Umiga na, wala na. Good night, 4v5. Pero, hindi dapat yung gumana eh. Dapat may nag-peak eh. Pakatapos nung ating gravity well, pakatapos nung suck, peak na kagad, patay niyo na 2v1 na yun eh. Wala. Di ba?
Wala. Mahilig siya tumambay doon. Nag-relax lang ko naman. Ayaw nila magpakapagod.
Mahirap Riri kasi 5 o'clock na, diba? 3-in-1 muna tayo. Konting inom ng kape para magising. Pero ito nagis, kahit yung Nanoswarm, walang mercy dito si Tens eh. Confidence game, confidence man. At sabi niya, sus, girlfriend, Valorant lang tayo dito. On top of the wall, on top of the world. And, respect.
Top of the world, the king. Down on creation and the only explanation. Pero si Zombs 5 HP na lang ang nangyayari dito. Pero maghahabol si Shazam dahil magaling siya.
Ayun,
okay.
Magaling mamatay.
Magaling mamatay si Shazam dyan. Okay,
wow.
4v3. Under mo the Sentinels. Matter 50 ata. Sana ng F4Q. Pag sumilip ka, mind ka. Tignan mo. Ay!
Hindi.
Cancel.
Wala,
Cancelled.
Twitter. Cancelled right there. Pero tingnan mo si Shazam mo. Tingnan mo posture niya si Shazam. Kahit patay na siya, parang mong naglalaro pa siya. Wala eh. Lahat ng trabaho ginagawa niya. Coach, manager, tipong player, captain, tipong taga nice one baby kay Tyson. Ayun, nice one nga talaga Tyson. Ten's gonna get that kill. On to 5K. This is gonna be a fun matchup though nga. Yung 5K versus Tens. Kasi si Tens nga yun, nagpagkana ng Reyna sa NA. Si 5K naman, ang lupit mag-Reyna sa Korean scene. Pero ito na, Tens versus the world premier turret. Nako, 1v2, magiging 1v3 real quick. Tens, pitatin mo na yung pinaka dangerous target na yan. Mukhang pinatay na. Pero high ground. Sige na, peak na. Ito na. Ayaw pag mag-peak.
May pala. Pero open. Ay, di siya sinisilip.
Wala nang utility.
Di sumisilip.
Wala nang utility to. Bonnie jump peak. And, naigo nga. Galing mo talaga, no? Ray. Hindi, kung may Rudy Baldwin, may Ray Baldwin pa eh. Kakaiba.
Tignan mo.
Si di ba, yung taga Feng Shui, si Master Hans. Di ba ano man? Apprentice mo yun, yung taga Feng Shui. Kasi basa mo talaga yung mga ganun, Ray, talino mo talaga.
Ay, at talino talaga. Tignan mo, nagagalit na tuloy yung mga viewers natin sa atin. Ba't daw kasi ako kumakanta? Sige guys, mainitin talaga yung ulo nila eh, no? Umagang-umaga. Siguro, ang papait ng mga buhay.
Kinaway pa eh, hindi pa yung kape yung naway. Ito lang yun, Ray. Ang masasabi ka na lang, sasali ka na 'di ba sa The Voice PH patapos ng ating Masters Berlin. Sure na 'yan. So abangan niyo na guys. Practice to ni Ray. Ano ba kayo? Huwag niyo naman sirain yung mga panaginip niya maging next Songbird of Asia.
Yan, ako na yung next Regine Velasquez. Pero pag ako narinig yung manta, tignan nyo. Ba in love kayo. Baka di niya balikan yung mga ex, no?
Ang lala. Dinagdagan pa ng hugot. Kay Monta na naghugot pa.
Di na nga sila, alam mo, kaya yung mga iniiwan yung mga yan. Guys, kapag di na kayo mahal, huwag nyo na balikan, di na kayo mahal eh. Pinagpalit na kayo sa malapit. So, pinagpalit kayo sa jet lane.
Valorant, mas malala pa sa Tinder. Yun talaga yun. Landian platform. At mukhang linalandi na dito ng effort yung Sentinels. Sinasabi, pakis nga dyan. At mukhang makakiss of death nga papunta sa B-side. So here we go. Esperanza just bringing that spike from the garage. At uy, okay to sa F4Q. Diba sinasabi natin kanina, wait lang, ito, real talk, real quick. Kanina sinasabi natin, mid control makakatulong sa kanila. At yung sagot ng Sentinels, yung slow orb ni Sick, yung pang-stall na ganon, and it worked out last time. Pero ngayon, kasi dahil mas mabilis yung entry ng F4Q, nahuli nila yung Sentinels. And they actually get the B-side pretty much convincingly, Ray. So, ito na, 4v2, eco round para sa Sentinels. So, gets naman bakit nangyari yon. Pero ito talaga dapat gawin ng F4Q. Makuha nila yung mid-control. Pwede sila mag-B, pwede sila mag-A, at pwede silang manalo ng rounds kalaban sa Sentinels who will go intense. Ito na, magpapakita, patay siya ni Bonnie. At Bonnie right now, hippity-hoppity, goes the best race in the world. And 2-3, F4Q gets another one here, Ray.
Ay, grabe yung best, natin, the best race. Yan ang #1 race talaga, as expected, coming in from a body. But then, eco round lang din na magsing Sentinels. Kalmahan nyo lang. Kita nyo naman na eco sila kanina, tapos hindi nag-work everything from the control mid na naman. And F4Q, medyo seryoso Hindi walang flying kiss si 5K this time around. Pero ito na, naka-ion operator na si Shazam.
Oh no.
Yan yung basic strat against F4Q last time. Pero ito, raise ng Pinas, really get one. Fortunately, wala. Denied pa rin ni Dapper together with 6 ngayon si Ban at Esperanza.
Alam mo bakit na-deny yun? Sinabi mo raise ng Pinas eh. Na-deny nga tayo, di ba? Pumunta ng Berlin.
Ay, iba pala yung...
wala. Ay,
iba pala.
Oy, iniisip ko palang iba, Rere. Ay, issue.
Issue. Oy, sorry, akin.
Ay, tapos, ito si Tens, wait, tambay muna. Oh, nice stop. On to 5K. And this is the best answer right now. Kung alam na ng Sentinels dito, napapasok dito talaga ang F4Q. Just put Tens there, and kung kukombo siya with Sick, yung slow orb into the peak, wala ka na masyadong magagawa dito yung F4Q unless mahuli na si Tens. Ito na, Zumba C, Zumba U, and he's gonna get that kill on to Tens. 4v2 right now si Sick. One away from the resurrections. Pwede niyo ibalik si Tyson dito sa larong to. FIL in the meantime, gonna meet Zoms in pitch combat. At mukhang magiging mag-isa na lang dito si Zunba. So habang may time dito, mukhang may nag-atanong sa Facebook. Oy, shoutout sa aking kapatid. Kasi ka-last name ko si Reginald. Thank you, pare. Thank you.
Supremacy.
Si Anthony Celeste rin. Sige, yun na yung shoutout segment natin. Kasi hindi pa tapos. Zunba still alive. 20 seconds. Pero walang spike. So, ito na, Dapper. Oras mo na, Dapper. Ito na, Dapper.
Dapper. Is this the Dapper magic?
Dapper,
pero 13 seconds. Dapper. Ay,
wala.
Ito tumitingin-tingin. Ang tingin-tingin mo dyan. Pero ito si Zune pa, nag-aalangan pa rin. Wala kasi info. Okay. Wala na.
Wala eh. Mapapa-see you again ka na lang kay Rere. Diba? Sige nga.
Pero, speaking of that, the usual what we've seen last time sa matchup nila, that's what Sentinels has been executing. Siguro they give a lot too much information for them sa split also when it comes not just to F4Q, but also to other teams, specifically sa G2, di ba? Talagang na-read sila ng G2 and maybe G2 just wanted to tell them na the second time around, it won't work for you guys anymore. And that's a big lead coming in from them. Pero this time around, kita mo naman, Sentinels leads by 2. Body nagpaka-aggressive pero denied lang because of that wall. Pero naglabas na din sila sa A-site ngayon ng lockdown. And let's see if may mala-lockdown ba ngayon. Pero unfortunately, wala. They will be giving up the side for the side of F4Q. Pero wala pong nakakapag-entry dahil denied lang coming in from that Saki, pero nakapag-set up na din sila. Pero naka-judge si Tens. Okay, walang pag-dash in, pero naka-Reyna naman.
Okay.
He takes out that clear. Let's see, will that be giving a lot of good blinds sa F4Q? Wala pa naman dahil all of them are just holding with that post-blast. Pero he already released coming from Rafters. Pero nga lang, Bonnie will be seeing his head. They still try to get that retake. Pero pag may sumilip kay Shazam, will he be able to pick off one? Wala pa rin. Dahil sobrang defensive lang ang F4Q this time around, denied pa rin, and still Zombs gets dead of one, but then Zumba, just by staying here, Pillars denies a lot as we already have Sick na nag-isa na lang, pero he will be running away and saying goodbye as he can just go with the exit frags. Pero
no, he can't. Okay? Okay, sige. Respeto na tayo, Ray. Respeto na. Kasi this is actually a game, ah. Ina-assist ko muna noong umpisa kung pwede talaga tayo mag-chill time, joke time. Hindi eh. Kasi dun sa A-take yun ng F4Q, it feels like nung nakapwesto talaga sa site ng mabilisan, nadaanan nila lahat ng ult utilities ng Sentinels. Sobrang nakakatulong sa kanila makaset up in the first place. At isip mo, Tins, judge mo si Bunny. Look at that last shot though from Zudba. Chef's kiss. Lutong-luto talaga. Pero isipin mo, i-judge mo yung Raze main. Hindi eh. Hindi mo magagawa yun. Reyna ka lang. Siya. Umaasa ka pa. Umaasa ka pa.
At ba't ka naka-judge? Diba?
Wala akong flights. Wala akong
flights. Meron ka lang dismiss tsaka self-heal. So, wala kang ganun. Tense. Huwag ka munang mangarap. Pero this time around, nang real talk. Pero dito muna tayo. All share by coming in from Sentinel once again as F4Q will be leading already. Rather, will be wanting to tie this up. Pero nakikita mo yung gano'n nakabasa-basa yung Sentinels this time around sa split ha. Kasi usually you don't get a good read sa kanila sa side ng F4Q. But this time around, I think F4Q still wants to take this really seriously. Dahil nga napaka-importante pa rin naman kahit pa paano sa kanila. It's all about the pride itself. And the pride still manifests for the side of Bunny as he picks out Zombs. They're already controlling all over A-side. But Sam, under Pinesa, pero nga lang, sa likod lang pala siya magkakaling 5 kills this season already. Hindi man lang yan ay tama sa ulo iyon. And tatlo na lang kagad ang natitira coming from Sentinels. I most likely they won't be going with the Resu plus that Empress. Isa-save na lang nila to kagad and gonna go with the exit frags once again.
Anong save dito na Ray? Iko to. Sentinels, labas! Ito na! Attention, roll call. Mag-flag ceremony muna tayo dito sa A-side. Tens, nandito ka ba? Raise your hand. Dapper Sick, nandito ba kayo? Time is ticking though. And F4Q, tambay muna sa A-side. Percy Tens, mukhang nagpakita na nga. Attention, Esperanza daw makakuli sa kanya. 4v2, dismiss to disengage. Sick right now, hiding by the ramps. Naghahanap ng paraan. Percy Dapper, huli na. At ang F4Q, hindi pa tapos. 4-4 na Ray. It's all tied up ang F4Q. Parang yung mga magagandang band sa K-pop, nagkaka-reunion rin eh. At ito na, reunion tour and Bunny showing up. 11 kills para sa kanya. Big sign to sa success ng F4Q at walang nakakita na nauntog siya. Kasi yun na, mukhang sinampal lang naman niya yung ulo ng kalaban niya. Isa po, okay, Dapper, so sick with the shots, so precise. And no one saw the blast back. Bunny lang yan, Dre. Yun lang yun, the Bunny experience. But I have to say, Ray, etong, sinasabi mo diba, na parang sineseryoso nga na F4Q. Big deal rin to eh. Kasi isipin mo, defending champions ang kalaban mo. And if you take a map of them, if you take a series of them, ang laking bagay pa rin nun eh. Ang laking bagay nun. And it just goes to show gano'ng kalakas ang potential ng F4Q if ever that happens. So this is gonna be where the fight really kicks off, Ray. Dito na talaga magkakaalaman. At si Bunny ang magiging magduduelist Tifton versus Tens. Isa para kay 5K. At ito na ang ating Ray na dismiss habang naka-knife out para lang hindi mamatay. Sakto lang yun. Bunny to brought back to Esperanza as we do get the drop down from the Cypher. And Zumba right now, kita pero hindi makukulong. Mag-isa na lang dito si Zombie. Because divide siya, pero kung na-divide na teammates niya, ano pa kaya magagawa dito ni Zombs? F4Q in position, Ray, para makuha ang lead dito sa game na to.
Naku po, medyo unstoppable na this time around the effort. Imagine you're going up against 5 and it's super hard because all of them are seeing all those angles kung saan manggagaling si Zombs. And speaking of, he doesn't have any deny at all. 5K wants to pick this. He gets some meds. Okay? Pero nga lang, time pressure na din. Zombs, kailangan hindi mo na to asimin. You can just save this one out. And speaking of, he will just be running away with it. Pero remember, may gusto pang sumaklolo sa kanyang likod and naaabulin na nga siya dito. He still wants to get this exit crowds. Audition na kayo. Pero Esperanza denies it as he sings a lot. And F4Q finally leads against 1 sa Sentinels.
Nako. Lahat ng chat magwawala na dito, Ray. Kasi F4Q, ang effort nila dito, nakikita natin na manifest na lang nila yung mga duels at yung mga wins. And this has been a criticism about Sentinels for a while na. Sige, ang ganda ng mga laro nila, ang smooth ng plays nila. Pero pag inisip mo talaga, hindi siya ganun ka big brain eh. It is more on how sure they do things, how strong they are fundamentally. Pero ang nangyayari ngayon, nag-pick lang sila out in the open, natalo sila sa duels, and more often than not, yung Sentinels talaga, they have a lot of strats in them, pero ayaw nila pakita dito, Ray. Alam ko naman, may laki pa ang playbook ng Sentinels. And don't get me wrong, sineseryoso naman nito against F4Q. Pero sinasabi ko nga, dito sa series na to, kung bigla na lang may ipakita dito ang Sentinels na hindi pa nila pinakita before, hindi yun makakatulong sa run nila sa playoffs. At syempre, sino pa katapat nila? Mga taga-NA, so kilala sila. So kung may secret stats sila dito, talaga dito, Ray, tago muna nila. Pero mukhang ang ating tower dito, hindi masisira ng Rocket. Kasi Bunny, kung showstopper lang para maka-entry. Spike planted, ito na, ikot na naman ng Sentinels. At si Sick nag-try mag-place backline. Pero F4Q, hadang-handa na naman. Cosmic Divide though is the call. At ito na, 1-2-1. Mukha na lang nag-geometry tayo sa high school. At Esperanza makuha na isa. Pero sometime, ito na, ang the magician himself, Efren Battery, ay si Shazam pala to. At bigla na lang, look at the setup inside the Cosmic Divide. Shazam try to fly on high. Pero si Zul pa rin na makakahuli sa kanya. At si Dapper, alam niya yung trick. Hindi mauuntog ang bala niya dyan. Pero Peekaboo, 5k sees you Zomso with a takedown. At 5k versus 2. Kaya ba ni Zoms? Take it to the stun side. Frozen pick! At na-retake pa rin ng Sentinels. 5-5 scoreline. Kinaya pa ng NA dito. At all tied up na naman ang laro, Ray.
Grabe naman to, the series of banters of those rounds coming from F4Q and Sentinels. But this time around though, if you saw that Dax, Sentinels, they give B-side. Because they were actually prepared for that call. Dahil dalawa ang nalabas na Cosmic Divide coming from each team's Astras. And we're already seeing a lot of good retakes. Plus that entry coming from Shazam with that Blade Storm really dwelled upon just undermanning effort. And finally, they won with that Thrifty. And finally, kanina pa natin hitay, when will Sentinels get that momentum once again? Ito na nga yung kaabang-abang. This is gonna be their answer also for F4Q. Kanina pa kayo sobrang asim. And this time around, I think the confidence also ng Sentinels kailangan na mag-manifest dahil ayaw mo. It's the pride that we're all talking about. Imagine, you have effort, you didn't win at least, they won at least a map, but they never won a series. Tapos kapag naipanalo nila to against Sentinels, that's a big deny coming from World Champs, and that's where we're gonna be expecting dapat, di ba? 2-0 to in favor of Sentinels, but effort right now, they're also built different this time around.
Yeah, ito na yun eh. It just feels like really pag wala ka nang malulose eh. Nothing to lose, everything to gain. Just utter confidence na tipong talo tayo, sige, smile lang. Panalo tayo, ngiting wagi talaga to. And in this case, operator versus operator to Ray. Bunny, naka-op. Si Shazam rin may hawak-hawak. Pero ito na naman, yung story ngayon ng Sentinels, good read by the Sentinels so far. So let's put the stage there. Pero even better, Kaliki Bunny, patay na kagad si Tenz dyan. Pero si Sick, nakita niya yung lineup. At mukhang so sick of love songs and so sick of people getting collateral like that, Ray. It's now 4v3. Dapper with the spray on down. Pero 5k. Mag-i-empress Esperanza. Magpakikita dito sa Grudge. Di pa siya nadahadapa sa traps dito ng ating Cypher. At si Dapper ngayon, tambay muna sa likod. Cyber Cage para lang makadaan dito sa kaliwa. Pero si Zoms, nakahuli na ng isa. At mukhang lugi pa dito ang F4Q, Ray.
Speaking of, they see the heads of one and Dapper gets a trade and still Sentinels manages to finish off with a 6-5. Isa na lang kung magkakaroon ba sila ng 2-round lead against F4Q or it's not going to work against them anymore. Pero Efina, paano kaya ikaw mag-step up palalo? But going around the attacking side, it's really hard for KJ to actually make those moves. But that smoke itself, naging harang pa ngayon para sa side ng F4Q and that's it. Sentinels leading by 1. They finally, nakikita mo yung pocket stats nila. Naglalapag na naman sila ng onting Yu-Gi-Oh cards lang naman against F4Q. Mga onti lang. Di pa nila i-release lahat. Pero right now, gusto nila mag-commit sa A-site. Let's see if this will be possible. Bunny with that Judge, alam mo na, he's gonna go with that flights plus that Judge once again as he will be taking out right now his Boombots plus this lockdown coming in from Efina himself, but definitely will buy a lot of time as they don't have a lot of information as where the guys of Sentinels are. Plus, you have that good setup sa A-site. Ang dami-daming pagdadaanan ng F4Q before they can finally win the side. And speaking of, natrap na nga sila kay, natrap sila kay Sick, pero nga lang, that was with a big help coming in from Zombs himself and Tens is actually waiting for them, and that was a bad wall kasi naging favorable pa nga para kay Tens. And we only have a Zunba from Rafters. He wants to play the imposter here, pero Sick, inaabangan na nga lang siya together with Shazam. They're just playing their time, and Shazam executes the last kill and a flawless round for the side of Sentinels. 7-5 na nga ang ating scoreline ngayon.
Yan, delikado masyado ginawa doon ng F4Q. Sinasabi nga na, diba, ang win condition dito ang mid control. Kasi i-expect mo na lang lahat ng utility nakaharang sa A site, nakaharang sa B. At kitang-kita, mag-spell card ka ng lockdown pero puro trap card dito, Ray ang nakatago sa field. Trip bars galore, cyber cage, at wall na ginamit lang ni Tens dyan. And Tens, the forbidden one, my grandpa's deck has no bad cards, and it goes to shore. May puso talaga dito ang Sentinels. At umabot tayo sa halftime na may lead pa rin ang Sentinels dito. So 7-5 scoreline, not a bad effort for FRQ whatsoever. Kitang-kita na natuto naman sila. Alam nila itong mapa na ito para sa mid-control. Pero at the same time, yung utility usage ng Sentinels ang pinaka nakakatulong sa kanila on the sites. And dun sa mid-contest naman, pag masyadong masikip, diba? Parang pumasok ka ng MRT, dikit-dikit lang lahat. Dahil lang doon.
Mamaya, no? Sandaan.
No, pero yun nga, di ba? Kasi dikit-dikit lang lahat doon sa pag-push into the B-Heaven, plus yung parang kung may smoke pa na nakaharang, di mas madali pa maka-line up doon ang Sentinels ng mga kills. And we saw that a few times na dahil lang sa stall nung Sage ng Sentinels gamit ng slow orbs ng Barrier Orb at yung sarili niya with the shots, it was a way para sa Sentinels para lang pigilan ang F4Q pag nag-play sila ng mid na yun.
And speaking of, if I'm not mistaken, that Sage wall came from F4Q, right? Ba? Nakapula eh. Oo, nakapula eh. So, naging advantage pa nga ni Tens yun. He actually raised that up. But then, looking at this, kanina medyo kinabahan ng Sentinels eh. Okay, looks like our form is gonna get crushed. But unfortunately, that big deny na naman coming in from big retakes a drifty round nila shifted the momentum up again in their hands. But right now, shout out muna natin syempre yung nagpapabate si Sean Galvez sa girlfriend ng si Agnieszka Salas. Sana all ay nanonood together. Pero ang tanong ko lang sa inyong mga nanonood, hindi pa kayo natutulog?
I mean, depende yan sa Sentinels no, by this point. Kakaya ba nila tapusin to ng 2-0 or sasagot pa talaga ang F4Q in the first place? Ito naman yung mapa ng F4Q. At last time naman nagkita sila dito, mas dikit yung labanan, Ray. 13-9 ang final scoreline. Pero funny enough, yung first half rin nun, pareho lang eh. Pareho lang nakita natin. 7 points ang Sentinels sa defense, 5 points sa attacking side yung F4Q. Kung mapapa-deja vu na lang kayo dito, hindi kami magugulat. Kasi kitang-kita naman na halos pareho yung mga composition. Same piece na naglalabanan. Dito replay though, ito ay live. Ito ang pinakahuling match sa group stage. Bukas, quarterfinals. The next day, semifinals. At may grand finals rin tayo, of course. But besides that, kita namin na nagpupuyat kayo. Happy naman kami nandito kayo. Pero ito na, labanan na muli. Sentinels, can they wrap it up or sasagot pa ang F4Q at mapapadabad tayo sa game number 3?
Papadpad pa nga tayo sa Haven. Okay, we have this good wall coming from the side of FRQ just to prevent that mid control. Pero Dapper waiting patiently, tries to go with a pre-fire, pero dalawa ang gustong lumusob sa kanya. And speaking of, Efina will be getting the head of Dapper. Uy, may kill na si Efina. Pangalawa niya na yan. At bilang. Pero ngayon, di pa rin, gusto pa rin i-contest ang Sentinels ang mid, and he sees it. It's Shazam. Pag-follow up si Tens, marunong maghabot to take off his teammate. At talaga nag-aabulan sila ngayon. Pero may alarm bot. He will be bailing out of that. Pero Zunba, nakaabang pa rin sa kanila ngayon. Wala pang lalabas. All of this is gonna be dry picks. Pero nga lang denied coming in from that frenzy of Zombs. And now they're taking over B-site rather, as Zombs will be planting out in the open. Pero nga lang mapipikan ba siya ngayon ng mga gagal sa Heaven? Unfortunately, wala pa. But ano tinitingin mo yan, Tens? Ba't sa iba ka nakatingin? Dapat nakatingin ka lang sa kay Kaide. Sabi ngayon ni Bonnie. And speaking of, Sick will be looking sa may magpupunta sa site mismo. Nakapag-cross na nga kagad. Sick na lang ang natitira going up against 3. Pero Bonnie denies that and F4Q diffuses it. 7-7 na magiging magiging scoreline natin. Unless the thrifty strict na naman of Sentinels.
Diba? Maiko lang, yun talaga yun eh. As sabi ko kanina, sobrang similar talaga ng game na to compared to the last game na nagkita sila dito sa split. One interesting fact though to note is actually Bunny is really popping off. At minention mo, diba, Efina, second kill pa lang niya. He was the one hard carrying last time. So, the fact of the matter is, parang naiba dito yung carry ng F4Q. Si Bunny nauna. Minsan nauna masyado. But besides that, he has been getting the kills. And one thing to note also, bumalik na si 5K back to his comfort pick. Bumalik siya sa Reyna. Gusto niya tapatan si Ten sa Reyna battle rin. And we have been waiting for this matchup ng matagal na. Korea Reyna versus NA Reyna. Who can get that win? Well, in this case, medyo paas pa dito ang Sentinels. Pistol round na naman para sa kanila. But Dapper playing that solo A. Mukhang naghahanap lang siya ng konting lason dito. Pero wala eh. At least he does get a star on the board dahil lang sa presence niya. Naghahanap pa dito ng F4Q ng konting contest galing sa Sentinels. Pero slow and steady muna ngayon, Ray. At may oras pa tayo mag-order ng ating almusal kasi pwede pa to mag-game 3 if ever ang F4Q tuloy-tuloy lang ang formula. At baka curse! The Ray curse!
Oh, come on. Di nga ako nagkaroon ng curse kan. Eh, meron pa rin pala nag-OT nga pala kay Ilu. Pero, biglang marami nang ine-execute at tinatapon na utilities ang F4Q just to prevent ang Sentinels. Pero nga lang si Bunny looking at them at B-Tower, he confirms na meron pang mga tao dito na hindi umaalis at all. But remember, Sick will be going inside tower already. Tenza finds a perfect kill so that it can be wide open. And speaking of, oh no, hindi tumama si Esperanza. Tenz, alam na nga din na meron sa may backside as we check every corner that we have. Pero nga lang, gusto nila magpaka-run and gun. And speaking of, he gets some heads. Pero nga lang, si Zombs nakahawak na din ngayon ng Stinger. It's going to be 3v3. Sick will be healing himself. He will be planting for default. But let's see what will be the probability of F4Q winning this one as Zombs. Under matato naman si Bunny at oh no, don't tell me I jinx it. Don't tell me. Huwag mong sabihing alam.
Humingi ka pa ng numbers eh. Humingi ka pa ng probability at mukhang meron ng pag-asa talaga dito ang Sentinels. Hawak nila Stinger, Spectre at isang Sheriff 3v2. Ito na ang stack versus Sick. Mukhang madadapa siya doon sa kamay ni Efina. Efina now gonna get 2 so far. And 5K on the board. F4Q. Kinaya pa i-clutch celebrations para sa kanila. Korea to make it all tied up. And here we have it. It's 7-7, pero damage was done by Sentinels at kailangan ka dito ka-on point ang F4Q kung gusto nila ng tie-breaking map, Ray.
Speaking of, this is the perfect opportunity for F4Q to tell us na, okay, we're gonna be having the Haven map, but it's not over. Pero nga lang, yung round naman na yun, dapat kasi maipanalo pa rin ng F4Q. Kasi kapag hindi, sila pa yung mahihirapan. And you're gonna be giving up at least two rounds sa side ng Sentinels. But speaking of full buy of Sentinels this time around, ready na din si Zombs with that Cosmic Divide that they can actually use when they want to cut off a site. And speaking of Shazam, he wants to get that entry sa naman, pero naglabas ng near si 5K this time around. And malamang na malamang alam na niya, there's someone at mid na naman once again because that's what Sentinels wants to execute. They are one of the kings of mid picks and that's really working so far for them. As Dapper, parati siyang nasa A side. Default parati yung strat ng Sentinels. Hindi nila binabago. Ayaw nilang magpakita this time around. Pero the fact that they're already at mid-vents, they want to clear out everything. But you have 5K na gustong sumilap pagbaba ni Tens. He gets the head and now bumagsak si Tens. Pinutulan ng paa. Ni 5K sabi na, what's up mga paa? Sabi ni 5K pero nga lang si Shazam. Kukuha pa kaya ulit? He tries to bait. Will he go through the smoke? Walang spray pero 5K waited patiently. He takes Shazam. Denied na naman ang mid-control ng Sentinels once again. As we can really see here, F4Q. What is happening to Sentinels? Pero nga natin is favorable sa kanila. Nakita niyo yung barrel. He says, ay, nag-petition. Gamit lang naman ang charge. At ngayon, si Zombs na lang ang natitira.
Oh no, si Zombs na lang nga mag-isa dito. Ni-mention mo may Cosmic Divide siya pang setup pero kung mag-isa lang siya dito, ano pa kaya magagawa niya? F4Q, na-counter nila yung mid-contest ng Sentinels by holding on the A side, holding on the B at flawless dito para sa F4Q. Sabi ko nga dito, diba Ray? Huwag ka mag-judge, Tins. Kasi yung reason dapat nag-judge dito. At si Bunny, 20 kills na. Flawless nga ang nakita natin dito per 5K. Wala o ankle breaker like Mike. Mukhang talaga ang F4Q dito. Handang-handa para na manira talaga ng Sentinels ngayon. At si Bunny rin, surprise. Nag-bounce pa nga yung spike doon sa pader. And Bunny with the 3K picking up a free rifle along the way. F4Q, all smiles, all cheers. At yun nga, diba sinasabi ko, ngiting wagi Ray kung manalo sila dito. Nanalo sila ng bonus nila, and now they have the gun advantage yet again. Sentinels maghihirap ngayon.
Oh my. Pagpatulog.
Ray. May gusto ka ba sabihin sa akin, Ray?
No, I need coffee.
drop Gcash really quick sa chat para bigyan ka ng coffee fund. Wala Nako, Ray, mukhang talaga wala Curse confirm. Kung matapos to with an F4Q win, curse confirm. Now, in all honesty, yung mention natin na yung Sentinels paulit na ulit ang ginagawa nila. It is a way to protect themselves para sa playoffs. But at the same time, dahil ito na yung pangalawang beses nilang kalaban yung F4Q, wala Alam na ng F4Q gagawin nila yun Alam na nila yung galawan nila na napanood na yung VOD, alam na yung mga pwesto na yun. At ang Sentinels, mukhang magigipit dito Ray in a way na maglalabas pa tayo ng bagong setup, bagong strat at i-expose natin sa mga kalaban natin sa ating playoffs, or tutuloy lang natin to, magtitiwala lang ba tayo na manalo tayo through sheer force of will, brute force, yung tipong untog mo yung ulo mo sa pader hanggang masira. Pero alam naman natin, mahirap talaga gawin yon at maghihirap dito ang Sentinels. Kasi yun talaga, kung wala silang ibang gagawin at alam na ng F4Q sa kabila, handa na dito ang Korean squad para matik ang map na to.
Plus, hindi ba naisip ng Sentinels na if they're gonna be losing this map, we're gonna go to Haven. And in Haven, it's all about seriousness already. You don't wanna go by defaults once again, diba? And kapag binigay pa nila yun, a lot of teams are actually gonna be so interested as to how Sentinels play in that map. Kaya yun yung mga gusto nang i-prevent ng Sentinels this time around. Pero tignan natin si Sik, nakita niya na actually. Pero really go through the smoke. Light na naman si Sik. Alam mo, dati pa talagang denied si Sik sa garage. Parati yun sa B-main. Pero tignan mo, ganun pa rin kasi strat ng Sentinels. We've seen this map a lot of times. And the Sentinels, they don't want to change anything about it. Pero this time around, natuto na sila sa ganun mga pagkakamali. Bunny is that one. Then denied na naman.
Nagsisinungaling ka, Ray. That is a lie kasi hindi sila natuto. Same angle para kay Bunny. Judge again, hawak-hawak niya. At alam na ni Bunny, kaya niya susubin na to ang Sentinels. Fly on high, Duna. Para dito tumano, Gravity Well, pero stuck para makalapit lang dyan. Esperanza daw, speed lang dyan para makatatlo. At F4Q, dalawa na ang agwat nila sa Sentinels. 9-7 na to. Ito na ang chance ng Sentinels para bumalik kasi may baril na sila dito. Pero nakikita natin, F4Q, nothing to lose, everything to gain. And they're playing so comfortably right now on their map pick and in a style they know how to play, Ray.
Mapapatingin na ako sa Jollibee.
Ito na, pancake sandwich with bacon, egg, and cheese. So, ang tanong ko sa'yo, ilan ang bibilin mo?
Isa lang naman. Pwede na ako doon. Kailangan ko ng hot chocolate kasi hindi nga ako sobrang ma-coffee. Kapag nag-coffee ako, guys, wala akong tulog hanggang bukas na. Pero, funny!
Wala.
Para natin kang predicted dapat. Tigilin mo na yan.
Wala. Hindi nga yun hindi tipong Rudy Balvin moves yung tipong wala lang Nakita na namin yung sagot dito sa questionnaire na to, yung tipong nagka-leakage ng exam questions And here we have it again, Efina, huli niya si Teds. Now gonna go for the lockdown sa likod lang ng Cosmic Divide. Binabait niya yung kalaban niya. Sige nga, pick nyo nga to. Lapit kayo dito. Ang Sentinels, wala kailangan nila respetuhin to. Makakatakas pa sila lahat. Aabot pa sila sa labas ng Dome of Doom. Zombs nakatalon. Mukhang okay pa naman dito Sentinels, pero the damage has been done, Ray 5v3. At ang ganda ng hold ni Efina so far.
Oh no, what is happening? Pero okay, let's see how will they get up. Let's see how will they actually win this. Pero 5k nakaabang na as to where Sik is. He's already at 7 HP. Kapag na-pick off niya yan, he can actually heal. Pero risk na ito ng Sentinels. It's a now or never one. But then, Tumitingin, checking out every corner, but Esperanza denies one. Zombs gets ahead. There is only at 30. You're going up against 4. You're holding an operator right now. Both of you are very low, and just by the facial plus the spray coming from Esperanza, F4Q will be leading now by 3. Ay, nako. Dax, ilibre mo na ako. Mura lang naman yun.
Hindi, lilibre na kita last time. Bahala ka na dyan. Kaya mo na yan. Kaya mo na yan.
Natatawa ako.
Hindi. Kinakaya na FOQ. Nakita mo yun.
Yan lang.
Basang-basa. Like, simply put, kung alam mo na may tao talaga doon, kung alam mo na may chance magkaka-A take in the first place, pwede ka naman mag-showstopper play. At si Bunny, gagawin niya yun. Flights master yan. Tipong binigyan siya ng lisensya ng piloto pag nag-reach siya talaga And how many times have we seen him play that aggression? How many times na siya talaga yung nag-uumpisa dito sa laban na ito? And with Sentinels playing that A cipher again and again na mag-isa lang doon si Dapper, naghahanap ng konting pitas, kung may chance kaya makapasok ng site, it's just not gonna work out for him. Kasi ano ba ang palag mo doon sa palapit na showstopper? So, F4Q, just answering back sa galawan ng Sentinels. So in all honesty, this is a really good map that F4Q can win. Not only kasi map pick nila, kasi nakalaro na nila ang Sentinels at yung game plan nila pareho lang from last time. Once we get into Haven, ibang tanong na yun, Ray, kasi iba na talagang lalabas nun ng Sentinels regardless of what we see here today. But here we have it, F4Q peeking, but Dapper it ends! The tabs are gonna connect para sa Sentinels dito. Isa pa para kay Sik, and 80 talaga ang malapitan dito. Bunny though in the meantime, trying to go for the flights, want to answer on back, pero wala naka-wall na at si Zumba. Odin versus 3, kaya ba dito? Pero Shazam! Ayan na, magical act galing sa ating Jet, 10-8. Ito na ba ang Sentinels? Nilalabas na nila ang 100% dito.
Mukhang ito na nga gusto nilang ilabas this time around dahil kailangan mo nang maglabas at i-connect na para magkaroon ka ng Exodia here in the Yu-Gi-Oh cards going up against F4Q, and that's a thrifty execution once again of Sentinels, and ayaw mo maging 11 yan. Ayaw mo na naman na sobrang magastos sa side nyo. But at least F4Q will be going in a timeout. They finally maybe trying to figure out na meron pa sigurong opportunity just to check out kung ano bang nangyari on that round na thrifty sila, but all I think is that high risk with the sheriffs coming up para sa side ng Sentinels ang naging sagot. Plus, Shazam took out his Blade Storm, getting out 2 kills already.
Malaking bagay kasi rin yung reaction time ng parehong teams And more often than not, nakikita natin sa side ng Sentinels. So, ako na nangyari yan. So, sa Sentinels, diba? Pag nakita nila, biglang may peak sa smoke, tapos nakabantay sila doon, usually sila nakaka-react na mas maaga And that's been one of their biggest strengths sa career nila as a team. Yung mechanical skill nila, mas mabilis compared to many others. Tens pa lang, diba? Siya yung pinaka-malaki example doon. And the whole team follow suit in that. Ang nagagawa ngayon ng F4Q, yun nga, yung mga reads nila, yung mga positions nila, pero yung mga risky peeks through the smoke, it's not gonna help them out in that situation. Feel ko nga, mas okay pa sana nag-retake scenario na lang sila doon. So, kahit dito may lead ang F4Q, hindi dapat sila masyadong manguna. Hindi nila kailangan unahan yung teammates nila, hindi nila kailangan unahan sarili nila, saktong timing lang. At kailangan nila maintindihan yun. Kailangan nila ma-respeto yun or makakabalik talaga dito ang Sentinels. But here we go again, Ray, paulit-ulit na lang. There's the mid-take, there's the garage check, and
Dapper.
Of course, Dapper, mag-isa sa A-side.
Always. Sige, hanggang kailan nyo ba i-contest yan, Sentinels? Pero sige, let's give this to them in a way na, okay, you don't wanna tell your secrets? Okay, dahil broadcast na, pag sinabi mo yung mga sikretong malulupit. And speaking of, it's always the same strategies the Sentinels has been executing ever since against F4Q, plus of course, sa G2, yun ang naman ang mga kinalaban nila. And the Zunba, nakuha siya through the smoke, na-dig siya kahit papano, but Sentence ngayon, nakapasok na sa may A tower and behind the back, Zunba takes his head, but there's a follow-up na coming from Sik. Nakapag-rotate na siya na napakalaki, and speaking of, he will be resurrecting his teammate. Possibility of them going to A side is very probable na, but still, they're waiting for Shazam. They're waiting for the IGL to get the 1 kill, and that's gonna be the game changer of this game. Pero nga lang mag-extend siya up until pillars. Will you see some heads right now? Because Spikey will just be denying a lot of the entries, and he goes with the 2K. At ngayon si Bunny na ang answer na naman. We only have 10s. Is this gonna be the 10th showdown that we're all looking forward to with that Empress that he has? Wala na siyang meron lang siyang dismiss together with that heal. Hihintay lang siya kanya. And he goes with the 1 kill. 19 seconds on the clock right now. He sees the head of Esperanza. Pero nga lang lunchbox. Wala sa pabor niya as Athena takes him behind the backs. And that's it. F4Q still wins it. Na-figure out na naman nila yung bagong trap card ng Sentinels. And down to last 2 before we can have a match 3.
Sobrang strong ng pinch na yun. Ang ganda nung rotation nila. A-side pa lang, nakatambay na kagad ang tatlo. At F4Q handang-handa. Not only that though, besides of course, Bunny playing the judge, getting in the face of Shazam. How do you even hit that guy by that point? At kitang-kita talaga, cheers. Now, it was perilous for a little bit. May pagkadelikado talaga dahil nag-Empress si Tens doon. Nakakuha siyang isa. Kung naka-snowball siya doon, nahanap niya lang isa pang target, he could have actually clutched that out. Pero yun nga, yung angles na ng F4Q, pinch play from the front and the back, from the screens and the main, allows them to maintain this lead, and Bunny will do it again! Puro na lang kayo mid-take, sabi ni Bunny. Tama na yan, 5K on the board as well, huli na si Dapper, at isa pa si Sink, isa pa yan, 1+1 buy one take one para kay 5K dito. At mukhang si Tens at si Zombs na lang natitira ngayon. Ang mid-control, nagka-mid kalintek-lintek dito para sa Sentinels kasi F4Q. Lahat na lang napwestuhan na kailangan nila i-contest on defaults ng Sentinels. May nakatambay. Rams pa lang. May Reyna na. Yung Bunny nasa Vince. Nag-play ng operator. At kung lumusog ka dito sa galing sa garage, may Odin na lang na nag-iintay. But Sentinels, ano pa kaya magagawa nila? Morse code galing kay Zombs. Ito na, tipong crouch. May secret strats yan dahil sa mga crouch. Ganun sila nagko-communicate Ray. Pero ito na, Tens looking for the setup from Zombs. Esperanza though, looking to play the orbs. Lear muna dyan. Gravity well para lang mahuli yung stage. At si Esperanza pa rin. Isa para sa kanya, dalawa na. At F4Q on map point. Mukhang kayang-kaya pa mag-game 3 kasi flawless yun para sa F4Q.
And because of that, we're seeing the light for F4Q as we're gonna be going maybe to a game 3. But wait lang, there's more of how they actually just read this like a book. Kung dati sinabi ni Shazam yun, I'm reading you like a book ngayon, basang-basa na ng F4Q. And ayaw talagang ipakita ng Sentinels yung something. Yung parang puso ng saging, ayaw pa nila talagang ipakita the perfect recipe. Pero still, kahit mo may quite hesitant yung Sentinels. But they wanna risk this all out. It's now or never. Kailangan talaga nalang asimin this time around. But there's the traps coming in. Pero nga nagtako ng clear this time around. Bunny gets a kill na naman. But the Nightmare Zombs together with Tens. And this can be a possibility. But remember, we have the Odin coming from soon. But he gets one. Alam na kagad. He goes with the ball back. Pero the Nightmare Zombs, you have 5K once again. E1 na E1 out. Ngayon,
Dapper.
Oh!
Gulat ka na lang. Never saw that coming, Ray. Pero low na dito sobrang Sentinels. Ayun na, 5K. 3K lang kailangan niya. Hindi naman niya kailangan lahat para i-ace. At ano na ang simula para kay 5K. Dismiss muna dyan. Ngiti Sotek. Isang kindat kay Shazam muna. At si Dapper nasa itaas. Judge daw ang hawak dito ni Dapper. Drop down game niya kinakailangan. At 5K nakatatlo. At ayun na, 1v1 with the great one. Pero yung Judge talaga ang pinakamalupit na baril dito sa larong ito. At 12-9. Buhay pa yung Sentinels. At pinulit pa ni Dapper yung Odin Okay. Okay. Interesting. Sige. Pagkanahin mo yan, Dapper. Go lang.
No. Papahinga ka ng malalim eh. But.
Wala Judge supremacy though. Yun talaga natuto ko sa round na yun eh. Yung Judge talaga magdadala.
Let's look at this, Dax. 4 ultimates ready sa side ng F4Q. If they won't execute so much about this one, sobrang, that's gonna be momentum turner na naman. And a momentum shaker for their start. Pero dito si Dapper na meron ba mag-a-asem? I'm gonna go with the wall bang instead. Pero wala pa rin talaga. This is just the counter utilities that Sentinels has in store for them because F4Q has a lot on their hands talaga. Marami pa sila ngayong pera. Marami pa ang lahat. But then just one crucial doings ngayon ng Sentinels will be changing the tides. But 5K deny once again. That wall bang coming from soon pa. Snowball effect na nga nakikita natin. We only have Dapper, Shazam, and Zombs. Wala na si Tens, wala na din si Sick. What is gonna happen to Sentinels this time around? May mga nakaabang na lang. Nakita nga nila na meron pa nag-aabang sa kanila sa may Raptors. That's going to be 5K. But if he gets a first kill here sa may B-side, this can be a probability of Sentinels still winning this. But then F4Q, no cap. Pagkata ni Stat nila, they can just go with the crossfire.
Oh no.
And we're gonna be seeing a map 3, and that's it.
Defenders win.
Oh, Sentinels losing once again in this map for the second time around, the split. And hindi pa pala tapos ang labanan natin ngayon.
Totoo ang Ray curse at totoo yung F sa F4Q stands for flawless victory doon sa pinakahuling round. What a win para sa F4Q. Masasabi ko na lang yung tipong gusto mo matuto magluto, di ba, Ray? Gusto mo matuto ng recipe, bibili mo yung cookbook ng isang chef. At nabasa na! Basang-basa ng F4Q ang libro dito ng Sentinels Chapter 1, Split Default Place. Lahat ng mga ginagawa Dapper, huli. Lahat ng mga garage takes, huli. At yung mga tower takes rin, nasasagot dito ng F4Q. Noong umpisa ng laro, mukhang nag-deja vu lang tayo. Same scoreline, same way na naka 5 points yung isang team, naka 7 yung isa pa. Pero at that second half, the adjustments dun ng F4Q, yung mga rotations nila, proactive enough para harangan yung Sentinels. And not only that, nakagalaw sila around the map. The map control was good. They knew how to play the angles well. At nakukuha nila yung mga targets na kailangan nila patayin ng mabilisan para lang makuha yung map control na yun.
But then, bakit kaya may ayaw i-release right now ang Sentinels? Diba? They're always gonna go for that. And plus, if you take a look at their faces right after the game ended, it's just so chill. So, they have something in their minds right now. And I don't know, wala naman ako, di naman taga-Sentinels. But then, I'm still looking forward if we're gonna be having map 3. And right now, meron na nga. Ano kaya yung magiging execution na naman ng Sentinels in Haven? And we all know that they're really undefeated sa Haven. But kita mo naman on their faces, they're just chill. And plus, it doesn't have a big betting, but at least F4Q got a map out of Sentinels in their best map.
I think it's still a big deal, honestly. Magawa mo yun, makakuha ka na isang map sa defending champions. Kahit wala nang bearing to sa scoreline, and kita nga, diba, Sentinels just doing the same thing. It just goes to show na kung kaya sagutin ng F4Q ang Sentinels, kayang-kaya sagutin ng lahat ng ibang teams pa na nasa playoffs ngayon. And yung Sentinels na talagang kailangan mag-step up ngayon Hindi naman necessarily dito sa series na to. Pero coming into the playoffs, kailangan na hindi lang yun yung aasahan nila. Hindi na pwede yung mga Iceland strats. Hindi lang yun sapat. Marami pang ginagawa. Ang laki ng improvement sa maraming teams. Tingnan mo, Vision Strikers pa lang, sobrang lapit. You have all the NA teams there. You have the EU teams as well. As may crew rin, makikisama talaga latam It just goes to show, ang rami talagang pwede mag-contest dito sa Sentinels right now. Nagmumuka sila dito mortal, Ray, at pwede pa sila talunin. Pero hindi pa tayo tapos, guys. Mag-game number 3! At mukhang umagang kay ganda talaga para kay Maring Ray dito. Hindi pa tapos ang araw natin. Sentinels F4Q magbabalik dito sa Masters Berlin.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where F4Q is not ready to go home just yet. They push us to a third map here against Sentinels, getting their revenge on Split. And I'll be honest, I'm a little confused as to how we got here, so I'm going to need the two of you to help explain to me what was different this time around with F4Q that they were able to lock it up in the second half.
Yeah, I think there were a couple things that went well for them. Number one, they didn't necessarily change their plan, right? It was off of Bunny going fast. It was off of Bunny going hard, but one of the things that really stood out to me was we talked about him prior to the series starting. 5K. He's got to pop off. Hops on the Reno, goes 22 and 14. Big multi-kills across the board. Believe he won a couple of 1vx's as well. Like, he had himself a day.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably the best 5K Reyna performance that we've seen throughout the entire tournament. And it comes back to that idea that we discussed, which was that if F4Q are to have better, more successful engages, you need the support of your second duelist and not always relying on Bunny.
It's those two duelists as well that are at the top of the table. Yes, Bunny probably had the map of the tournament for himself there with the number of kills that he racked up on the Rays, but to some degree, that's what we expected. I love the call out of 5K behind him and picking it up. I will also say I love the reaction he had coming off of the map, the grab of the camera, letting out that scream. You know he's feeling himself here as they look towards Haven as the third and final map. Let's relive some of those Bunny moments, though, as he picks up the kills.
Hey, again, like, he didn't change his style. He didn't change his pace. And I think that's a terrifying and difficult prospect to deal with, because if you know what somebody's going to do
and you can't
stop them, what do you do? Right? Like, what's left? When you've got Bunny doing things like that, it's like, well, we tried.
Well, we actually also saw a clip at the beginning of this compilation where Bunny was playing on the B site over sort of towards the entrance of the defender spawn, which is a place that even before we got here to Masters Berlin, he's always had really, really good play at. And it actually confuses me why teams haven't clocked onto the fact that he likes to play in that spot, because he always seems to do really well when he's there.
Well, Sentinels is going to have some stuff to watch back. Again, another game evidenced for them of how they kind of got picked apart, and they'll want to review that before they head to face some other teams in the knockout stage. But of course, we still have a map to play here, and they definitely still want to get the series win, even though it doesn't necessarily have any bearing on the tournament moving forward. We turn our attention to Haven, which will be map number 3. One of Sentinels' favorites, so I imagine they'll feel quite comfortable. For me, one of the things that I'm already thinking about is the possibility, maybe not even the possibility, maybe the certainty of getting a Phoenix out onto the map. Love to see how that is utilized by the side of Sentinels, often on the flank. Or a Yoru.
Yeah. Now we're talking. But this time, out of the side of Sentinels, that's what I wanted initially, and I didn't get it, so I feel like I was half slighted. Right? But listen.
Take it up with Sentinels, man. Not with me.
Just pop over, give them a call, let them know.
I mean...
I will say this about Sentinels, right? With all of that in mind, and while we know that ultimately the knockout stage has been decided and Sentinels, their fate is set, they're not the kind of team to look at a match and go, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I'm done. And when you put them on a map like Haven, which is their bread and butter, they love it. They're so good at it. They're feared on this map. Like, while it was a lot of fun to watch on the side of F4Q on Split, I don't know that I'm expecting the same thing on Haven.
I feel like they want to close 13-6 or better here.
Well, of course. I mean, they're gonna, which is why I kind of think the Yoru's not gonna happen. They've never played Yoru on this map, so do you really think they're gonna suddenly make that change now?
Yoru's best when he's a rat, right? Like, behind enemy lines, cause problems, wreak havoc, and Haven, I think, is ideal.
I don't disagree. I just don't know if after everything you just said, Sentinels are suddenly going to throw caution to the wind and be like, you know what, screw it, let's just do it.
Yeah, I think at this point, you want to get out of here cleanly, right? You want to get out of here cleanly. You want your final map play in the group stage to be clean one so that you can wake up tomorrow feeling confident in what you're going to put forward against your opponents. But I'll remind everybody that Haven, such an interesting map because of how much bigger it is. I love the space that this map affords people to work with 3 sites as compared to 2.
Yeah, and I think where that really shines is in misdirection and in conditioning your opponents to think there are things going certain ways and then just pulling the rug right out of under them. I think this map in particular really allows IGLs to shine, and I mean,
got one of the best.
Yeah.
I was about to say, if only there were an agent that's really good at faking and I do.
I swear. I'm going to have dreams of yours.
One thing I will say is I'm glad for F4Q's behalf that they've decided to start on the defense, because if you have a look at the game that Sentinels played against G2, Sentinels took all but one of their defensive rounds, and that was their first half. So they've proven that they are ridiculously strong on the defense of this map. I think F4Q starting on the defense gives them at least a boost.
It will be the Phoenix. Bunny going to stick to his tried and true raise. Already got one Sova on the board, expecting to see another here from Shazam. It's been a conversation by a number of pros, even those not attending, the importance of that pick on a map like Haven. Some teams reaching for it, others not, but both of ours here today will jump for it.
And we've also got 10s on the Jet. So no Yoru.
Don't go A site if he's got an op.
No, definitely
don't do it.
Don't go anywhere. But I mean, Tens was literally playing the Jet op like a shotgun on A-Long a couple of days ago. It was horrifying.
Well, and I think, Gio, you touched on someone that I want to come back to. I believe maybe it was Dash, maybe it was you, but it was the Phoenix, right? I think there are few players in the world that can make a Phoenix look like Sit can. Right, like there are few players who can play that agent to such a high level, who make it seem so easy, and people watch it and go, "How do you do it?"
All right, well here we are. It's the final map of Masters Berlin Group Stage. It's F4Q, it's Sentinels, and we've got Pansy and Hypoc on the call.
Doug took away our camera time.
You're crazy.
That's in my contract.
Unforgivable.
How will they know who we are? We're into map 3. It is Sentinels taking on F4Q. And I think most people would have thought it was over in 2. But the resilience shown here has been something to thoroughly enjoy. But this may be a different beast. This has been the downfall of many teams' hopes against Sentinels. This map, this is one of the best that they've ever shown.
They're bread and butter almost, you could argue. Here, all to do now, F4Q. Set the bar. They've given us a glimmer of hope. Sick, gonna be the one to lead the way here for Sentinels towards Garage. Zombs will be spotted. See, Dash comes through from Tens as well. Actually, Zombro and Athena find the first kills.
How did they get away with this? Athena just got absolutely bodied by Tens, but that's still a 3v3. Great damage on that side take. I thought they were going to be wiped from that, but no. Spike is down, however. We still have Esperanza, Bunny, and 5K looking to play this back in straight through the smoke. No holds barred. It's going to be Bunny 1, but Tens, he is just standing tall. Shazam with the shutdown. It will be the first round for Sentinels.
Somehow still, when Bunny just comes swinging out of that smoke, found a kill, by the way. Just behind Tens' right shoulder.
Oi!
Hi.
Uy!
Hello, guys!
Uy! Uy!
May pala, kala ko si Pansy na tayo.
Oo nga, kala ko ikaw si Pansy, tapos ako si Hypoc, di ba? Oh, ay. Hindi, ito. Tagalog test. Sorry guys, sa Tagalog na tayo. So, sorry for one round of nosebleed. Babalik na tayo sa ating Filipino broadcast. Wala naman nangyari. Okay lang. Chill lang. Sentinels wins the pistol round. And we get back into the classical composition ng naglalaro dito ng Sentinels. You have Stick on the Phoenix. Para sa control, you have Teds on the Jet, who is just gonna snipe everyone to death. And on the flip side, F4Q. Still on the comfort picks Rere, oh. 5K on the Reyna, Bunny on the Raze. Pero ito na, Sentinels mukhang foot on the pedal and they're gonna go for that retake already. Mabilisan dito para kay Teds. Si Dapper rin mag-push kay Esperanza. At the same time, Sentinels, gusto lang nila control dito, Rere.
Ito yung usually what we're witnessing from them here in their any scene. And we've seen a lot coming in from this. And they actually went up against G2 last time here, and we're seeing a lot coming in from them. Naglabas na nga kagad, but Zumba gets one head. Viltez gets some quick scope kills. Unfortunately, wala, but they all know they're just at the link. Pero Esperanza, will he be dying out of that? Zumba still gets ahead. Pero nga lang, denied na lang din kagad. And a win coming from Sentinels right now. But that was a good second round for F4Q side. Inase masyado ng Sentinels, and that's it. 2-0 na nga. This is just the default agent selection that both of these teams have. And kita mo naman, it's just a start. Marami pa naman tayong may kita coming in from them. Pero this is interesting kasi nga, the Sentinels started on their attacking side. So let's see how their aggressiveness will be paying off sa kanilang side. Well, F4Q, how will they handle naman on their defending? Knowing nating mas comfort pick talaga na meron sila.
I mean, when I look at Sentinels on Haven, I remember their defense more often than not. Yung holds talaga ni Tend sa may A side, yung si Sick magawa lang the place everywhere else. But Bunny with the pain shells, but Sick right now answering back gamit ng curveball dyan para pick si Bunny at magiging 4v4 dito. So starting on the attack na sinasabi mo nga Ray, kung maganda dito ang showing na Sentinels, baka nga kaya nila i-seal kagad yung deal na to very quickly dito sa map number 3. Pero yung F4Q, nanalo na sila ng mapa nila, nanalo na sila sa series na to. At syempre confident sila. Now guys, bago natin ituloy itong usapan na to, please remember ang situation. Pasok na ang Sentinels, eliminated ng F4Q. Top 1 na ng group nila, ang G2. Wala nang magagawa ang game na ito. Pero para sa F4Q, last chance nila maglaro din sa Berlin. Umabot pa sila ng map number 3. Ayaw pa nila umuwi ng Korea. Mukhang ayaw nila umabot ng umaga dun. So tama lang yan. But it just goes to show na importante pa rin itong matchup na to para sa Sentinels to get that confidence for F4Q to win a series against the defending champions anyway. Pero ito na scan. Pero si Zunba, na-blind muna kaya di na napatay si Zikon. But eventually, nag-click siya para patayin yung running back. 10 zone Shazam on the board. Esperanza fighting there. Pero Sentinels, ito na talaga sheer force of will. They go through C-site Ray, and it's 5K versus 3.
Let's see, 5K earlier, he had that good clutch against the 1v3 para lang maipanalo na kagad ang kanilang split map. Pero looking at all of these guys, he tries to get with one. He gets that dismissed, but unfortunately, Shazam sees him on his left side. And Sentinel still manages to secure this round on where it could have been for the side of F4Q, but unfortunately nga, hindi nga nila ginawa iyon and looks so good sa nila. But remember, Sick with that Phoenix, he did a lot on their match against G2, if I'm not mistaken, right? And then, sa side naman ng F4Q, yep, they're still waiting for them to actually get that init na meron sila kasi mag-uumaga na 6:10 a.m. in the morning, and this is the Ray curse that you're all looking forward. So let's say hello to that.
Mas malala pa to bukas. O mamaya. Yun talaga yun. 4 na series tayo guys sa ating quarterfinals. Huwag niyo kalimutan, 7 PM tayo mag-uumpisa sa PH time. So mas maaga kayo kailangan gumising. Ako rin mas maaga kailangan gumising dito. Pero gising na ang Sentinels. There we have the reverse flash! Just look on the way. Flash behind him. Sick right now. Getting 3. At isipin mo, nauso yun sa Korean scene nga yung mga ginagawa doon ni Sick eh. He also does it as well, really well. Pero hindi nabasa yun ng F4Q. Bunny though, headshot sa ulo! Naka-no-scope pa nga yung Marshall dyan. Sentinels now flatting on A site. What a sick shot there from Bunny. What an even sicker play galing kay Sick mismo.
But then, there's no denying, Sick got that 3K, pero Bunny can actually just get yung mga guns na meron si Tens together with Zombs, and he will just be saving that and just go with the exit frags most probably. Pero yan, kumuha na nga siya ngayon, checking out every corner na meron possibility na biglang mabubulaga ang Sentinels up ahead. Pero wala pa naman. Scale yun. Ano yan?
Natakot ako dun. Nagising ako dun.
Paano yung takot?
Alam mo yung, parang, really? Kumakain ka pala. Pero alam mo yung naisip ko? Alam mo yung sa Crash Bandicoot? Yung mask? Ganun yung sound effect nun. Ikaw pala yun, Ray.
Di mo alam?
Oo.
Ngayon, alam mo na.
Alam ko na. At alam ko na 4-0 na ang scoreline natin. Sentinels, they just do it again. Playmaking na naman ang paraan nila dito. Tens here, seeing, Zunba, ba't ka nandun? Ang ganda shot to the Esperanza in fairness. Pero look at this. Just a reverse flash, green flash, whatever you wanna call it. Basta si Sick. It's a sick flash from him. And ito na naman tayo. The curveball plays and just the heroics from Sick. Pag linalabas siya talaga tong Phoenix na to dito sa Haven, ang ganda tingnan eh. At minsan mo lang talaga nakikita yung sobrang value ng Phoenix here sa map na to. At in the right hands, ang lakas talaga ng agent pick na to.
To be honest, it's so rare to see Phoenix selection also. So far here in Berlin, di ba? And one of the teams na pumipili lang talaga ng Phoenix is that we have Sentinels here in Haven lang. Hindi nag-mintis yun. But looking at that, Shazam takes out that Counter's Fury, gets the head of Zunba, nawala na nga sila ng controller, and now they will be committing up ahead. Pero remember, 5K sa platform, pero saktong-sakto. Ang ulo ni 5K kay Zoms. And speaking of, we only have Esperanza once again. And this push is coming in from Sentinels. They're just denying F4Q on all possibilities. Pero nga lang, sobrang helpful din kasi ng Hunter's Fury ngayon dahil mapipick off na talaga on off guard ang F4Q. And Sentinels wins this round with a 5-2-0. And tatandaan nyo, we haven't seen much of Sentinels once again in Haven, pero looking at their game style, it's just the same as what they did against G2 talaga.
Very reminiscent to. At di pa namamatay dito sa Shazam eh. It just goes to show yung backline ng Sentinels, they're not really under threat as much because ang raming pressure na apply dito ni Sick, ang raming pressure na apply ni Tens, and of course the setup yet again from everyone else helping them out. And interesting enough, F4Q, may tools sila dito parang sa stud eh. May Raze sila, may Astra sila, tapos may Killjoy. Pwede talaga mag-combo. Isang gravity wala pinches lang. Hulin na kagad dito ang Sentinels. But you can see here, Ray. Nire-respeto nila ang mga comfort picks dito ng F4Q. Ay, si Bunny, mahuli pa niya si Dapper dyan. Dapper daw killing Esperanza. At mukhang may gising pa dito. Shoutouts kay Boss Bash ng Team Secret. Alam naman natin. At the end of the year, sila na ang makikita natin dito sa stage na ito. Pero Bunny right now, Shells ay dito na showstopper ilalabas. At si Sick, wala ka na magagawa dyan. Hindi pa siya pwede mag-ultimate. Kulit pa siya na isang point mismo. At si Bunny ngayon ang gipit dito. Pero causing the fight ang call. Para lang alagaan dito ang kanyang teammate. Zuma tried to play protection. 10-2 with the fight on Bunny. At si 5K, makakadalawa na dyan. Nag-iisa na lang dito si Sobs. 1v3 na to, Ray. Dalawa dito sa A site. May chance pa kaya si Sobs. Kung ma-time na to maayos, kung ma-tsempohan lang niya ang ating Astra, baka makapitas pa siya.
Pero kasi diba kanina pa nananalo yung Sentinels, it's too impossible na hindi pa maipapanalo ng FQ kahit isang round against Sentinels ngayon sa first half. And Zombs, he's gonna be expecting one. Kapangalan niya, it's just gonna be Zuma. But you need to check out every corner because you have that cancerous judge na nga na meron tayo ngayon. Sentinels will be losing one sa F4Q, and F4Q at least hindi pa rin nakikita pa rin na they still have what it takes. And speaking of that full aggression and just 5K getting up on that side, and we have also with the help of Bunny talaga, malaking deny ito sa possibility of Sentinels getting sa A side. So that's it. Tingin ko talaga, mas maganda, sa tingin ko, if it's C side, it's working Sentinels, but sa A side talaga, ang ganda kasi ng amount of hold na meron yung F4Q dyan eh, diba?
Yeah, you're right. Kasi si Bunny nga, diba, palang clearing out the angles. Ang ganda ng flick niya also to the left just to peek that with the showstopper. Pero may pagkadelikado naman ginagawa dito ang F4Q at sayang na lang, hindi pa na-tsempohan yun ni Tens kasi nagla-line up na naman ng F4Q. At isa sa mga masasabi ko yung mga weaknesses na ginagawa nila, mga tendencies na hindi dapat nangyayari. Dapat mag-ingat pa rin kayo palagi kung saan kayo pupwesto kahit tumatakbo. Pero I like that call na nag-cosmic divide sila. Ang parang tipong talaga inaalagaan nila si Bunny dito. At siya yung crux ngayon eh, ng F4Q. Kung hindi nagpapapas si Bunny, mas mahirap ang buhay dito ng F4Q. At si Esperanza, kahit naipit yung vacuum dyan, bigla mapapatay niya ang isa. Zombs no sasagot. 5K right now, shutting down run back. Pero si 5K hindi pa tapos. Dapper gonna die as well. Bunny right now with the judge. Ito na naman siya. Hippity-hoppity with the auto shotgun. Version Summon Sick on the board. The SNS connection connecting the shots right now. At mukhang nag-iisa na lang dito si Zumba. Kaya ba niya sumaya dito sa Inferno na to? Mukha pang makakalapit siya. It's a Mirage there. Pero hindi pala totoo to. Nandyan na si Zumba. And as the dust settles, ayan na si Shazam. 6-1. Kitang-kita pa rin ang Sentinels ang magwawagi, Ray.
And that's it. Kitang-kita mo naman na it's not over till it's over sa side ng Sentinels. Pero ayun ang ganda na setup na meron sila. Although there was kind of denies coming from Tens. But still, when you have a Sick with that Phoenix talaga, yan yung kailangan mong maramdaman. At plus, we have Shazam also with that Sova. But then, that was kind of naman, really round for Sentinels to get that. But F4Q still denied sila by 5 rounds so far ng Sentinels, and first half pa lang to, malamang sa malamang. But then, shout out nga pala kayo Kurt Russell Lanyosa, pero dito muna tayo as Zumba gets the head of Tens. Anong nangyayari?
Lapit nun. Ang lapit nun, Ray. Lapit na. Pero after everything said and done, konting reset lang real quick. Efina ang huli niya si Zamdo, 3v3 at Sentinels. Sige, makakapasok na C-side dito, Ray. Pero they took too many losses, honestly. Di nila expect mawawalan sila ng tao dyan. And not only that, nakakuha ng barrel dito ang F4Q.
So, pwede pa. Dahil meron pang Hunters sa Fury si Esperanza, meron pang lockdown si Efina. Pero nga lang, meron siguro kaabang-abang na maganda din talagang lineup when you have that on your plant or post-plant position. And speaking of, nakapagtag na nga si Esperanza this time around. Ay makakailag kaya. Nakailag na nga si Sik. Pero hindi pa pala. Oh no, he gets that. And Efina is just gonna be the
nice Gravity well.
Oh, may lineup pala kaya dito. Anything to worry about. Pero, nagharangan Lopez, free down. Kailangan na talaga. Simen and Zombs gets the 3K kagad. And 7-1 na nga ating score with Sentinels. So that was a good post plant talaga. Ready sila sagutin yung mga katanungan na hinahanap natin.
Yeah, pero ito na yun eh. Mukhang Sentinels. Ganun pa rin yung playbook what we saw from last time. Ang ganda dito ni Zombs though. They love that angle dito sa silong. Nakaping na, nakahanda na, at alam nila, kumana naman yun. Kita natin. Kahit may smoke sa harap, kitang-kita natin. Ganyan yung pwesto. Ang ganda ng spray control rin na nakita natin kay Zombs. But the thing is, compare mo sa F4Q kanina, na split map pick nila, love nila maglaro ng split, tapos nakalaro na ng Sentinels. Here on Haven, it's a completely different story. Hindi naman yung F4Q nakipaglaban sa Sentinels dito. And at the same time, nakita lang ng Sentinels gaano ka-dominant sila in the first place. So kahit may homework, wala pa rin yung experience. And right now, F4Q, nai-experience na nila mismo ang true force at ang true threat ng Sentinels. Kayo, Tense right now with the kill out of Zumba as well. 5v3 na. Mukhang nakakatago mo si Esperanza dito. Pero habang busy nagsiset up si Zombs, makakatakas ang ating Sova. Sick right now with the Blaze Wall. Dapper though, playing the lurk yet again. Konting asim muna, konting hanap dito ng paraan. Pero hindi, si Bunny nakakapatay sa kanya. May chance pa dito ang F4Q. Pero tingnan natin paano sila papalag. Esperanza though from the garage. And here comes 5K as si Sick ang papatay sa kanya.
Pero nga lang, kita mo si Zombs. Inaabangan lang sila. Pero si Sick talaga, alam mo yung nag-aasim na teammate mo? Si Sick yun eh. And kitang-kita mo naman na kahit naasim niya, he gets that kill. So Sentinels are pretty confident about Sick with getting his game style like that. Pero nga lang, Sick talagang gusto niya ipindown ngayon si Bunny na naghahantay. Baka pwede pa siya makaisa ng exit frags. Pero di na ata sila magkikita. Oh, nakita niya! But Bunny gets the head of Sick. But still, it's a 8-1 scoreline.
Kala ko AFK cosplay na yun sa dulo. Tipong nakapwesto lang sa spawn. AFK, in base, AFK. Tino-all shot na ngayon na F4Q. Pero hindi. But still, Bunny gets that exit. But overall, Sentinels right now, mastery ng mga C-take talaga. Once they get that C-side, bantay sarado yung mga usual spots eh. Doon sa may C-link, dun sa may garage, nakukontest nila na maigi, and after everything is said and done, minsan may backup plan pa nga sila. If they plant for C-long, if they go for the lineup play, they do back on out kung kinakailangan nila. Pero pag confident sila, when they have the numbers, doon mo makikita doon sa site hold sila mismo nakapwesto. Per Bunny right now, paint shells muna ay last back rin para makakakyat dito. Dapper though, in the meantime, mukhang siya mauna ngayon. Pero ito na si Sick. Hatas ang ilatapon para lang maklear out yung mga angles. Pero dahil lang doon, ang Sentinels di muna mag-overcommit dito sa A-site. Kasi ang laki na ng rotation dito, Ray, ng F4Q. 4 na members ng defending side natin nakatambay dito sa east side. Naka-half-buy situation sila. May naka-rifle, may dalawang naka-marshal, isang sheriff, so tiwala na lang talaga. Pero for Sentinels, they win this. They continue on the momentum. And ayun na, pinaka-umpisa, Efina goes down.
That is pretty crucial dahil kitang-kita mo naman, they will just be waiting for F4Q to come in at their fronts. Pero speaking of Shazam, just waiting for those flanks. But remember, ito na yung mga post plans ng Sentinels that it's pretty scary to be honest. Pero haharangan nila with this stars. And speaking of the lineup lang, sa mukha ni Prince ang dalawa, pero nga lang he's just one that's going to Esperanza. But soon ba, walang katakot-takot. Diffusing all over again, but Sick! So Sick! He gets 3 heads once again! This is a Sick game na naman!
Ay, naku, Sick na naman! Napakasakit talaga ginagawa niya dito, and how many times does he just control those transfers? Paulit-ulit na lang eh. CQC, name of his game. Malapitan, curveball muna para sa setup, and 1, 2, 3 to end that up. 4 kills overall. magpapatawa ka na lang sa F4Q, impress ka na lang na kaya yun i-hold ng Sentinels ng ganun. And it's just all about that control railway. Yung Asta talaga ni Zomsto, ang taga-setup dito. Sakto yung mga gravity wells. Ang ganda ng mga timing. Zunba daw with the slow right now, preventing Sentinels from that initial peak ni Esperanza. Pero ang delikado daw, Esperanza, ano ka, bayani? At ano nangyayari sa mga bayani dito sa Pinas? Namamatay lang sila. At si Esperanza ay may nadamay dito sa burol na ito. He falls on down there sa may A-Law. Magiging 4v4 na to, Ray. Delikado masyado yung Sova mismo nakatambay doon kesa yung Reyna o yung Raze. Pero Bunny, ayun na, Judge surprise na naman! At si Tens hindi pa natuto. Isa pa, Bunny time! Hippity-hoppity! The showstopper is next! The Rockets red glare! Pero Happy New Year! Walang napala kay Senador. At si Bunny muna tatago dito. Job done! Damage has been made.
Oh, yun ang best race in the world. We have Bunny, pero alanganin yun dahil 9-1 pa rin ang score natin ngayon. And Dapper with 11 HP, pero alam mo na, Athena will be winning that. Pero ito ang tanong. Umagang-umaga, makaka-experience kaya ulit tayo ng nangyari sa may pinaunang map. Pero tingnan muna natin dyan. As in, lason talaga itong ginagawa ni Bunny. Pero kahit sabihin mong lason, sobrang effective talaga with those close range coming in from his judge. And that shows to us that when he's using the raise, he's really having that big confidence into denying the possibilities of entries ng Sentinels. Pero ngayon, nakabili naman sila. Let's see if magiging close kahit papano yung first half ng F4Q against Sentinels, or Sentinels will be leading up.
Get out of my way!
We have it though. Late from when lalabas, and this is gonna be the last round of the first half. May Odin na si Shazam. Nakikita na natin yung confidence dito ng Sentinels. Pero habang ngayon, Sick na naman. Mabilisan. Utter confidence. Run it back. Still finds the spray on Athena anyway. Hindi na kailangan makita yung kalaban. Alam lang niya yung mga sulok na yan. And we're not done. Tens right now navigating through the maze of lightning. Ginugulat ni si Sunba. At makakatatlo na dito ang Sentinels na mabilisan. Ray. Tens right now. And the reverse curveball play. Mukhang ito na yung flashes. Hindi ka mag-full clash sa Sentinels. Pero Esperanza pa rin ang magwawagi sa duel na yon. Now din, 11 HP na ng ating Sova. Si Bunny buhay na buhay pa. At mong kakatayin muna ni Bunny dito si Tens. Kaya pa ba ng F4Q to, Ray?
Tignan natin dahil 11 HP na lang si Esperanza. Although may natag siyang isa, may dalabas na rin ngayon para lang mag-deny on those music to their ears. And speaking of our scoreline right now, Dax, ano ba ang score natin ngayon?
Oh, nako! Ito na naman tayo. Pero hindi to joke tayo na 2-10. It is a 2-10 at Sentinels absolutely deserve. Kitang-kita talaga. Nilalandi nila tong attacking side na to. Kitang-kita yung mga pwestuhan nila. Smooth as silk. At yung galawan ng Sentinels dito, maaabot para ganito kalaki ang scoreline ngayon. Pero Ray, kita natin. The C-takes especially. The control that they get between the Astra and the Phoenix. Hindi na nakikita ng kalaban ang nangyayari sa kabila. Pero as soon as mag-play ng anong klaseng entry dito ang Sentinels, bulag na bulag ang F4Q.
And right now, what is gonna happen to this guys of F4Q? Kailangan mong may panalo to ng 8 consecutive rounds at 3 na lang before Sentinels can actually win this third map. Pero remember, that usually when it's Haven on their closing map, Sentinels, nandun pa rin yung form nila. Plus, remember, this is a sick plus 10s show. So, pero natin Seekens show na nga itong nararamdaman natin ngayon. But remember, ang ganda kasi ng open space ng ginagawa ni Zoms together with Dapper and Shazam. Kita-kita mo naman, it's all been working together still. Well, sa naman na F4Q, kita mo naman yung mga panalo naman nila. We need to give credit to that. But then, dalawa pa lang na ipapanalo nila. So, kailangan talaga naman mag-step up on their attacking side, which is they're quite good at.
Yeah, and I mean, magiging komportable dito ang F4Q, pero mas alam natin yung mga pwestuhan ng Sentinels dito. Yung mga defaults na naman nila, A-holds ni Tens, at of course, yung mga galawan dito ni Sick. But talking about that first half again, Ray, ang pinakamagandang ginawa talaga ng Sentinels is lahat talaga ng corners na ini-expect nila may tao, nasa spam at nasa spray nila eh. Through the smoke and more, they know the map very, very well. Napiping nila maayos yung mga sulok, napiping nila maayos yung spike plant. And from how we've seen it, yung entry point pa lang ng Sentinels, ang laki na it keeps the backline alive so much that yung mga the likes of Shazam, halos di na namamatay eh. Puro taga-support lang sila sa back, and then Shazam's like, sige, sige na nga, patayin nyo na nga sila lahat. And that has been successful for Sentinels. Allow that front line to flourish. Allow that front line na tipong patayin lang lahat ng tao at yung backline natin, chill-chill lang, taga-intel, taga-smoke, at taga-control ng mapa, Ray.
And now that we're gonna be going up now on the second half, Dax, sa tingin mo makakahabol pa kaya itong Makakahabol pa kaya itong F4Q? Because as what you've said, Shazam gives so much space, and totoo nga yun, Sick and Tens are really on point right now compared sa nakita natin sa kanila sa may split map. Pero the momentum up ahead, ang init na kamay ng mga Sentinels talaga ngayon
And happy birthday to our dear friend sa ating PPGL Discord, si Dad Fem. Ang birthday mo, happy birthday sa'yo. Pero ito na, happy birthday sa ating 2-10 scoreline. Nasabi ko na ni Ray, sa pinakahuling matchup talaga 2 beses natin nakuha ang legendary 2-10. Pero hindi masyadong legendary ito para sa F4Q. Kung bigla na maging 13-2 to sa pabor ng Sentinels. But we're not done. Ito na naman tayo. Chapter 2 ng Sentinels textbook. Kanina, nabasa ng F4Q yung Chapter 1 ng Split. Pero itong Chapter 2 yung Haven, parang hindi pa sila gaano kahanda. May bookmark pa lang, pero hindi pa nila bubuksan muli yung aklat. And we see it here. The standard plays of Sentinels yet again. The hold of Dapper here with the setup with everything and more, Ray. And F4Q, baka na lang apakan nila ito ng masama.
Tignan natin, dahil kapag may Dapper ka sa isang side na naghihintay lang, he's gonna be denying everything. But then, wala pa naman. You have those pre-fires coming in from Zunba. Pero, Tens is expecting someone already. 5k behind the scenes. Pero sabay-sabay na yan. Hindi pa rin niya nakuha yung kill. Maghihintay na ng backup. And 5k actually denied Tens so much.
5k finding that kill, and yung kinakalan dito na F4Q. Kaya nga nag-rain na sila dito, brute force na lang, and you have those layers to play a solid entry rather than trying to get intel with the sky itself. For 5k, it's all about that frag potential. Tingnan natin kung makakapitas pa siya dito. Ray curveball muna ang paraan, and Sick does it again, but Bunny right now peeking from the other side. Ang ganda ng tago dito ng F4Q. Alam nila, ayaw nila mag-blind na lahat, pero drop down kita per kulang pa yan kasi kinulang na members doon ng Sentinels. F4Q, they win the pistol. At ganito nila naintindihan yung setup dito ng Sentinels. Ilaga nila yung flash ni Sick. Kung kailangan na ipain, so be it. But after everything is said and done, basta may taga-trade para patayin yung Phoenix na yan.
At yun lang yung kailangan ng Sentinels, ng F4Q actually. Bring down Sick, and that's gonna be working to us. Pero kasi kanina si Tens, he didn't get that shot also against 5k. Kasi pag nakuha niya yun, most probably Sentinels might be getting that round. Pero to, the gap just keeps on getting closer as we are now down with a 10-3. And kita nga naman the usual strat that we have for Sentinels ang nagwawagi so far, but they're just gonna be waiting. Pero sa magdagabang, safe naman yung cam ni Dapper. Hindi naman na
Kita yan. Yung corner na yan, basically, paglabas mo kaagad into C-site, mapapatay mo yan. Pero ang problema nga, ang hirap pag inuunahin mo kaysa yung tao na nakatago sa sulok. Medyo mamatay ka lang. Medyo sobra lang, di ba, Ray?
Medyo sobra. Ang ganda nun
Oo, di ba? Like, slight but yes. Slight but obviously. Parang ganun yung peg. But then again, Tens, he misses the first shot. At ito na, 5k looking to be the king here. Have it your way, sabi ni 5k. Whopper Jr. talaga, dala-dala niya dito. Versus Sick, huli pa niya si 5k, pero hindi. Efina, Zunba, here we have the Spectres in hand, and Dapper, nako, shorty surprise. Pero di na to surprise Ray kasi magpapakita siya sa apat at wala dito. Walang surprise birthday party. Si Dapper pa ang mahuhuli dito at makukulong kung tama ang galawan dito ng F4Q.
Pero I think it's so impossible already for Sentinels to finally get this. Next round na lang kayo bumawi kung sakasakali. And Dapper was like, he's just gonna be going with the maybe exit frags. Yan. Kumuha ba siya ng baril? Oh, actually, di na siya kumuha. Just playing around. Hello, guys. Hello. He takes out. Bumaba na nga siya. He tries to get one, but Zunba sprays him down. And the gap just keeps on getting closer as FRQ is down to 6 rounds left before they can finally change the tides up ahead. Pero nga lang, Sentinels, 3 na lang din ang natitira coming in from sa kanila and they can take this map. Pero sa mga nandyan, guys, huwag kayo mag-spam ng comments. Maawa naman kayo sa mga nanonood. Nagko-comment na nga lang eh.
Ako nga, respeto ko yung YouTube side natin, Twitch side din. Na like tipong sobrang active na mga people. Thank you guys. Nagising pa kayo.
Yeah, thanks,
But that being said, pag kailangan mo sirain tong Sentinels defense na to, you have to decide Ray. Pipili ka, door A, door B, door C. At nakita natin, pinipili ngayon ng F4Q, si Tens yung tatapatan nila. And 5K has done a really good job at it. Yung galawan niya, naiilagan niya yung first shot mismo ni Tens. And that being said, the Reyna yung Maliers. But no, ito walang bumapatay kay Bunny. Nahunting lang siya ni Tens. At nito na, nagising na kagad si Tens muli. Wala dito si 5K. Wala yung taga-counter sa kanya. Ito ang pinaka-pagkakamali dito ng F4Q. Ang Reyna ang sagot. At mukhang ang lasso ng Jets ang magiging problema ngayon. And not only that, si 5K huli naman sa kapila. Mali yung galawan dito ng F4Q. Mali yung setup nila. At ang Sentinels ang makakapunish dito nung magkabaril sila. Flawless win. At nag-uumpisa lang yun, Ray. Kasi naiiwan nila sa Bunny sa short.
At kitang-kita mo naman na bakit medyo nagkaroon ng gulo-gulo doon. But then, you let Tens take it out once again. And ang ganda pa ng mga one-tap yung mga headshots sa ulo, just playing with them with that Vandal na naka-ADS. And just by letting the good A-long control gives so much. And pwede nila sabihin na actually, kahit walang smoke or kung meron man, Tens is just one of the gods of A-long talaga. But oof, kumuha lang naman. Sabi ni Shazam, binigay lang naman para sarili ko. Oh no! Bunny waited patiently to just actually get the head of Tens. Pero Shazam, he also gets, he needs to get one head para lang magkaroon ng Hunter's Fury this time around. Pero 5K will he be able to cross out here in sewers? Pero unfortunately, wala dahil lahat sila lumilipat na papuntang seaside.
Yeah, here we have it now, Sentinels. Ito na naman yung mga setup, yung mga utilities. Sige na si Tens nahulog dito. Pero I'm a little concerned na pinipili pa ito ng F4Q. Kasi handa dito ang Sentinels. Meanwhile, ito si 5K, sabi niya, guys, clear tong A, ba't natin pinipili itong C? Pero sige na nga, Sikto, with a kill there onto F na. And I get to play here from F4Q. Okay, pa sana yung mind keys. Pero anong nangyari na lang dito? Mahuhuli sila sa C-side. At mahuhuli sila ni Shazam. Pero hindi makapatay si Shazam dito. Mapapabako na si Esperanza ng buhay. Shazam daw backing on away as well. Kita niya yung ulo. At ayan na tagad ang headshot natin. 5K daw with the lurk and the takedown. But Shazam with the shock dart onto Zunba. Spike has been planted here by the A lobby. Nahuli na kagad dito ng Sentinels. The objective cannot be retrieved. And also, the life of 5K has been forfeit. Okay na sana. I get the situation and I get the call powers of F4Q. Pero nung napansin nila na open na yung A site, nung napatay na nila si Tens, bakit pa nalapili yung C site kung Sentinels happy naman mag-retake anyway? And parang mali yung pasa doon ng F4Q eh. Nagawa na nila yung step 1, tapos nagka-tumbling pa ng step 2.
Kasi madali lang naman if you have Bunny plus 5K on towards the side of A-Long, kaya pa nila pick up si Shazam. Plus, alam naman natin kasi na sobrang ganda if you have Dapper on the C-side talaga. Never, ever deny that. But right now, Shazam gets rid of Esperanza. Will this be it? Pero ito na naman ang pag-asip ni Bunny. Talagang nagpapagalaw pa ng baso ang F4Q. But Dapper, behind the back, he gets one. Not just one, but dalawa na kagad. Pero this time around, oh no, see some of the ends. Doon pa na lang kagad na natitira. Will this be a possible win pa? Dahil Tess behind your back. And Psalms finishes this out. And Sentinels gets this win still after those series of split disappointment. Here we have them remaining still all over in Haven with a scoreline of 13 and 4.
Yan, pero ito na yung mga questions matatanong pa rin. Kinailangan pa ba mag-game number 3? Ano pa ang ilalabas dito ng Sentinels? At paano kaya nila de-defend ang crown nila dito sa ating playoffs? Per F4Q, they've done it! Nakakuha sila ng map win over Sentinels. They are going home proud of their accomplishment. Wala nang bearing talaga itong match na to whether they won or lost. But you can see that they played their hearts out. At yun naman gusto natin makita dito sa team na to. F4Q, kakaiba talaga yung story nila. Stream team, for fun team, biglang nananalo, biglang umabot sa LAN. Sabi nila, sige nga, tuloy pa natin to. Changing some of the members na gusto lang mag-stream at mag-chill, kumuha ng coach at umabot sila dito sa Berlin at na-secure nila ang slot nila sa Asia LCQ. But in the end, the defending champions, they just dominate yet again. At ang Sentinels at ang galawan nila, unmatched pa rin dito sa Haven. You see it time and time again. Stick with the plays and the curveballs to set things up really well, Ray. And ito talaga, a team that is going to champions, a team that is top 8, and a team that is defending that ground. Sentinels, ito ang ini-expect na marami. Ang laking surprise yung nangyari kanina sa split. Pero ang makikita naman natin, di ba, paulit-ulit na lang ginagawa nila. Ayaw pa rin nila pakita yung mga strats na nakatago. And for Sentinels, if this is the only way they play, that's gonna be a problem. And I think alam na nila yun, Ray. Kaya ngayon, pina-fine-tune lang nila yung mga defaults nila. Pinaalakasan lang nila yung mga shots nila. Get that confidence back because that's what Sentinels needs to just take it to the next level. Kasi lahat nung tumatapat sa kanila, just go, pa-level up, tuloy-tuloy lang.
And that insight shows to us, Dax, na hindi lang isang team ang pwedeng magkaroon ng possibility into taking this championship title of Masters Berlin. But then, lahat na, it's an open book once again for everyone, knowing that Sentinels lost the split. Pero malaman pa rin natin if this is just the end of the split era of Sentinels or do they have something in store up ahead pa? Pero this time around, good game well played from these guys and nothing to worry for FRQ. This bunch of guys are still the all-stars nga na nakikita natin. All of them are really popular sa kanilang mga platforms. But then, Sentinels talaga has that more good form rather than FRQ. But still, kudos, diba? Dahil sa stream team ngayon, nakakapasok pa ng Masters Berlin. So, kudos na FRQ. But right now, makakapagpahinga ng Sentinels because we have a lot of matches upcoming for tomorrow. 4 series ang makikita natin sa mga tao, sa mga to. And the pang question is, nakaka-excite. Kasi, single elims lang to. It's now or never. And it's gonna take up so much. Dahil I'm sure, it's going to be a 2-1 talaga. If not, a lot of OTs, a lot of banters na naman dahil itong mga team na to, they're just taking this time to just study each other talaga. And that's what makes this really, really interesting pa on the upcoming days ahead here in Masters Berlin. Pero at the same time, alam nyo, isang linggo na rin tayo magkakasama. Pero this is the end of the group stage and now we're going sa playoffs.
Yeah, we made it here, ladies and gentlemen. Natapos na rin natin. At guys, huwag niyo kalimutan schedule bukas. 7 p.m. Bagong oras tayo. Mas maaga, Strikers versus Gambit. Tapos after that, G2 Crew. Then 100 Piece versus Acend. At sa oras natin, Ray, nako, saan pa napunta to? Envy versus Sentinel. So, kakaiba talaga. Aabot na lang tayo umaga nito, Ray. Pero masasabi ko lang, sige, makapapahinga nga ang Sentinels, pero mas makakapahinga ka. Kasi may araw pa bukas. But guys, shoutout sa inyo na nag-stay up dito. Umuntik na tayo umabot na 7 o'clock. Pero sabi ng Sentinels, sige na nga, patulog na kayo Pinoy audience. Shoutout rin kay Boss W rin, kay Boss Dubstep na nagpakita sa Twitch side. Alam naman natin, sa pagdating ng champion, sila na ang makakapasok sa playoffs ng VALORANT Champions. So, ito lang yun, a preview. Isipin mo, yung effort na nakita mo ngayon, trailer. Sila na, Team Secret, ang nakatayo dun ng ngiting wagi. But there you go, guys. Uy, it's time. Where are we? Where are we?
Oh, ito na. Ayan. So, maraming salamat. Pero syempre, hindi natin pasasalamatan natin, kundi yung mga tao na nasa behind the scenes. So, big shoutouts nga pala sa ating Direk dyan. So, Direk, hello sa'yo. Good morning. Good day, manager. And at the same time, syempre, sa mga nandyan na nanonood sa atin behind the scenes, thank you so much, PPGL. And of course, sa mga co-casters natin, natulog na. Buti kasi nakatulog na ng maimbing. Pero kami ni Dax, ngayon ay mamamaalam dahil bukas may ulit kami sa Sentinels, kami ang pinakahuli. If you're wondering, sino ba? Sa anong oras kayo magkakast?
Dalawa nga
malas ka doon, Dax.
Ano ka ba? Hindi tayo malas dito kasi love natin yung larong to. At guys, love namin kayo na nandito pa kayo. Umabot pa tayo ng ganitong klaseng oras. Pero ito na, it's time for us to take a rest. Thank you guys for tuning on in. Thank you guys for coming. Tapos na ang ating group stage at 3 araw na lang. Quarterfinals, semifinals. Tapos makikita natin sino ang magiging champion sa Masters Berlin. But till then, ako si Dax, kasama ko si Ray. At good morning at good night. Kita-kits mamaya muli.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Take a step back, look at the situation, and say that it's no longer worth it anymore. You don't fail until the moment you raise the white flag and say, I cannot do this. If you are moving forward, you are not failing. You cannot be working towards something and failing at the same time. It is impossible.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin. It's Sentinels in 2-1 fashion, and if it works for them, we'll see if it works for us. Little desk magic here to close out the group stage at Masters Berlin. It's everything we wanted to see in that final map. It's Sentinels getting it done and in a pretty clean fashion, with still a couple of impressive plays individually and as a squad, showing us why they should still be considered a threat, or more than that even, when you get to the knockout stage. But I think by the same token, we have actually seen examples throughout this group stage of a Sentinels that doesn't look infallible, something we've said before, and where this tournament no longer feels like a predetermined result as it once did.
Yeah, I don't know if I would necessarily say this was the series that gave that. Even though Sentinels did lose a map, it's not quite the same because the stakes aren't as high. But especially in their second game that they played against G2, for me, that was the one that you actually saw some of those cracks form, and even the first series that Sentinels played, where they lost their first ever map on an international stage. It makes me feel like as we go into the knockout stage, there are certainly going to be some teams to put some pressure on them.
In this third map, it was Sick who sat at the top of the boards. We saw some highlights during halftime. We'll see some more again, as it only took a few more rounds for them to close it out.
Yeah, Sick had himself a day, and I think you opened up by talking about how, yeah, this is just stupid. Like, it's just, he can do stuff like that. He's just so good.
It's upsetting. It is upsetting.
But I think one of the things you asked for at the beginning, Dash, was for it to be clean, right? Like, and that's exactly what it was. It was clean. It was to the point, right? Like, no nonsense. Let's get in. Let's do what we need to do, and then let's get out. And I think even though we can have the conversation about how they may look human now, things like that, I think that no. Right. I still think we're talking about Sentinels. I still think we're talking about the team that made it through Reykjavik without dropping a single map. I still think we're talking about the team that can put on these insane performances at just the right moment. And yeah, they may have dropped the series to G2. We're still talking about Sentinels here.
All right. Well, we're talking about Sentinels. Riv is standing by to talk to Sentinels. Let's hand it over to him for the Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you very much, Dash. I am joined by Sick from Sentinels after their victory over F4Q. And I want to touch on that for a second before we go back to G2 and then forward to playoffs. F4Q is super aggressive. What's it like to play against a team who, right after the walls drop, you usually see Bunny or somebody else in your face?
Yeah, playing against Bunny is crazy. I really respect the way they play the game because it's nothing like we've ever seen. So a lot of times you just be like in our face, like 5 seconds around. I'm trying to like throw slows on the ground to stop him. I'm like, what is this? He's in my face. I think one round, like when we played them the other day, he like was in B heaven on me, just shotgunning me on the first gun round. It was crazy.
Yeah, we saw it was pretty hard to adjust to. Now, I want to get your opinion. It's been 4 months, about since Masters Reykjavik. What is your opinion on the strengths of the teams now that you're seeing at LAN?
I'd say the team's improved a lot. You know, it's interesting to see because when we came here, when we started scrimming, we noticed like a lot of teams were using a lot of utility to push us back and stuff. And before that, like we didn't really have that problem. So I think the more utility-heavy comps we tend to struggle with a bit. Yeah.
And next question. I know you've heard a bunch. G2 Esports becomes your first loss in international LAN, but I want to know not the takeaways from the series, but your takeaways from G2. And do you think that's a team you could meet in the finals?
Yeah, I think G2 looks really strong. I know, you know, people are hyped up on Acend and Gambit because, like, in scrims, I feel like they play really well. But G2 seems to have this, like, way of, like, playing on LAN that's pretty impressive. Like, they don't make many mistakes, and they have really good utility usage. So I think they're a threat throughout the entire tournament for sure.
All right, and I got to ask, we did see a little bit of social media, better seed secured. You guys believe you got the better seed on that?
I mean, you know, yeah, I think so. We got the better seed. We'll see how it plays out.
Why is that?
I mean, you know, we want to play the NA teams anyway, so it's a better seed because we get to play our home competition, and we're more comfortable with that.
Fair enough. If history repeats itself, it's going to look pretty good.
Yeah.
I do have a final question for you with a pretty fun stat on this. Sentinels has only lost 4 complete series since adding 10s in March. One of those was Anbox, and Ye popped off in that game. Are you guys ready for El Diablo as you go up against Envy, and what do you think about Ye?
Yeah, if the Ye is a really talented player, of course, but I think if we play how we normally play and we play smart, we're going to be able to isolate him and not let him get the pick side he normally does. So I guess we'll see.
Awesome. Sick, thank you so much for your time. I know it's late. Go ahead, celebrate with the team, and go get some sleep. We're going to throw it back to the desk to break down the day and get us out of here.
Thank you very much, Riv. I love the question about the development and the evolution of the teams over the 4 months from the last time they dominated Reykjavik, because again, that's been the conversation, is what would every region go home, work on, and ultimately take as learnings from that and bring back to another international LAN. And Sick, you know, paying respect to the teams that and the regions that have really stepped up in a big way, citing utility usage as the biggest thing. The teams are starting to learn how to use it to buy space and really give Sentinels a reason to have pause, you know, and not just steamroll a match.
Yeah, and I think ultimately that's great for the sport, right? Like, we want international teams to adapt. We want teams to get better. We want the competition to get closer and closer, because that's what brings out the best, right? That's what brings out the best. That's what forces a team like Sentinels to have to adjust, to have to adapt on the fly, and to be better than they were before. This idea of iron sharpening iron, I think it's on full display here in Berlin.
I think respecting your opponent and understanding that they're really strong is the first step into being able to improve yourselves where you need to. So it's definitely the best attitude for them to have.
We also heard them talking about some of the matchups that they have ahead of them, jokes about the seeding. But I want to talk and take a look at what we have in store for us tomorrow. It is a massive day of quarterfinals. We're kicking things off with maybe the best series in front of us, Vision Strikers versus Gambit. I think Vision Strikers, because of how quickly they pushed through the group stage and the fact that it's been a minute since we've seen them, people are almost forgetting the fact that they exist and should be considered a possible favorite to win this all. I'm just going to read off the rest for you real quick. We'll follow that with G2 Crew, 100 Thieves versus Acend, and close it out with that Envy versus Sentinels matchup. Gio, when you look at this roster of series, for you, what stands out?
Well, I said yesterday that my ideal seeding would have been Vision Strikers versus Sentinels, but I do think Vision Strikers versus Gambit, is definitely up there. So for me, probably that first game as well, especially after the performance we saw from Gambit today, which was not the same as their first game against Crazy Raccoon. I don't know. I think that one's going to be kind of crazy.
Doug?
Yeah, I have to agree with Gio 1,000%. I think the fun thing for me is it's such a clash of styles, right? Gambit are so methodical, so patient with how they play. They feel things out, then they decide where to go. And what does Vision Strikers like to do? they like to go. They have 1 speed, and that's it, and it's going to be a blast to watch.
Again, I do think the NA battle will be interesting. As Six said, he's actually looking forward to playing them, which is interesting because a lot of regions are, when I've spoken to them, they're like, oh, I'm just so happy to get to play others. But for Sentinels, happy to get another shot at Envy. Riv pointing out, yay, on the roster. Will be interesting to see how all of that interacts. But ultimately, a massive slate of games could be long because you expect a lot of these teams to actually go the distance when it comes to the best of 3s and see all of the maps.
Oh yeah, it's going to be crazy. You do bring up that whole point about NA versus NA, and I actually like the reasoning that Sick gave for that, which is we know them, we're comfortable with them. He sees that as a huge advantage. As a viewer, I'm like, I want to see these cross-regional ones because that's when we're getting something new.
All right. Well, there you have it. We're going to go dark here in the Berlin studios because we're firing it back up in not too long. We're coming back for the biggest day in Valorant history with 4 quarterfinal matchups. It comes live at 1 p.m. CEST, so make sure you mark your calendars because that is a different time. We're starting earlier so we can get moving through it all. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and good night.
Elimination is on the line and nobody is going to be your friend on the server.
Yeah, and it's not the first time that they've been here, but this time is do or die. This is all or nothing for both of these teams.
enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Yeah, Redgar has the res. He's going to be able to bring Defo back. Fisker should know where that's coming from. He comes up top. Fisker has the height advantage. Has the shot, but no, it's Redgar who does it. A Red Bull clutch, a 3K, and a spot in the knockout stage.
Sentinels and F4Q heading to their deaths for one final bout between the squads.
One enemy remaining.
He might swap across one side to pull the trigger, but the adjustment there. Oh, Tens! You're an animal!
A weird and wonderful round. Yes.
Absolutely weird.
Yes.
One enemy remaining.
Wait, that was actually a city.